the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up in. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Take everything. Leave 'em with nothing. Paradise through dirt in
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا مع الحشمه وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطوا الباكت حطوا الزنجر حطوا مايتي حطوا تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
What if I told ya I know exactly what you are? What have they sold ya on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. And ain't no one telling me nothing, I've taken control. If you got something on your mind, go and spit it out. If you got something on your chest, go and get it off. We don't have a moment to waste. For the last few days, we've been running in place. I need a vacation. Both hands holding on, but I feel it breaking. If I'm not good enough, how long till replacement? I see right through your disguise, your pretty little lie. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that blacktop boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul.
Home country heroes, whatever you want to call it. It's Team Falcons. Hey, where are you going?
Oh, we lost all our luggage.
Did you lose your luggage as well? Don't pull me in, all right? Don't pull me in.
Welcome to beautiful sunny Riyadh, where today we have the media day here with the players. We got the Gamers8 Rainbow Six Siege tournament, and whilst it is hot outside, it's also hot inside. I'm going to show you exactly why, because as we come into this beautiful lobby of the hotel, we have a bunch of players from a bunch of different games. But the game that we're focused on right now is Rainbow Six. So we're going to go downstairs and have a little bit of a chat to a few of the different players, see what they're up to, and maybe I'll show you the cool little hangout room that all the players get to play in. Let's go. All right, so whilst we're here in the lobby, I see someone very important over here. Come with me, because this man right here knows what it's like to taste victory at the highest level. He's the manager. He's the big boss man from the side of NIP. You've tasted victory before. You're now in Riyadh. Is it time to get some more?
Yeah, I guess we bounced back and we came for a win.
He said he came for a win. I think everyone came for a win. What makes you better than everyone else?
We stepped it up in the last months, and I guess being far from the big tournaments for a couple months or maybe a year made us tough. Yeah.
Ooh, is that a little bit of revenge? I'm hearing you're like, we haven't done big events for a while. We want another taste of victory.
Yeah, for sure. We miss traveling.
I missed traveling as well, so the fact that I finally get to see this man again has been excellent. Any words to your opponents here? Because there's some big prize money on the board. I know you boys want to walk away with that and be champions. You got to give me some trash talk for the other teams. What do you got to say to them?
Where is Liquid?
All right, well, that's all I have to show you, but I'm going to throw you over to another very, very familiar face, and he's going to walk you through some of the other players and the stuff here at Media Day. Enjoy the rest of the tour, guys.
Jess is back. Thank you, Jess. Thank you so much. Thank you. I wouldn't let Ciprian do any filming. Can you Facebook me? Yes, until I had my makeup done. Now we're all systems go, let's go have a look around. So, you know, it feels good to be a champ, right? After the major.
It feels very good, yeah.
Yeah, that was in Copenhagen. We're, you know, a bit removed from that now. You guys are back. W7M looking to win another tournament here. Are you guys feeling super confident coming into this?
Yeah, we're pretty confident. In the 3 weeks ahead of preparation, we changed a lot of things. So yeah, we're pretty confident for this championship.
I imagine you can't really tell me much of what you've changed, right? But can you give me a little bit of insight into what you've been up to behind the scenes?
All secret.
All secret. Well, CYCLOPS are over there. I don't know if you heard them saying that they're going to win this. You should look out for them. They're coming into this as the underdogs. This is a sort of tournament where you can't really underestimate anyone, right?
Yeah. CYCLOPS is a pretty good team. We can underestimate them. APAC is really growing up, and yeah, we can underestimate them.
So you obviously went into Copenhagen. You finally got that championship that you wanted, and now you can keep moving on and pushing forward. Do you think the momentum is going to play a real factor into coming into Gamers8 here?
Yeah, I think so. We had a conversation and we said that it's a pretty small tournament, like 4 days of tournament. If we win 4 games, we are already champions. So we had the momentum. We have the momentum of the major, and we are going to use it. Yeah.
Obviously, one of the things we can't underestimate here as well is the amount of cash up for grabs. You guys, I can see your mouths watering at the prospect of getting your hands on some of that money. Are you thinking about that too, right?
Yeah, it's almost impossible not to think about that. So yeah.
So if you won and you got the lion's share of this cash, how are you spending that money, bro? Tell them. Bring it in. I want to know how you're spending this money.
I'm going to invest. I'm not going to spend it. I'm going to invest.
You know what? Philippox is a big brain, not just on the server, but in real life as well. So best of luck out there, man. I'm sure I'll be speaking to you on the stage once again.
Thank you.
Hey, Team BDS. Guys, how's it going? You all right?
Yes, I'm good.
Good to see you again.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here once again, and we'll do everything to do the back-to-back.
What did it mean to you? What would it mean to be back-to-back? And do you think you've got a bit of a target on your back coming into this because you are the reigning champions?
No, to be honest, we don't have any pressure. We'll just play our game. We worked a lot since the bad stage we had, so we'll do everything to show our work in these tournaments.
What sort of stuff have you been working on behind the scenes over the last year?
I can't say that much, but we drastically changed the way we play the game, the way we see the game, and we can't wait to show you.
You obviously have a major under your belt as well over the last year. You're in phenomenal form. The one thing that I'm curious about is that we've seen Siege grow and improve. It always does over the past year. The teams around you are getting better as well. Who here at this tournament are you particularly concerned about?
To be honest, we are concerned of anyone. Like every team here can be a threat, to be honest. I think we are maybe the best A team in the world right now, except maybe some are not here, but I think everyone is a threat, and we will respect everyone and try to win everything.
Listen, let's imagine your opponents are watching this right now. What do you want to say to them, bro? Come on.
Get ready and prepare you to lose.
Thank you, bro. Good luck. We've got to talk to the hometown heroes. Home country heroes, whatever you want to call it. It's Team Falcons. Hey, where are you going? Where are you going? Q60, where are you going? Come over here. Come talk to the boys. How are you doing?
Fine.
Are you confident?
Yeah, of course.
How does it feel to be, once again, in front of a home crowd here in Saudi Arabia, ready to do your thing?
Exciting.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You think it's going to get loud?
It can be.
You don't want to talk to me, do you?
Yeah.
Should we go around? All right. Hey, guys, how are you doing?
Fine.
So, Team Falcons,
Yes.
do you think you've got home advantage here?
I think so. We hope so. We'll do great in this tournament, especially in Saudi or Riyadh. So we're looking forward for this tournament, of course.
Second place, last year, so close. This team came so close to winning. And Siege seems to have gotten better, and the teams around you are even improving over the last year. Yeah. What do you think your chances are this time around?
We hope, of course, we will win this tournament. This is our hope and our goal. So we will see throughout.
Anything you want to say to your home fans in your native tongue who are watching this right now?
In my native tongue, شكرا على الدعم وعلى الوقفة يا جماعة الخير وأهلا وسهلا.
Best of luck, guys. Cheers. Thank you. All right, we've got another Falcons player over here, Val. Val's getting his makeup done. Hey, Val, how are you doing?
Hello.
You're looking very pretty.
I'm doing all right, actually.
You look good.
Yeah, I'm feeling sleepy, by the way. It
Really?
feels like a face massage, to be honest.
The thing is, when you get your makeup, I always find that, right? It's super relaxing. You could fall asleep, right?
Yeah. Easily.
You shouldn't get your makeup done before a game. You don't want to fall asleep on the server.
I mean, let's try that actually. Maybe we'll play better.
What, with you asleep?
Yeah.
How are you guys feeling coming into this? Obviously, it's a huge tournament for all of the teams here, but for Falcons particularly, it's got to mean a lot, right?
I mean, it means a lot because we came second place last year.
Yeah.
So we got to do better now and get first place.
What do you use that feeling of coming second? Obviously, that disappointment is still a great achievement to come second with some of the teams that were part of the tournament last year. But that feeling of, you know, almost being there, being the almost guys, that silver medal, does that drive you to want more?
I mean, being second place is harder than being 8th place.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels way worse. But like at the end of the day, no one expected us to come second place. We tried our best. We came second place, and we are heading for the first one this time. Hopefully.
Does that feel nice on the nose right now? That's it.
I mean, I'm getting more sleepy, man.
Yeah. Shall I let you fall asleep here?
I need a pillow. Do you have one?
Just rest on my shoulder, bro. You can rest on my shoulder. All right. Best of luck, man.
Thank you.
And
man.
you look good. All right.
Thank you.
Demo's here, guys. Demo.
I didn't consent to this.
How are you doing?
I didn't say you can come interview me.
Bro, you've had your makeup done. You look good.
Thank you.
I've just got here. I'm feeling a bit jet lagged, but you're already hard at work. I've seen you in there doing some interviews with some of the players. Who have you spoken to so far?
Spoke to Pino.
Yeah.
That's it.
How's he feeling?
Hey, he's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's your favourite? I'm going to put you on the spot here. Obviously, Team BDS won it last year. I've just been chatting with the Falcons guys. They're feeling pretty confident considering they came second last time out. They're hoping that they can get the gold medal this time in front of a home crowd. Who are your eyes on this time? Is it on the 6 Invitational winners G2 or?
No, W7M.
W7M.
Has to be.
Yeah. You think they're going to come back off the win of the major and pick up another title?
I think they're just too good at the moment, aren't they? Don't look like stopping.
Well, I was chatting with them earlier, and I was like, guys.
That's who I've got next, I think. That's who I'm speaking to next.
Okay, cool. Well, I was talking to them, and I was like, guys, you know, you want the trophy, you want all that comes with that, but also you want the money, right?
Oh, yeah.
And the players here, they're thinking about the money because there's a lot of bags on the line, right?
Yeah, it's obviously it's a life-changing amount of money, isn't it?
Yeah.
For some of these players. Yeah, so I think it'll be. Well, has anyone done it? Oh.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about the event?
I'm feeling amazing about it. You know what? I'm absolutely delighted to be here. It's very rare that I get interviewed.
Yeah.
But, you know, I saw this all unfolding last year around from the sidelines, watched it, and I was like, you know what? I want a piece of that this year. I want to be in the mix. And to be here with all the players, you know, to come off.
You think you're good enough?
For this?
Yeah.
Absolutely not. I never think I'm good enough. Ask my mum. I'm always complaining, saying, Mum, I don't know if I'm good enough.
Oh, she tells me all the time, don't worry.
What? No. Okay. No, I'm super excited. And I'm going for G2. I love my guys, G2.
G2?
Yeah.
Well, looks like I'm not the only G2 shell in here this event. Here, you're better with that.
No, you were good.
No, it's not the fact that I'm good. It's I think you stick to asking the questions.
Okay. Well, thank you then. So I'll let you go back to work.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Cheers. I need to find G2. I have no idea where the invitational champions are. Brother, where's the rest of the team?
Jake's inside.
Jake's in here? Yeah. Ah, Jake. Oh, man, he's getting a full-on shape up here. Jake, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. And how are you?
I'm good. I mean, have you ever had a barber cut during an event?
Never.
This is the first time, right?
First time.
And I think the rest of your guys are in the pool.
I think most of them are, yeah.
Have you been to the pool? Is it good?
Yeah, it's very nice. You should try it.
Are you finding it hard to train in these warm conditions? Does that play any part in it, or are you all good because the aircon's tight out here?
Aircon is very tight out here. Yeah.
Not as tight as your fade, because that fade's going to be good.
I hope so. I have trust.
So obviously, invitational champions, the last major didn't go exactly to plan. Are you seeing this as proving ground, or is it just another day in the office for you guys?
I think we have something to prove again. Yeah.
You've always got something to prove, right?
I think so, yeah.
And the money's good too, right?
I mean, that's always good. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, let's let this man get his haircut. In fact, can you just take it all off? Zero everywhere. Is that what you want? Right? No, are you sure? All right, I'll leave you to it. Cheers, guys. Hi.
Hello.
Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
How does it feel to be part of G2?
Good.
Yeah?
Yeah. Feels great.
A
Yeah.
lot of expectations. This is obviously big, and you've got to be careful what you say here, right? This is obviously big team, invitational winners, a huge team with the best
Champions.
That's it. Hammer lifters, hammer time.
Yeah.
Are you here to help this team go on to win Gamers8?
I'm not here to help them to win. I'm just here to win. I mean, I think that I'm a really good addition to the team, and I can't wait to show it to everyone. So it's really nice to be here. Yeah.
I agree, and I think that it's a nice team to be a part of, right? What's it like behind the scenes? Are you all friends? Are you getting on really well? Are you fitting into the roster really nicely?
Yes, I am. Everyone is so nice to me. Everyone is so funny. We have a good relationship, and it keeps getting better, day by day. So yeah, it's very good.
How cool would it be, a part of your first tournament, part of this roster, to win it as well? Like, that would be a really big statement to kick off your career here at G2.
Yeah, it would be insane. It would be really great. Yeah, I don't have words to explain how good can it be. So.
Well, I can tell already that you're a lovely guy as well. So best of luck out there. All right.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Speaking of a pleasure, come on, man. Hey, have you had a fresh fade? Is that a fresh cut?
You making fun of my hair?
No, I like it.
I like your hair.
But yours is blonder than. Listen, one thing me and Durkee always do is we flirt a little bit. It just goes. We just go way back with the UK scene. You're not.
Can't say that, man.
Hey, how are you feeling coming into Gamers8?
I'm good. I'm feeling good. Yeah, confident. Yeah, new guy in the team and all that stuff. So
Yeah, I've just been chatting with him. How's Gemini going to fit in? Do you think?
I think he's going to fit in well. Yeah, he's doing well.
Yeah?
Just waiting to see for the game. So just excited.
Listen, you know when you've been to the mountaintop like you have, I was stood right beside you in Montreal. SI, you lift that hammer in the air, and you've you could argue that you've peaked. You know what I mean? Like, where do you even go from there when you've conquered the mountain, and then you're still out here looking for those big dubs? What is it about an event like Gamers8? Is it the pride? Is it the proving ground, or is it the moolah?
Ooh, it's not the moolah. I don't play for the moolah, but I think this is the best event I've ever been to ever.
Serious?
Ever. It's so good.
Tell me why. I mean, hospitality is unreal.
They gave me a free haircut for one of the things. That's
Yeah.
just something small, but it's like everything. Just do everything for you. It's like
Yeah,
everything's so organized. So it's just, I don't know, it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's really
And I
nice.
saw a picture of you in the pool as well.
I was in the pool.
You look good, bro.
Thanks, man. Yes.
He's got cool tattoos, hasn't he, Durkee? Yeah.
Tattoos.
What's when you think about your opposition out here, the other teams involved, who are you most threatened by? I was just talking to M80 just in the players' lounge there. We talk about the high expectations around those guys. They've got some big players on that roster that need to step up here and get the job done. Are there someone you got your eyes on? Is there anybody else in particular?
No, I think the good teams here are W7M and then BDS. So,
yeah. Reigning champs.
Yeah, I think BDS and W7M are the two ones that we need to worry about. Every other team should be not a walk in the park, but we should be able to deal with them.
Yeah, when you reflect just briefly on the rearview mirror and you look back on the Copenhagen Major, it didn't exactly go to plan. You guys came into that with so much momentum coming off the back of SI. Is this a chance to bounce back, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think Copenhagen went quite well. It was just like 2 rounds different and we would have probably won the thing. So it's like, I don't know, like we lost to Team Liquid. They came in the finals. The last game was like 8-6 or something like that against them. Like, it could have went either way, in my opinion. Like, we didn't really play bad. They just played a bit better than us. So if a couple other things change and go away, it could be a different story, So we're not really looking at it as a loss. It's just on to the next tournament, pretty much.
One thing I know that you enjoy feeding off a live crowd. Now, here in Riyadh, you're going up against Falcons at some point, maybe. Well, you are actually. You're kicking off against Falcons. No. Yeah, well, if you do come up against Falcons, right, that crowd, how's that going to feel, do you think? Because they're going to be well and truly behind that team.
I think it's fine. We're used to being the dark horses and stuff. And SI, the crowd is on our side and stuff, but I don't really bother. Even negative energy from the crowd is still.
You enjoy that, I think.
It's still energy, isn't it?
You enjoy that.
Yeah, I'm a bit sick. Yeah, I'm a bit. Yeah, just a bit.
Sick in a good way, though. Okay, so any of you fans watching at home first, just first things first, I want to give you a chance to give a shout out to the G2 Army.
Hello, G2 Army.
That's that. And and any of the opposition, of course, who are going to check this out. I know that you're a modest, humble man, but sometimes you can give it that if you need to. What do you want to say?
No, just good luck. Good luck to everybody. Isn't he lovely? You're going to need it.
There you go. That's the Durkee I was looking for. Best of luck, man. It's always a pleasure to see you. You know
Thanks,
that.
Yeah, I'll see you soon.
See you soon. But one thing I know you love is to get around, going worldwide, doing what you love. This is another example of it, iconic. First things first, how was the journey?
It was good, It wasn't too long. We were boot camping in Poland, so it was like a 5-hour flight to Dubai and then a 1-hour flight from there to Saudi. But it's nice,
How's hospitality been so far? All good?
Man, it's been amazing, honestly, Haven't had too many gift packages at the events I've been to, but, this one was very nice. The food's great. The hotel's great. Everything you need is really here. So it's a really nice event Gamers8's putting on.
Yeah, I saw you get a pair of sunglasses, and, I think you've got enough pairs, so I think you could give those to me. That's what I'm thinking.
I already gave them to my assistant coach.
Oh, what? I was just too late. I was a little bit too late.
A little bit too late.
Nah, I'm playing. Listen, iconic. There's so much hype around M80 as a team. You've got such a phenomenal roster. You haven't lived up to your true expectations just yet, but it's still early doors, right? Is this another opportunity to say, look, guys, we're M80, we're here, we're going to do it big?
I mean, every step in the journey, is a chance for us to, just chase what we want. And, I feel like the first time we were a fresh team, a lot of different ideas, so it didn't really come to light in Copenhagen. But I feel like this boot camp, we kind of ironed out what we wanted to be as a team and where we wanted to go in that direction. And we've kind of been chasing that all together, full focus. So, we're just going to go out here, play hard, and keep going to get better. So, we're looking forward to it.
If I run it back to like my first personal ever real true siege experience was the major in Charlotte. And that's when me and you first sort of came together, right? And I've been loving watching your journey. I love watching you play. I love everything you do, on camera as well, like behind the scenes, on the stage. Like you're built for this sort of grandeur, if you will. What would it mean to you to get that first huge dub under your belt, and obviously a couple of bags to go with it?
I mean, it would mean a lot, but I'm not really too focused on the destination. It's more about the journey, just staying in the moment with the team. If we end up lifting the trophy, then we do. So, I'm just ready here to just play every game as hard as I can.
It's me, Iconic. I'm going to ask the question. If your opponents are looking down the lens right now, you're looking at you. What do you want to say?
I mean, I wouldn't be too excited to play us, so, I'll see you guys in the lobby.
Let's go. Iconic. Thank you, man. Guys, what would happen if I knocked this over? Would I be in trouble?
Yeah, you might be in trouble.
Spite, how are you doing? I'm going to call you, I don't even want to call you the Wonder Kid because you're a fully grown man out here. But how are you feeling ahead of this event?
I'm feeling great. I mean, the scrims have been well. The team chemistry's up there. And yeah, just hyped to play it, First time in the Middle East, so I'm happy.
You enjoying it so far?
Yeah, it's amazing. This whole event so far has been amazing.
You mentioned hype there, and I was just talking to Iconic about the same thing. There's a lot of hype around you guys. There's a lot of hype around you as an individual as well. Do you find that overall, overwhelming, or is it just something you take in your stride?
I mean, I always try and do my best, on an individual level. I hope everyone else does the same. And at the end of the game, at the end of the day, it's just a team game. So yeah.
What do you make of your team as a roster right now? Do you look around? Are you all just like proper good friends as well as colleagues here?
It's both, I would say. It's important to have that friendship, but also like that kind of, it's a business as well. And yeah, I think we found a team with 5 insane individuals.
Yeah.
And we just can make that mash up well, and then yeah, that's it. It's over for everyone else.
So you're obviously amazing at Siege. You're going to be amazing in that lobby, and when you get into the server as well. Like, how good are you at Jenga?
Well, so far. It's good. I mean, we just started, so we'll see in a second.
Can I just see one of you guys pull one out here? I just want to see what happens.
It's your turn. It's my
Come
turn.
on, bro.
Yeah, let's go. Oh, all right.
Cool as ice. There you go. Cheers, guys. Best of luck with Jenga and with the tournament as well.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys. Good
you.
luck. Right, we're going to touch you on the stairs here because I know you're on the move. Team Oxygen out here in Riyadh, looking for victory. What's your experience been like so far since landing?
I mean, this place is beautiful, honestly. Like, out of every major we've been to, I could say confidently I would move here.
Really? You can move here, really?
Yeah, I would.
Is it the weather? Is it the pool? Is it the hospitality? What is it?
Hospitality.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So, Newers, coming into this, you've got some really good teams around you. Obviously, you're a fantastic team yourselves, but some of the big dogs here, BDS won it last time out. You've got, obviously, SI winners, G2 in the mix. Tough circumstances, but what makes you guys so confident that this is your time?
I mean, we're bound to get one, you know what I mean? We're bound, like, in our new pickup, you know what I mean? Like, I just feel very confident. We're very confident.
Yeah, the roster change, you've got Fish in the mix now, right? What's this feeling like as a roster as a whole now? Is it the best you've felt in a long time?
Yeah, definitely. We talk a lot more than we have. Like, we're all very communicative, and we work well together. Like, you can tell by the energy and the vibe between us. Like, we're really good together.
Yeah, how important do you think that is? Like, there's one thing being, good at the game. There's one thing being good in the server. But, like, behind the scenes, how important do you think friendship and camaraderie and all that good stuff is?
It's like 50-50.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't like your teammate, it's bound to be bad animosity. You're going to, who knows, get rid of them or they get rid of you. It's just, but we have a really good, balance.
Yeah. Speaking of balance, I feel so much taller than you, and I'm genuinely not, so I'm going to go shorter than you.
You're going to get me cooked in the... all on Twitter, like, damn, he's small.
Just for the record, we're the same height. Is there anything you want to say? This is what would be really interesting, and I like the players to do this. Let's say your opposition are looking right now, and that's all the other teams in the mix. What do you want to say to them? What's Oxygen here to do?
I mean, we're here to win like normal. Yeah. I mean, every other team is just not as good as us, and that's just how it is.
Good luck, man. It's a pleasure to speak to you as well. Sorry to interrupt you. Go do your thing. What's next, by the way? Where are you going?
Media.
Media. More media. Fish, I'm sorry to stop you. I know you're en route to do all sorts of media with the rest of your team. You're on a short schedule. Latest addition to this Oxygen roster. How does it feel to be part of the team?
Feels good. I mean, feels natural. Been friends with these guys for a while now, so, you know, blend in really well.
Yeah. They've got a lot of belief in you, a lot of faith, and I know that big expectations on this team to get a trophy here. What are your sights set on coming into Gamers8 here?
You know, things are not looking ideal. No mouse pad. Luggage is lost. We're just here to show up. Yeah.
All your luggage?
Yeah, pretty much. So
everybody's luggage off.
Everyone except for Dream. Okay. So yeah, we're just, you know, excited to play, excited to be here.
Yeah.
Very thankful for everyone, and very, you know, I don't know, very like thankful for, you know, being here, for this opportunity.
So. Hospitality is cool as well, isn't it? Right?
Yeah.
Whose clothes are you wearing now then? Are these yours or?
These are my clothes. Yeah, we just went to the mall. We had to go get some pants.
Yeah.
I showed up in pajamas, so if we didn't Uber up, I would have had my flannel pajamas on for Media Day.
Do you know what? Was anybody else this close to wearing flannel pajamas here at Media Day?
Yeah, I had this pair of like sweatpants. Oh, they were stained. Like I had like food all over them.
What have you been eating, bro?
No, I mean it doesn't get that. Like airplane food, it gets everywhere.
It gets messy, right?
Yeah, I mean before we came here, we boot camped in Boston,
Yeah.
so they were like my travel pants because they got zippers on them.
Yeah.
So I wear them just for travel. I didn't expect to be stuck in them for like 2-3 days.
So what did you cop when you went down to the mall? What have you got?
I got these. I got these
You look
pants.
good.
Yeah. I mean I'm liking the pants.
They know their style out here, right?
Yeah. I mean, the mall out here is crazy. They got everything, and I wasn't gonna show up with like Gucci pants or something. I found a H&M, and they had these, so they were pretty
fair,
nice.
if you guys were wearing like Gucci pajamas, that could have been a look, right?
No, it was. That's what I was telling Fish. Like, you know, we could just pass by just to see what they got.
Hey, I'll tell you what. If you win this tournament, because the bag's that big, right? You could go buy as many pairs of pajamas as you want.
I mean, we might need to make a pit stop if that's the case. Maybe fly on to Dubai. We're so close, you might as well, you know. Make a pit stop.
How are you guys feeling? Obviously, I was chatting with many members of the rosters across the board here, and the atmosphere is nice. You know, the hospitality is amazing, but when it comes down to it, you got to get out that pool, you got to get out that gym, you got to get out that restaurant, and you've got to go play some Siege. And are you guys feeling good?
Yeah, we've been feeling great. I mean, ever since we got Fish, you know, I feel like we picked up someone who can kind of fill in the holes that we had. So far, it's just gonna be a battle of like, you know, which roster with their newest player is gonna like look the best. You know, a lot of teams made their changes now, so it'll be a good tournament to watch all the new teams too.
Can we make a deal right here, right now, that if you guys win the tournament, I can get in the Gucci pajama gang?
Yeah, I can make you a deal for it. I thought you were gonna ask if we could give you some tournament winnings or something like that.
Just the pajama gang,
just
all
the
right?
pajamas, yeah. That'll be good. That'll be fun.
Good luck, guys. All right, there's some more of team lost luggage over here.
Yeah, we lost all our luggage.
Did you lose your luggage as well?
Yes, I lost my
So
luggage.
it's just Dream. Dream, you're the only dude who's got all your gear.
Yeah, I'm the only lucky one. So.
What did you do? Did you fly from a different airport? You all came together, right?
Yeah. I just paid a little extra, to make sure they had mine. So.
Hey, that's a big brand player right there.
I think they just started just throwing random bags, and he just got lucky.
Yeah,
so.
true. I mean, will you get lucky here this weekend in Riyadh, or are you thinking luck's got nothing to do with what we're about to do out here?
I don't think it's gonna be luck. I think it's gonna come down to who puts in the most work, and we're excited to play some different teams and play some of the similar teams, and yeah, I think we're just excited to be here, be in a different environment, and we love the place. The area's great. Hospitality's been fantastic, so no complaints here. We're just excited to be here and compete. So.
Dream, because you've got your luggage, you must have some lucky underwear with you as well, right?
I don't have lucky underwear. I do have lucky socks, though.
Oh, yeah? You're going to be rocking them?
Yeah, 100%.
I'm sure you guys won't need them. I'm super excited to see Oxygen in action. And best of luck, guys, all right? And enjoy Media Day.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Cheers, guys. Oh, man, I've spoken to every single team except for Cyclops. Guys, of course they're in the pool. That makes sense. It's like 41 degrees out here. Akali, hey, let me come down. I don't want to fall into the pool. Akali, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Welcome to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. How are you guys finding it so far? It looks like you're having a good time.
Oh, it's heaven. Yeah. It's heaven.
Are you in the pool to relax, or are you in the pool to cool off? Because like I said, it's like 41 degrees out here. It's hot, right?
It feels good on the hot weather, going in the pool, Yeah. Feels amazing.
All right, so you've made the big trip across here, and now you're ready for some competition. You've got some really stiff other teams out there that are looking to win this over you guys. Do you feel like underdogs? Do you feel like you got something to prove? What's your mindset like coming into this tournament?
Not really that much. I mean, yeah, I guess we are the underdogs, right? But I can't wait for you guys to see what we've prepared. Yeah.
Can you tell us?
No.
Of course. Look, you guys have you've got such a strong following back home as well, and they'll all be watching you eagerly to see what you're able to achieve here. How much do you take into consideration that fan support at an event like this?
It's speechless. I really we are very thankful for the support, and yeah, I can't say much. Just thank you very much. I love you guys.
I love you too, bro. Who do you think is the toughest team out here? Of course, we've got last year's winners, BDS. We've got 6 Invitational champions, G2 in the mix. Of course, many other teams as well of high caliber. Who do you think is the biggest threat out here?
It has to be W7M. Yeah. They're just too good, too consistent. Tough opponent.
And they showed that in Copenhagen as well, right?
Yep. But we will try our best, Yeah.
Are you a good swimmer?
No.
You just chill here, relaxing.
Chill, yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to get like a sunburn or something.
You want to get a tan?
Oh yeah.
Well, I wish you the best of luck over this week. I think that you guys are awesome. I'm really looking forward to seeing the energy you bring out there as well. And do you think you can win it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You want that money, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely the money.
You're here for the money.
Yes.
If you won that, because obviously that's a lot of cash, right? Would you even think? Do you think now about what you might spend it on? Are you in that sort of mindset where you think, if I won it, here's what I would do with that money?
Actually, no. I just want to give some to my parents. Maybe buy a little bit of bougie stuff for myself. But nah.
Maybe your own swimming pool, so you can do this at home, right?
Nah.
Well, good luck, man. Thanks. Don't pull me in, all right? Don't pull me in. I'll get in there later. Thank you. And best of luck to Cyclops. So that's it for the lobby. The players are just currently wrapping up some last bits of media. And now it's time for the main event. It's time to get into Rainbow Six at Gamers8. It's competition time.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you, Tsunomi.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You want a war? Show me what's up in. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
Paradise through dirt and
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
Welcome to the Boulevard. We're in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and as you can see, just to the left of me, they are currently building the Gamers8 Stargate, which is where all of our players are going to magically arrive through and get ready to compete in Gamers8 featuring Rainbow Six. I can tell you right now, the reason I've got sweat dripping down my forehead, the reason I left my jacket inside, is because it's like 45 degrees out here. So forgive me, let's kick this show off so I can get to the air conditioning.
12 eSport titles with a 45 million prize pool stretching over 8 weeks. But for the next 4 days, it's all going to be about Rainbow Six Siege. So welcome to the first day of Siege live from Gamers8 in Riyadh, where it is indeed 45 degrees. I'm Ginny, your host, joined on the desk by Anne and Fresh, because we're going to be going through the Savvy pre-show. Welcome back, Fresh.
Thank you very much. I was here last year. I've been fortunate enough to be invited back again to this amazing tournament, but it's both of your first time, so I guess from me, officially welcome.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, it's been going pretty well so far. The heat is going up, but you know what? We got aircon, so we're going to be fine all in all. Gamers8, though, as we already had a little bit of a glimpse with Ian on the things outside, it's such a huge festival. We already mentioned it ourselves. We have 12 eSport titles, $45 million prize pool, $2 million of that is going to be going to Siege, but this is the place to be.
It is really. If you look outside, if you walk across the boulevard, we did that yesterday with all of Talent. It is so pretty. There's so many different things outside. All these light shows, the music, everything. You really get an awesome vibe from walking around. And I mean, the teams must be feeling that too.
Yeah, the cosplayers are also pretty cool. There's so many different things to do. It's not just about the games here, but for us, it's going to be about Siege, isn't it, Fresh?
Yeah, I mean, you know, unfortunately, it always comes back to the fact we love Siege.
Unfortunately,
Unfortunately,
all right.
I love Rainbow Six, and I'm going to enjoy talking about it as well.
We are, and we have 12 esports titles, which means there is a whole load of teams that are going to be here participating across different of these titles. But besides the prize pool that's up for grabs when you excel in what you do, there is also a little bit of a club award. So these teams need to bring their A game in, not just a competition. Let's have a look.
This year, esports will reach new heights. Welcome to the Gamers8 Club Awards, an unprecedented initiative that will determine the best overall esports club in the world, and also support the entire global community. During Gamers8 2023, the world's best clubs will compete on 2 levels. First, in each individual tournament, and second, in the overall standings. High placements in every title will earn them ranking points, initiating the race to the top. After 8 weeks of intense competition, the winners of the Gamers8 Club Awards will be honoured as the best and most successful multi-gaming club in the world. Competitors will fight for the lion's share of $5 million. However, it's not just about the money. On August 30th to 31st, the first annual awards ceremony will take place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The land of heroes awaits its new conquerors.
All right, these upcoming weeks, it's all about writing history in the land of heroes, not just in the competition, but also as a team, as a collective, as fans. So we'll see how that's going to be coming up. But there is also a little bit of prize pool on the line in terms of players. We have the Merit Awards. We had them last year as well. I remember specifically the MVP went to BDS's player, didn't it?
Yeah, it went over to Shaiko last year. He was unreal through that tournament. I think Canio from Wild, he picked up an individual award for the best clip or the best clutch. Can't remember exactly what it was. It's interesting, the dynamic is that you've got the team dynamic of wanting to win the whole thing, but then also the individual dynamic of, hey, I want some of these individual awards.
Absolutely, because it's $140 US on the line in terms of these individual awards, but as much as there's the MVP and the analysts are going to be deciding that, there's also going to be the most creative fans. I personally would really like to see some great memes being shared on social media, but also it's going to be down to drawing. Anne, are you a great artist?
No, not that good. No, I do like to see all drawings and like memes from people on social media. Obviously, it's good to support your team with that, and you're helping your team even more in this tournament with that prize pool that is potentially up for grabs. So yeah, I'm all to see it. I just won't participate because it's not for me.
Are you an artist, Fresh?
No, I can draw like a car. That's about it.
That's pretty
good. I
good.
learned a weird way to draw a car when I was younger, and that's the only thing I can ever draw.
I'm gonna have to ask you about that later.
Yeah.
But if you had to draw a car, for what team would you draw it for? Would you submit it to socials? Because obviously it needs to be, you know, looked at, it needs to be graded.
Yeah, I think I would do a Falcons car.
Okay,
Yeah.
so a green car.
Yeah.
I like that.
I'll draw one during a break.
All right, let's do that. We're going to hold you to that. We also have the best team content, so that means that players as well as fans just posting social media, whatever it is. Is it memes? Is it videos? Is it pictures that you're taking while you're being here? Make sure to share those online because we're going to be having a look at those and we're going to be grading who gets the best team content, who gets the most creative fans. Surprise us. We're really into it when we want to know what you guys got, but we also have the most kills. That is going to be 20,000 USD, 10K for the winner. We can't really influence that. Sorry, guys. That's not on us. So let's move on. I mean, that's pretty standard. You get the most kills, you get the win. All right. Well, as we said, we have 12 esports titles in general, and one of those esports titles has already finished, and that was Tekken. We had that last week on the first week specifically, and it was actually a win on home grounds.
Exactly, yeah, it was Falcons taking up the victory for this game on home turf, indeed, as you mentioned. And we should mention as well, this was the biggest Tekken tournament that has ever been happening, and with the biggest prize pool as well, so huge for this esports and huge for Falcons as well that they were able to secure the victory in this game. They potentially have some other games that they can snatch in victories, and that would really help for those club awards too.
I know what you're going to say.
You know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say it.
No.
If I draw a really nice card, I get to sign a camera because that looks like so much fun just walking up and signing the camera.
You just want to sign a camera.
I do.
You just want to have like those big, you know, oh look at me, I signed a camera. It's like your claim to fame.
Exactly.
Not sure if we can make that happen, but we'll do our best. Falcons though winning Tekken, that was their first win here in 2023. Last year as well, they competed in Siege, and that was the first time we really got to see them on the international stage. They may not have won the finals fresh, but they gotten so far.
They absolutely did, and obviously 2022 Gamers8 was the inaugural Gamers8. Everybody came out here, nobody really knew what to expect, and it blew everybody's expectations out of the water in terms of the whole tournament. We had BDS, TSM, Team Liquid and Dan1 Gaming all invited. Wild of EU Tier 3, they managed to qualify through the open qualifiers as a Tier 3 team.
That's
Space
wild.
Station Gaming, MIBR, and then Team Falcons won the Saudi E-League to get their spot. Now, the quality of the tournament was excellent. There was a couple of teams that were trialing players. Wild, as I say, is a Tier 3 team. They managed to go quite far into the tournament. But I think the biggest team that captured the hearts of everybody was Team Falcons last year because nobody knew who they were.
Absolutely.
Nobody had really ever seen them on an international stage. At that point in time, the MENA region wasn't in the official Rainbow Six circuit. It is, of course, now, which is excellent. So Falcons come in. There's a guy that captures the heart and souls of everybody, including Reddit, which was Joker619, and they make it all the way to the final. Unfortunately, losing out to the eventual victors, BDS, who didn't drop a map across the entire series. They were on fire during this tournament.
Yeah, and it was for them really this tournament that launched them into the streak of winning tournaments right after that one. And indeed, as you mentioned, there's open qualifiers, there's invited teams. It really opens up the spotlight for those really strong Titan teams that have been winning multiple tournaments, like G2, for example, with SI, like W7M with the recent major, but also for these teams that might be considered more of an underdog position, and they might be coming here to take it all.
Yeah, and all in all, Falcons as well competing for the first time last year. That was their launch pad into that international stage. That was their opportunity to get into the spotlight, to show us what they're capable of, and it's great to see them being able to replicate that as well at the Copenhagen Major. Once again, they get that international exposure, but they're back this time around. And surprisingly, only them and BDS are. None of the teams that competed here last year have had the opportunity to get back.
And the teams tried. Liquid tried.
Absolutely.
SSG tried. Everybody tried to get back. It was, I think the Gamers Without Borders competition, the qualifier to get into this tournament, was so fiercely fought by the amount of teams in the open qualifiers and then the closed qualifiers as well. And genuinely, it's the place to be for every single team. Every single team wanted to be here.
Yeah, and we said it besides the prize pool as well. This is that other opportunity between now and the next major where you get that international exposure. And it's such a great experience to have as well because, I mean, let's be completely honest. Last year was the first time we saw Siege as Gamers8, so it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing.
Yeah, I mean, last year, obviously, everyone saw what happened with these teams. Everyone saw the prize pool, everyone saw the games, and for this year, I feel like the competition, as Fresh already mentioned, it was really fierce. Everyone really wants to qualify. They view this tournament as very highly. Obviously, you have SI, where you have your world championship, but this is a tournament that's really appreciated by the players, and they really want to try and perform at their best here.
Yeah, I mean, last year there were so many emotions. That's going to be the exact same time this year, but also there is going to be a whole lot of Siege. So let's have a little bit of a look at the format to see how exactly we're going to be getting to our grand finals, because we're starting off by splitting the teams into two groups, Group A and Group B, having 4 teams each, which then compete in a double elimination bracket in a best of 3, so you do have a chance to crawl back. You're not immediately eliminated, which is a great shot for these teams. The top 2 teams then from every group go over to the playoffs, which is still a best of 3, but this is a single elimination bracket. So that is literally where it's do or die for these teams. And only the 2 winners that get to stick around will go into the final, which is going to be a best of 5. It's looking like a lot of Siege, you know? I mean, you're competing for that $2 million prize pool. 750 going to the first place.
It's a fair chunk of change, that.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It's a lot.
Yeah. All right. So, in terms of the competition that we've seen, we've looked at the format, we look at the prize pool, we know the teams that are participating as well. How realistic is it to throw out a little bit of predictions? Who do you want to, or at least, who do you want to see in the finals? Do you have a favorite that you think, I want to see them in the finals, live crowd, want to be there, want them to experience this?
I mean, considering this is home turf for Falcons, it'd be really good if they end up in the finals, potentially like a rematch of what we've seen last year. As I mentioned, we just had, for example, G2 winning SI. We had W7M win the most recent Copenhagen Major. So I feel like these teams, obviously, they know what the current meta requires from them. They know what they need to perform at this level. So I think those two teams are probably the teams that a lot of people are looking towards in regards of potential favorites for such a tournament. But then G2 also had a player change, for example, so things could all be shaken up.
There's also our current reigning Gamers8 champions, BDS, as well.
Yeah,
So
they're here.
I think, you know, a combination of Falcons and one of G2, M80, W7M, BDS, it's going to be great. Any teams.
Absolutely. This is like the top of the crop, the best of the best out here to compete. And as we said it, because we have a double elimination bracket, we got 3 best of 3s, we also did you guys a favor and we're giving you not 1, but 2 streams. Us on the A stream, we're going to be starting off with Falcons against Ninjas in Pyjamas, followed by Oxygen BDS, and then the winner's match of Group A. Whereas when we're looking at the B stream, they have G2 up against M80, W7M against CYCLOPS. I mean, you want to have 2 monitors. Yeah, I hope you have 2 monitors. You have 2 eyes, but I also hope you have 2 monitors because you want to watch every single one of these games because as you already touched upon it, this is like the best of the best, fighting for that prize pool.
It is, and obviously these 2 games that are happening on the same time, while we're starting out with the A stream and the B stream, they both have that same kind of importance, both from Group A, and these teams will be playing against each other. So, for example, Falcons, in case they win, they can't even see what their opponents are doing. They'll have to watch that or review that after their own game to see, hey, what can we use from this? For example, in our game that's coming after this, a lot happening at the same time, but also very important games at the same time.
And then if you're in Group A, regardless of your result, you're playing in the 3rd fixture of today.
Yep.
So, like, let's say it is Falcons. They've then got to review the other game whilst Game 2 is on the way because they'll be playing in Game 3. It's thick and fast.
Game. And the game of the day, sponsored by LG, will be BDS up against Oxygen. Definitely one to look out for because a redemption story for both of these rosters to be able to do it on the international stage.
Yes, I mean, if we look at their most recent results, like SI was pretty good for Oxygen, and it was all right for BDS. They probably would have wanted more from that. But then after that, both these teams didn't manage to make it that far as that they would have wanted after SI. So they both have this, well, feeling and this drive to come back from some weaker results they've had in the recent past.
Yeah, I think the whole form is temporary, class is permanent applies to both of these teams. The teams that we expect to go deep at tournaments, but in stage 1 and, you know, Stage 1 is gone badly for both of these 2 teams. That makes it a really curious matchup.
Yeah, and there's also going to be a little bit of a change in terms of the meta. So that's also going, not just the roster changes, the meta changes will continuously impact what we're going to be seeing today.
Yeah, I mean, there's a new operator edit since we've had the Copenhagen Major. We got Fenrir in the game, which we've seen a little bit from, for example, in like the European competition, like the Rainbow Rumble and the Combine, but not really at the highest level of Siege yet, where there's so much money on the line and it's such high pressure for these teams. So very curious for Fenrir. We've got the Thorn added the 1.5. We've got Nock no longer being silent. All these changes that, for example, Nock, we know how many teams were really, I wouldn't want to say crutching on Nock, but they quite often had a Nock in their lineup.
You know? It's like there in their pocket.
I think there's some, you know, like you say, reasonable big changes. Nock is a big part of any team's lineup, but then also Fenrir. We are expecting Fenrir to be going straight into that kind of defender power trio that we talk about alongside probably Solis and now Azami. And I think genuinely we're going to see a lot of Fenrir bans, but also when Fenrir is in play, very impactful operator. I know that G2 throughout it was the Rumble qualifiers that they played, perma-banned Fenrir. So I'm expecting to see ban and play of this operator.
It does bring the question though, are there individual teams that will specifically be benefiting from these changes?
It depends. You'll always have your teams that are way faster when it comes to adapting to your most recent changes, and you also have those teams that really need their time. They need some experience with, for example, a new operator or a change such as Nock before they really get used to it. And especially considering that you can get eliminated from the tournament today, we're looking towards those teams that have that immediate adaptation and the fast way of changing around new meta things.
I think it's going to affect banning strategy in the games a lot more because, you know, if you're a team that likes to try and find a gap and lurk into a gap, Fenrir is very counterproductive to that playstyle, so you've got to ban Fenrir. But then that means you need to be really good against the utility if his army's left open. And then if not, your drones need to be very good if Solis is left open. So there's this big trio of like, how do you now ban it, determining how you play and what your strengths as a team are?
There's a lot of different things to be taken into consideration coming into today, because as you said it as well, there is going to be an elimination match that will be on the B stream, so make sure you keep your eyes out for that as well. But that's just so much to be taken into consideration on your first day alone. Then without even talking about day 2, day 3, when you have to prep for all these different matches. So the teams are going to be really tested for their adaptability, which we've seen specifically when it came to Falcons last year. That was one of their very strong points.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at their playstyle, for example, and the fact that they had their first international experience last year for Falcons, they played on the international stage, then played in the MENA League after, got some more experience at the Copenhagen Major, where, unfortunately for them, they weren't even able to play with their main lineup, had some visa issues, didn't have their primary IGL, had a IGL step in. So, yes, I mean, I'm looking towards Falcons, and if they got that adaptability to change towards the new meta, and despite, you know, maybe the unfortunate things that happened to them at the Copenhagen Major, they can recover from that.
I mean, they did get to the major. They went pretty far. I wouldn't say unfortunate. I think, like, in general, it was a really great showing from them. So, again, it's going to be a matter of, can they showcase that this time around on the international stage? I mean, you're going up against the Ninjas in Pyjamas, so when we're looking and talking about Falcons specifically, what is the main thing that they need to showcase today to be able to just go through it cruising?
I think it's a case of being able to handle the pressure, because this is the first time, like we said, they are the home crowd.
Yes.
They are the only team here from this region. They will get the support from the crowd. Now, that's great, and it gives you a buff, and it gives you the energy, but it also puts a lot of pressure on your back. This time last year, Falcons didn't have the pressure. At Copenhagen, Falcons were written off. They didn't have the pressure. This is their first tournament of dealing with that pressure, and they're going up against a former world champion team. So that's the kind of, will they be able to sustain that pressure and deal with it? Because it's going to be a whole new challenge for them.
Well, it's so different when you're being viewed as an underdog than when you're being viewed as a team that people have expectations from. And if you look at their performance last year at Gamers8, yes, it was really good. They had some experience against all these different countries and different parts of the world. But then for LATAM, their experience against LATAM, they only played against MIBR last time at Gamers8 during 2022. No LATAM teams they played against during the Copenhagen Major. We know LATAM as a region is a pretty strong region as well. So for them to face against a LATAM team at the start of this tournament, that might be an unknown for them.
All right, well, Falcons, they are the gem of the Middle East, but it looks like pressure is building. So how are they going to be dealing with it, and how are they feeling? Let's have a check-in.
Words of doubt lingered the time before Gamers8 2022 began. Falcons won the Saudi E-League and earned their spot in the tournament to not only represent their home country, but their whole region. They said Falcons are not ready to meet the powerful opponents such as the recent 6 invitational winners, TSM.
They've fallen short and they'll do so again. TSM said trust the process. The process just won you a world championship.
But oh, how wrong were they? Falcons dove into the tournament with their claws out, defeating MIBR, Wild, and even the world champions, TSM.
And now it's all up to Gio. We've seen this clutch in the past from him, but it's not going to show up today. The Falcons knock out North America.
Grinding their way all the way to the grand final against Team BDS, they won the hearts of many viewers and earned a new fan base, while shining a light on what the MENA region can bring to the international stage. And now they are back. JLad, Joker, O'Kills, P9 and Valentino. This roster is making the beasts from Brazil, North America, Japan and Europe shake in their sneakers. It's time for the Falcons to finish what they started and make sure that the Gamers8 2023 trophy stays right here in Saudi Arabia.
Shaking in their sneakers. That's exactly what we're going to be wearing. It's not going to be the boots this time around. It's a little bit too hot for that. But one thing I do want to highlight on that video, specifically Fresh, was that Valentino was mentioned during that video. He played with the roster in Copenhagen, but it seems that that's been changing.
Yeah, so we've had kind of news of a very late change coming out of Team Falcons, in that Valentino will be dropping down to the subs bench, and then Q6Z, Quibs, I believe it's pronounced, is going to be in the starting roster. Now, if you did watch Gamers8 last year, he played Gamers8, and that's the last time he's played with Falcons.
Okay.
Not sure why he dropped off and then he's now kind of coming back. We don't know too much about the change. Falcons haven't really said too much about this change, but we was excited to see them with the full 5. They're now utilising the substitute player, or they've dropped Valentino down to substitute and utilising an old player in his place.
So technically they're going back to that old recipe of success that they found at Gamers8.
Yeah, because obviously when they played last year at Gamers8, I think they had Mad Skills play in because P9 wasn't 18, so P9 has now come in, and that was the 5 they were going with. Then it seems like Quibs went kind of somewhere. I don't know if he went traveling or whatever it was.
Living his best life.
That's when they picked in Valentino, and then obviously Valentino is now back out. So. From Falcons, it creates an unexpected because we don't necessarily know how the roles are going to play out. We don't know how they're going to, sync with this player now after having... Because we know Valentino's a big character in that team as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're not even into the first game and the curveballs are already being thrown at each other. So Ninjas in Pyjamas, they're going to be having to deal with this curveball, but it's not something to count them out because they are a beast themselves.
Yes, and to qualify themselves for this tournament, they certainly didn't have an easy route. They got into the final, and the day before the final, we spoke to their coach. Well, you're going to face against Liquid, a very strong opponent. Have you got any cards up on your sleeve? They said yes. The first map that was brought out in that grand final was NIP's Permapen. They were struggling a little bit on that. They struggled to the game all the way till it was down to 0-2, and one more map could mean that they would not qualify for this tournament.
Wow.
And then they reverse sweep Liquid. They came back all the way, won the last 3 maps, and eventually qualified themselves for this tournament. They haven't really had the most easy route during the Copenhagen Major either, as they faced potential elimination of that tournament on the very first day, and then made it all the way towards the top 8. So resilience is definitely a word that comes to mind when you're talking about NIP.
Ninjas in Pyjamas, the kings of resilience, and the way they got here is definitely how they proved it.
The Ninjas are longing for some lands. After a relatively long break from not qualifying to the international events after the 6th Invitational 2022, they made a comeback in the Copenhagen Major. With that boost of mentality, performance in Gamers Without Borders was significantly better. Exactly what we could expect from this brilliant roster. Defeating Lost One in the semi-finals was not easy.
He sees the barrel, he's got to go for the swing shot, he's got to get the kill! Psycho instead! Ninjas in Pyjamas, they're hurtling towards the grand final here at Gamers Without Borders. Loban goes down, cameraman the lone soul, but it's gonna be a camera-esque finish for Ninjas in Pyjamas.
And thus, when facing Team Liquid in the grand final, they were not able to secure maps at the start. Team Liquid was leading the best of 5 series 2-0, a situation no Tier 1 team would like to be in.
Least knows where one is now, but he's left guessing to find the second. 2 players line up, he gets a couple of shots in, but it's not gonna be enough. Close isn't gonna be good enough here. Lagonis, he's gonna find that final kill.
But that did not faze NIP. The Ninjas struck back and took home the next following maps: Villa, Clubhouse, and Cafe. Liquid had dried up in this match against NIP. They simply wanted it more.
Lagonis instead going to dip himself out and wait for Palu to maybe clear out this top floor a little bit. There's no chance of these Liquid players buddying up. Palu finds one, immediately locks on and domes Psycho. He's going to stun out and see if he can try and make something happen, but he's not going to be able to. Cons and Pino, they could pick up the final 2 kills, and that guarantees we are going to all available maps here.
Who would have seen this coming after such a dominant performance from Liquid?
We can expect a strong showing from NIP here at Gamers8. The question is, how far will they go?
That is the question indeed. How far will and can they go? Because when we're looking at Ninja Pyjamas, they're clearly not weirded out or scared of some of these reverse sweeps that they had to do. Adversity is really something that they're used to, but the question is, are they going to be used to these curveballs that are throwing at them? Because, like we said it already, Fresh, with the roster change coming through from Falcons, we don't know what to expect. Does Ninjas in Pyjamas know what to expect?
I think on the balance of things, you're probably going to be putting Ninjas in Pyjamas in as the favourite before this match comes in. When you're the favourite, it tends to just be around focusing on yourself, making sure your processes are good. Like I said, they've started slow in a lot of their tournaments and a lot of their league play. They start slow inside of fixtures, and this is where best of ones can cause them issues. Luckily, they are playing a best of 3 today. So even if they tend to lose the first map, they can go on. They lost the first game in Copenhagen Phase 1. They lost the first game in Copenhagen Phase 2. Those were both best of ones. And I think because it's a best of 3 today, even if they happen to lose the first map, they've got enough to keep it going and get through it in the best of 3 form. We've talked about the reverse sweeps. The challenge for me and what I want to see from Ninjas today is I want to see them starting really hot, starting really well, and showing us the class that we know they've got. They shouldn't have to go behind to then start playing.
No, especially if you're going to drop down to the lower bracket, there's significantly more games that you have to play and significantly more stuff that you got to show about your playstyle, about your maps and your strats and everything as well, if you still want to qualify towards the players that we have later this week. So yes, we're looking towards a fast start from NIP. They do say that they feel very comfortable playing those best of threes, more comfortable than they do playing best of ones. They said themselves during the Copenhagen Major as well that they were inspired by the Virtus Pro playstyle, which is a bit of a very slow playstyle.
Yeah.
And we saw in the Gamers Without Borders as well, it sometimes comes down to late round composure, where they just flood the side, they take that control, get all the kills that they need. Yes, they can play around and contest map control as well, but that type of play style does fit Falcons a little bit more, because when we've seen, for example, maps like Border from them, they will not give you a single centimeter of the map if you're trying to attack that. They will hold on to their control so strongly and make it really difficult for you to take something.
All right, so speaking actually about Border and that being Falcons map, I know even at the Major, Eminem was like, yeah, we now know how every team felt in Riyadh when they went up against Falcons. We're sorry about that. But it also brings the question, is that going to be a permaban? Is that immediately going to be taken out of the map pool? Is there another map that you don't think is going to be making it through?
I think speaking about Border specifically in the map bans, it's also one of NIP's favorite maps. So I imagine it gets let through, whether it's actually picked by either team.
All right.
Sometimes when both teams love a map, they tend to not pick it against the other. So we'll see where that goes.
All right, we're actually going to be going to Cafe, Chalet, and Clubhouse. The first map that was banned was by Ninjas in Pyjamas. It was Theme Park. The second map by Falcons was Bank. Then Oregon got banned by Ninjas in Pyjamas, as you predicted. And then Skyscraper taken out by Falcons. So the fact we're going Cafe, Chalet, Clubhouse, how are we feeling?
I mean, I'm not surprised by the bans. I mean, it's just those teams banning out the maps that they really don't like themselves or don't have good results on. We're going to Cafe, which is a pick from NIP. We can say this is probably one of their better maps. They currently have a 6-game win streak on this map. Then if you look at stats for Falcons, there are no stats. So they haven't played Cafe in recent history. There's a little bit of an extra curveball, maybe potentially being thrown at the side of Ninjas in Pyjamas. It's risky. I guess, yeah, it's okay, nice to pick your map that you're comfortable on, but you don't know how your enemies are going to
Risky for the biscuit.
There you go. And I think for Chalet, obviously we've seen Falcons pick into Chalet. I have it as their #1 map preference. The only reason that was facilitated was because Ninjas actually banned out Oregon. If Falcons were forced to ban out Oregon, then they wouldn't have been able to get Chalet because NIP would have had the free ban and would have got rid of Chalet. So I think it's a good map for Falcons to get themselves on. It's a very safe map for them, very high preference. NIP also do play it as well. And then we're going to go to the Old Faithful for the decider. We're going to go and see Clubhouse if we get there.
You think we're not going to get to Club? I heard an if. I want to know why is there an if we get to Clubhouse?
If we get, no, when we get to Clubhouse.
When,
I would
yes,
say we go
okay.
through maps.
We're going to go through maps, realistically?
Yeah, I mean, considering both these maps really favor one team, I reckon that it would be very normal for the team to win their favorite map, unless a very strange curveball comes out of nowhere and Falcons, for example, take that first map. But yeah, I think Club being the decider is a good middle ground, and I'd be happy to see that between these two teams.
Do you have a favorite team? Do you want to throw in a prediction? I'm going to have to do it to you guys.
Well, I own a Falcons jersey, so I'm going to be the Falcons.
Yeah. Do you want to be the opposition? Do you want to go for them?
It would be really good for Falcons to win on the home ground, but for NIP, we need a fast start. We don't want them to win, to lose and go down to the lower bracket.
The first game of Siege here at Gamers8 is on the way. Falcons up against Ninjas in Pyjamas. Let's get it started.
The sun is blazing, the moon is shining. In a land of heroes, where the stars are rising. Nobody can stop me, I walk through the fire around here for fame. Who will us the gusts of the storms in the desert? This is not a game. We fight for glory. Diamond nights in the heart of a lion. A battle with pride is a matter of time. I become the most greatest, the victory's mine. We reach for the cup, and attention is up. In the city of Riyadh, everybody's getting hot. It's not about luck, it's up on the skills that we got. International scores from all over the globe. Are you ready to show off and blow up the spot?
That man is used to lifting trophies, not putting them down. Massive thank you to the legend that is Bolo for delivering our amazing piece of silverware that one of our teams will raise when this is all said and done. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Welcome to Gamers8 featuring Rainbow Six. My name's Ian Chambers. This is my co-host Fancy, and we are delighted to say that we've got 8 of the best teams from around the world competing for this trophy and $2 million. Fancy, that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money indeed. أعزائنا المشاهدين، بولو شفناها اليوم وصل لما المسرح نزل لنا التروفي كتروفي بيرر معنا في هذا الايفنت، لكن الان ودنا نبدا رسميا في اكبر حدث رينبو 6 سيج حدث معنا في العالم، في اكبر حدث رياضات الكترونيه صار معنا في العالم. جيمرز 8 لاند اوف هيروز راح نبدا ان شاء الله اليوم في اول يوم في الحدث المباشر لبطوله رينبو 6 سيج. $2 مليون، 8 فرق من جميع انحاء العالم تواجدوا معنا اليوم للتنافس على شرف للتنافس على يكونون هم ابطال موسم الجيمرز لهذه السنه.
Hey, Fancy, you're good.
Yeah.
Should we bring out some teams?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، أول فريق في المباراة الافتتاحية اللي راح يكون معنا، خلونا نشوف منهم، ما هم غريبين عنكم لكن نشوف منهم ونرجع لكم مرة ثانية في المسرح. أعزائنا المشاهدين، فخر العرب فريق فالكونز تواجدوا معنا في المسرح اليوم. السنة الماضية قدروا انهم يوصلون للمركز الثاني، لكن السنة هذه وش اللي ممكن يسوونه؟ هذا اللي راح نشهده في المباراة الافتتاحية.
Of course, they've come into this tournament with the home advantage. They will, as we go along here, have a crowd on their side. And this time last year, they came agonizingly close to winning it all. They finished in second place. This time, they're going for gold.
طبعا هم الان جايين ما يبون ياخذون المركز الثاني، جايين يعوضون عن اللي صار في السنه الماضيه، وبيحاولون قد ما يقدرون انهم يكونون هم ابطال الموسم في هذه السنه. صدقوني دامهم في المباراه الافتتاحيه هم ابدا ما ياخذون الوضع باستهانه بالكامل، بالتوفيق لهم ان شاء الله في مباراتهم الاولى.
Now they are kicking off with some very fierce opponents, former world champions. Let's meet them. Is NIP, ladies and gentlemen, NIP. They made it here to this tournament by defeating Team Liquid, and they had a very decent run at our most recent major as well. I've touched base with them before. They stepped onto the stage here, Fancy, and they're feeling incredibly confident.
They do feel confident. أعزائنا المشاهدين، فريق NIP قدروا انهم يهزمون فريق ليكويد، قدروا انهم يهزمون افضل الفرق في العالم، يتواجدون معنا اليوم في المسرح في جيمرز 8. ولا ننسى ايضا انهم هم ابطال العالم السابقين. كل الفريقين ما هم غريبين عن ابطال العالم، كل الفريقين يقدروا يتنافسون معنا في المسرح في السابق. لكن المرة هذه مع جائزة أكبر، مع أشياء أكثر أون ستيك، أكيد إنهم بيقدمون أداء أفضل. كلنا متحمسين نشوف شو ممكن يسوون.
Well, our two teams are lined up. Best of luck, Falcons. Best of luck, NIP. Two incredible teams to kick us off here. We're starting strong here at Gamers8, featuring Rainbow Six, and it is now time to throw over to our amazing casters for this one.
جاء الوقت أعزائنا المشاهدين أن نروح للمعلقين نتكلم معهم شوي قبل ما نبدأ المباراة الأولى. زي ما احنا عارفين 8 فرق، $2,000,000، 750,000 للجائزة المركز الأول. كلنا متحمسين نشوف من اللي ممكن ياخذها. خلونا على طول نروح مع المعلقين.
Gentlemen, take your seats, and now over to our casters.
Ian, thank you very much indeed. My name is XR Troika. I am joined here on the cast by none other than Demo. Demo, how are you feeling to be out in Riyadh?
Here we are, back again, me and you, ready to go with Gamers8 this time only. Obviously, we got to see NIP in the qualifiers, didn't we? We were able to cover them. What a match against Liquid they had, and I mean, boy, for them being here, it's massive. Knocking off Liquid after the run that they were on.
I'm not sure that my sleep has recovered since that match, because it was an extreme game.
I'll tell you one thing that has recovered, my voice.
Yes,
so
you weren't too good last time.
Yeah.
63 rounds. NIP had to play against Liquid to get here. And you better believe that they are going to make that count. Going up against Falcons here to kick things off on the A stream. We couldn't ask for much more here.
Yeah, Falcons obviously a team which is now starting to rise up in popularity. We've seen them here last year. I think a lot of people didn't really know what Falcons had to offer. We've seen that on stage. We've seen them up against BDS. Then now, obviously, with how the circuit is for Siege, we see them now at our majors, and we've seen them in Copenhagen. Maybe didn't hit, I think, the momentum that they wanted to. Bit of a disappointing performance from them. Didn't really see, I think, the best that Falcons can offer. But hopefully now, we're obviously being in the home of this team, they can do some good Siege.
It's difficult for Falcons, isn't it? Because they sort of go from one end of the spectrum where they're at Copenhagen and there's not a lot of expectation of them, to then being playing out here at Gamers8 where there's a home crowd.
Of course.
There's a lot of expectation on these people to do well. Falcons as an org have already done well throughout the whole competition as a whole. They were successful in Tekken. So there is that sort of pressure that comes on from elsewhere. And that can make things a little bit more difficult. You copy that and you look at who they're going up against here. They're going up against NIP. This is one of the best of 3 teams we've got. It's one of the best tournament teams that we've got out there. NIP are in their element here. It's the best part of a tournament for them because they don't have to worry about all the best of 1 stuff. They just come straight into the best of 3s.
You come in for NIP and you think that, yeah, they're always going to be in for a chance to win a game. I don't think there's many games where you really think and say NIP is going to get ran over, because they're not that kind of team. I think best of 1 in league standings, although we know that it's different for NIP, and we've seen them fall by the wayside plenty of times, but whenever it comes to LAN environments, they are a very capable team who can take tournaments. We've seen that before in the past. We've seen them get runners up. We've seen them come close. We've seen them lift it. Can this be a chance now for NIP, who I would say they're not going in here to... I don't think NIP are favourites in this competition. I don't think you can really say that with the likes of W7M here. You've got G2 here. It's going to be difficult for NIP whenever they get later in the stages, but I think for, like you said, a team that can pick momentum, they can get just stuck in immediately and start building that as time goes in.
We were having a look last night and we were checking out Falcons and who they have played previously. Obviously, coming up against a LATAM team here. In Siege, if you're not familiar, there is a little bit of a rite of passage that a lot of teams go through where you have got a rite of passage to get slammed on LAN by a LATAM team. Now, Falcons are a little bit of a buck to the trend on that rule. They're an anomaly. They've played MIBR so far as the only LATAM team they have played, and they won 2-0. That was last year at Gamers8. Everyone who can't remember, MIBR went out fantastically first last year at Gamers8, bless their souls.
They had a show match to play in.
Somebody had to. They did get to play in the show match, but Falcons, on paper, have got a very good record against LATAM teams, but it's only one LATAM team, and it's maybe not your favourite LATAM team, Demo. I know you're a little bit conflicted over there on the MIBR. This is going to be a much different occasion here, going up against a team like NIP.
Yeah, NIP obviously they've had a few roster changes since that SI winning roster, haven't they? They've lost 2, they've brought 2 players in. But you still have that main core. You know, Pino and Muzi. You think back to Pino and Muzi at SI21, Ollie. They were the best in that year. That I don't think anyone can go against it. Sure, you could probably argue Nesk and Palu, which just makes it scary. We had Nesk and Palu and Pino and Muzi playing at the top of their game at the same tournament. You know, EUNA and APAC never stood a chance, did they really, in that competition? But Pino and Muzi, they're going to be a threat, aren't they? They're always going to be the presence element for this side. And if those two are gunning today, Ollie, I don't know what Falcons can do.
It sort of moves us in quite nicely to talking about the way that these two teams match up against each other as well. And we can talk maybe a little bit more stylistically about this. We've got a team like NIP who are well known for their own version of default takes. They aren't necessarily the most opportunistic team in terms of opportunity spotting, but they are a great team at contested map control. They're a great team at setting themselves up for their own 3-2-1s, and they do the basics quite well. That's something that you can always have said for NIP, and obviously this sort of newer version of NIP, it's almost NIP 2.0, right? So of course we've had a Julio, of course, leave, Wizard join in, so they've developed and they've honed that a little bit more now. You sort of contrast that against Falcons, where they are known for this aggressive playstyle. They will just run at you and give you a bit of a problem, and it did them well in Copenhagen.
Yeah, I don't know how the matchup's going to work for Falcons against, like you said, a team like NIP who are a lot more reserved in the playstyle. You think about how the meta is at the moment, particularly look at a team like W7M, right? That playstyle where it's so opportunistic, you have to make the first move. Whereas NIP, I think they still play the kind of similar Siege that they have done throughout their time, where it can be slow. We see the odd round where they'll bring a Monty if they are struggling with entry engagements, for example, which I wouldn't be surprised if NIP do struggle with entries today, because like you said, Falcons, they've got some break gunners as well. Falcons are not the finished article. That's one thing we have to say. NIP, this is, you know, this is them at the top of their game. This is. Falcons, there's a lot of time for this team to grow. And I think what we'll see today, it's not going to be perfect. I don't think we can say Falcons are going to come in here and play, you know, incredible Siege, because they're still very new to get used to playing against the big teams, getting used to playing in this kind of circuit. It will take them time, but this is the start of it. This is where we'll probably be able to look back, Ollie, next year and say, wow, look how far they've come.
Absolutely.
We're saying about it this year. Look at them last year.
Yeah.
It just keeps building and building and building.
The growth and the trajectory is quite shocking when you look at it like that and you think no one knew what to expect last year at Gamers8. No one knew what to expect in Copenhagen. I think that they overachieved in both of those tournaments. They did a lot better than a lot of people thought that they were going to do. It just so happens that now they're coming up against a team that is going to give them a real good fighting chance. They're coming up against NIP. And again, you're talking first day of the competition. We haven't seen Tier 1 Siege in a long time, Devon. We've not seen international Siege since Copenhagen. And that, again, throws into question how things have changed. We already know that there's been quite a large meta shift. That was spoken about at length on the desk. But it looks as though, for any eagle-eyed viewers amongst you, we may be headed into the game. We saw a couple of loading screens there. We've been waiting for a couple of these players to get stuck into the lobby. And we're going to be kicking things off here and now. Best of 3, Falcons versus NIP. And we're going to be starting things off here on Cafe.
Here we are, Cafe. A map which I wouldn't say is the most popular map. I think certain teams will play this, certain teams probably move away from it because it is more of a aggressive map to say. I think it's one of those maps where you have windows, spawn peaks are going to happen, but it's a tricky map to attack. Just getting into the building, Ollie, is the most difficult thing for Cafe, surprisingly. I will say that a team like Falcons on a map like Cafe, we know they're going to be aggressive. It will suit them well. NIP, the fact that they start on the attack, that could be a bit of a slow start for them. It could be, you know, Cafe, Ollie, we see 7-1s happen all the time, 7-2s, because whoever has that defense side first, they'll sweep. And that could very well happen here today.
Well, especially when we start talking about the... what do you want to call it, Demo? Do you want to call it the trifecta? Do you want to call it the quad of power defenders? Because I think we throw Valkyrie into that mix as well. Valkyrie's a real big problem. You start thinking about defender-sided maps, you start thinking about what's available to teams. Fenrir, Solace, Azami, Valkyrie. You have 2 bans. You've only got 2 bans. You can't get rid of very much there when you've got 4 super powerful defenders to be dealing with. As we can see, Azami has been removed, but Fenrir remains. It's the Wamai instead that has been removed by the Falcons. So you've still got the Valkyrie, you've still got the Fenrir, you've still got the Solace. Now, what are 3 operators that Falcons have chosen right here and now to kick things off, Demo?
Yeah, they're strong. Very, very strong operator. Solus on Cafe, we know, is a nuisance. The fact that you can use the gadget to see where Claymore is going to be stacked for jump outs, for example, is fantastic. A lot of plant positions are destructible from below, so she can even have some plant denial if needed. Shall we talk about Fenrir? Shall we have a chat about him? And just my initial thoughts, Ollie. I don't think we've got a chance to actually really speak about him, have we?
Talk, I want to hear it.
Very, very strong. Very, very strong. The gadget fills a lot of roles. It kind of fills the role of what Melusi was, where it would give you an indicator someone's pushing, like Legion, for example, you know, barbed wire kind of esque, where it just gives you a notification that someone's pushing. The gadget itself, being able to take away someone's vision, it's so annoying if you get caught on that. It's an annoying gadget. It's one of those traps.
One word for it.
Of course. And here we go. Solus, this is what I'm on about. You can check, see if there's any Claymores. If anyone's there, sadly misses the cube. But anyway, back to Fenrir. Fenrir is so good in this meta because his gadget is so good stopping rushes. There is so many rushes in this game right now. That's how the meta has developed. Know where we get probably into teams like W7M, where we know they have a strat and a rush for every map ×2. That's where you'll see the real power of Fenrir. I don't know if we'll see the real value out of him because NIP, I don't think, are really the team that would go for the rushes, maybe the odd one, but like you said before, they're a much more composed team, aren't they?
It's going to give them a lot of problems to solve and a lot of mini games because you've got, you know, the Fenrir, you've got things like the Mozzie. We've already seen good value out of Mozzie's Pest there, being able to capture a couple of the shock drones from Twitch. We've already seen how aggressive Falcons are willing to play in the opening part of this game. I think just about everyone was at a window in the opening 15-20 seconds, looking for something that they could find. Like you say, just because you maybe don't see anyone out on the rappel as the Solace, you can still check for Claymores, you can still have a look if you get that call, if you get that suspicion. NIP are making good progress though. They made their way into that top floor and it's forced Quibs to actually make that drop off. There's still a couple of C4s below threatening, but top floor control isn't going too badly at the moment for NIP.
Yeah, they've got top floor quite easily, mostly because there isn't a deployable shield on the side of Falcons, so you don't have that kind of extra layer of cover where you'd see maybe like a Jaeger or something play, you know, kind of suicide position upstairs where he'll sit there behind the shield, have NIP burn through all the utility, but they're not going to go for it. They've kind of fallen off very early on, but I feel as though they probably should have got a pick before they went for the back off, because now a minute to go and Pino could just start ripping up the floor, and there isn't really any safe positions you can have in reading that won't get you killed from above. So NIP now, they just have to make sure, Ollie, that they're set up in the correct position, so whenever the sledge comes in, opens up these angles, someone's ready to catch on the pinch as Falcons run away.
Wizard going to pick up the opening kill there onto J-Lad. It puts even more pressure on the C4s that are from below. The flank's being watched now. We've got Muzi on the IQ. He's able to spot out a lot of the gadgets. We haven't seen anything really come to light with Fenrir's gadget so far. Muzi got caught in it for a brief second earlier, but he's been able to ping out a lot of that utility. We can see one there just above the reading door, but look at this pressure coming in vertically. Comes, he gets caught out in the Fenrir, but he doesn't care. He's going to stick the plant anyway. Psycho from above picks up his second Joker. Got a lot of work to do now, along with O-Kills, especially seeing as the plant has gone down. Muzi, he's just occupying this space on wide stairs. He's got Psycho below. That's going to give the cue to call and the information. Pino from above, he's going to find one. And O-Kills, well, it was always going to be a tough ask. NIP, what's this power trio? What's this power quad of defenders? All you need is an IQ demo.
Yeah, very, very clean attack, isn't it? Very, very clean. That's what you expect to see from a team like NIP, where they are so concise if things go to plan. Whenever things don't go to plan for NIP and they start getting dominated in that opening kill department, that's where they start to struggle and they slow down. And then we're sitting there thinking, NIP, once again, so slow. But as it stands, a good first round. You look at that reading bomb site, where we've seen Ace go in for the plant. There is no position that you can have that can stop that plant without exposing yourself to the verticality above. Very similar to how maybe Border on Ventilations would play out, where you just sit above, hold the angle on the reading door, hold an angle on the rotation hole. You can't do anything to stop that as the defense. You need to play aggressive if you're Falcons. You cannot allow NIP to set up like that, because they will rinse you, which they've just done that.
Shows great commitment from NIP as well, because they didn't all commit to the bomb site. They knew what they needed to do.
Just one plan.
They had the vertical control, they had the restraint, they've got that experience. Again, it all comes down to this. Getting that top flare cleared nice and early on, giving themselves the time to be able to affect later on into the round. And it's forced a couple of changes. Recognizing that IQ is likely going to be a perma pick here from NIP through necessity more than anything else. Falcons have gone, okay, we need to change things up a little bit. We maybe can't risk the Valkyrie again because it's just going to get found. We're not going to get too much value out of those cameras. We didn't land a single C4 last round, so that isn't even sort of marrying in quite nicely. So they're going to instead opt for almost the old-fashioned tech of just a fire canister, like a Vulcan canister.
Is that old-fashioned these days? Is it? I mean, he's been around for a while.
There's
He is
no electronics,
old-fashioned.
is it? Yeah. It's just a capsule of petrol.
Just petrol,
and then something to mount it to a wall. It's very, very simple stuff. So they're going for that anyway. It isn't going to get caught out on IQ scanners. And what it will do is it will buy them a little bit more time. It's a great area denial tool. So if they are feeling like they're losing this top floor a little bit too quickly, they can try and use some of those Vulcan canisters to sort of stop that as well.
Yeah, I would like to see them play more aggressive. NIP, you need to get in their face. You need to play aggressive against them. And I like this more. You know, being able to use the Solus to call out this information, but it's only good, Ollie, if someone's there to actually use that information and follow up with some swings. And remember, you can see if someone's on a window, on their camera, whatever it is. I'm surprised that they're not actually trying to punish NIP because they're very separate. You've got one guy in a window on the west side not holding anything, no one's there with him. You can maybe run out of east. You know, there's potential here that they could go for the run-outs, but they're not going to take it. And again, this is where I worry because NIP, Ollie, they're going to do the exact same thing again. They're not going to change their ways.
It's almost an action replay of what Cons did last time. Quibs this time isn't going to drop off straight away. Just have a little bit more utility kicking around him this time. Muzi's got himself into that washroom position. First kill comes through. Cons, he's able to open the wall through into the top of Lumber and immediately take Quibs down. Maybe he should have dropped as Wizard. He's going to pick up another onto J-Lad. A C4 is thrown. A little bit of a delay on the detonation, but it isn't going to matter. Another Dokubi call rains through. This just makes it even more pressurizing for Falcons right now.
I mean, Wizard, he's in a great position just to cut off the crosses. If anyone from Falcons tries to maybe get back into the bomb site and assist, it just isn't going to happen. And that's exactly what he's done. So it just leaves a 1v5 for Falcons NIP, Ollie. It's even easier than what it was last time. It shouldn't be like that. Falcons have just allowed NIP to rinse the cycle again.
25 seconds left. O'Kills gets a glimpse and a chance, is able to take down Cons. With it, the diffuser maybe finds himself a second here, but he can't watch everything. Muzi on the top of the white stairs is able to cut him down. The Goyo canisters there even coming to the detriment of the Falcons. P9 had to push all the way through it because he got caught outside of that reading door and needed to come in. When you've got all that vertical access, you can't afford to be letting it go so quickly.
Yeah. I just think O'Kill's on the Solus, he needs to be more vocal and kind of almost demand players to come to him and swing off this information. They have a C4 they can use. There's potential. You know, there's a couple of guys in reading that they could have C4'd. There was options for them, but they're allowing NIP too much control. Way too much control. One thing I will say, though, about Falcons is it's only the one bomb site they've been to. They haven't been top floor, which should be really strong for them, considering the operators that are available, such as Mira, such as Valkyrie as well. There's still potential for them to pull it back.
What replays there from that last round, not really going the Falcons' way.
I think they're nervous.
I think there's definitely a bit of nerves floating around. NIP look stone cold. They look icy.
As much as we say, you know, home crowd advantage, there's also going to be the pressure of, you know, performing for that home crowd, isn't there? There's always going to be that weight that you have to take in consideration. It kind of works both ways sometimes. Sure, it's great to have the crowd behind you if you're feeling it, but, you know, if things are going down, you start to dip the head, you're probably thinking, oh, I'm letting everyone down here, but not the case. No, everyone, I'm sure, in the studio and everyone in the arena are rooting for Falcons and try and get themselves back in this game.
I'm not sure if we're in a timeout at the moment, though.
I don't know.
It feels a little bit timeout-esque, doesn't it?
What about the stage, Ollie?
What about the stage?
What an intro.
I enjoyed that Bolo came and brought the trophy out.
He's just here. He's living it up.
He loves it.
Siege celebrities. And another one, he comes in tonight. King George is joining us as well.
You're
for the
excited
week.
about that one, aren't you?
KG. He is... he's a very successful player in this game. Played one invite, won one invite.
Did you know there's another player?
Oh, I did.
Played one invite and won one invite.
Yes, indeed. He's currently playing at the moment.
Currently playing today. Not on this stream, though.
Not on this stream. B stream. G2 versus M80. Benja is the player that Ollie was referencing. Of course, he lifted that trophy in February, his first time at the competition, and he wins the trophy.
Just a confirmation that it is a tactical timeout, so imagining that is a Falcons tactical
Just to
timeout.
settle the nerves, probably more than anything. I don't think strategically wise, it's just calm.
Just needed something.
Calm, yeah.
Needed something. You know, we're looking at this and we're thinking, okay, O'Kills has got 2 kills. One of them was an exit frag. We need to do something about this. Guys, relax, play your game. It's a marathon. It's a best of 3. We're not even 3 rounds in, we're at the start of round 3. Yeah. There's so much time left. It doesn't matter how the first couple of rounds go. But if you give NIP that start, if you give them that momentum, it can be very difficult to drag it back. NIP have already done their job here, technically, on Attack on Cafe. They've got a couple of rounds.
Yeah, they got 2, which is...
You get 2 rounds, you can kind of relax a little bit because you know that your defense is going to be a little bit easier.
Top right already, and the Monty comes in. Again, NIP, they're playing, you know, a much more slower pace of Siege than what we're used to. And I think for a map like Cafe, especially Bakery, where Monty's really good at locking down the long corridors, just an info. You know, you think about you walk into small Bakery, you can look right down that red hallway, Ollie. You can see if there's a guy peeking you in coke, a guy peeking you in sight, a guy towards the bar. All that information is great for, you know, an operator like Monty. Even just walking into Bakery, being able to challenge and scare away players like P9, who is in a, you know, a bit of a difficult position to clear out, considering that he's got a mute jammer there as well. But as I say that, mute jammer is going to be disabled by that impact EMP, and that wall will be open, forces him away. Another benefit, of course, of taking them on is he does fill that niche role of having the impact EMPs.
Pino primed and ready here with Capital as a C4 does come out. Nade goes through. Warden activates the goggles, thinks about dipping back, but instead stays for the challenge. This is what we wanted to see from Falcons. Immediately traded off by Moosey's nade, but Psycho can get aggressive and play right up against that breach now. Not only can he call out where people are, so he now knows the mute's going to be swinging into prep, feeds that information over to Pino. It almost writes itself. We're now seeing O'Kills having to make that rotation back, get himself a little bit close to sight. Quibs can't really pass that double door due to the lines of sight that they've given themselves, and Psycho can just continue to call out for his team, getting a bit more information. Okay, we know there's one on double now. Anyone vertical that can deal with that? J-Lad, he's looking from above. It means that it's an effective 4 versus 2 on the site here, and as soon as NIP realize that with the drones, they're going to start to take advantage.
Yeah, it's so easy for Monty just to move in. He knows that he's always going to be able to take a battle where he's always facing frontwards, and obviously going to get flanked or anything like that. But oh, look at that. The use of the Capital smoke bolts being able to cover off the vertical angles above allows him to move in. Diffuser is going down from Psycho. But there is still a bit of a fight back. O'Kills has taken down Pino. Lad needs to try and get in there. He needs to try and stop it, but it's not going to happen. Just Monty can sit in the corner now. Ollie, NIP, passive as it comes, can dip outside. Oh, almost catches the headshot onto the Nomad, but there's the long angles from Collins, picks up the double. That was a lot better from Falcons that round. They were almost trying to pull it back in, but just that Monty, the presence of that operator, Ollie, really overtook what Falcons were trying to cook up.
If that was round 1, you would look at that and go, wow, Falcons, they're here for the fight, they're ready for it. But because it's round 3, you sort of look at it and you go, NIP are just running rings. Yeah, they're doing whatever they want.
Sure, it's better from Falcons, but it's still not a round win.
They are doing whatever they want here.
Bomb located by attack.
Combination
Located by
between the
attack.
Monty and the Capital. I love the use of the Capital smoking off the ball. Obviously got the Monty just being able to charge through and give out all of that important information. Psycho, you got to assist him with 2, maybe 3 kills there, and he gets the plan down just from the call-outs that he was able to give.
Yeah, one thing as well I have to say about NIP is very minimalistic here in Cafe. They've just showcased, Ollie, that they won the round by taking Bakery, Small Bake, and that is it. Didn't go above, didn't try and take him towards Coat, didn't go towards Garage or Restaurant or VIP. It was as plain Jane as well, anything is these days, isn't it? It's so simple for them. Falcons, downstairs again. I'm really shocked that they're not going above. Top floor is available, and Mira is up. Mira and top floor together, Ollie, it's low-key, it's a bit broken, I'll be honest, because there's nothing you can really do against them. It's so strong, that top floor mirror windows. I'm really shocked that they're not going for it. Mega shocked.
I've seen you mauled over mirror windows a couple of times being available on maps. I remember.
It's just on top floor. It's literally the top floor mirror windows. It is so good.
It's so good. And there's so many different ways that you can play it as well. And I think that NIP were almost expecting that, because in the first round, we saw Twitch play. Now, you bring Twitch, you're going to want to try and disable gadgets. You bring them, ideally, if you're going to want to try and deal with the mirror window, because it's a great way on the top floor of dealing with it without going below and, you know, going through all of that sort of rigmarole. We've not seen the Twitch since. Now, of course, it's used for other things. You can disable other gadgets with it, but its primary use is, of course, going to be that mirror window. And I think the NIP were maybe expecting a little bit more mirror plays to come out of Falcons here.
Pino using the Camaras instead of the C8, which is an interesting one. Opting for the DMR. NIP, they're looking at a bit of a different approach only this time. They're going to try and go for that verticality. And one thing you have to say about NIP and maybe changing things up is, do you think this is where they feel a bit more confident that they can maybe try and push for the, you know, if you're going for this strat, you have to be ready that there could be roamers. And NIP, we know, they're not the greatest at sometimes those opening engagements, but the fact that they've went for it, probably realizing that Falcons haven't really looked sharp in the early game. They haven't looked to aggress onto them. They haven't looked for roams. Falcons have been so passive. And NIP, knowing that, they say, they're giving us the map for nothing.
Let's take it.
Let's take it.
We did have J-Lad above last time. Psycho just getting a shoulder peek onto the Jaeger down below. I'm not sure if J-Lad rotated up last time or if he was spending the majority of the round up there. But of course, he isn't going to be there this time. And NIP are going, brilliant, we'll bring the book. We'll make a mess of this floor. We'll get all these vertical angles. We don't, you know, we're not just going to crutch onto the Monty. We're not a one-trick pony outfit here. We've got a lot of tricks up our sleeve. Another Dokkaebi call comes through. For all that we talk about, impressive defending operators.
Oh, I love it.
Dokkaebi has to be mentioned as well. We are seeing quite a bit of value there out of the Osser. J-Lad is allowed to make a little bit of a reposition there. There's a Fenrir gadget in this mixture as well, so it's all not ideal, but look at what happens from above. Quips is able to find one back. This is better from Falcons, but the plant is still going down here. We are going to see a great swing there. The Psycho and Muzi pick up one apiece. NIP, they aren't missing, Demo.
No, again, it's so clean. That was really good opportunity spotting from NIP, a team which we said maybe don't play as fast as Siege and being able to see things. Hey, let's take this now. They done that. They were able to see that they're playing very heavy off-site. There's no presence above, as we know. And Kitchen struggles probably similar to what happened in Reading, where if you open up everything, there's not a lot of safe positions you can sit in to actually stop plants going down. You almost have to play from outside the site. You look at VIP and Restaurant, for example. We seen Quibs in there. He was able to get one kill drop, but he can't do it all. And one thing as well I want to point out is the Lion from NIP. What a strong position. Being able to lock down the long white corridor into VIP, into Restaurant, but also then he had a deadly angle ollie in through Freezer, through the doorway, onto the double door. So even covering that swing, NIP had every single position that Falcons could try and play covered. They are so mentally ready for this ollie. It's as if they're literally reading like a book, and it says, right, step 1, do this, step 2, do this, step 3, do this. P.S. They will do this. They're given the book has reminders for them. It's a cheat guide they must have up there.
It certainly feels that way. I think it does also speak to this sort of core of NIP as well. You look at the core of Muzi, Pino, and Psycho. These guys have played together for a long old time.
Love the pick up of Cons. You know, we've seen this guy back whenever you're starting out, back in the Brazil circuit. A really underrated player.
Santos?
Yeah. You know, well, I mean, hey, we've seen that Santos Dexterity team, and of course that W7M team. Look at the players now that they've been able to produce. It's kicked some of the old guard out, hasn't it? You know, some of the old guard have had to go and coach M&M, for goodness sake. That's what's happened. You've went to coach M&M.
We were ahead of the time, though.
Oh, really were.
Ahead of the years. 4 rounds here, NIP have been able to chain together.
This is unheard of in Cafe.
Pretty devastating. Pretty devastating. They're showing no signs of slowing down.
Still no upstairs, by the way.
I honestly think that Falcons are pretty scared to go upstairs.
They shouldn't be.
Look at this amount of information. Surely O'Kills is good.
3 players with cams.
Knows that the cams have come through. Knows there's a chance he's been misdroned. Can he find the shot? Ooh, just fluffs it. Maybe the trigger discipline wasn't quite there. There are plenty of players up here this time. We do have a little bit of utility kicking around as well. NIP know this.
So a little bit more of a roam approach. Only one player really in the bomb site, Ollie. 4 players above. This is what we want to see more from Falcons, is actually take it to NIP. Just don't give them everything. Actually make them fight for it. Get some kills against NIP. They should know that NIP will struggle from time to time in the opening engagements, but they're not going for it. But again, even look at the pacing. At this time, NIP were like pretty much, they had top floor at this stage. Now they're only just getting into reading. Times have changed.
Efficiency 4 goes out from JLad. Isn't going to be successful. Cons able to open up the wall again into the top of white. Quibs this time going to find the opening pick for the first time for the Falcons. As Cons is shut down. A lot of his work has been done though, and he should have cut this top floor in half. Quibs, location known, easily taken out there by Pino. There were a number of NIP guns looking in that direction, and what a flick from Pino onto JLad. He spoke about P9 being the sole roamer below. He's the only one that's not seen any action yet. Joker be playing on that Oryx. P9 thinking about a little bit of a rotation up here, just cautious of a drone or maybe an air jab of something of that nature. It's not the air jab you need to be worried about, it's the gun. Wizard, he's able to take him out on the Nomad. And Joker, now with a lot of work to do inside of 20 seconds, picks up the first. Wizard still has Diffuser in hand, but Muzi is there to collect. Muzi putting in the hard yards here. It's not easy to play the IQ and still frag out like that.
Yeah, it's been a kind of religious pick, hasn't it, for them? It's always going to be there. And well, I mean, Ollie, you kind of foreshadowed this. You've done this. You said that getting rinsed by a Brazil team is something that happens to the best of us.
It's a rite of passage.
Is this what you were talking about?
It is.
5-0 on Cafe. I mean, again, like, Falcons, you're not going above. I'm still a little bit annoyed that they're kind of doing this to themselves. Such a strong bomb site, and they're not picking it.
It's going to be devastating when we get ourselves onto the other side.
That'll be the first pick, yeah.
And NIP are on defense, and then we start to see what gets brought out from them. Like that's really going to be when the troubles start here for Falcons. Obviously, it's only map 1. There's still 2 more maps here if required. Guaranteed to see at least another 1.
10 seconds to go.
Well,
5 seconds left.
Finally, we're going to see the top floor. If this ends in a win, I'll just be sat here thinking, you could add 2 rounds instead of 1.
Have a look at what you could have won.
Could have had more.
I'm not sure it would be that straightforward.
Well, it's like you lose the big money spin, and it's like, well, let's show you what you could have won. Just rub it in them.
Falcons have defaulted this time. They've gotten rid of the Solace, and they've also gotten rid of the Fenrir. For all that we've spoken about Fenrir, Falcons haven't seen great value out of it.
It's probably because it's not a great matchup against NIP, where NIP will just like rip things apart. They'll pick everything. They'll see where every setup is, and they'll just methodically go through it. Teams who are a little bit more, let's go for this. Sure, we may dive to this, and we're not really thinking about Fenrirs. That's where it comes into play. But NIP ain't that team.
And then you think about the information that was gathered from the Solace. Yeah, the info's there, but there's no one really to act on.
NIP don't care if you know where they are. They'll still come get you.
They're pretty happy. Yeah. Like, we can only be so many places. It doesn't matter if you know where we are. Especially with some of the shots that NIP have been hitting today. Pino, 7-1. Wizard, 5-1. Muzi, 6-1. These guys aren't losing gunfires.
Whereas you look on the other side, we've got 0-5, 0-5 from P9 and Jalad equally, and only 3 kills. The top kills for O kills.
Oh, what a devastating nade. P9 lucky to be alive there, Pino. Seen a good bit of value out of that first nade. Maybe going to double dip and go for a second. The yellow pin is still there, but as we can see, P9 has dug himself in just a little bit deeper. And IP certainly taking their time over this one. Pino is going to get run out on from below as we finally see some of that aggression, but it isn't going to matter. 2 kills instantly responded to.
Yeah, that was a great rotate, it has to be said, for Muzi, being able to slip his way in through Red Hat, straight into Cigar Shop, and then have that long angle to try and cover if anyone tries to sprint towards Heaven, if anyone maybe tries to go outside pillars and go for that run out, he's there to cover it. So a great little pocket play there for Muzi. Just, it keeps him on the toes now because Falcons, they have to drag someone over there to try and mark Muzi, and that's going to be Quibs inside a piano. So essentially it's a 2v3 on site, but NIP, they're not really in a great position to maybe execute. They're probably wanting to swing in towards the window. That's a yellow ping. They know that Jalad is here with the shotgun. Keep in mind from Legion, rips into it, but they both trade. There's the run out from O-Kills, but Wizard has the refrag. He's in the site, Ollie.
Much better there from Falcon. Patience that was shown by O-Kills there on that run out was phenomenal. He's still hanging around the bottom of this reading door.
Where's Diffuser? Is it outside? Wasn't it? It was Cons had it. Is it not outside East? It is outside East, Ollie. This is an issue because they need Diffuser 15 seconds to go.
There's still time here. O-Kill's location's known, but he has got some information of his own. He's going to try and stay alive now as there's only 10 seconds left. Isn't going to be aware of Muzi, but isn't either going to be aware of Wizard. Wizard choosing the right option there to drop down and assist his teammate. They had no option but to go for the kills. 6 clean rounds, and that's the closest it's come so far.
On the top floor, may I add?
On the top floor.
If they had the mirror, that could have been the round. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself.
Well, they had the diffuser outside. They had almost everything that you would have wanted. You've got players inside and a diffuser outside.
Yep.
The only better place it could have been was on the roof.
Again, just you look at what Falcons did better that time. They were more aggressive. You look at the runouts. 2 runouts happened in the same door.
Yeah. Very patient as well with those runouts.
I mean, Legion Shotgun's a fun one. Did you see that? That made the appearance.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. I think had that been the T5, maybe you would have had a slightly different outcome, but...
And this is what I'm talking about as well. The fact that they had, you know, Muzi over by himself towards red stairs. Quibs couldn't hold the drop from Piano. And that takes the man away, and then you can see just an easy drop from Wizard in. Just little moments like that. Just a man advantage is so important for a map like Cafe.
So another defender that has seen a little bit of a change that we haven't yet spoken about, but it is a prime time to speak on. One of your favourites, Demo. Thorn.
Why is that one of my favourites?
Because when Thorn first came out, you were loving it.
1.5x now.
1.5x side.
I mean, is it going to be the end-all and be-all? I mean, it shouldn't be.
It's good enough for Muzi, it's good enough for me.
It's good enough for Muzi, it's good enough for you.
That's what I'd say.
Observation blockers is another thing. We've got a triple observation blocker set up in Cigar Shop. So obviously we're going to be seeing not the reading bomb site, it's going to be mining and dining is the selected bomb site, the one that we didn't see at all from Falcons, but NIP have chose it first. Look at this whole ollie that they have. They have 1 player in the site, which is expected, and 4 roamers all around the map. They have 1 player, Suicide, holding inside the Cigar Shop with the castle barricade, with all the observation blockers as well, just so they'll never really know where he is. They know he's in there, but they don't know. It's like bringing a pocket vigil, but you don't have the vigil. You think about it like that way, isn't it?
But you've got more things than the vigil. It's fantastic. I don't think we saw Falcons actually use the observation blockers, and I didn't spot it if we did.
Observation blockers, they're a bit...
Coupled with the mute jammer. It's almost impossible here. Psycho just pops up. He's playing whack-a-mole there. Joker might have got the castle barricade, but that is all you will get. Unforgivable to not drone out the stage.
Falcons, that's going to hurt them a bit, because obviously Castle barricades, there's more than 1 that Castle can bring, so losing out on the Ash is going to be an issue. Good refrag, though, from P9, being able to take out Psycho. That does free up potential of just a Piano swing in free minibar, for example, Ollie. If no one's going to be there to cover it for NIP, it could get them in the building. Falcons, however, it looks as if they're also going to try and challenge players like Pino, but look how far away Pino is from the actual bomb site. If Pino dies, they're not going to lose control of the site. That's very, very far away. So that's the only issue I have for Falcons. But Jalad, he's just been able to walk in towards Reading, I think, through pillar door. Nobody been able to stop him and picks up a freebie.
Look at the access he's got to site now as well. Try and open up that soft wall and maybe try and do something with it. Cons could see some great timing, but unfortunately can't land the finishing blow. Pino forced to drop here as Falcons are putting on a bit of a masterclass of their own. Muzi, it is only you that stands between this and a flawless first map here for NIP. There is still potential. Can't quite get an angle on the plant that's going down, but he's got a good bit of information. Can he land the first? Yes. Players almost lining up nicely for him there. The plant is re-attempted here by JLab, but he's only down to the CZ. Quibs, he's going to swing the corner. Falcons, they pick up a round demo. They're in the game.
They are in the game. First round goes to them. Honestly, I think just Jalad being able to see opportunities, spot him by himself, take good control of reading, find a kill. And he almost, whenever he had control of reading, it was really nice from Falcons to see all of them go with him. being able to hear that call and say, guys, no one's here. We can walk in and plant. They're all upstairs. They're not holding us. Remember, that specific, dining room area, there's no verticality above it. That's a solid corridor above them. Nothing's going to stop them. They just walk in and plant. That's exactly what they did.
Do you think that site choice was a case of NIP going, look, we've got a chance to not give anything away here on our defenses? It's not the best site on the map.
Maybe.
Are they just looking to get away from Cafe as quickly as possible now and not really give too much away?
I just think that that's something that they tried in scrims and it worked once, and they thought, oh, let's do it now. Let's try it now. And no, scrims and games are very different. One thing I wish players understood, you know, players right here say, oh, scrims are really well. I'm like, okay, scrims are really well, but it means nothing to me.
I've heard that a few times, actually, over the course of this weekend.
Till I see them do it, till they do it on the big stage, means nothing, Ollie.
Downstairs we go. Down into the kitchen. NIP still in great stead here to take this first map. It's a big old mountain ahead of the Falcons to climb. They want to try and bring this one back.
Look at the setup from NIP. This is as expected as it comes, I think, for Kitchen and what you would expect. You have the extension towards reading VIP. A little bit of a bakery hold as well. Echo's always going to be a good one for this, just for the shared information. Potential plant denial sometimes happens. I must say, I like the Clash pickup. I do like the Clash pickup. Very, very strong, because, again, similar to what Monty did in that long corridor, just be able to see where players are. You can say, okay, they're in small now. Oh, there's a guy Pashuko. You can go over towards Garage. Okay, there's two guys here on me. Being able to count numbers on who's on what side gives you very quick and early access of what they're pushing. Teams either push the back or they push the front for this side. There's no in-between. If you see 4 people pushing Garage, guess what they're going to go for. If you see 4 people pushing Bakery, guess what they're going to go for. The only time you'd say, okay, maybe what they're going to go for is if you see people go upstairs. But then again, if no one's outside Bakery, no one's outside Garage, then you know they're going to go above. Very good just for that early information game.
And it does quite a bit to slow down the attackers as well, and I think that's something that NIP could do with doing, especially with how opportunistic Falcons were in the previous round. As soon as they saw a gap, they were straight in there. But now, with the Clash, just giving them something else to think about here. There's another little mini-game for you to solve, and it likely is going to force you into a little bit more of a vertical take, because then you can start to affect onto the Clash in a way that it isn't going to affect onto you. Hence, we are seeing upstairs where Joker is going to be to get a little bit of access open. Kills up here with him. Now we can start to drone out and get some ideas as to where players are. I don't think this is doing demo. It's easy.
I don't think Falcons really know what they want to push yet as well. Because again, I think they probably see the Clash towards Garage and they're thinking, we don't really have anything that can take that out unless they want to waste maybe 2 nades from kills. And they have to be really good nades, being time to go into the back of Clash rather than, of course, at the front, where you take less explosive damage with the shield pointing forward than, obviously, if you get hit in the back. So that's one thing they have to keep in mind of. That's not going to be a good start. You lose the nades that I just talked about, Ollie, because Okill's tried to just solo push Bakery by himself.
You've now got no way to deal with that Clash effectively. You've got to try and catch them off guard. P9 knows that somebody's there inside of Christmas. Joker going to be going for this swing now as well. A little bit of a reposition, though, from Psycho. It's Pino. He's going to be there to back him up. P9 just going to try and push his way in through the side door, but you can't do that if Pino's still knocking around. There's a player down there, and we'll be finished off with Clash's shield. A 7-1 scoreline on our opening map here. Falcons versus NIP.
Yeah, all credit to NIP. A fantastic, flawless attacking half that I can't remember the last time I ever seen that in Cafe attacks. Credit to them. It's, again, you said, this always happens. You know, the team that doesn't have a lot of experience against Brazil, you will be Braziled.
They got Braziled. And you know what? It just kind of happens to everybody. It's something that you've got to go through as a professional Rainbow Six team. It doesn't really matter which Brazilian team it's going to be. It could be one of many this day. It just so happened that it was NIP. They came out, they got into the server, and they looked deadly. They played their own brand of Siege today. They didn't get dragged into any of the new gimmicks that we're seeing now on these defenders, and it was fantastic to see. Demo, I cannot wait for map 2. We're going to hit a very short break. We'll be back with our desk, and they're going to set us up for our next map.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Seven and 1 is the way Ninjas in Pyjamas close out their first map, Cafe. What a way to start up the tournament fresh. You said it yourself, one of the things you wanted to see from NiP was them winning that first map.
Yeah, they've certainly, if there were any critics, you could maybe argue I was a bit of a critic saying the start tournament's slow, and I wanted to see them answer me.
Yeah.
Bam. Could have been a 7-0 as well. Absolutely incredible. I think when you're coming out and you're going onto your map pick, sure, it is your map pick, but it's attacking Cafe. You're never expecting to really get a 6-0 attack off. So they came out of the firing box today.
Exactly, yeah. Those attacking rounds looking really good. It looked like they were a bit slower, a bit scared at the very beginning, which is understandable. And if you look at the history of Falcons' playstyle, where they can test map control, where they go for these crazy runouts, but that didn't really happen on the side of Falcons. They played a little passive, they played slow. There were runouts, but not really to contest kills or get kills in the first few rounds. It took a little bit before they actually started doing that, running out on windows and rappels and everything. I feel like for NIP with their attacks as well, they had to attack reading a lot, they had to attack kitchen a lot, but in my opinion, they chose the way of least resistance. So not going for a full top 4 clear, for example, for kitchen, but forcing bakery with that Monty, just making sure they don't have to spend that much time on clearing out everything around the building, because we know if they play into that Furnace Pro playstyle, they can run out of time at the end.
Yeah, they didn't run out of time. Instead, Falcons, they did manage to get one round on the attacking side of things fresh. It wasn't looking too good from the side of Falcons. We were a little worried about what we were going to be seeing from them coming into today, and so far, what were the main pain points?
I think, like we said, it was unknowns, right? We didn't know how Quips was going to go in. We didn't know if he would do it 1-for-1 with Valentino's roles. And I think the main pain points, to be honest, for Falcons is they would bring in the meta ops. I know Ollie and Demo had a great discussion about it, about, hey, there's armies banned, but we've got Solis and Fenrir and Valkyrie in play. Round 1, we actually saw Falcons run all 3 in combination. But it was the application of those operators, it wasn't really happening. We're seeing the Solis, you know, being last alive, kind of baiting a little bit. We're seeing the Fenrir not really being used to create your own kind of refrags with the Fenrir gadgets, and we saw Valcom very little information until the very last round where it was tried to throw Valcam outside and then run out on it. And that's what we wanted to see. We wanted to see Falcons play this disruptive style, get in the faces of NiP and don't let them set up, because, you know, and reference, NiP are like Virtus Pro at times. When you let them get set up and execute, you are not winning that. So the way that you beat that is you actually try and disrupt their flow, get a couple of their key operators off the board, and make them think on their feet a little bit more.
Yeah, they were successful at that for one round, but unfortunately that's not going to be enough this time around, because 7-1, that is quite a big hit to be taking into your first game of the competition. You're going to be heading on to the second map. It's going to be your comfort, your pick. You're the one that went for it. But still, it does bring the question in terms of that momentum that NiP now has, considering we know adversity, they don't mind it. Scary one for Falcons.
Yeah, I think NIP must be feeling really comfortable seeing how their attacking half went, how their own defense went, and how they got away with so many rounds so easily. The next map is a really good territory for Falcons, as we could say. It's Chalet.
Yeah.
They have a 6-game win streak on Chalet, but not just winning games. They're flawless on the defense. They have not lost a single defensive round on their Chalet games in the last 6 ones, and they also have an 84% attacking win rate, so that means they're also really good on attack. We did see their defenses on Cafe lacked a little bit. I'm very curious to see what's going to happen if they play those same meta operators, if they play them a little bit more aggressive and utilize all the information that the Fenrir can give you, that the Solus can give you. Maybe it'll make it a lot more difficult for NIP to get that control. That's what I want to see from Falcons.
I think there's that saying about Workman and his tools, you never blame the tools. Falcons giving themselves the tools. They're giving themselves the best ops. They're banning in a way that gives them great ops to start off with, but they're not using them right. That's what I want to see as we go into Chalet. Like Anne said, they've never lost a defense, and we will caveat that a lot of that was during the MENA League, which they are, the giants in that league. But it's a map that's their #1 preference. They love it. We want to see them basically playing the map and playing the operators the way they're supposed to be played, and not being... I felt that there was a little bit too respectful to Ninjas and Pyjamas in that first map. Not being respectful to them, going out and playing their game.
Is it potential first game jitters though? Because you're saying they're very respectful to them.
Yeah, I think so. It's that crowd buff or crowd pressure. And I think, when you've kind of flopped in that first map, maybe the pressure got to Falcons a little bit. Because even on Cafe, they had the advantageous start, and they had the ops, but they didn't really do anything with it. And genuinely, just a quick word on NiP, I thought NiP were excellent. Their processes and read of Falcons on that Cafe, on their attacks, was of course excellent. Whenever you get 6-0 on Cafe, you are going to be happy.
You should be very happy with that indeed. I mean, NiP have completely come out swinging, and that's one of the key points that you touched upon earlier on in the desk as well, is that first game is always the biggest hurdle for them to cross. Now, they've crossed that hurdle, and as you said some of their executes were absolutely incredible. You mentioned it earlier in the green room as well. You said the reads on Falcons were really great. So the fact that we're now going to be going into Chalet, quote-unquote, Falcons territory, there has to be a read there as well. All NiP really has to do is just copy-paste what we've seen in the last game, no?
Yeah, I'm really happy to see Pino, Wizard, and Muzi have a really good start to their game as well, because these are like the star players on that roster. They can really step up, they can really carry rounds in their favor. Sometimes it takes a little before they get woken up and they actually start doing that. They were doing it immediately now, whereas on the side of Falcons, there's a few players that were on a donut, I believe, until round 5, which could be that, shakes in front of a home crowd, or we're playing a LAN again, or we're playing internationally again after a little while. Could be a little bit of shakes. I hope that they get this moment, this break in between, to reset a little bit. We did hear how exciting the crowd sounded after they won that round in this map, so hopefully for them they can reset a little bit, they can get rid of the shakes a little bit and come back in map 2.
If I was Ninjas right now, I would be knowing, hey, we've won map 1, we've won it excellently, and I think that's good. You'd be feeling good, you'd be feeling high. There's a reaction coming out of Falcons, and I think what NiP will play into will be that patient game. Because Falcons are going to start out, they're going to be aggressive, they're going to look for gunfights. That's how we know them, and that's going to be their natural response to losing so hard. So I think for NiP, sit back a little bit more, play into that aggression, and try and counter it a little bit more.
It was the way you'd see them play as well. If you were spectating those players on the side of Falcons, the quick peeks, the mechanics, it is there. We know that they're mechanical players and they can play really aggressive. It's just we want to see that aggressive playstyle from them, which was lacking a bit in the last map. So they need to come out guns blazing, they need to be aggressive in NIP's faces, because as you mentioned as well, Fresh, if you let them get set up, you're not winning your late round executes.
Nope, absolutely not. And it feels like basically what we're saying, what NiP did in map 1, Falcons need to replicate that in their map as well if they even want to be able to push this onto Clubhouse. Fresh as well, you promised us that you were going to draw something for us in the game.
Oh, I've not drawn it yet.
It was going to be a green car.
So fast.
It was a green car.
It was so fast, I got back to my seat. We had to come back here. It'll be a green car. It will happen for the end of the match.
Is that for you to cheer for Falcons?
Yeah.
See, because you didn't draw the car, that's why it didn't go as planned.
That's so true. I will go back and draw that car as soon as I possibly can.
Okay, we're going to be waiting for that car, because So we're looking forward to that. We're also looking forward to Falcons on their own map. Like we said it, Chalet, it's their strength. They're good at it. We want that aggression. We want that explosive playstyle that we're used to seeing from Falcons. It also brings the question, because of the roster that we're seeing right now, because of some of the changes that have been made, is this the current dynamic that we can be expecting from them? Is this what maybe Falcons looks like moving forward? No longer the in-your-face aggressive playstyle, but rather the waiting it out a little bit. You'd hope not.
No, I like how Falcons are so unique with their aggressive playstyle. I feel like it fits the current meta a little bit better as well. When you play aggressive, you play up front instead of like waiting and being patient. So I'd be a little bit sad if this was determining how Falcons are going to play from now on. Obviously, maybe if they think it's better, but yeah, I like their aggressive plays. I want to see it back.
I'm willing to write off map 1. From Falcons' point of view, I'm willing to write it off and just get back to what Falcons
It was just a bad dream.
Bad dream.
Didn't happen.
Get back to the strength of what Falcons is, what Falcons represent, what these players are known for. And if they can get back to that, I think they've got a fighting chance. You know, they can get into this best of 3. If they come into map 2 and they're still so respectful and they're still allowing it to get set up, then I think it'll be a 2-0 if that happens.
Ooh. I think this is a little bit different from what we were saying earlier on, where the map vetoes just came through. We were like, yeah, this is probably going to be going to Clubhouse, but now it feels like, ooh, reality's hitting.
I did say, like, if you pick your own map as a team you're so comfortable on, it's very likely you're going to eventually win that map, especially seeing the last map there was no information for Falcons either. For NIP, there is information on how they play Shelly, because they played it against Low Swan in the Gamers Without Borders qualification tournament, which wasn't that long ago. So considering they're still playing with the same lineup, it's not been that long. Obviously, Falcons knows what they might be expecting from Rangers in Pyjamas on this second map.
Do we know what to be expecting from Falcons? That's the real question, because we came into that first map and we said, okay, there's a curveball, there's been a roster change last minute, we're going to Cafe, we don't even have stats on Falcons on there. And it was still something that Nip was able to be dealing with so incredibly well. So going on to Chalet with the roster change taken into consideration, are we really going to see what we used to see from Falcons, or is it again going to be switched up a bit?
I would expect we'll see what we've seen from Falcons. I don't think, you know, if you've played it over 6 maps and you've never lost a defense, I don't think there's any reason to logically want to change that up. Of course, you're going to lose a defense, one defense at some point. I think, you know, with the way Chalet plays out, if you're good at it, you play to the strengths of that. You play to the roam game. You play to get in face. You play for the spawn peaks and the aggression and the little lurks you can do in from the basement and everything else. It's all about the reaction. This map 2 for me is all about the reaction from Falcons. If they get fired up, if they get aggressive, if they start going for this, we've got a game.
Okay.
If they're respectful, we don't got a game.
I was looking back at my notes because I mentioned, oh hey, Shelly was played against Low Swan. What were they struggling with against Low Swan? Because it was a really close game. It was 8-7, I think, in overtime. They were struggling with some run play and intel game coming out from the side of Low Swan. So if that's something that Falcons could bring out today, that might be something that NIP has some struggles with again. If they can't choose the path of least resistance and they have to deal with the wrong play, they have to deal with the wrong clear, that might be more difficult, more struggles for them.
So Falcons, it's about shaking off what just happened in that game 1, getting back into the headspace and just going for it. Whereas Nip, they're looking to close this one out in a quick 2-0. Are we going to be going to Clubhouse, or is this where the Falcons fall? Let's get started with the second game, Chalet, here.
Ginny, thank you very much indeed. We are back ready to take us through map number 2 here. We're going to be headed over to Chalet demo. NIP versus Falcons. Map 1 did not go as expected for us. I'm sure it didn't go as expected for Falcons. Did it go as expected for NIP? They were incredible on map number 1.
I would probably say no, mostly because they dropped around. That's where I would say they probably didn't see it go as expected. I said NIP, all in the last game, they had everything covered, from top to finish.
Yeah, there was nothing really lacking from NIP on that attacking phase. And now they get to start off on the defense here on Chalet. We didn't get to see too much of them on the defense on Cafe, as they only played 2 rounds because they got 6 on their attack, all clean in a row. In terms of the bans, let's focus in a little bit here. Thatcher and Dokkaebi both removed. Dokkaebi was played pretty much every single round by NIP. Falcons are actually going to go for removing a Jaeger. Now, when you're starting off on the attack, you do tend to want to try and target one of those powerful defenders that we often like to speak of. Jaeger doesn't always fall into that category. NIP are going to remove the Azami.
is going to leave us with some quite tasty treats available there on that defender side.
Yeah, Chalet, it's a map which is very, very common at the moment. I think in Best of Threes and Best of Ones equally, it's always going to show up. I think it's a map. Is there a person, have you ever spoke to, Ollie, that says, I don't like Chalet?
I wouldn't speak to them again if they had, because I love this map demo.
I don't think anyone dislikes this map.
It's a great map.
It's one of those. Like, you can, like, people say, oh, I hate Club. I hate Oregon. Never heard I hate Chalet.
Never heard a bad word about it.
Never.
You know what? Chalet is like the Siege map equivalent of Tim. Never heard a bad word said about him. It's true. Chalet, fantastic map here. And we're going to be headed into round number 1. NIP starting things off on the defense. We're going to be taking us downstairs into the kitchen, which of course requires a little bit of a top floor hole.
Of course it does. Verticality is a big thing, just as equally as what we were talking about in Cafe. Look at all that wood flooring. All of that can be opened up. You can hold the angles in the kitchen. That little half wall, that little plant pot area. Wait, who's observing this? Which one is it? Which one of the twins is it?
That's got to be Medics.
Oh, it's a Medics.
If it's a spin, it's a Medics.
Spin.
Yeah.
I call them the twins now. That's what it's got to. The both of them. But yeah, it's all about holding the top floor. And of course, for Falcons, that's what they're going to want to try and go for, is that top floor. You have the sledge, you have verticality. But look where the sledge is, Ollie. A place that we wouldn't expect to see them going in below.
Yeah, it could just be setting up a little bit of a flank cam, maybe just looking to see if they can find anything for free initially. You are going to have to focus that top floor. There is no two ways about it. You look at what NIP have brought for you to play around as well.
4 barbed wire, by the way.
We've got the Fenrir for the first time on NIP. The lack of the Jaeger being available has switched Wizard onto a Wamai. It's not really a bad thing in reality. Obviously, you lose out on those observation blockers. I'm not sure, it's a bit of a stretch to say you banned a Jaeger for an observation blocker, but it's almost another tick in a box of why you would ban an operator. So there's maybe a little bit of that going into things as well here for Falcons, because information is going to be key. You need to be able to draw out that top floor, and if you've got real long lines of sight being blocked by those blockers, it can be a problem.
So the majority of the push is coming from Solar side. We can see obviously a player in the windows. There's also a guy in the bathroom windows as well. But one little thing that I do like to see from Falcons is they have O-Kills by himself, who could maybe slip in on the track to just walk in the piano alley. That could happen for them. However, there is somebody manning the post. There is the Wamai holding him in his place, just on the double door beside Fireplace. Falcons have lost the first pick. Down goes P9. Nade being tossed from Joker. Is that going to connect? Oh, just shy, Ollie. He has a yellow ping. He knows who he's looking for in Psycho. Psycho, he can't really move because of that man in Solar window, and even if he drops down here, that's a risky one, but no one's on the window to cover it. That is a really bad thing now for Falcons, because Psycho is in a position where he still holds a window from Solar, but now he's not going to be naded.
A little bit of an oversight there from Falcons, and that's what happens when you lose a body early without response. You lose the ability to watch that all-important angle. Wizard seeing success here from inside of office. His location's been known for a good amount of time now, and he still hasn't been dealt with.
He's
Joker eventually will be able to shut Psycho down, as he was really dicing with death on those stairs inside of Tellers.
Must have repositioned somewhere, did he, to get naded? Because he can't get nade from the stairs because that wall's reinforced and you can't get a nade through there.
Joker just about to come to blows now as he's actually going to make his way into the site, going for a lot more of a direct approach here. Maybe a little bit of a bait and switch, but he's just too unsure. Can't decide which way to turn. Quibs, he's left as the last alive. 14 seconds left on the clock, and with the wall not even open into sight, barbed wire greeting his passage. Never going to be a fun time. Wizard, he flies over the top rope, takes him out. NIP, they carry on.
Yeah, NIP, each of them just, they did their job, didn't they? They all had their positions. They all held their positions well. Nobody really slipped. I mean, Falcons, it did feel very separate for a period there. One guy in the window, Sledge down on the west main stairs, guy in the bathroom window. You had one guy then over towards Fireplace. That it was a little bit chaotic.
Very fragmented.
It was almost as if they were all looking for their individual picks.
Yeah.
But sure, that's fine. You know, we could see a 5v2 just come in for Falcons because they've all got a pick. But if the kills don't come in, and the team you're playing against give you absolutely nothing, that was the nade kill that we missed, a reposition below from Sledge. That's actually really nice from Joker. But if you don't have everyone getting their picks, what does it solve? Everyone's just standing there waiting for someone else to do something. You're going to be stagnant, and that's what happened to them.
Joker did a good job there with the nade, but you would want a little bit more out of that. Typically, you want a book playing in that position so that they can shoot through not only the first floor, but the second floor as well.
You go into big garage, and then you open up.
And then you can start to really create some lines of sight. But the downside, of course, on the book, you don't have the nade, so you're not as effective at getting that kill. But the flip side of that is you maybe need to dedicate 3 people to it, 1 person on solar, 1 person on the window, watching the bottom of the stairs, and then the book from below.
Arguably, I'd bring both. Is the gridlock needed? And a gridlock and Nomad?
You could definitely fit
both
the sledge and the book into the lineup, that's for sure.
Downstairs. This is where we head to now, Ollie. And this is really strong sight for operators like Kaid. Whenever Thatcher's banned, for example, he's a nightmare, Ollie. You might have to go for a Maverick sometimes could be an option, but for most teams, the kind of secondary push you would go for is just go from behind, because it is actually quite easy just to nade off a Kaid Claw towards Trench Wall, for example. So that is probably kind of what you have to forced into. The Kaid Claw, you know, think about Snowbuild, yes, it can be nade for the drone hole, but sometimes Kaids, they'll place their traps upstairs in the flooring, things like that. It's tricky, so I think Trench Push for the most part is more reliable. Once again for Falcons, they lose the opening pick. This is a recurring theme. This happened in Cafe. It's happening here, Ollie. You'll not win many games if you don't have the opening kill. It's very rare we'll see a team dominate an opening kill department and not win the game. Last time I remember that happening was back at SI21 with the APAC teams where CAG were winning every engagement, but they couldn't close rounds out. That's how far back we're going.
And when it's 2 of the 4 nades that you bring in, when you look into those nades to remove Kaid Claws, remove power positions, remove pieces of utility, it becomes a little bit of a problem. You're much more limited now in what you're going to be able to do. As such, it has slowed Falcons down quite a bit. They've still not got anything open. They've actually rotated, and we've got Quibs inside of this big garage. I'm not sure if that is a player at the bottom of West Main stairs or if Kaid's tucked into blue there. I think it's possibly the latter. Just tucks himself in. We do still have Wizard up off site. And Cons, I mean, he's playing a pretty risky position there with the shotgun. He's just playing for 1 kill in his life, potentially.
He's happy enough to do so. I mean, it's a tricky one, Ollie. That shotgun and the CQB environments. It's tricky. Is the swing going to come in? Oh, Jalad takes a bit of damage. The smoke just to try and give Cons a bit of leeway, maybe tries to push back, and Nade's going to be tossed in behind him. That sprint forward, a great swing. Brilliant from Falcons, pushes him forward. Great swing from Jalad. NIP lose a pick and lose another one. P9 will jump on top of that, but a down comes in. A great pick from Pino, just to slow down the tempo of Falcons now because they need to get that revive.
Still a lot to do here for both teams to be successful. Joker is going to push himself down blue, picks up the first, locks on to the second. There's a huge amount of damage, but not the finishing blow. Pino, he's left with only a sliver of HP. He's going to go and confirm his kill, because we know that kills are important in this tournament. The flank goes down, the nade comes through. Beautifully timed there from P9. You add the information there from Joker being finished off inside of blue, and Falcons find success downstairs.
That nade to push him forward really made that round for me. I love that.
Great little bit of teamwork. Love that. And I thought that Cons played it really well as well, because he had the pre-placed
just to get around cover, yeah.
He got a little bit unlucky on the shotgun shot, I think, at first. I think a lot of that got soaked up by the door frame, and only a few pellets actually made their way to the mark. But the crossfire that they were able to get was fantastic.
It was the case of Jalad knew as soon as that nade explodes, you swing for all your got, because he had to move out of his position. He has to reposition. And you know, even got the stage, Cons actually sprinted. It takes him out, you know, takes him into that animation. That was the issue.
But he needed to move.
Of course he needed to move, yeah. That's where they've outplayed him. They force him into an unwinnable position. Brilliant work. Love it from Falcons.
I love Pino going to confirm that kill. Because in the back of all these players' minds...
we haven't got to this yet, Ollie.
In the back of all of these players' minds is... There's a big prize if I get the most kills.
Bit of dosh. Bit of dosh.
A big prize. You don't even have to be on the winning team. Now, obviously, it helps because you'll have played the most games.
Yep.
But if you just have live games every now and then, you have a couple of live games sprinkled through the week.
Bit of baits here and there.
You wait until you get some of the teams that are known for it.
I think one of them's playing right now.
I think probably is.
On the other stream. Scotsman, perhaps.
Doki will have his eyes on it.
Oh,
The thing is, I was thinking about this earlier.
Sure, you know that.
I don't think there's any player on G2 that will win the most kills because they will all get a lot of kills.
I mean, I think Fabian will drill in if any of them are trying to play for stats.
Yeah.
Fabian will go through them. I think we know that. Maybe Spoit.
Spoit's got a chance.
Would Budega be a little bit more relaxed, do you think?
Yeah, potentially. Depends if you're winning or not. If you're
True.
winning, it doesn't matter.
Winning, you have
you
fun.
know.
Do whatever you want, yeah.
So if you start losing and you're still going for kills, that's you're just going for those confirms.
NIP haven't really been pressured over this hole. They've defended in towards Piano. They've done that extension. Last nade from O-Kills is going to miss its mark. Psycho using that rotate, slips out. That upside down repel wall. That's a very tricky one. However, you can actually kill. See the man upside down repelling. You can kill him from bathroom window very easily. That's the only thing you have to worry about. And Muzi was actually looking for it, but he got off the repel.
Quibs is keeping an eye on those windows as well, as we can see NIP there. Just slowly dipping themselves back, but Joker could be in a great position to play backstab, but just get called out on the proxy. Now walks backwards into the frost mat. Oh, why is it there?
What's going on there? What's Pino doing outside in trench? What's this? He's gonna find the guy in the frost mat, by the way.
Pino's been searching for some kills. He could do with maybe confirming that one for his teammate. Never ideal. You don't expect a frost mat to be there, not especially when you're attacking upstairs.
Proxy threw him off, didn't it? Scared him a little bit. Look!
One of the best ones. Freebie picked up there. O-Kills has an option to try and recover this diffuser. Potentially going to need it. Up against this 3 versus 5. P9 seeing if he can find anything, but just gets caught out on the wide swing. Just feels a little bit lazy there from Falcons. You've still got a little bit of information at the fingertips here. You've got the Iana, you've got the clone, you've got a couple of drones knocking about. You can't be affording to give yourself away in these 1 versus 1s all the time. Granted, one was a frost mat, but realistically the rest of them haven't been proper gunfights with that ability to trade. O-Kill's going to hop himself out, immediately greeted with a castle barricade. Not what you want to be seeing with only 20 seconds left on the clock. Quibs trying to find something on the swing, but look at how oppressive this clash can be. His teammates don't even need to peek. Pino's going to single-handedly lock this round in for his team. O-Kills puts a couple of cursory shots here and there, but this round is all but done. Hit points might be low, but that is never going to be enough.
It's not NIP. Didn't even really get a chance to comment on Ollie. You know, we've kind of said that NIP are still playing their type of siege. That's right out of the notebook of W7M, that hold. You know, that W7M hold where we see them defend upstairs inside of Chalet. They will open up the office wall, they'll open up one side of it. So then that gives them that'll create 2 things. 1, it'll give an opportunity to impact if like a Selma charge goes down, for example. And 2, you can also have then an angle that someone can hold in office. Look at this from the crash. Well, we missed that. You can actually then hold an angle from office onto someone walking up fireplace stairs, therefore protecting the player inside fireplace, which we've seen with Psycho. You then also have the shield inside of blue corridor looking at blue stairs, so you have every single angle covered. You also have angles covered, so even like a long angle from the shield will be able to open up and look in towards reading as well. It's the same thing that W7M do, so NIP also adapting that, and honestly, don't be surprised if we see more of that, because that's what everyone's doing these days. W7M, they've set the meta. You know, they've set that trend.
5 seconds remaining.
A lot of teams following in their footsteps as well.
Rightly so.
And a lot of teams, you know, developing that meta alongside of them. It's W7M, but it's a wider spread of players on different teams that are bringing these ideologies in.
Even you look at G2 Invite, very similar playstyle as well compared to what I think G2 were notable for, was, you know, Fabian's playbook. It had to be like this, Goga plant, yada yada yada, the whole spiel of that.
Times have changed.
Have indeed.
Downstairs we go. Baron Games. Now this is where you would expect to see a Frost, but NIP being the big brains they are, they've not played the Frost this time. It's too predictable then. We're going to keep things moving here. Instead, they are going to once again showcase their absolute love and adoration of the 1.5 times sight. These guys cannot get away from it.
He's took a bit of damage from the Thorn Trap P9, so he has, from the Razor Balloon. Pino, opening kill again goes in favor of NIP. I'm really worried about Falcons in opening kills. I've maybe recorded, what, 1 opening kill, and that was in Cafe, and that was it?
That's the only one I can remember so far.
It's not a good stat to have, not a good stat. I would say that Falcons, you know, operators like Ying, for example, is available to them. They're not bringing that into the fray of things, which is surprising because Ying is, Ollie, so strong. Especially for clearing out areas like Fireplace, reading, stuff like that. Just get them in the building. That's where Ying's really good, is just to get them inside.
Well, especially when you ban the Jaeger. Put some pressure on the Wamai.
Of course, like, obviously, like, you have Warden, for example, which is such a strong operator Ollie as well.
There's only one Warden, though.
I know.
There's only one pair of glasses.
He's still so, like, Ying's still so good. So good.
A little bit of damage there coming in onto J-Lad. Will eventually be downed and finished off here from Muzi. Another occasion where a couple of kills go in favor of NIP before we see any sort of response from the Falcons. They seem to be fighting a lot of these rounds 5 versus 3 so far. There's a bit of information here for Joker. Just needs to have the confidence to hit that swing, but he knows there's someone likely on the stairs as well. Gets caught out now in the Fenrir, struggles to find it initially. Very fortunate that the players from NIP have since dropped off.
It's Fenrir, just even look at that, for example, the aspect. It does make you panic a little bit, doesn't it? It's that kind of, oh dear. Oh dear.
Yeah, I'm a second away from being on a camera.
Yeah, and you know, they're very fortunate everyone from NIP left, but again, NIP, they've done the hard job. They've got the opening kills. They waste it all the time. All NIP need to do is just wait and just play off each other, trade. Literally, you can bait each other now.
Yeah.
They say, I'm going to bait you,
where
just so you
Pino
confirm the kill.
Pino doesn't need to bait anything. He's just hiding out at the bottom of the stairs. Maybe finds himself a second. No, Joker. He's going to strike for first blood here in the final 15 seconds for Falcons. O'Kills gets himself into an engagement, but loses out to Psycho. And Wizard, well, the barbed wire going was the indicator, the only indicator that he needed. NIP, another fantastic round from them here on Chalet.
It's really well played siege from NIP. There hasn't been really any issues today that you can pick up on. It's been almost perfect. I think just the fact that they lost the one round on Cafe and the one round here.
We're not seeing them slip. I think that's the nice thing. We're not seeing them get too confident,
dominating
too cocky.
the opening kills, which is so strange for NIP. It's very relaxed. You know, we're not seeing the kind of, sure, they're winning, let's just take the heads off and just run around headless kind of style, which some teams can almost fall into that trap. They're here to play. It's as serious as it comes. They are just playing their siege. It's their game. Falcons, it's really difficult for Falcons whenever NIP are playing so well. So well. Because any team right now would struggle against NIP.
Bodes well for the rest of the competition.
Yeah, and also,
if this is the sort of level that we're going to be seeing out of teams, I'm here for it.
And all of them from NIP are playing well today.
That's the other thing. They're not losing gunfights. Yeah. Everyone's hitting the shots. Muzi, 3-1. Cons, 3-1. Pino, 4-2. Psycho, he's had a round on a clash. You know, we can give him a little bit of a pass there for being the only player that's negative, but only negative by 1. Still plenty of time to catch up.
It's a bit of a brava. Will hack the lobby cam, which isn't actually too bad for them to have, because that will give them a lot of access to see if anyone's maybe flanking towards lobby. Obviously, you can see if anyone's playing Fireplace. That's good information to know straight away. Okay, they're not defending Fireplace. We know that's going to be a good position for us to get into, start opening up that office wall, for example. Last time they attacked this, Ollie, we seen Falcons almost try and kill everyone on the top floor and then go for the push. You don't necessarily need to do that. This bomb site, you can open up the office wall above, which stops any defenders playing the verticality. You can then open up your kitchen wall yourself and plant. That's it. The main reason why you go above is not to exploit the verticality yourselves, it's to deny players such as Wizard having that exploitation of just killing someone as they go in for the plant. This is better from Falcons. The better structure has to be said.
I much prefer the approach here from Falcons. I think bringing the Lion, bringing the Brava, it's good to get those tools into your arsenal. You're now able to give these defenders something to think about. They've not got as free a roam as maybe they have previously. The Nomad's not really doing all that much in reality. It isn't stopping them from being flexible and from being able to make these rotations.
Flanked as well.
They're easily able to work their way around those things. Wizard, push back into Piano a little bit. He does have a bit of support up on this top floor. Cons is keeping control of the site below. The Lion Scan comes in and the stuns. Wizard, he's full white flashed. Not a lot that he can do here. Can't really see too much. Gets a challenge. I'm surprised nobody hopped in through the window. Oh, kills you like 5 seconds too late, my friend.
One big issue that I'm seeing from Falcons is how are they going to get rid of the Kite Claw on the kitchen wall? or the dining hall. That's what they're running into, Ollie. And because I think they know that, that's where they're trying to go above. This is the issue for them. They don't actually have a feasible way because they've dropped all their nades for this push, Ollie. They've no nade presence.
Muzi and Cons find one apiece. Muzi taking advantage there of the Fenrir trap. Psycho, he's going to put Quibs into that 1 versus 4. Quibs location known now. It's only a matter of time. Muzi, a little bit of an ego challenge there, but you can't really blame him for it with 35 seconds left and a lot of kills to find. Quibs is in a bit of a tough situation now. Is there a frost mat on the window? Do you risk it on the hop-in, or do you just try and bait and find one from outside? The camera here got hacked at the start of the round, so he knows that anyone is there. His team have access to that camera if it is still up. Going to instead maybe look to try and deal with the player inside of bathroom first. With only 15 seconds and no diffuser, it's not looking too good. Pino, he's going to be the next player to fall, and as if on cue, you can see the players scurrying down, getting themselves out of dodge. Nicely dodged the frost mat, but we know that that is not going to cut it. NIP, first round we're going to see 1 out on time, and the first round where we see NIP a little bit scared to take that final challenge.
Yeah, it's, I think, again, just for NIP, it's just want to win, don't they? They just want to win. I mean, sure, we kind of talked about, oh, maybe everyone's playing for the kill record. These guys are playing for just the whole thing. You make more money that way than an individual award, I think, don't you?
Exactly, and there's time for the kill record. You know, that's something that you start thinking about in a couple of days' time when you've had a good game and it becomes
See how
a
the first 2
possibility.
days go and then take it from there.
Exactly.
Then start beating the heck out of your teammates.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's up to yourself at that stage.
Then it's every man for himself.
Every man for themselves.
Quibs had a good attempt here. He certainly had enough time at 40 seconds if NIP had played it terribly.
Yeah.
They didn't play it fantastically with those 2 players giving it away, but it bought a bit of time. Yeah. It bought a little bit of information. At least you know where he is then, and you know that you've wasted a good deal of his clutch time. 4-1. Not looking too shabby for NIP here, shaping up for that 4-2 split.
We've seen Falcons really experiment there with the operators that they chose. We've seen the Bravo come in. We've seen the Lion come in. But they... messing around sometimes with operators, sure, it's fine, but then they've also messed around with the utility. Falcons are a team that we see are playing very heavily in the nade department. They've tried to play around without nades, which is something that we know that they almost kind of need to have for them to really have an impact. We've seen a few nade kills from Falcon this game alone, and the way they've used the nades has been very strong. So then why take the nades away? You don't want to be switching out the nade operators for like a Lion. You want to be switching out. You want to be switching like the Nomad for the Lion.
Yeah, the Nomad for me is a real weird pick. Like,
NIP have not flanked once.
I just don't see it fitting into the lineup, and you can't be bringing it for the stuns at this point. Like, it just doesn't matter that
Lion
much.
gets stuns.
You haven't got a Jaeger to worry about.
So many people get stuns.
We're not seeing a Rooney get played. We've got a couple of magnets. Like, that's it. So, a little bit of a strange one to see such a insistence on continuing to pick into the Nomad.
W7M hold again for NIP. And NIP are just, they're doing the same thing over and over again because they know it works. NIP have not looked pressured, really, have they?
No.
It's very one-sided, Ollie. Very, very one-sided. And keep in mind, we would sometimes say, Shally, this is pretty favored for the attacks.
It can be, yeah, absolutely.
Not today. 4-1-1/2, potential 5-1. Look at the clash. Even moments like this, it's just NIP, they know everything. This is scary how much they know. Who's told them what?
Pino providing great value on the clash yet again. Not only did that just cause a little bit of distraction and annoyance, but it freed up the player inside of Library. That's who you're looking to try and keep safe there. It's not about going and shaving.
Because he's holding the angle for it, yeah.
It's not about going and shaving a few hit points off the defense, off the
Perfect
attacker.
Siege.
It's about being that distraction and not allowing your teammates to get heavily focused on. Joker going to find himself at the bottom of these main stairs. But look at Pino. He's got the window open. No one's worrying him out there. He's got great line of sight to see what's going on.
They can't touch him. They can't. They've lost the nades again. Like we mentioned before, the nades need to be so precise to kill a Clash. Just throwing it at Clash. Clash will walk away, take 20 damage maybe at best. So easy for Pino. I love this kind of aggressive play that we're seeing from them here today. And, you know, Jalad can come up and try and repel all he wants, but it means nothing. They can't go near him.
Yeah, just play a little bit further back. You know you've got your teammate here ready to peek if needed. We've got some
Another set of
support
nades.
from below as well. That was going to be a nade attempted. We're going to see the shield dropped and spun round, but J-Lad, he's better. Wizard, he isn't ready for the challenge from him, though, and that's going to be the diffuser cold on the ground. 4 versus 2 now. The breach might be open, but the diffuser is in a horrible position to try and recover. Joker and Quibs, they need to try and buddy up a little bit here, but not really greeted with many options, especially with the limited time that is remaining. Wizard, he can sit directly on top of that diffuser for all he likes. Cons and Muzi collect the final 2. Another round you can attest to Pino.
Yeah, and even look at Wizard in that position he had there in the late game. That's really strong as well to have. Whenever you know both nades are gone, you double reinforce the Ivy walls as well, so you can't get shot from head holes.
Yep.
How do you get rid of that player? You just have to try and upfront a gunfight, and that's not easy.
Or you go below. But the cover was there from below because we see Muzi playing through the hatch.
You can't do that, exactly. They tried to go for it, they had it covered, then Wizards, you can't touch him.
Wizards played in office in that exact position in and around the half wall for a good couple of rounds now. He looks very comfortable there, especially on the one.
They've all looked very solid in their positions, haven't they? Everyone has done their job today and done it very, very well. Even Psycho, who I think for the most part, Psycho and Wizard probably do most of the positions you don't want to find yourself into that are almost there. You're there to soak up nades and not do much else.
I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be Pino playing Clash outside.
You don't think so?
If that was me in my ranks, I'd be getting shouted at.
No, because if you pick the Clash, you're not going to get killed.
Get back inside.
No.
You're gonna, and I would
take it out. Psycho's position on that holds 10 times harder than what Clash is doing. See Psycho having to be over there towards reading by himself.
Yeah.
It's a lot. Sure, it looks easy, but see if Falcons were to bring like Ying and stuff, I'm telling you that position all of a sudden does not look fun.
Let's see what NIP have got to show us on the attack. Going to be attacking into the basement.
Pretty tame lineup again. No teams really looking to exploit, Glaz or Ying today. Even Amaru is another one that sometimes you would see a bit of a, I'm just going to go straight into Solar, see what I can do moment. Muzi finds the opening pick again. Falcons. What's the conversion rate? It's only just the 1 in my mind. How many rounds have we played? We had 8. This is round 7. What's 8 plus 7? 15. It's 14-1 in the opening kill department. Mate.
It's the oldest trick in the book, trying to play the hatch inside of Tellers as well. You know that hatch is going to be occupied. As soon as you see something, any sort of sign that someone's up there, get yourself on the window, get yourself on the drone hole. Let's pay a bit of attention to this. And it's something that can be very quickly dealt with. Joker, he's gone to fill the gap and suffered half damage. Muzi, he's still on the window. Why would he give it up? He knows that that's a very important position now. P9. A little bit of a jump outside on the mute.
They're grasping now, Ollie. It's almost as if they're forcing the kills, but you don't do that at this stage whenever NIP know they have all the momentum in the world. It's a tricky one. NIP just looks so prepared. They're trying to get aggressive, which we were begging for, but Ollie, NIP, I'm telling you, they have a cheat book. They know everything. Everything!
They know Falcons' next step before Falcons know it. Quibs and Joker, you've got to try and hold on now for 1 minute and 10 seconds. Lion Scan comes through, Flores drone at your feet. It's going to give the game away, Quibs. You've only got a sliver of HP to start with. And you've got a lot of heavy gunfights coming in your way. Taken out by Pino. Joker, he makes his way down these main stairs. Cons, going to start to get that plan down. He's got a little bit of information to work with. Doesn't quite get the heads up initially on Pino. Flawless attacking round here on Chalet for NIP. Boy, do they look good.
It's a joy to watch this type of siege, where it's a type of siege that we don't really see it all too often, just with how the meta has changed, and it's great to see. Falcons just can't do much, can they? Can't do much, and I will say that I think Falcons will probably have a better matchup in their next game here if they play against G2 or M8, because it's a little more fast that G2 and M8 are the kind of siege they'll play. It's definitely a lot more different than NIP, so we'll see how the matchups change.
It wasn't that slow, that round from NIP.
It wasn't slow, but it's more the fact that they got like 2 kills gifted to them immediately.
Yes.
And you just play off that momentum. If you don't give NIP picks, we see NIP in the time and how long they do take.
NIP love those last 15 seconds of the clock.
We
That's
know
where
that.
they thrive. They get a little buff.
That's where they thrive, but that's also where they can be exposed.
Yes.
So it's a double-edged sword for NIP.
The thing that Falcons need to do is they need to try and work themselves to get into those final 15 seconds because they're giving themselves away in the first 45.
Yeah.
We're seeing opening picks come through every time for NIP, and they're early opening picks. We've commented that, you know, opening kills is very important. It's also very important when it comes in the match, or when it comes in the round. And if it's coming in the first 15, 20 seconds, there's a big, big problem. And that's when the opening pick is coming more times than not here for NIP. They're getting that opening, and they're getting it very early. We need to see Falcons buddy up a little bit more here on this defense and give themselves a chance to be traded, because the trades have been dreadful so far today.
It's like they're in a market, isn't it? Just giving them away. Take them now while they're hot.
There's an offer. There is an offer on at the minute. Opening picks.
2 for 1 special.
2 for 1.
Love a good 2 for 1. 50% off.
Come quick while they're hot.
Oh, well, NIP, they're the hot ones right now. Falcons just, they haven't really got a sense of momentum. I mean, they haven't strung together more than 2 rounds.
No.
You know, they've won 1 round on Cafe, 1 round here. He's taken up an aggressive position. Old Quips has, but it's not a strong one. No one plays there. He's reinforced that 1 wall. For what purpose has that served him?
Look at what they've done to achieve that. They've opened a door. Muzi's sat way, way back. Psycho's got a drone in there. They know that somebody's there, and Psycho's able to just shoot through the soft wall.
It's very individual
They've
tonight.
barely committed to that push, and they didn't have to. All they had to do was put a little bit of pressure on, and Falcons undid themselves in the rest.
Honestly, it's like they've signed up for like a year deal with opening kills here for NIP. That's a good kill to get back from Joker. Now he can maybe cause some issues above, because we know NIP, they like to man mark everyone, don't they? And whenever they have the opening pick and they have that free man, that's where the chaos starts to ensue. Oh, they've lost 2 now. Gelato found Pino. That was a quick swing from Pino, probably trying to get a kill back, but it's actually backfired on him. So Falcons all of a sudden are in a very good position. Where NIP now, without having that man advantage, Ollie, this is where they will start to regress and they will start to go backwards almost.
This is where Muzi and Cons need to try and find some success here. They do have the hatch open to work with, so they may be able to catch a rotating player out here. They certainly do anything to remove the gadgets off the wall, of which there are none. They're going to be able to open up the long line of sight. Con's going to take his life in his hands there with a bit of a risk, but it'll pay off. He's going to be able to open up this wine cellar wall as well. So even though there's only 40 seconds left on the clock, there's still a good chance here for NIP. They've got a lot of the key win conditions permutated here. There is O-Kills upstairs off-site. This is where we need to see a big explosion from NIP into the site and to try and get something done. But Falcons, they're playing quite relaxed here. They've dug themselves in. They don't need to give themselves away too much. And don't forget about that hatch and that roaming player. P9 going to find one onto Psycho. J-Lad doubles down, comes off the plant. Cons finds himself too. 10 seconds left. He's got no HP to speak of. He's going to have to try and get it down, but it isn't going to be enough.
Just that final 1 second there. See there, they both swung at the same time, one in front, one behind. Just, you know, you can see there's building blocks for Falcons. There really is. I said before, this is not the finished article. This is still a WIP. There's still so much time for this young team to really develop. And, you know, you'll learn more in a loss than what you will in a win. That's no matter what. You'll know that for a fact. And Falcons, you know, I'm not saying they're am I saying that they're going to lose? It's likely that they're going to lose. You know, I'm not going to mess around here, but we'll see how many rounds they can get out of them. But, you know, even moments like that, they can reflect and say, you know, moments like this, we done well. We did do well. Give them credit for it. And
yeah, absolutely.
This isn't the last game. They still have another game today to play. It's not all over.
And they lost the opening pick in that round as well. That could have gone a little bit differently for them. They were still fighting and putting in a good couple of points of damage there. But, again, just not quite enough. NIP, I think they got almost surprised a little bit by that roam game. Wizard got very unfortunate up on that top floor. He had a key job of keeping control of the top of West Main. That was one of the big problems, and that forced the switch then from NIP. It forced Cons, it forced Pino upstairs to then try and do something about it. And of course,
it's a knock-on effect, isn't it? It's just, this happens and that happens and that.
But that's how important one kill can be.
Of course. Swampy. Haven't seen too many of those. I'm surprised we didn't see some spawn peaks on Cafe, for example.
There was some attempts where
there was the odd run out, but not really the old punch a window, sit on it, hopefully someone runs into your angle. That's, you know, we don't see many of them. Bit of Frost Mats as well. We've seen them play Havoc and Cafe so far. or not on Cafe, on Chalet. And Falcons had a few issues with them. Let's see if NIP maybe will fall into the same trap. Souls comes in again, and O'Kills, I want to be more vocal. I want to see him drag people over, saying, if you've got a C4, get to me now for a free kill. That's the way it should be.
Yeah, if you've got the solace, you need to have someone there ready with the C4 in hand to do something about it.
Brilliant, Quips. Love it.
Fantastic play there. Muzi, often teams and players will bait out, they'll throw the nade and then not immediately jump into the camera. But that was a really good risk-reward there, paid off by Quibs. They are going to suffer though. JLad will be taken down in process. Speaking about C4s, the only one that was available.
Is indeed. 2 impacts, also maybe could do something, but it's not going to hit the same as what the C4 does. NIP, still plenty of time to set up where they want to go from. Right now, I don't think they're too sure. It looks as if maybe they're thinking about rotating towards reading now. Psycho's really the only one towards bedroom. But then again, if you're dragging players towards reading, then you may need a bit more utility. Obviously, they have the nades there, but they have to burn through a couple of Wamai Scully before they really get any value from them.
Pino knows this as well. He's not going to be
one right in the window there,
throwing that utility, and without a little bit of confirmation, there's plenty of burn on the side of NIP as well, so there's really no excuse for these nades not to land. NIP are just stalling out a little bit here. They're going to wait for this Lion Scan to move through. Psycho and Wizard, they're going to trigger the Fenrir gap. They're going to immediately stun out onto the player. Quibs, he's in the hot seat here, still tucked inside of Library. Could find himself a couple of kills here if he picks his moment right, but he doesn't know which way to turn. Flores drone comes in as Joker is successful onto Wizard. Psycho with the backstab though, trade 1-for-1. Joker has played this round fantastically, can immediately dip himself down and maintain that advantage.
They've reinforced the hatch, so NIP don't have a chance only to get into bar as well, so they're going to be forced into either dropping that dangerous hatch into games, where then you're stuck in a corner, or you have to try and fight your way through the corridors, which again is tricky whenever O-Kills and Joker are both covering each set of doorways. NIP don't really have a good option here, and yeah, drops in. O-Kills goes on check, Console try and go for the refrag, and misses out on that kill. Any more coming? There will be a down onto one. Swings through! Oh, P9! Takes a lot of damage, but still gets that single bullet in.
Cons put bullets into every single defender there. Siege is a game of one-shot headshots.
One down, 2 downs, 3 downs.
There is a world where that comes through.
Yeah.
Cons got a little bit unlucky there, I think. Falcons obviously played it well. They had the crossfire. They'd spread out a little bit. They weren't occupying the site because the vertical control was coming through.
Yep.
They'd done a good job. They were very successful in the opening part of the round.
Well, that's more like it, isn't it?
They got the opening pick. Look what happened. Of course, it immediately got traded, but it doesn't matter. Joker played that round fantastically. He really dominated those main stairs. And again, it comes down to the opening pick onto Muzi. Where was he taken out? He was taken out on New Balcony. What does New Balcony do? It cuts a great big line of sight all the way through that top floor.
The only issue that they may run into now, Ollie, is they're forced to go to a kind of third bomb site choice for them. They don't have access to downstairs. They don't have bar available to them. They will go for the kitchen. Bringing in the mirror makes an appearance for the first time in this series. Keep that in mind.
Are you rejoicing?
This mirror window, whenever I use this, I get called a troll, by the way. I use that mirror window.
It is a bit of a troll.
And I tell people I'm using this mirror window. And then one time, an attacker did get into that closet and did get behind my mirror window, and then someone said, why is there a mirror window there? And I said, not my fault. So, at least
I'm always skeptical of mirrors that are placed on soft walls. Always very skeptical of that. Where's the other one, Bob? Is he placed it?
It's downstairs on, the kind of little kitchen corridor between Westmain and that, and it faces into the bridge. Which, it's not the strongest one because, of course, it can be, naded via window and also bucked above or sledged above, so...
And in reality, there's a world where NIP just don't go downstairs. There's one C4 down. You only got one more to worry about.
Multipass causing issues here for Pino trying to slip his drone in. Obviously, Pino is the Buck. He could just open up the door and just sprint through. That's the good thing about Buck. Not only is it, of course, seen as, oh, you have to go in and create this verticality. Opening up barricades, 2 shots, you're in. Moments like that, little pushes, it's great to have an operator like Buck. Pino, it's almost just, he's staying out of the range so he can still see if anyone's on piano door, but again, it's difficult. Nice little trick there from Wizard up the ladder.
It's a handy one if you're ever on Oregon.
Jump in the grooves.
Yeah. The rungs, they are called. The rungs of the
what? The who?
Rung.
Never heard that word in my life.
Pino still going to be putting a bit of pressure here onto the offense balcony. Going to be trying to remove that Mozzie pest. As Wizard, he sees success elsewhere. Opening kill onto O-Kills a lot later on into the round than we've seen previously. NIP, they may look as though they've not done too much in this round, but they've gathered a lot of information.
They're setting up, ready to go. That's it. Oh, Quibs. Can barely see the concussions go in, but Jalad finds 2 Ollie with the Mozzie and Piano, but doesn't get the third. That P10 Roni only has 15 bullets in the magazine Ollie. It's not the greatest for taking really more than 2 kills, sometimes only just the 1 you can get. Quibs does go down, the swings back and forth between the Ash. A 2v3 NIP will take the lead. It's up to Joker, it's up to P9 to keep their team in the series.
Showcased again there with Quibs. He was struggling with the ammo count there and did get a little bit unfortunate. Wizard is going to be holding on to the bottom of the stairs, but P9 goes for some aggression. He's able to take Muzi down and maybe even retake this top floor. Wizard, he's got a mirror window to work with, but he does need to be cautious. Oryx is caught in the sprint. 3 kills. Can he make it? 4. P9, the only player left alive. Con's going to start to try and go for this plant. Wizard, a quad kill, would see it done. Puts the damage in. The pre-fire comes out, but it isn't going to work. P9 finds himself one. Post-plant. Cons versus P9. He knows where the diffuser is. He's got a little bit of information here. There's yellow pings, there's red pings. Puts the shots in, but Cons scurries away down those main stairs. P9 can start the process of baiting out this diffuser. Maybe go for it from the other side. Does have plenty of time to work with, and it is going to work for him. P9, does he have the metal to stick it? Cons, you've got to aggress, you've got to push up. He does just exactly that. NIP, a thrilling end to the series. Successful here on Chalet.
So close. He didn't fake it. He went for it. He said, you know what, I'm just going to stick. If he kills me, he kills me. If not, oh well. Wow, NIP, a close round to finish it off. The mirror window working against the Oryx there, Ollie.
Yeah.
That's what okay, now I understand what my stack means.
Yes, now you understand.
Now I understand.
Well, it was the mirror that was downstairs, wasn't it? So it counts and it doesn't. That was a really exciting way to end that game.
I want a little bit more.
I want more of that. Yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
Falcons are just getting warmed up into it, which is good in the context of the tournament. Means that we're going to see them come back hopefully a little bit stronger next game. In terms of NIP, that was the most we've seen them push. They actually had to fight from behind. We've seen NIP play really well today, but we've seen them play well from ahead. We haven't seen them pressured. We haven't seen them with any significant strain on them.
The next game will be tougher. We know that. They'll go up against either G2 or M80. That is a much difficult team than what Falcons, of course, will give them. So it's only a matter of time, Ollie, before we see NIP and then really see if they are the real deal.
NIP going to make their way over now for a little bit of a fist bump with the Falcons players. Gets a chance to showcase what a stage we've got. Stage is huge as well, by the way.
Honestly, see the dancers earlier, I thought they were real people, but no, they told me they're not real.
Were you running in to try and see him? I couldn't see him in real life.
Honestly, I thought the massive head was real. It's, you know, something out of Superman.
We will have an interview momentarily with one of the players from NIP. We're just waiting for some confirmation as to who that could be, but I would guess, if I was a guessing guy, that it would be T-Chubs or Muzi.
Pino did a few stuff with me yesterday.
Pino did a little bit.
Pino did a little bit with me yesterday, so
you
maybe
got to chat to him yesterday, didn't you?
We done some fun content, which I don't know whenever that's getting shown. So we done a fair. I think we done like maybe 2 hours worth of content yesterday. So 2 hours worth of recorded footage of me and some players coming at you soon.
I'm sure that people are marking the calendars for that. This is one of Pino's best moments, speaking of him, jumping out there on the Clash.
Oh, unlucky from Quibs.
Sending to a bit of a highlight reel here for him, but I think it just goes to show how willing NIP were to take these opportunities that were presented to them.
Yeah.
We spoke about NIP as a team that is very good at setting up. We saw a great example of that in the last round, by the way. I was really glad that we got to see.
And I thought Cafe was a good showcase for that as well.
We did. We get to see almost their thinking time, where there's just one person in a drone, and you know that the comms are just going mental.
It's different for us because we've seen them so many times.
Yeah.
And you might be 30 seconds, a 5v5. The average viewer at home may be thinking, what's going on? What's the, and we're just wait for it. Just wait for it.
Yeah, it's coming. I promise you it's coming. I promise you it's coming.
But yeah, it's a good game, and we'll see how both these teams develop Obviously, each of them will be playing later on today. So obviously, Group A is still more to come. But Ollie, are we ready for Mr. Chambers?
I think we are. Let's throw down to the stage. We've got an interview ready with Ian and T-Chubbs and Fancy.
Well, I'm joined by NIP's head coach, Chubbs. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better start to this tournament.
Yeah, it was a good start. Well, we were a little bit scared about them because they play in a very different way that we are used. So, like, we prepared like very cautious for this match, and it paid well.
زي ما تشوفون اعزائنا المشاهدين معنا تشوبز الهيد كوتش لفريق NIP. تكلمنا معاه عن شعوره بعد ما قدروا يخلصون المباراه الاولى بناتج جدا عالي، وخصوصا انه ما بين كلهم من اختيارهم ومن اختيار فالكونز كانوا ماخذينها الدوميننس بالكامل. كان سؤالنا انه وش رايك في الماب هذا؟ بكل بساطه كان يقول احنا كنا خايفين منهم شوي فقط عشان انهم يلعبون بطريقه مختلفه تماما عن اللي احنا نلعبه، بس قدرنا نفوز بالاخير.
Chubbs, listen, these guys finished second last year, and you just said, you know, you were expecting maybe a different approach from those guys. Did you sense a different play style? I think a lot of us expected a little bit more aggression, especially on that first map.
I think they started a little bit nervous. Like the first game, and they're playing home, so I think it's a lot of pressure. They were like a little bit slower than we were expecting in Cafe, but they definitely went crazy in Chalet against us, and that's the play style that we were expecting them to play. And our game went well, so everything went fine, you know.
كنا متوقعين ان فريق فالكونز ممكن يلعبون اجريسيف بشكل اكبر بحكم انه هذا اللي متعودينه من فريق فالكونز اصلا، فهل هو الشيء اللي صار في الجيم متوقع بالنسبه للفريق NIP؟ كان جوابه انه بالعكس، احنا فعلا توقعنا انهم يلعبون اجريسيف بشكل اكبر، لكن بالاخير الجيم الاول لنا ممكن كانوا هم متوترين ايضا وما كانوا في الفورمه حقتهم، لكن بالاخير قدرنا احنا نعيش الجيم بطريقه مره كويسه.
You had a decent performance at the last major. How much prep have you put into this tournament? Because, of course, yes, it's silverware. Yes, it's a chance to show that you're one of the best teams, but also there's a lot of money on the line as well, Chubbs, that I know that you're eyeing up.
Yeah, we took, I think, 1 week from vacations after the major and take like a lot of preparation. A lot of teams in Brazil didn't even took vacations, so have like a lot of scrims, a lot of very good scrims. And that helped us a lot to prepare for this tournament. And of course, it's like a lot of money involved. And if you convert for our currency, it's like +5, so it's really important. Yeah, and it's probably the most outstanding, most incredible tournament that I've been into my life. So that's why we want to win so much, because everything here is like totally incredible. This should be every single tournament standards, you know. So we put our life on the line every single day to practice and bring our best version here.
فريق NIP اخذوا اجازه بعد ما خلصوا من الميجر الاخير وادائهم كان كويس فيه. في الاسبوع هذا بعد ما انتهوا منه رجعوا مره ثانيه السكريمات حقاتهم كان ادائهم فيها مره كويس وقدروا انهم يعني يكونوا مبسوطين في ادائهم. فالان راجعين هم في البطوله هذه بيحاولون يعطون كل اللي عندهم، خصوصا انه الجائزه حقت البطوله جدا جدا مبلغها عالي، نتكلم عن $1 مليون 750,000 للمركز الاول، NIP احد الفرق المرشحه، فاكيد الشيء هذا بيعطيهم دافع جدا كبير، خصوصا انه لو حولوها الى عملتهم زي ما قال تشوبز انه لو حولناها الى عملتهم بتكون 5 أضعاف المبلغ اللي احنا نتكلم عنه، فاكيد انه الشيء هذا بيكون محفز لهم.
All right, just finally from me, I'm not quite sure if this one's done and dusted yet. G2, M8T, who are you after? Who do you want?
We'll never choose an opponent. Like, if we play against an M8, it will be fine. Last game went really well for us. And I'll never turn down a game against Alemão, so it'll be always fun to play both of them. So.
Absolutely, Brazil versus Brazil, I know you love that. All right, massive thanks to Chubbs, congratulations to NIP, and of course, commiserations to Team Falcons. Sorry, Fancy, you'll come back though, right?
No worries. We'll come back, it's fine.
All right, let's cross back now over to the desk to pick apart that series.
All right, we've heard it ourselves from NIP. This game, they expected a certain place off from Falcons, which they didn't get, but they're out for blood, not just for Falcons, but for every single team in the tournament, because it means a lot to them.
Exactly, yeah. It was good to see that how much it means to them in the interview as well. And if you kind of think about it, right, it's feel like this match has been turned around a little bit in regards of like, oh, we were expecting a slow start maybe from NIP. Yeah. But maybe there was a bit of a slower start actually coming out from Falcons, where there was maybe a little bit of shakes, maybe a little bit of pressure and performing in front of a home crowd. Whereas on the second map, as mentioned, there was more of the playstyle that they were expecting from Falcons to come out as well. But They should have brought that out in the first map because they're now in the lower bracket, and that might make it really difficult. If you look at it, you have to come back within 3 hours against an opponent none other than G2 or M80, so that's looking really tough.
It's not the easiest situation to be in, but with that, the STC play post-map analysis is now going to start because we really need to dig further into what we've just seen. Specifically from the side of Falcons, we heard it from Chubbs himself. They really thought that Falcons was going to come out swinging, but that was not the case. So it brings the question again to maybe something that you mentioned earlier on today on the Desk Fresh, the fact that last year when we saw them on the international stage, there really wasn't that much pressure, but now it's really shaky.
It does very, very strange things to players and to people. When you're not operating under pressure, you can play your game. You make a mistake, nobody really sees it. Nobody really highlights it. Everyone just says, oh, we didn't, we kind of expected that, so it's fine.
Yeah.
When you've got the fans, when you've got the expectation that you came second last year, that you've been to the major and done quite well at the major, everyone's like, we think Falcons will do well. That puts you under a microscope, and that makes you start questioning things. It makes your thought process, should I really be doing this? Should I really be taking this risk? The answer's probably yes, but once you've done that double take, you miss the window of opportunity.
Yeah.
And I felt that's what Falcons are doing a lot today, is where normally and probably in practice in scrims, they're flying into windows and out of windows and being aggressive and being the Falcons we know. They get up on that stage and they start thinking, should I jump out on this guy? It's gone. It's dead. And then, the round's over before they know it.
Yeah, it's like those split seconds that they're taking to make those extra decisions, unfortunately, have made the biggest change in these two maps.
Exactly, yeah. If you play too passive, what we know Falcons for is that really aggressive, that in-your-face play style. What Eminem said as well is like, oh, we know how these teams felt playing against Falcons in Riyadh, for example. If you don't bring out that same kind of play style, you're basically giving the opponent some free time here. We know NIP sometimes is a bit slow. They take their time getting map control or getting towards the bomb site. Well, if you don't contest it as heavily as you would normally do if you're Falcons, you're basically giving more free territory to NIP, which works in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, anyone wants that free territory on the map. The more space, the better, the more pressure you can create, and that's really worked out for NIP. Especially one round that highlights it very well is round 6, where we can once again see that hesitation coming out from Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna look at round 6, which is a bit later on into the round. Within about a minute left in the round, the decision is made to send someone downstairs to go and nade towards the office door. We've got JLad on the balcony as well. He's gonna try and contest the clash. They're aware of the clash in this door. Someone's downstairs to nade it, but of course NIP know what's going on. They know what they need to do to make that clash play safe around the office door. They got someone watching the hatch. They get rid of the person below with grenades. And you're now looking at a situation where there's 30 seconds left on the clock. Your heart breacher just died. All the walls at Ivy are reinforced. You've got no nades, no flashes, no real entry points in the site except for this breach, but of course they're going to be watching that. So it's looking like they don't have that many options left because they made decisions so late, and NIP's got everything covered.
That was a really good read for NIP, and I think one of the things that we see consistently from NIP across this fixture is they read into Falcons very well. So I'm going to give them a lot of praise for that. I think, being aware that if you've got a clash outside, the nade on the entry back in might happen, hold it, right? And that's really good, really simple, really good team play. This ultimately is a team-based FPS. One thing I will say, though, is for Ninjas and Pyjamas, when they're going up against M80 or G2, they'll play one of them later on. The way they set up against Falcons won't be as effective against M80 or G2. Because G2 and M80 will just choose to ignore the utility game side of it and look for a gap and hit that gap. So as much as it's really, really good there from Ninjas, they need to be aware that this might not work against their opponents that they play later on today.
Yeah, in this situation, for example, we saw quite a few defensive rounds of NIP where they just bring so many operators with time waste. They bring out Thorin with traps to 1.5. It's been recently added to her as well. Wamai, Fenrir, Rooney, Frostmet.
Castles.
Yeah, all that type of stuff to just waste time from Falcons. If they're wonky on the decision-making, late on the decision-making, if they don't use all the utility very well, that type of stuff works amazing because you waste so much time from the attackers coming out, but it's not really what we're used to seeing a lot right now in the current meta. So indeed, as Fresh says, that they're playing against M80 or G2 later today. I feel like what's lacking from Falcons today was the opportunity spotting. Oh, hey, there's so much going on with all this utility, we might just hit site.
Yeah.
That definitely will be there for G2 and M80, that opportunity spotting and utilizing the space that they have.
Yeah, NIP utilized what they got, they made the best out of it, and with that, they also have the MVP. The Kyria MVP for this matchup is going to be Muzi. I mean, this guy was absolutely going in, guns blazing. It was a blockage in the road for Falcons, and unfortunately, one of the players does force Falcons to go play an elimination match later today.
mean, yeah, if you look, for example, even starting at the operators that he was playing on the second half of Shelly, right? It ranged all the way from an Ace to an Ashe. So all that's showing for me a lot of flexibility in regards to him. He's been stepping up regularly. We'll see him like right underneath, for example, Psycho on the scoreboard usually, stepping up, playing all these different roles for his team and really showing he's the MVP there.
Yeah, I think Muzi along with Psycho and Pino, they form that kind of dynamic trio, I guess, where you're looking at the front line, you're looking at them getting the frags. I think it all the way back on Cafe, the first 2 or 3 rounds, those guys were up to 5, 6 kills after 2 rounds, and that really set the scene nicely for NiP. You know, having all 3 of them firing, gonna make it so much easier for that back line to, you know, get the plants down, get the drone work in, and actually just create a lot of space for the team.
Yeah, and also one of the really important things that we highlighted earlier today was going to be the Merit Awards. Being the MVP of the match, being the MVP of the R6 in general here at Gamers8 is very important. It carries a lot of weight in terms of that prize pool. But another Merit Award was the most creative fans. And we said it before the game started. Fresh was bragging about how great of a car he could draw, so he did his absolute best and he drew us a green car. You want to submit your Falcons fan creativity, drawing?
So this is my drawing for the award. This is for Falcons.
This is your official submission?
Directly to the camera. I think that's a pretty good car.
I think it's a pretty good car.
I've got the Falcons logo on there.
Yeah, but negative points for importing it though, because you did not draw that yourself.
I wrote Joker 619 on the spoiler.
What was spoiler say?
It's got Go Falcons. I think that's a pretty good car, to be honest.
Yeah, how much would you rate it? Because we're gonna have to look at all these drawings eventually. So if you had to rate that drawing out of 10, what would you give it?
Should we give it Soul 8.5? Because it's a nice car. It's got 3D. I like that. It's
I like
the little penalty points for the imported logo.
I think like 8.5 is a bit too generous because he did import the logo. I was like, I'm gonna give it like, I mean, it is on dark mode, so I respect that. So you get a plus for that, but I'm gonna give you like an 8.
Okay.
I think an 8 is good.
All right, I'll take that.
It's probably higher than you got in school.
That's a good average, yeah. Oh, this is where we're going.
Wow.
Ooh, the hate jokes might be coming out later.
Oh no, what have I started? But with that, unfortunately for Falcons, as beautiful as that car is, they're gonna have to get into it and zoom through that elimination match if they want to stay in the competition. But you already highlighted it yourself as well, and we have G2 happening up against M80, and both of these teams, whichever one loses, is gonna be going up against Falcons. That is absolutely crazy to me because that's difficult.
Yeah, and if you look at the issues that are happening for Falcons, right, it doesn't seem like a small thing like, oh, we're losing our entry engagements. Oh, this player is not stepping up today. It seems more drastic than that because we're not seeing the kind of playstyle that we're used to from Falcons, which we have seen at the Major, which we have seen previously. And if that big of an element is lacking, or it's different than it usually is and it's not working for you, that is not as easy peasy to change around as, for example, oh, you know, this strat didn't work out. Oh, that's a shame.
When I think back to Copenhagen, Falcons were up against it. You know, they were playing without Jalad, they were playing, you know, with multiple subs for a moment in time. And I think back to how they managed to do so well.
Yeah.
They trusted the process, they were confident, and Valentino was at the forefront of that. Now, I'm not going to write off one player after one bad match, but to take that out of your system and then produce a performance that was so flat, they need to find a way to motivate themselves without Valentino there, because he was the spearhead in terms of taking all the pressure on the roster. He took it on himself in Copenhagen. You know, he was the guy doing the interviews. He was the guy that was hyping them up after everyone. He was the guy screaming at the opponents.
Oh yeah.
Not really seeing any of that from them today, and I think they need to figure that out. Like I say, they've got 3 hours. They've got 3.5 hours. They started to do it a little bit map 2 where they got a little bit more aggressive, but even Chubb said, is like, we were not expecting them to play this passively. And if they respected NiP, they're going up against M80 or G2, who are, you know, in stature, probably bigger teams at the minute than NiP are. So if they really got to figure that out so they can hit the ground running, because that is an elimination game.
It's not looking good, bro. It's not looking good, unfortunately. But still, again, the thing that we know about Falcons is a lot of the times when the pressure's on them, they do manage to come out swinging. It's a lot of ifs and buts, and it also depends on who they're going to be going up against. But we got to keep the hopes up. We have Fresh's car as well as like a, you know, a little bit of a hype. So we do have positive things going on. We also have the LG matchup of today. Another positive thing happening today, because that's Oxygen up against BDS. This matchup specifically, I kind of want to talk about it a little bit more before we go into that break, specifically because of the storylines behind it and the weight behind this game for both of these rosters.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at BDS, for example, they're the reigning Gamers8 champions, right? They're here to defend their championship title. They're here to come back after, for them, probably a disappointing stage 1. And if you look at the side of Oxygen, think they've had a pretty disappointing for themselves. Stage 1 as well. Right after SI, where they both didn't have that bad of a result. I mean, Oxygen got 3rd. BDS didn't make it to the players, which they probably would have wanted to, just trying to right before that big hurdle. But I feel like this might be a comeback game for both these teams to show, like, okay, we may have had a bad Stage 1 in our respective regions, but you know, we're here to fight and we're here to take up victories.
So many similarities in terms of storyline of these two teams. One key difference, Oxygen have made a change since Stage 1. Obviously, we've got Fish coming in. BDS haven't. We know BDS for sticking with their roster. You could maybe even argue a little bit too long to try and work out their issues, but the noise is obviously coming out of there is that they're working on their issues, they're aware of their issues, and they're ready for this tournament. I think both of these teams, it's kind of curious because we've got an 8-team tournament. Neither of these teams have been talked about. But if you look across the last 2 or 3 years, BDS and Oxygen have been in like the last 8 of most of the tournaments. BDS have obviously won a major, won a Gamers8. Oxygen, SI, 3rd place. So it's like these teams are coming in, no pressure, no whispers about them, and they're just going to play their game.
They gotta play their game, but they also gotta live up to some of these expectations. The LG matchup of today, Oxygen up against BDM. We'll be back after the break, so make sure you get a little bit of rest because this one is gonna be a banger.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up in. Let me ready to bust in. Take everything, leave them with nothing. Come on.
In a world where tactical mastery reigns supreme, one name echoes through the hallowed halls of Rainbow Six Siege. Fabian, a legend in his own right, has left an indelible mark on the game and the hearts of millions. He is not wielding just one, not two, but 3 hammers, a true Viking of the scene. This man of many talents comes from the colder than cold Sweden, powered by meatballs and probably some rotten fish. His success speaks for itself, though this man does not stay silent much either.
But every team that's gone up against them have played literally fucking shit.
That's because he knows he's the best. He works hard to be the best. He has the trophies to show that he is the best. Now, what do the best of the best do in Rainbow Six Siege? They clash here, in Riyadh, for the Gamers8 2023 tournament. It is both Fabian's and G2's first time joining us. Do you think he will grab this trophy as well? Is the infamous Six Invitational winner curse too strong to break? One could argue that if anyone, he's the one to break it. Fabian has the chance to lift a hammer, the Gamers8 trophy, and a major trophy all in the same year. A trinity that BDS came so close to last year. Regardless, Fabian makes sure we'll be in for an incredible show of talent, hot interview takes, and the best meme material there is.
I think Shaiko is one of the most prolific gunners in all of EU. Quick peek, move aggressively around the map, and he really took charge of how French gunners came into the European scene. How do I think he'll do at this event?
Yes, I'm ready to defend my title, and I'm more angry than ever.
Last year we came to the Gamer8 and we won it without dropping any maps. To be honest, we just play like we feel it. We didn't put pressure on ourselves. With Shaiko in-game, I'm giving the info for him so he can make the entries like he does the best.
I think to get, 2 years in a row best play would be very difficult. No player's really been able to achieve it. So I'm hoping, at least for him, he's able to put it on show here in Riyadh.
The role of the support obviously changed. You cannot sit like in the year 1 or year 2 just waiting and hoping that there is some enemies popping in your sight. So now you have to be aggressive and go find the enemies. I would describe the team. It's like a dynamic. The toughest opponent that we can face in our groups would be W7M.
To get the revenge on CYCLOPS and W7M, we correct our mistake.
I was always happy being a content creator, but there's always something there to be better. I always find myself playing in these underage teams, trying to get the best competition possible. So I always had that kind of competitive mindset inside of me, for sure.
Sport is living proof that young players can step up to the mark if they're good enough, and that is exactly what he was. He was good enough to move into that Rogue roster, be able to win them a major championship. Rogue has shown everyone that rookies are just as good as some of the more veteran talent that we have.
Having Sport on my team is definitely the best feeling I've ever had, because at the end of the day, we play an FPS game. Something I always tell my teammates is, if you win your gunfight, you win the game. Having him entering for us and getting those opening picks is all we need. It makes a difference.
As of recently, it's been hard, being a pro and a content creator at the same time. Obviously, your content side takes a big hit once you go pro. You can't balance everything, 24 hours isn't enough. I'm taking a hit on the content side right now, but pursuing professional play.
What makes Spoit so successful is his desire to win. People may think mechanical skill, game sense, but no, it's the hunger, it's the passion that drives him. All this guy wants to do is win, and he's done that.
Picking his play wasn't an easy decision, mostly because I was very close with my last teammates, so it was a very tough choice on doing a roster move. And when it came to options, we didn't have many, and he wasn't even included in the options. I was like, well, why not try to get one of the best players in the world, if not the best?
I don't want to say too much about the Gamers8 tournament coming up, because I don't want to jinx myself or anything like that. But Berlin went great, first place. So I'm just trying to continue that road and, trying to build a little dynasty with the team. But it takes time.
The balance between us is probably just in roles, because I think I play as aggressive as he does on a supportive role. Every time we're together, we're doing everything perfect and everything works out. So it feels good. It feels good to have him by my side.
dealing with all of the pressure, being a content creator, you know, changing teams, winning, you know, getting back to the high again. It's pressure for sure, but you gotta find that balance within your mind. And, you know, personally, the gym has helped me a lot.
Sports expectations should definitely be trying to take home that MVP. I think he's good enough. I think he's probably top 5 players you would expect to be in that conversation. If he can play the way that we've seen him do in the past, then yeah, he can definitely go for it.
This North American organization opened their eyes to international talent and is now being powered by 3 Brazilians, 1 Swede and 1 American, with all support staff being Brazilian as well. A combination of such has created this unstoppable force we know as M80. Their road to Riyadh began in the North American Gamers Without Borders, where they first faced West Garfield Park, a roster that showed great potential in the qualifiers. Those dreams of WGP were shattered by M80's strength, as they took the win with a confident 2-0.
It's going to be your last chance here. You've got to try and make something happen, otherwise it is going to be curtains. You're going to be able to get past Kino here on the shield, jiggling left and right. That is going to be GG's. M80. They finally lock away Bank. All it took was to get them back down to the basement. They will be going into our finals.
But now it was time for the final, and to meet a familiar face from the North America League, Dark Zero. DZ had won the group stage, but M80 climbed up the bracket in Phase 2 of the league, and eventually defeated DZ in the final.
Oh, Pandazoo!
Time as well.
In the 1 versus 2, he can't get it done! M80 with the huge victory over Dark Zero. They close out this best of 5 in regulation. It just takes all the time.
The history was on M80's side as they headed to the best of 5 grand final of Gamers Without Borders. In an absolute heater of a match, M80 were victorious over DZ, securing first place in Gamers Without Borders, and therefore qualified to Gamers8 here in Riyadh. The Ninjas are longing for some lands. After a relatively long break from not qualifying to the international events after the 6th Invitational 2022, they made a comeback in the Copenhagen Major. With that boost of mentality, performance in Gamers Without Borders was significantly better. Exactly what we could expect from this brilliant roster. Defeating Lost One in the semi-finals was not easy.
He sees the barrel, he's got to go for the swing shot, he's got to get the kill! Psycho instead! Ninjas in pajamas, they're hurtling towards the grand final here at Gamers Without Borders. Lobin goes down, cameraman the lone soul, but it's gonna be a camera-esque finish for Ninjas in pajamas.
And thus, when facing Team Liquid in the grand final, they were not able to secure maps at the start. Team Liquid was leading the best of 5 series 2-0, a situation no Tier 1 team would like to be in.
Police knows where 1 is now, but he's left guessing to find the 2nd. 2 players line up, he gets a couple of shots in, but it's not gonna be enough. Close isn't gonna be good enough here. Lagonis, he's going to find that final kill.
But that did not faze NIP. The Ninja struck back and took home the next following maps: Villa, Clubhouse, and Cafe. Liquid had dried up in this match against NIP. They simply wanted it more.
Lagonis instead going to dip himself out and wait for Palu to maybe clear out this top floor a little bit. There's no chance of these Liquid players buddying up. Palu finds one, immediately locks on and domes Psycho. He's going to stun out and see if he can try and make something happen, but he's not going to be able to. Cons and Pino, they could pick up the final 2 kills, and that guarantees we are going to all available maps here.
Who would have seen this coming after such a dominant performance from Liquid?
We can expect a strong showing from NIP here at Gamers8. The question is, how far will they go? Struggles in the group stage at the 6th Invitational 23 put the fans of Oxygen Esports in a rough spot. Hopes were not as high as they could have been, however the smell of a comeback was in the air. Oxygen pulled a little speed run at the start of the playoffs, taking down both Heroic and M&M Gaming with impressive 2-0 victories, bringing themselves up to speed.
I think Heroic's a great matchup for us to get us into the bracket system. You know, we scrimmed against them while we were at the event. You know, they're good guys, they're great scrim partners, and I think we still have a good amount of tricks up our sleeve to pull out against them.
It's a 1 versus 3, Doom. He's just got to find these 1 kill at a time, but cannot even pick up the first. Foxy, he's behind the desk, just dishing out the pain there to close out the round and the match for OXG, and that is going to be the NA side continuing in the upper bracket. Congratulations to them.
Wolves were not able to stand in the way of Oxygen either. Their run at the Six Invitational was first threatened by W7M Esports, who dropped Oxygen in the lower bracket final. And it wasn't just any team that they had to face there. G2 Esports, who ended up lifting the hammer after the SI Grand Final, finalised the destiny of Oxygen. Their incredible performances throughout the playoffs were not enough, and G2 dropped them out with a confident 2-0.
The post plant and the rotate round. He's trying to isolate one of these engagements. Sees a sliver of health, sees a sliver of a body, but G2 have kept themselves cards close to the chest. They're on either side of the door in a line, but that is all! G2 will be moving on to our grand final!
However, finishing third in the most prestigious Rainbow Six Siege tournament of the year is not a small feat. That's why they earned their invitation to join us here in Riyadh for Gamers8 2023. W7M Esports do not need an introduction, but certainly deserve one. This team has absolutely dominated the game in most events for the past few years, with recent results being even more incredible. W7M experienced the same fate in the group stage of Six Invitational as Oxygen, placing third and not bringing to the table what was expected of them. Though the Bulls saw red, and red only, in the playoffs, climbing through the upper bracket and defeating Team BDS, M80, Koi, and Oxygen.
We can see hard pings going on to multiple players, but Vertical, no actionable intel. A little too high on that shot there. Doubles back down the steps for a reset. Well, he also waits for his teammate Foxy to get in position, attempting to work it from up on top. But you'll notice W7M, they even have presence up there. They're gonna find Foxy. He gets locked down, and so does the final member. It's W7M to be the first team in the grand finals of Six Invitational 2023.
The upper bracket run looks so dominant for them, most considered W7M to lift the hammer over G2. Unfortunately, that dream is still yet to be achieved for W7M Esports.
Nitro Cell goes out, KZ rushing in, G2 looking to accomplish this, 1 kill away, and it's Volps to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.
Though being a grand finalist at the Six Invitational 23 earned them this Gamers8 spot, we should not hide the fact that they just recently took home the trophy from the Copenhagen Major, making them our strongest competitor. We are excited to see them possibly clashing with the Six Invitational winner, G2 Esports.
If I wasn't Rainbow Succeed professional player, I think I might be a doctor, maybe. I would describe my team in one word. Maybe it would be spectacular. My favorite game outside of Rainbow Six Siege? Maybe FIFA, because my team has worse fashion sense. I think I'll hurt their feelings, but I don't know, maybe worse fashion sense. It's a hard question. Mad skills. Who's in my team will win the 1 versus 5 photos? I think Q6Z. I think year 1 Jaeger ACOG with SMG ACOG. That's my earliest memory and going through my mind when I think of Rainbow Six Siege and the first years.
If I wasn't a pro player, I would be a doctor. My best friend in the game is Virtue. Every Rainbow Six moment, winning against CYCLOPS on a Mexico Major. Toughest opponent I ever played, probably BDS. Favorite game outside of Rainbow Six, Age of Empires. If I had to describe my team in one word, it would be funny. My worst dressed teammate is actually my analyst, it's Titan. The most likely to win a 1v5 is Virtue, definitely.
If I wasn't a Rainbow Six pro, I'd probably want to go through some sports, something like that. That was very interesting in such when I was young. Best friend inside of Siege, I actually don't know. I have a lot of friends, but I don't like to place a best friend kind of. My favorite Rainbow Six moment would probably be the Berlin Major, to be honest, with the crowd going crazy and having to see everyone for the first time. But I would describe my team with the word unbelievable. My earliest Rainbow Six memory would probably be first time getting to scrim against BDS as an underager. I think I was 15 at the time, so that was probably one of the memories. If there was a 1v5 left, and yeah, DS is the man to do it, the clutch god. So yeah, I'll pick DS. The toughest opponent I've ever played against was probably W7M in Invite, for sure. First time ever getting 7-0'd like that. If I could pick one player to recruit to my team, it would probably be someone like Julio. The word I would use to describe myself would probably be passion.
If I want a Rainbow Six pro player, maybe I would make YouTube videos, I don't know, and I like content creation. You know. My favorite Rainbow Six moment is when I won the invitation. It could not be other. If I would describe my team in just one word, it would be passion. I think the best player that I've ever played is Julio. Outside Rainbow Six, my favorite game is Counter-Strike. If I would describe myself, I think in just one word would be determination. If I would recruit someone for my team, it maybe would be Dan from Virtus.pro. My favorite TV show is How I Met Your Mother. One fact that nobody knows is I am a very addicted fan of Star Wars. So my favorite destination for a vacation, it maybe some place with a beach, like Miami, I think.
If I wasn't a pro Rainbow Six player, I'd probably be acting right now. Right before playing Siege, I was kind of going through the steps of like doing that. I did like a commercial here and there, and it was something that I was really interested in. My best friend, like right now, is all of my teammates. Like I feel like that's so hard to like pick one. If anything, I would say like I've been the longest like with like Redeem. So I'm pretty close with him, you know, but I love all the guys on my team equally. I describe my team in one word, probably as ridiculous. Every moment that we're together, it's always something that like it just is unpredictable. Whether we're outside of the game or inside of the game, I think there's a lot of unpredictability to it. I guess the best player I'd ever played with, I'd have to say, is New. You know, I mean, just I've never played with like someone that's been so like mechanically gifted like that. That's so hard to answer. I feel like, you know, I like a lot of Diablo. I've been playing a lot of TFT. BattleBit's been pretty fun. I would say like maybe like Timothy Chalamet, or like someone that's like very like young looking that's popular right now.
The best friend in the team will be Shaiko or Likefak, but everyone in the team are close friends. My favorite moments in Rainbow Six in my career will be the winning in Yuan Camping, but I have another one, it's the clutch in the Paris Major with Vitality. How I will describe the team, it's like a dynamic. If I can recruit one player in the world, it will be Hertz, for sure.
If I wasn't a professional Rainbow Six player, I'd probably be a psychologist. My best friend in the game are the MIBR X-Roster. My favorite Rainbow Six moment was the Major Copenhagen win. I would describe my team as skilled. My earliest Rainbow Six memory is probably playing Hero Fort Base, like in 2016 with my friends in PS4. The toughest opponent I've ever played against is Team Liquid on BR6 because they're too good in regional championships. My favorite game outside of Rainbow Six is probably Counter-Strike. I would describe myself as dedicated. If I could recruit any player of any team, probably Shaiko. If there was a movie I played about me, Leonardo DiCaprio would be the actor for me. The worst dressed in my team is probably me. Yeah, my favorite superhero is Spider-Man. One fact about me that no one else knows is that I started College of Psychology for like 6 months and then I dropped off. 1 versus 5, one man standing, I would put Nate in that situation. He would have been. I would pick to be my teammate Casey, and I would go against Alemão and Benja.
Welcome to Create Your Operator, where, well, you guessed it, we're going to create an operator. We've got the two G2 lads here with us. Today we have Doki and we have Benja. Now, fellas, quite a simple game, isn't it? But I'm sure no one used to. There will be some disagreements because, of course, it is used to at the end of the day. So, here's what you need to do. I need from you guys the main weapon of this operator. I need the secondary weapon of this operator. I need what utility they have, so flashbangs, grenades, hard breach, whatever it is. I need the gadget that they have. And finally, I want you to name them. So a minute, let's go. Minute, go.
Nate's, for sure.
ARX, for sure. The gadget should be Ayana's gadget, and it should just be called Ayana.
No. Let's go to Benja.
Nate, and I don't know more about that. You only need Nate. Only Nate.
Well, right, so you've got ARX. We've got that. What secondary gun do they have? What's the sidearm?
SMG.
SMG what?
11.
11, okay. So we've got ARX, SMG 11. What utility do they have? Are they going to have nades? What are they going to have?
Okay, should I say it? Yeah. Okay, I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. It's going to be an operator on defense.
Okay.
Okay, it's going to have what gun?
Bandit's gun. I don't know the name.
The MP7, come on, man. And the SMG11 as the secondary, okay, for sure. We're going to have barbed wire and a shield. Barbed wire and a shield.
3 barbed wires.
3 barbed wires and a shield, okay? And the gadget, okay, the gadget is going to be able to cut the reinforcements in half. So you have like half reinforcements.
Okay.
And you can position the reinforcements differently. I know. It's going to be really great for some situations. And it's going to be called Bob.
Bob?
Bob the Builder.
So...
It's Bob.
Bob he just puts up half a reinforced wall and that's it.
Oh, jeez. No, he can cut the reinforcements.
He can cut it?
He can cut them.
So what purpose?
He's like Maverick on defense.
Maverick on defense?
Kinda.
Isn't that kind of going against defense? Or?
No, like, imagine you have like a little half reinforcement.
Right.
You're hiding behind it.
Didn't you give him a shield?
Yeah.
Something's not adding up. And he's called Bob?
Yeah, Bob.
You happy with that, Benja?
Yeah, it sounds good.
Okay. That's what G2 think their new operator should be. Do you think Bob should be an inclusion in the game? Let us know. We'll be back again with another episode.
Why is he saying like this the whole time?
Welcome to What's That Sound, where we pitch the best players in all the land, and all they have to do is tell us what they hear. It's really quite simple, but we know it's not that easy to find out what you're listening to. In this episode, we are going to have Elims up against Spoits, the 2 Europeans, take on one another. Here you go. Are you ready for your first sound?
It's a reload or something, no? Can you do it
want
again?
Me to do it again for you?
Yeah. I think it looks like a reload, but it's not.
Observation blocker?
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, it's my guess, yeah. Final answer.
And that would be a good guess. That is correct. It was an observation blocker being
Oh,
deployed.
yeah, but I'm not used
so
to it.
now we know BDS
Okay.
don't use
No,
observation blockers.
no, we don't use that.
We know
we
that.
don't use that.
Are you ready for your next sound? Let's go for your second one. Now, let's see. Let's amp it up a notch. See if we can get this one.
It was a sound.
It was a sound.
This was a sound.
Yes, this was a sound.
It's not a sound. Huh?
It is a sound.
For me, it's just wind.
No, it's a sound. It is a sound.
Okay, one more time, please.
That's pulling out like the Grim bee stunner. Like the gun for the bees.
I would say when you pick up rook armor, I don't know.
You pick up rook armor?
Yeah.
Final answer?
Yeah, but I'm not sure.
You think it's the gun for Grim's launcher? Is that your final answer?
Yes.
That would be incorrect. It's Glaz changing his scope.
Ah, yeah.
See, once I tell you what it is, now you understand.
Okay, now I won't miss. It's okay.
So you're 0 for 2.
Yeah.
Which isn't good. Let's go for your next one.
Oh, it's hard.
It is hard. Here you go. Here's your next one.
Dude, what is that sound?
The sound of the bomb. When you are
Final answer?
When you are next to the bomb. Can you do it one more time?
Do it one more time.
I have no idea.
No idea.
No idea. Is it a map sound?
I'll give you a hint. It's one you play a lot. I've seen you on this operator many a times.
For me, the first thing that comes to mind is the sound of the bomb when you are close to the bomb.
It's a gadget. I'll give you that much.
Okay,
It's a gadget.
So it's a gadget. So what gadget does?
Oh, he's leaned up. It's getting serious.
I don't know. Lion scan. I don't know.
I actually don't know. That's my final answer.
It was Ying's Candelas.
Oh yes.
Ying Candela.
I know. I know.
Okay. Let's go for one more.
Kali.
That's a Kali.
100% Kali.
It is Kali. So at least you finished on a high.
Wow! I didn't expect that.
So that is our episode done between Elims and Spoit. And we'll be back again with another episode of What's That Sound?
to your heart, tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms, I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long, we don't have much time to spare. This could all be done tomorrow, so all I need right now is your love. You're taking me higher, taking me higher. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided, yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead, only one way to be. Living young, wild and free, living young, wild and free, yeah. We don't want too much, we've just had enough. Let me live in love, What if I told ya I know exactly what you are? What have they sold ya on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul, and ain't no one telling me nothing. I've taken control. If you got something on your mind, go and spit it out. If you got something on your chest, go and get it off. We don't have a moment to waste. For the last few days we've been running in place. I need a vacation. Both hands holding on, but I feel it breaking. If I'm not good enough, how long till replacement? I see right through your disguise, your pretty little lie. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that blacktop boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own.
struggles in the group stage at the Six Invitational 23 put the fans of Oxygen Esports in a rough spot. Hopes were not as high as they could have been, however the smell of a comeback was in the air. Oxygen pulled a little speed run at the start of the playoffs, taking down both Heroic and M&M Gaming with impressive 2-0 victories, bringing themselves up to speed.
I think Heroic's a great matchup for us to get us into the bracket system. You know, we scrimmed against them while we were at the event. You know, they're good guys, they're great scrim partners, and I think we still have a good amount of tricks up our sleeve to pull out against them.
It's a 1 versus 3, Joom. He's just got to find these 1 kill at a time, but cannot even pick up the first Foxy. He's behind the desk, just dishing out the pain there to close out the round and the match for OXG, and that is going to be the NA side continuing in the upper bracket. Congratulations to them.
Wolves were not able to stand in the way of Oxygen either. Their run at the Six Invitational was first threatened by W7M Esports, who dropped Oxygen in the lower bracket final. And it wasn't just any team that they had to face there. G2 Esports, who ended up lifting the hammer after the SI Grand Final, finalised the destiny of Oxygen. Their incredible performances throughout the playoffs were not enough, and G2 dropped them out with a confident 2-0.
The post plant and the rotate round. He's trying to isolate one of these engagements. Sees a sliver of health, sees a sliver of a body, but G2 have kept themselves cards close to the chest. They're on either side of the door in a line, but that is all! G2 will be moving on to our grand final!
However, finishing third in the most prestigious Rainbow Six Siege tournament of the year is not a small feat. That's why they earned their invitation to join us here in Riyadh for Gamers8 2023. For years, they've been so close yet so far from raising an international major trophy. However, it all changed last year. Team BDS ploughed through Gamers8 2022 with a fierce determination to take what's theirs. Passion and hunger above all else, this team had no plans on stopping, giving us all an amazing showcase of what world-class Rainbow Six Siege is like. And there was no better stage to let BDS do what they do best than the one here in Riyadh. Were you in doubt? Were you supporting them? Were you expecting them to fall in the grand final? Regardless of what we thought of them, they did not care. It was as if the trophy had Team BDS written on it before the tournament began. And then it happened. Team BDS crowned as the Gamers8 champions. From that followed a streak of never-seen-before performances from this squad. It peaked at the grand final of the 6 Yon Chopping Major, when BDS faced an old nemesis of theirs, Team Liquid. They had beaten the Brazilians in the playoffs of Gamers8, but we are now on an official major stage. Are they good enough? Can they grab a long-awaited major win under the noses of Team Liquid? This grand final could not have been any better. It was only after the 5th map we saw our winner emerge from the major stage. The French take it. Team BDS takes it. Tears of victory run down the cheeks of champions. And now, they're back, here in Riyadh to defend their title as Gamers8 champions, and as one of the best teams in all of Rainbow Six Siege history. Are you ready to welcome the fantastic French? Team BDS.
Welcome back to the second game here at Gamers8. We got Siege coming up, LG match of the day, BDS up against Oxygen. I'm Ginny, your host, joined on the desk with Fresh and Jesse. Welcome. Lovely to have you.
Thank you. Lovely to be here in Riyadh. It's been an amazing time so far. A little hotter than I'm used to up in Canada, but you know what? It's been beautiful either way.
You say that while wearing a jacket.
You know.
What?
It's only 45 outside, and you've got a nice
air conditioning.
Big,
air conditioning. It's a wonderful thing.
It's a wonderful
so
thing.
What, 70-degree swing?
Something like that.
All right, matchup of the day. Oxygen up against BDS. I feel like we got both analysts on the desk. We got NA, we got EU, so this is going to be a pretty interesting one. In terms of both of these teams, though, as we already heard from some of these videos, BDS, they're here to defend their title. Oxygen, however, they haven't had the best run on these international events. I mean, they weren't even at the major.
Certainly. I mean, neither team were, right? I think both of these teams are kind of coming off a stage that they maybe regret a little bit, maybe were wishing went a little bit better for them. I think certainly, I mean, BDS, with the format that they had in EUL, you know, they did kind of have a couple stumbles and that really screwed them right out the gate. I think Oxygen, in a similar vein, maybe stumbled a little bit earlier and then, again, failed to get to that major by losing to the Sonics. It was a tough game for them in the qualification. They're coming in with a roster change as well, so I think both teams a lot to prove here today.
Right, BDS though, I haven't seen him at the major either, but last time you said it yourself, Fresh, undefeated, didn't lose a single map.
Didn't lose a single map last year. And if you go back to this time last year, BDS were coming into this tournament on a bad run of form, and it was this tournament that spiraled them all the way ultimately into a major win after winning this. So they'll be hoping that the same thing can happen once again this year.
Yeah, and when we're looking at Oxygen, something that I picked up from the interviews that Ian's done with them, they lost their luggage. So it's going to be a question of like, who is going to be showing up in the most comfortable positions? Because if only Dream is the only one with the luggage,
Yeah, I mean, comfort's obviously a big thing. I know we were in the elevator this morning, Ginny, and we ran into Newers, who informed us that he had missed breakfast as well.
Not
so
smart.
a lot of circumstances around this game for Oxygen, perhaps.
The excuse has been set up already, Jesse.
Yeah, they like ran into us on purpose. They're like, oh, I gotta set this up.
I see.
Yeah, no, but all in all, I mean, I do think Oxygen, they're feeling pretty good. I actually rode the bus with them here to the venue today. They were in good spirits. Yeah, I rolled up late, as I do. Yeah, I mean, I think they're feeling good, and especially with their new player, I mean, they should be feeling pretty excited to show themselves off.
I think, you know, coming on to that new player, obviously, they've brought in Fish, they got rid of Sweater. It's a change from the Stage 1 Oxygen. I think, you know, maybe even Sweater had a Stage 2 many after 6 Invitational. You know, maybe that's a bit of a hot take. But Fish coming in, I spoke to Fox a little bit about it, you know, before when we was at the media day a couple of days ago. And he was saying, basically, the way that they feel is, one, Fish was IGL'd when he was in NA by Skies, who was Fox's first ever IGL. So very similar, you know, setups and ways of thinking. But also, he's a fragger that also communicates a lot. So he said the balance of the team is now very good, that we've got 2 exceptional fraggers and we've got one that communicates everything that he needs. And it creates, we had a communication issue before where we didn't have enough. Now we've got a nice balance in the team.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, right? Because you take a look at Sweater, a player who I think overall played well. I do think Sweater's a good player, but in some of those tight games, right? Look at that match against the Sonics that they played 3 months ago. That was the reason they didn't make it to to Copenhagen. You know, it did feel like sometimes he wasn't really there on the entry, leaving his team in a bit of a 4v5. And if you look at the entry stats, Fish did really well for Parabellum. 15 and a plus 10 overall, 15 and 5 on his entry stats through Stage 1 on Parabellum. Extremely good, especially for a team like PB, who really didn't find a lot of success last stage. So finding kind of that diamond in the rough in terms of Fish, maybe molding him to be a bit of a smarter player here on the team, kind of teaching him the ropes in a way that he really didn't get to. I think he didn't really reach his final form on Parabellum. I'm really excited to see what Auction can do with him.
Yeah, and then they're going to be going up against BDS, already mentioned. They are the defending champs of the title of Gamers8 champions. There we go, it's been a long day. But the performance that we've seen from them so far throughout Stage 1 of EUL, throughout even trying to qualify for that major in Copenhagen, wasn't really maybe what we expected, what they expected from themselves. So this is their redemption arc.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it feels like they're always on it. I think that's the problem with BDS is that, you know, for the longest time we've saying, how has this team not won a 6 Invitational? How have they not won a World Championship? And I will give them that. They went and won Gamers8. Then they went and won the Japan Invitational last year, and then they also then went and won the Jönköping Major. So 3 international lands back to back to back, going into 6th Invitational this year, where they put in an okay performance.
Yeah.
I think they will be disappointed, and I think it's okay on the balance of things. Objectively, it was okay. Now, I think the problem for BDS a little bit is that they're kind of reliant on 2 players.
Okay.
Which is going to be Shaiko and Leakyvac. Now, when you're in a meta, and the way the meta's played right now, is that all 5 players, you either need 4 players plus a really good support, or you need 5 players, all of them that can pop off. BDS don't have that consistently, and it consistently falls on the shoulders of 2 guys. If those guys have some kind of bad day, then you see bad results. Yeah. And that's what happened with BDS. 6 Invitational didn't really happen if Shaiko or Leakyvac didn't carry them. Stage 1 didn't happen, LCQs didn't happen. Even in the most recent Tier 3 EU competition, the Combine Qualifiers, BDS lost 2 games on Clubhouse against Wild and M&M, which I've called them the best Clubhouse team in the world 8 months ago. They then, and this is the important bit, there was another set of qualifiers for a separate Tier 3 competition in EU. They refused to play it. I think for fear of potentially not wanting to get embarrassed by more EUL teams, because I think maybe their mental may be a little bit low.
So is this potentially the start of them being able to get that mental back in check? Because if you already have such a low mental, you're then going up against Oxygen, who's had a roster change. And we haven't seen anything from Oxygen in the last 3 months, so we don't even know what they're going to be throwing at us.
I don't know if I want to read into them that much. I feel like I don't have a psychology degree. Who knows really what's going on in our heads?
I wonder why.
Especially when you take a look at the R6 Central Combine, I don't want to put too much weight on those results just because it's a completely different class of tournaments versus what they have to prep for. They knew at that point they were going to be coming to G8. If they finish dead last here in Riyadh, they will be making 5 times what they would have got if they won the entire Combine. And if they win Riyadh, if they win G8, they get 50 times what they would be making from winning the Central Combine. I don't think that like you need to look at that performance and be like, they did bad, who cares? Like
the performance was against tier 1 teams though. It was against M&M, it was against Wild. It was the only team they beat was TT9.
Yeah, but you know you've got a favorite tournament coming up. You know you've got something way more important on the back burner. You know you've got to prep for that. I just think that's going to be dominating their focus a little bit more. And I'm hoping it's not for a tier 1 professional team. That shouldn't get them down too much.
Okay, so we kind of touched upon what we can be expecting from both of these teams and the fact that it is a redemption arc for both of them coming into this. This game really carries a lot of weight, which can bring pressure. And we've seen pressure as well last game, specifically against Falcons. What it's done to that roster, are we expecting both of these rosters to potentially come in with that pressure and be like, oh, we gotta perform?
I actually think both of these rosters will be happy with their opponent they're up against. Because they're both on that similar narrative arc where they've had bad stages, you know, the form isn't there, but the class of both of these rosters is they're both excellent rosters that are top rosters in the world. So the fact that they'll be able to go a little bit under the radar in the conversation of who's going to win it, who's going to get the MVP, but then also test themselves against a strong opponent in game 1, I think they'll subtly, both of them, be quite happy with that.
Yeah, especially because they're very familiar with each other. Yep. They've played each other. I think it was Redeemer tweeted earlier today that they seem to find BDS at every single event they go to, and they really do. They've played each other twice at LANs recently. They played each other at the 6 Invitational this year, and they played each other back in Charlotte in Stage 1 last year. They've split the series, right? So back in Charlotte, Oxygen were able to take the win.
Good game, that wasn't it?
It was a very good game. I believe we worked that, Jack.
Yeah, me and you. We was on the desk.
Good one,
guys,
good
humble
one.
brag.
And then SI, of course, was BDS. If you look at the maps, it does favor Oxygen 3-2 because their loss was 2-1. However, all in all for the series, it's all tied up. So this is kind of the tiebreaker. This is where we decide who really is the best team.
Yeah, and we're going to have to talk about maps as well because they are once again going to be important because this is a best of 3. Now, looking at the map ban, the map veto, we're actually going to be playing Bank, Chalet, and Oregon. But the bans coming through were Border, Cafe, Villa, and Skyscraper. Anything particularly standing out? Because we're not actually going to be going to Club.
So straight away for me, BDS leaving open Chalet. I think, you know, BDS for the longest time are known to not play 2 maps, Chalet and Villa. They left Chalet open in favor of banning Border. So that's maybe an indication of where their map pool is at. Of course, when you leave one of your permabans open, and it's one of Oxygen's favorite maps, they're going to pick into that one.
Interesting. Maybe it's like Mind Games.
Yeah, I think it's tough for Oxygen. I think it's tough to ban against Oxygen because we haven't seen them play in over 3 months.
We don't know what the map pool is.
You have no idea what they've been practicing, what they've got up their sleeves. I will say we start here on Bank. They played this map against each other at the 6 Invitational earlier this year, a while ago, but not too long. 7-3 for BDS. So they kind of know maybe we can beat this team on this map. They pick it right out the gate, hoping to get off to an early lead.
All right, quick predictions. Favorites coming into this?
I think it's so tough, but listen.
You gotta do it.
I love Oxygen. I really like Fish coming into this team. I'm gonna put my belief in them. Again, we haven't seen them in 3 months, but I gotta believe.
All right, this is the redemption arc for both of these teams. BDS going up against Oxygen, both of them trying to find that win on the international stage. Let's head over and see our teams.
Thanks, guys. Welcome back to the Gamers8 Esports Arena with me, Ian, and Fancy. We've already had one best of 3 of Siege live on this stage, and we've got another one coming right up. This is pretty epic, Fancy.
It's really epic أعزائي المشاهدين. بعد ما خلصنا من المباراة الأولى شفنا وش اللي ممكن يصير في الجروب الأول، لكن الآن بنروح الجروب بي على طول نبي نشوف المباراة هذه بين فريقين كلنا عارفينهم، كلهم يعتبرون من أبطال العالم، متحمسين مرة للمباراة.
Fancy, a couple of people have reached out to me saying this stage is too good. There's no way it's real. It's got to be green screen. So can we just get a wide angle real quick? I just want to prove something. You ready?
Yeah.
Just people saying, is this real? It's real, baby. It's real. Fancy. It's hard to believe though. Is that nice?
Yeah, it's really nice. It's the most amazing stage I've ever been in, and it's an honor to be here, man.
Absolutely. All right. Are we ready to bring out our next 2 teams? The first one didn't make the last major in Siege, and now they are back on the big stage. Here they are. It's Oxygen! With a roster change, a strong run at this year's SI, and a brand new logo, this team is brimming with confidence.
وصلوا فريق اوكسجين اي سبورتس بعد ما ممكن ما كان ادائهم الافضل في الميجر الاخير، لكن جايين اليوم يعوضون عن كل شيء سووه هنا عندنا في جيمرز 8 اللاند اوف هيروز، مع اللوجو الجديد مع تغير الراستر الجديد. خلينا نشوف وش ممكن يقدمون.
Now they actually lost their luggage on the way out here, but I know that Dream has told me in advance that he's got his lucky socks on, and I know that they're feeling very strong coming into this one.
والآن جاء أعزائي المشاهدين الوقت المناسب أننا نجيب الفريق الثاني معنا في هذه المباراة. أول مباراة معنا بتكون في جروب بي، لكن المباراة هذه بتكون جدا جدا مهمة، خصوصا أن الفائز منهم على طول راح يكون قدامه مباراة واحدة فقط أنه يتأهل إلى البلاي أوفز. فخلونا نشوف مين الفريق الثاني. أبطال السنة الماضية حاملين اللقب تيم BDS.
The fans out here, of course, are very aware what this team is capable of. Fancy, you know, they came here last year, they took the title, and I've been chatting with them behind the scenes coming into this event, and they genuinely believe that they can do the back-to-back here and lift the trophy again.
ليش ما يقدرون انهم يكونون هم البطل في هذه السنة ايضا، خصوصا انه مو بس فازوا في افضل فريق واخذوا الكأس، هم بكل بساطة يعتبرون افضل روستر حاليا في عالم رينبو 6 سيج. لا ننسى انه حتى اللاعب شايكو هو الحاصل على MVP في السنة الماضية. حدث ولا حرج عن هذا الفريق.
All right, guys, you can go and take your seats and get ready for this best of three. Best of luck, Oxygen. Best of luck, Team BDS. By all accounts, this is set to be an absolute banger. Should we throw over to our casters?
Let's do it. الآن أعزائي المشاهدين بنروح على طول عند المعلقين نجهز لكم المباراة الثانية اليوم على التوالي. حطوا ببالك إن الفائز بيكون قدامه خطوة واحدة فقط إنه يتوجه إلى البلاي أوفز. احنا عندنا 8 فرق الآن، بيبقى منهم 4 فقط. بالتوفيق لهم على طول مع المعلقين.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Gamers8 Rainbow Six event for 2023. We're about to go live with our second match here on the main stream. And I've got a voice alongside me here that you guys have probably not heard in quite a few months. You want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
What's going on, everybody? It's Stokes. We're back.
Welcome back.
It's Blokes. We're going to be getting it down for Oxygen versus BDS, man. I'm happy to be back. Got married, got a house, doing a lot of big adult stuff, dude. But now it's time to get down to the nitty-gritty, the actual important things, I know. Video games. We're going to get into it with Oxygen versus BDS, 2 fantastic rosters, one of which just made a recent name change, as we have Fish now on the roster for Oxygen, so definitely going to be looking into that to see how Oxygen does with this newfound face. And as for BDS, well, it's tried and true for them, as they are major winners and haven't really changed this roster up over the last year, and I mean, why would you?
Absolutely. Oxygen, of course, rebranding themselves as well coming into this event. So a fresh roster, a fresh brand package. Let's see if it makes up the difference and allows them to push themselves to new heights that we've not been able to see this team reach just yet. Of course, popping off recently, just about 6 months or so ago now, at SI, where they were able to make a top 3 finish, one of their best placements, really of all time, if you look back at this team's very, very long and storied history. We're going to see if they can do one better here at Gamers8 and take down the champions from last year to start off the event. Zero, Dokkaebi, and Valkyrie are our first 3 bans. We got one more coming up here for BDS' side, and then we're going live with the first round.
Really attacking the info game right here on Bank. And I mean, why wouldn't you? Especially with Zero and Dokkaebi coming out for the offense, going to make things a little bit more complicated. Going to have to dedicate things more towards drones, but that also leaves Lion up, Valkyrie, and Mira going to be the bans on defense. But that leaves a whole treasure trove of operators on the defense that have been highly volatile for a lot of offensive sets so far throughout this year of 2023. And a newfound face as well here at Gamers8, as we will have Fenrir.
very slight target ban coming out there against Oxygen 2 on the Zero respect. We've seen Oxygen use Zero so often in the past. Definitely the team that tends to pick him up the most inside of North America, at least from my perspective on that one. So BDS probably capitalizing on that. And like you said, especially here on Bank as well, another map where we tend to see it picked quite often, specifically by Oxygen. Makes sense to ban him out here. Getting ourselves into the first round, though, Oxygen are also going to be on the attack. They'll have to deal with the lack of that operator right from the start of the game. It'll be BDS on the defensive side. No surprises when it comes to their site choice as well. They're going right downstairs, and immediately we're going to see Fenrir deployed here. This makes perfect sense. Fenrir can block off all those accessible choke points. And of course, make getting that initial entry or two, especially if you're going to try to play around hatches, quite difficult for the Oxygen roster.
Yes, indeed. A lot of interesting utility being brought by BDS. I'm excited to see how Fenrir works out here. I obviously haven't got to see too much gameplay of him. I've been a little busy, folks, so gonna be a fun day here for me at least, and hopefully for y'all at home as well as we jump into Bank finally with our first action phase. BDS keeping things pretty kosher, I'd say, across the board. All of the powerful ops that you would expect to see, especially on more of a roam strategy like this. We got a zombie in the hands of Shaiko. Who else would you want to have this? To be applying these Kiba barriers around open area, making sure that it's a little bit more difficult for Oxygen to try and dislodge them.
We're going to see those final reinforcements made as well on the double hatches going down in the site, so not wanting to try and risk playing that out till later on into the round. Fish, his first entry for the team, he's going to waste no time taking that CEO control. We've already seen Oxygen move over towards stock side as well, so very quick control of the second floor being taken. Not that there would be much in the way of Oxygen to take this in the first place, as you guys were seeing a moment ago. BDS is only posturing for a little bit of aggression on the first floor. They did, like I said before, reinforce at least one of the two of those hatches there in open area, so could be trying to extend this play out a bit more, but now that this hatch is being breached, you'll almost certainly see those positions fall away over the next few seconds.
Yeah. Especially with the way that Oxygen has been working this map. I love the op selection here. No actual primary hard breach, just a secondary hard breachers, as they know the hatch play is going to be of utmost importance here. Newer's not even having to bring the secondary hard breach, as they do have Fish and Fox dedicated to that. Skeleton Keel open things up, and this is where things are going to get a little nasty, a little dirty. Not very clean on the initial engagement from Newers, but a little fine too much. Yaga's going to jump in from the top side here. BDS are simply going to fall back. They want to maintain this man count into the low time here. They've already burnt away about half of round one.
Doesn't get them any kills, but it is a very clean clear of that first floor by Oxygen. Still with over half the round to go, now just half the round to go. They're right along schedule here. So far Oxygen pulling off a great job of clearing things out. Now comes the difficult part though, is making that transition down into the actual basement. This is where we see teams on the attacking side fumble the most often, where it's going to require the greatest amount of team cohesion from Oxygen to move them forward. Past this point, though, things get a little bit more simple if they can find that excess point, whether it's going to be here on the usual double panel to get themselves into security, or by working around the hatch. Maybe an elevator drop, too, if things get really hairy here. But as you can see, BDS is spread out quite a bit. Oxygen just now starting to suss out the intel with their drone game downstairs. Yaga will strike first, however, as he moves forward and is able to take out Like. In fact, that's also going to remove, of course, the Fenrir can no longer actively change which of those abilities are, or which of those, utility pieces on the wall are activated at any given time here. Lem strikes back, though. Finds revenge against Fish, so it's a one and done for him to start himself off on this roster. And that's an annoying Kiva there that Dream has to work his way past. Does so without too much of an issue, though, but as you can see, Oxygen are still working on trying to make that entry happen. And maybe going for the first plant attempt in a second. Dream as well snaps the jaws shut from behind as he eliminates Shaiko, completing that garage push.
One more smoke in the tank for Bride. Lems and Renshiro still alive and well as well. Not how many of those Goyo canisters still exist. Oxygen should have removed those before this plant started going down. Last smoke grenade out. They will end up losing their garage player, but Foxy more than likely will be able to confirm this, and especially with Newers on this position up top. I mean, just such a strong spot right now for Oxygen. Lems seriously, you need to win out this engagement. Very desperate here so far, as they were not able to shut down the plant, and well, now they have to deal with the repercussions, especially with Newers. Yet again, pivotal spot, pivotal kill. It's going to be down to Renshiro, but it's going to be all for naught. And once that plant usually goes down inside of lockers, you don't really see a reclaim coming from the defense. It's just such a hard position to try and take back that mid floor, get rid of all of those ops, and then get that bomb defused.
Gold starting Newers there in the final 10 seconds, as well as inside of the post plant, for giving the necessary overwatch to A, allow that plant to go down in the first place, and then B, masterfully handle the rotates the BDS tried to go for for in the final seconds of that round. Beautifully done, especially in dealing with Lems, who kind of got stuck on the rotation point going into small office there and ended up exposing himself a bit prematurely to pick up the last set of kills here. So Oxygen starting themselves out quite nicely with a 1-0 lead over the BDS roster.
I like how Oxygen keeps applying pressure to all portions of the defensive setup. We had that elevator player come in. Yeah, he gets picked up though. But we also have the, the garage player come in as well. And even though, they might not be getting the most kills, it is pulling BDS away from the main story of what's happening in the round. And that's what's making the job so easy for Oxygen, especially in that situation. You're really down to just Liquefact trying to run the smoke and try and prevent Foxay from finding a position in lockers through all of the other actual smoke where you can't see. It just makes it really, really muddy. So fantastic from Oxygen to constantly throwing curveballs at BDS, and we can see if they can potentially continue that in round 2.
BDS continue to move right along schedule as well. No retry down in the basement, despite the fact that it was a relatively close round up until those final few moments. That does mean we're going to see quite a bit of a shift in terms of operator selections from Oxygen, as it's a very different site. Most notably, you'll of course have already caught Foxay going over onto the Montaigne to hopefully give them a bit more of brute force capability to take that initial room or two needed to at least start moving on to the map. BDS, though, giving us a very similar look to things, especially in the fact that we still have that Fender being moved in, even though we go to a much more, open site now. Obviously, no pun intended there, but Nor is already working his way through blue stairs, is about to boom in, probably with the rest of his teammates, as they have 2 players ready to move in through electrical as well. So we're going to see this as a conjoined movement to quickly take bottom square control and possibly even break room this early on as well. You can see Foxay wants to go for it. Barbed Wire slowing him down right now, so that has put a hold on the plans temporarily, and Lems has this great cutoff on the inside of Archives that currently Oxygen can't really do anything about. Lycofact also sitting in the corner. I don't even know if he's been noticed yet. This may be a complete ninja play from Lycofact here. We'll be finding that out in a few moments.
If they trust this and don't drone top square, this is just completely on Oxygen. There's really no way around it. So it does look like Yaga's aware that somebody is potentially up here. I really don't want him to swing through this window. I think he's more than likely just going to hold on to this for the cross as they're breaking up a lot of this. So you see that the main little paper area upstairs is being held, but they weren't ready for the rotation from Liquefact. I don't even know if they had a drone in there to actually suss out that positioning that was through the paneling. So far so good from him. Might be able to find another one too. That prone position on the windows. You got to be aware. Fish loses his noggin. He's going to have some time to think about that one.
Beautiful double from Lycofact here, playing into his position perfectly, but not overstaying his welcome either. Realizes that it's probably getting a little too hot after the 2-for-1 pickup, so he's going to fall back. Player inside of Jay that was supporting him upstairs also backs away down on the first floor. Much more confident hold coming out here from BDS inside of round number 2. Not much they need to adjust to at this point. Really just sit back and wait on the site positions themselves. They just have to kind of sit back and see what the next move from Oxygen is going to be. And unfortunately, that's going to be quite delayed as Oxygen now down to a 3v5. Going to try to establish some top downs. Hope that something reveals itself down below from these. But as you can see from the silhouettes, there's not really a whole lot. BDS, once again, masterfully avoiding any of this opening aggression from Oxygen. Make sure this is as clean of a round as possible in the response.
They need to lock themselves away, John, and do not come out. Make sure Oxygen cannot get any of these easy kills. You can see a multitude of Oxygen members awaiting the arrival of any rotation from BDS, and Oxygen clearly in kind of a downward spiral right now, at least with this offensive side. A little early here for them, so still a lot of adjustments to be made, but BDS finally able to get something over on them after that very first successful round. Oxygen just kind of losing the plot when it came to the top floor there initially. This situation is going to be, all for naught as well, as Brede will be able to take him down. That's usually what you get with Monty in those low time situations, or rather low man situations, when it's one plus him versus a lot. Always going to be pretty difficult to try and work your way out of those woods. So BDS will pick up their very first round as they're able to punch the clear, or lack thereof, on the top floor from Oxygen.
Great quick adjustment as well from BDS. Know that Oxygen wants to play this very slow, very methodical opening game. So immediately goes to a site where they can kind of get out of that box, get away from that sort of play style here, and get in the way of those opening entries themselves, as you see here. It's just BDS kill after BDS kill, time and time again, until Dream finally gets that opening marker, which is immediately traded out as well by Brede, who also picks up the final kill too. Nice enough for BDS. Now it's a question of, can they stay consistent? Where will they try to take it next? They continue with this kind of strategy of the more open sites where they have that ability to roam around and throw a fast one at the OXG members. That would take them more than likely upstairs, or really if they want to throw a sort of fast one, go down to Archives as well, or do they try to test the basement again? That's the next choice they have here, and we'll get the answer in just a second.
99% of the time, it's usually the base.
Archives.
But
Yeah.
it is archives, so a good thing you mentioned it, because that's usually the site that we never see. We do get play on all the sites on Bank, but this is definitely the one that receives the littlest amount of love. But for BDS, so far, I mean, it's been so good on more of these off sites. Open area is starting to be a big favorite for teams over the last couple of years here, but this site definitely been troublesome. So let's see how BDS wants to go about this. You can already see Elims on Vigil, an operator that we barely see anymore, but he's going to be dedicated to the top floor, trying to work his way around Oxygen's drone game.
Yes, like we said before, we're doubling down here on the more open formula sites in hopes that they can get a better grasp of Oxygen's opening aggression through that method. We're going to see Oxygen slow things down a little bit here too. Obviously, they need to take that initial control themselves. They're going to start it from the loan office here, just beside the lobby. Lobby, of course, is being taken quite quickly as well. They've kept the Montaigne in play. Same player on it as well. Foxy now carves his own way through the lobby, is starting to move upstairs. Again, stealing a little bit of that control away from BDS, but a free intel for him, and there we go. Already one player found out here at the top of main stairs. Like a fact, we'll have to be a little careful from this point forward as his intentions obviously have been revealed.
Oh, Newers.
He's like a couple pixels off there.
He's so close, John. That's a strong spot in the skylight as well. Great spot to try and cut off a lot of the rotations. That is one of the mainstay stairwells. And again, the drone's just not really working out. Is that a Frostman? What happened here?
No, he downed him. It was just delayed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he got locked in the animation, I think, so it was a little awkward. But
happens pretty often.
All good as the kill is still claimed either way. Lems knows he's got someone else in the neighborhood as well, but there has been a trade. So Lems may have to think twice about this. Could go for the hop out as well, but that'd be too bold probably for this scenario. No, he's gonna go for it though, and the timing is correct. No one else is here to trade him back either. It's beautifully positioned.
Oh, no!
I'm gonna correct myself again. As Dream, positionally, it may not be the smartest move as he's just reset himself outside, but at least again, keeps the numbers even. Brings it down to a 3v3. And technically, I don't think there's anyone else up there, so Dream should just be able to hop right back in.
Good on Dream for not allowing that rotation. That is one of the longest ways to get back into a building in the entire game. So good on Oxygen for at least being able to keep the man count even and try and solve this puzzle in the last minute. The big issue, though, is, well, CYCLOPS playing Solus. So a lot of drones are more than likely going to meet their maker here soon. And anybody on anything electronic, anybody on a phone or anything, is going to know their position. So Oxygen trying to manage their way around Fox's Monty here yet again. Last round definitely wasn't the biggest benefit to them, but this could be the time as there's really no preventable maintenance here from BDS minus the Nitro Cell of Renshiro. But this thing is going to have to sing to be able to close down this shield.
Complete attempted intel denial here from BDS.
Oh no!
They're trying to stop drone intel at its fullest, but you'll see another 1-to-1 exchange go off. It's been dead even throughout the entirety of this round. CYCLOPS finally needing to activate himself from the back end of Archives here. Bride as well, yet to have struck on the inside of this round. Foxy doesn't work himself past the laser gate. Unfortunately, he's at very low HP already, so could not afford to walk through it again. Plant now attempting to go down. The refrag coming through, and no, unfortunately, the support has been taken care of, meaning the planter as well will be dropped as BDS claim a second round in a row and the lead along with it here at 2-to-1.
Once again, able to match the pace of Oxygen, get them on the back foot, and force them into a low time execute. And they're not capable of it at the moment, especially with the shots being fired back. BDS are not afraid to take these fights up against OXG. We're going to have a tech pause coming in here, folks, as it is 2-1 in favor of BDS on their defensive end right now. Things looking pretty cleanly on some of these, more off sites here, as we get to see Elims' little cheeky kill once again as he was able to tag up Yogg before he got in. But Oxygen just not really hitting their mark when it comes to their clear so far here on Bank.
BDS, to be fair, at least in that round, hard countering Oxygen's kind of slow clearing strat, very drone-heavy emphasis on things in the early round. I mean, just look at BDS's lineup in terms of operators, and more specifically, how they went and set that up on the inside of Archives here. Mute Jammers blocking every access point, laser gates covering anything else that would not have been covered by the Mute Jammers. The roam game has a Vigil, so you can't very easily discern his position, just constantly making Oxygen second guess, but where they need to be, more importantly, where they need to aim their guns, and that slows them down too much, causes them to make little micro mistakes that BDS can then capitalize on and shut things down to claim a second consecutive round there. Great adjustment from them, and now it falls very much to Oxygen to come up with their own personal response. That the good news is more than likely that has stretched BDS to the kind of limit of their sight. They can go upstairs once again, but that is going to put them into a box somewhat, as we were seeing them put into on basement as well. So that's another site where we could see Oxygen strength come back, because obviously they took control of basement back in the very first round. If we go back to basement, very much the same story, even more obviously there.
Yeah, absolutely the case. You know, I think if they do go back down to basement, there's some technical things that they can actually do for their setup to kind of assist themselves, because once Oxygen was able to get kind of control of, you know, the stacks downstairs, the server area, they were really able to just dislodge a lot of the Goyo utilities. So maybe you drop him, apply something else, maybe a Nitro Cell or some other form of utility to try and back them off or just slow them down. Make the clear a little bit more difficult for them initially, instead of just them simply applying explosives and being able to win out in that way. But either way, I think BDS do have a lot of options, including the top floor, and a lot of strats that they can pull out of a hat over on that end. So we'll see what Redeemer and the boys have to say as Dream is trying to get his PC figured out.
There's just going to be a quick reset of the PC real quick, and then hopefully we'll get him back into the server without too much delay. As you can see, we still kept all the players in game, so it should just be a quick rejoin, hopefully here for Dream, and then we will resume the game where it was. Don't think we're going to need a full rehost or anything like that. Fingers crossed, not trying to jinx it, but we will see.
Why did you say something? You just had to. Yeah, open your mouth, didn't you?
You never know, it's Siege, so.
Well, we know whose fault it is if that ends up happening, so.
Yeah.
I'll at least make you aware. as for, it'll be after broadcast. I have a lot of strong words for you. It looks like we'll have Dream hopping back in here, but so far it's been a pretty decent bank, I'd say. I mean, pretty close, just really up to Oxygen and their adjustments when it comes down to these executes and trying to clear out a lot of the extension there from BDS. Like you were saying about that last round, I really like the build up on the top floor, especially with how they were able to exemplify how good Vigil is against drones with those mute jammers, as well as Solus from underneath able to kind of assist him.
Yeah, we need to mention the Solus there and all that free intel it was feeding the players upstairs, the Vigil as well, being able to kind of dodge around the opening clear and then being able to assist in the late round there too. Pretty much a perfect setup to just play from the inside of that central box of those two sites and never really have to extend too far beyond that, with the exception, of course, of playing the initial roam game. So beautifully done there by BDS.
Poor guy has to do his entire settings again.
Yeah,
oh. It's all good. He's a pro player. He can get that done in like 30 seconds flat. Don't worry about it.
Bro's got really good at this over the years.
Yeah, exactly. They're practically speed running when they are setting up their stuff. It's not like CS where you can just like bring your file with you either.
Yeah, you don't have configs.
Yeah, dude, that's like the best thing ever for CS. You're like, boop, there you go.
If Fubi really wanted to throw these players for a number, they would like change the position of all these things in the menu. Just hit the shuffle button on the menu settings. You know?
Don't give him any ideas. All right, don't give him any ideas.
All right, it looks like we've got him rejoined by the symbols there at the top. So we'll
got to make sure we got that camera on Brede there. He's looking good, man. Looking great.
BDS are here looking for their second championship, I believe, as they were the victors of Gamers8 last year. It was the first big trophy lift, I believe, for BDS overall, which of course they was capped off on a few months later by also taking control of the end-of-year major in Jönköping. So it's been a big run for BDS here over the past few months. Teeter-totted a little bit here in the 2023 season, but like I said before, a chance for a second trophy lift here at Gamers8 for the second year in a row. We'll see if they can find it yet again. We're very close, folks. Hopefully just another minute or two here. We should be back in game. We appreciate your patience here. We work to resume things.
Yes, indeed. But as you were saying, BDS has had a pretty crazy year over this last, period of time, especially with that win at Gamers8 and then Jönköping, where you and I were actually supposed to cast the final, but I had to end up casting with Parker and Tara Mackay instead. I hated every moment. I hated it all. It's like, why can't John be here?
Bad timing.
Yeah, really, really bad timing. The worst time to get food poisoning ever.
I don't even know what that was. That was one of the weirdest sicknesses I ever got.
Parker wanted to cast with me, so he poisoned you. That's what it was.
Just bad kebab the night before or something like that.
Yeah, something like that, man. I will say, though, the steak place that us and a lot of the pro players were going to there was actually fantastic. And hilariously enough, they had a bunch of Texas stuff in there. So
I do remember that.
Yeah, remember that, like the Texas Longhorn sign and everything?
I think that was run by an American guy.
Yeah, it was.
I think it came out. I was like, thumbs up. You got the approval.
Dude, what a spot. I kind of missed that, man. That was a really, really good time. But I mean, now we're here in Riyadh, we're hanging out. The Gamers8 so far has been crazy. This LAN setup is something like I have never seen before in my life.
Yeah, I think the best way I've found to describe this is like gamer Disneyland.
Yeah.
Basically. Because obviously we have the tournament being run here in the venue. But I'm sure those of you guys at home that are pretty good on social media and stuff. I've probably seen like other pictures and stuff, and this is like a whole convention. Like we could probably walk for a good like 30 minutes or so in one direction, and we would not hit the end of this thing.
Yeah, my guy, you will get lost here. You will, for sure, for sure. They told us to go find the stage when the TMs were off doing some stuff, and we just started walking around. Dude, I walked around for like 45 minutes. I had no idea where that stage was. We got to like the food court. That place is crazy.
They got like KFC and stuff there.
Man. Yo, by the way, for the Americans watching right now, they have Raising Cane's here. That'll blow your mind. You want to talk about some culture shock? Fly for 16 hours and then get off the plane and then see Raising Cane's. That's just something else, man. That's crazy.
All right, well, once again, folks, we are just waiting here for our players to ready themselves up, and then we should be good to hop in game. We appreciate your patience once again. As you can see, BDS is nice and ready to go. Obviously, they've got the leads. They're pumping it up right now. They just want to get back in game. We'll see just how quickly we are able to do that. I think the admins were just double-checking something with the computer on the other side, and unfortunately, it looks like it is getting extended a little bit further, so we do apologize for that, folks. Keep on chatting here while we wait for a quick fix to Dream's PC issues and then get ourselves back into the game. Once again, if you are just joining us, BDS is currently up 2-1. It's only map number 1 of the series, though, so still a long way to go. A lot of Siege still to be played between these two teams as we get deeper and deeper into the event here at Gamers8.
And just like that, I want to sleeve again, man. Look at that. You see someone with a beautiful sleeve like that, and you're just like, somebody stick me with a bunch of needles. Come on. That looks fantastic, dude.
I thought you were talking about the shot sleeve for a second.
Not the shot sleeve. Screw that, bro. I'm talking about Shaiko's tattoo sleeve. Nah, no way, dude. Somebody just gets like a patch of it put on the bottom of their arm. No, dude. I've been like, I got a tattoo like a year and a half ago. I'm itching again, man. I'm itching. I really want to get a sleeve. My wife is like, don't do anything past a half. I don't know. I'll probably get myself in trouble. We'll see. We'll see. But we do have another couple of minutes here, folks, so sorry for the delay. I know we're a little off topic, but welcome to the Blokes Podcast. This is what we do once we run out of things to talk about on the previous rounds. So what have you been thinking about Gamers8 so far, brother? I know you were here last year. You told me last year that it was like a mini city, and I 100% agree with you, and especially with the statement you said earlier about it being like a Gamers Disneyland. But, I mean, it is immense what they have to offer here. What's been some of the coolest stuff that you've seen?
Last year, they had like a whole like Japan convention. Like
really?
You go like learn like calligraphy and everything. Like yeah, like how to like write the symbols and stuff like that. Probably like butchering what the stuff's actually called, but all good. And then you could climb like Wall Maria from like Attack on Titan or something like that.
Okay.
Like that's sort of, it was crazy, man. I think they brought some of that back this year. I know they got a whole convention hall filled with like top level sim rigs as well. I gotta sneak over and try that at some point.
Yeah, we're gonna have to race, man.
Yeah. We gotta hop on the.
You wanna do Vegas?
Yeah, why not?
You're probably gonna kick my ass.
We got that like
Vegas.
3 miles straight to deal with.
Dude, I'm so excited. Too bad the F1 season sucks because Max Verstappen's too good at his job. Like, somebody get rid of that guy already, please. Anne's probably so mad at me right now.
There's some interesting stuff going on this year.
Did you know that he's not even Dutch? He was born somewhere else. I can't remember where it is.
Careful, you're gonna.
Oh, whoa.
Careful. Twitter might
at
start
Stokes, you can tell me
on
about it. It's okay.
Here, you're only just come back. So.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm here to kick the wasp's nest.
And you can see it there at the bottom right, guys.
I'm gonna kick that PC too.
Still working on swaps.
Oh, they have to switch out the monitors? Dude, we got some amazing people. We're fine, buddy. No worries. We can get through this. But either way, gonna get the screen switched. They're gonna check some things out. We might be with you guys for a couple more minutes here, just talking about things about Gamers8 and stuff. But once we run out of topics, we're gonna toss it to a break, unless we can delay long enough for our boy Dream to get back on his PC. They're gonna check out the screen and just make sure everything is going on. I don't exactly know what the issue is. Might be something like the frame rate just isn't applying itself properly.
Yeah, he might have some weird delay between his PC and his monitor or something like that. There's a whole laundry list of things that could be going on right now. But as you can see, we've got like 6 people working on it. So we are trying diligently to get ourselves back into the game as quickly as possible, folks. And of course, we will be jumping back into that one once more. You can see the score right in front of you there. BDS currently up 2-1 after taking control of the more open sites. We're on bank, by the way, of course. That would be open area, obviously. And then they kind of surprised a little bit by going for a bit of a curveball over towards Archives. Worked out great, though, because they doubled down on this intel denial strategy. And Oxygen was just left guessing about how to approach things after they took upstairs control. Just could not work their way past the plethora of intel denial, and unfortunately dropped that second round in a row. Oxygen, of course, did close out on round number 1 in the basement, but it was a very, very close affair. Mainly some good overwatch from Noors upstairs once they had gotten the plant down on the ground is what allowed them to close out on that one. So even a return to the basement, which could very well be coming up on this next round, is not necessarily going to guarantee a 2-2 scoreline. We could very easily see BDS clap back on that one as well and then take it 3-1.
Very true. It's really just up to BDS to try and shut down the oddities. You know, they were able to at least take out the player going for the E drop and then deal with Dream eventually in Garage, but he was already able to get a pretty impactful frag once he was able to get through those Kiba barriers that were holding things up around the cop car. So really, it's up to BDS and what they can potentially accomplish, whether it be through utility or other means. We really don't know just yet, but it does look like we will be getting back into game here soon. As you can see, we already have Pulse up here for our boy on bank.
All right, once again, just sitting here and waiting once again to see how this is going to go. Looks like we are still working on it, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to ask your patience here for just a few more moments. While we do that, though, I think we are going to go to a very quick break. And then when we come back, we'll have the resummation of this game, starting from round number 4 on map 1, of course, coming out between OXG and BDS.
This could all be gone tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. Taking me home, taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living. make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Gamers8 Rainbow Six event for 2023. Apologies once again for the disruption as we were just in the middle of BDS and Oxygen's first game of the tournament. Had a little bit of a tech issue with one of the OXG players' PCs, but I do believe as we're back now that has been fixed, and hopefully we're heading back in game in just a moment. If you weren't with us for the previous 3 rounds, well, the score is right there on the back, so I'm not going to give you a spoiler warning because you've already been spoiled. It's 2-1 currently in the favor of BDS, taking the second of the 3 rounds that have been played, with Oxygen claiming the first one so far on Basement, with us being played in Bank, of course. Back into the game, I believe, in just a moment here. We're going to be heading into round 4. Does BDS go for a repeat on that Basement site in hopes of claiming a massive advantage at 3-1, or do they keep extending their grasp on the 4th and final site upstairs? Let's find out right now. As you can see it on the PCs, we're heading back into it, and I believe indeed we are on the Basement.
We are. So decent prediction from us, as it was going to be here or upstairs, but this one just makes a heck of a lot more sense when it comes down to it, doesn't it? Let's see what they've done for their adjustments. Oh, funny enough, what we saw on Lickifact's computer earlier before the break, that pulse just sitting there, he's locked it in, and that's what they're bringing downstairs. We talked about the Goyo utility getting removed way too quickly, very viciously as well from Oxygen. It happened in a snap, and that's not something that you really want to happen downstairs, is that delay needs to happen. Otherwise, if that offense is able to get that case on the ground, John, the round's more than likely over. So BDS are going to go back to an old tried and true here on Bank with Pulse, and I almost guarantee you that Liquifact will either be starting things on the mid floor, but either way, he's going to end up in Gold Vault at some point and be staring at those server stairs to see where our opponents are going to be.
We dropped the Fenrir as part of this exchange, and I kind of agree with it. The Fenrir was played at least for the first 2 rounds and wasn't really all that effective, if I'm being honest with you. We did not see his ability come out too often, so I'm going to agree with this change up now to bring the smoke back in instead for that traditional delay, which was pretty much missing back in round 1.
They did have the smoke there, but it just didn't really build up to all too much because they didn't really have another way to try and break things down. You know, limited nitro cells, limited info as to what Oxygen was doing behind those smokes. And really, I like what BDS is doing here. You know, I thought that Pulse was going to head on back downstairs and just try and play things out, but they want to try and hold this full building, and I love that even more, honestly, because if there's one thing that we've learned about Pulse throughout the history of Rainbow Six Siege, is that he's the best info op in the game for the defense. He can constantly track people. That nitro cell is always going to be something that Oxygen is going to have to try and be aware of, and as well as that, I mean, he's constantly able to feed information to his teammates that make it so difficult for Oxygen to try and stay a leg ahead.
He's already with that full top square control. Just going to leisurely move along here, clear out the rest of the bottom square area, which does not look like it's going to have a whole lot of resistance in it from BDS, so it'll be a pretty uneventful clear.
Yep, you're on.
The ping has gone in. I'm not sure what that's going to indicate. Might just be some utility or something else hiding on the inside. But as you mentioned, there's nothing actually hiding in there. It's a full 5-man setup in the basement currently from BDS. They're just sitting back, biding their time, waiting for OXG to make that first strike.
I really respect BDS's playstyle here for their basement defenses so far because they've shown face both times and then they've backed it off and kept their entire man count. And that is the stark gameplay that you want to see out of any team that is holding things down downstairs. You are just trying to delay time and make sure you have all the utility in the world to be able to try and slow things down when it comes to Oxygen's execution. We're just going to get tagged up just a bit from one of the open hatches, but CYCLOPS, on the other hand, has a good read on the situation from his cardiac sensor.
BDS now continuing to hold things out as they wait and see where, once again, Oxygen is going to make that first strike forward. They need to.
It would really help if you looked up, Licky.
Looks like the hatch play is going to be part of the formula here for Oxygen, as Dream is trying to find positions to insert these incendiaries, which will allow them to go for the hot hop. And indeed, smokes, as I correct myself, are actually going to go in. Renshiro, however, here will be able to spot through those. Can he deny the plant outright? That's not the big question. Losing it, though, is he cannot spot Dream. They think it's behind the chassis. He's somewhat right, but there we go. Denial comes in with just a second or two left on the plant timer there. Beautifully done. Great use of the smart glasses on the Warden, as usual. Lems now trying to get a bit more aggro as well. Tries to go for a lurk up the stairs, but Barbed Wire still in position on the first flight. Makes it all too obvious. Nitro's in, but it's way too far flung. Fox8 does pick up Renshiro, though, on the repeat, but immediate responses have come in across the board from BDS as they shut down the rest of the aggression and claim a third round.
And that's on Pulse Play, baby. Able to keep track of absolutely every single body on Oxygen. Not a single person was going unnoticed. Although that plant did get awfully close, like real close. Probably under a second there. I didn't get to see the time there at the very last moment, but Warden
was
was definitely
a second or two.
Yeah, Warden was definitely flirting with that for quite some time. So BDS, luckily enough, able to strike true on the planter and then get down to business for the rest of round 4 as they'll shoot this lead up by 2.
2.2 seconds left on the defuse timer as I got a better view of it there on the replay. But once again, Oxygen, unfortunately, just not able to suss out the internal site setup as well as they were able to back on round number 1. And BDS with much more tried and true operators for this specific setup as well. Like Stokes had mentioned at the beginning of the round, they go back to very much a default kind of basement hold and never really test the waters too much on their roam game, making it that much easier to lock down the site and prevent a second attacking round from going on the board for OXG. 3-1 is now the score. OXG left wondering, what exactly do they do next? Well, they're going to have some good news in the fact that at least they get another fresh site to try out here. BDS really extending their grasp. They should have unlocked open area on this round, but they're not going to choose to go back to it just yet. They're going to go upstairs instead. An interesting choice, to be sure.
Speaking of interesting choices, Oxygen with the Blitz and the Monty coming out. They got Lion in play to lock things down, Ash to make things very quick, very efficient, and Yaga obviously to try and break down some of these walls. Now here's the key thing. There's absolutely no secondary hard utility, but they don't need it. The reason that Yaga is here is because he's going to shut down all of these electronics so that they don't know what's going on. The EU1D will come through, and then Fox and Dream, definitely at the helm, will more than likely be shoving their way immediately into sight trying to force this plant. They have so many smokes, so many ways to try and work their way around this, but Dream is definitely going to have to be aware that he needs to turn himself around from the positioning of BDS because Warden is in play yet again, and Brede can seriously give him some hurt.
Dream dashing in, takes control behind the CEO desk. Shaiko, though, does respond by taking out his supporting player coming in from behind. Lems to pick up the second, and it's all falling to pieces very, very quickly. A valiant attempt from Oxygen to take fast control of the second floor site, but it's not looking like it's going to work as Lems shuts the door on the final player.
I respect it, but even if Solus didn't don the stairwell, they still just win that round because Solus is downstairs. She checks the ceiling, sees him planting through the floor, and kills Blitz. It's just that simple nowadays in Siege. So, unfortunate for Oxygen as they cannot get a single rung on this ladder. See if they can try and climb a little bit higher in this last round, but so far it's been stagnant with only one round going their way.
Yeah, 4 in a row here now coming in from BDS. Quite a dangerous streak, and this is also now all 4 sites across the map have been locked down by our defenders. So beautifully done by BDS to win all of those at least once. They've got their pick of the litter now, obviously. They've got both of the first floor sites unlocked for play, so they can go back either to open area or archives. Both of them worked swimmingly, especially archives. They locked out any and all intel or any and all real execute capability for Oxygen on that previous round, so it would not surprise me if they went to that one first over open area, which was a little bit of a closer affair.
I mean, past round 1, this has been a masterclass on how to defend Bank. Every step of the way, they are dealing death blows to the info game, the time of Oxygen, as well as able to get one over on them when it comes down to their executes as well. So firing on all cylinders, but what else would you expect from the French squad? BDS has been that guy this entire last year, and they're looking to do it again here at Gamers8. And it all starts with the downfall of Oxygen.
Back into it. We do go back to the expected site choice here. In terms of traditional picks, anyway, of open area for BDS. That means the Fenrir is coming back in. This will be good because open area does have some unexpected surprises when it comes to attackers suddenly getting access to part of the site. I mean, just look at how big it is. So hopefully the Fenrir capability is going to be able to help out with that. He will have to, of course, be sure to be quick switching around which one of those, excuse me, are actually activated, which can be a bit of a tough game to play out. But hopefully, Bride being the player should have no problem managing that. So we do see Oxygen spawning out now. No repicks for them. It's going to be locked on their original lineup, and it's looking very similar to what had been brought for the last open area clear. I do believe Flores is going to be a new addition onto this one, just to potentially deal with a little bit more of that insight utility. We've got quite a few of those that can be taken out. Most notably, though, this time around, it's going to be things like barbed wire on the floor, it looks like, as well as potentially a few Kiba barricades and maybe a goo mine or two if they really need to stretch it. In terms of actual gadgets, not going to be a whole lot that'll be accessible unless we have some of those Fenrir gadgets sitting really close to the ground. Then, of course, I believe, oh no, it's explosive, so that should take him down outright. But again, Bride being who he is, should be smart enough to throw those high enough up.
Yes, indeed. Those dread mines have been quite the utility piece so far since Fenrir has gotten introduced. Seen quite a few clips of people. Definitely interesting when it comes to Rainbow Six as well.
It's also it's also cool because it's like a new type of stun for the first time in quite a while too. As we get, it's kind of like that nearsighted effect you get in Valorant from time to time. It works very similarly to that. So
the blind effect. Big Omen main over here, you know?
Yeah.
And off the board here. So Oxygen will continue to work this top floor. Got some angles building up for themselves, but you can see that Shiro has battled some of those back with a few of the barricades that he has applied. Newers is going to take some serious damage, but I don't even think that the M590 wielding defenseman is even aware of that.
That was a complete accident.
Yeah, ended up tagging him, and Newers able to slip through the cracks. CYCLOPS probably pretty mad about that one, as did have some bodies upstairs to be able to call that off, but nothing really info-wise for that main hallway. So, end up losing him. Start transitioning this into the mid-floor.
First time in quite a few rounds we've seen actually get off to this good of a start. In regards to the fact that we have not seen the immediate trade come back out. Newers, of course, still taking some damage from the shotgun pellet. I believe he got directly hit once or twice by another weapon as well. So he is a little bit worse for wear, but seeing he's on the buck, he should be able to kind of just park himself upstairs here and play out of those Overwatch angles, or unless BDS go for a late round rotate, he should be relatively safe up here, play inside of these. But coming down to a minute now, OG still have quite a bit of time to actually burn out away from BDS before they're going to be forced into an execution. So it looks like, as we've seen on the past 5 or so rounds now, they're going to try to use that to the fullest extent they can.
Ever since that pick on Shiko, things have been dead quiet, minus some utility pieces going off to break up a few boards around the map. Liquifac knows that there's potential for somebody to be playing these windows, and yes, indeed, Fish is going to be around the space. Around to hop in, not even going to check. No drone inside of lobby either. What a freebie for Liquifac. And again, Oxygen just not dotting their I's and crossing their T's, John.
Certainly not. That's going to cost them here. So come down to the wire, 15 seconds left to go. Dream knows he's got intel and someone around the corner, but he can't find the angle. Just a little too awkward at this point. Has to force himself into the site where another player has gone down. Finally, we see the Fenrir gadget make its mark here, as Yogg is going to be blinded out, trying to work his way in through Printer. Has very little intel to play off of, unfortunately, and Bride immediately shutting him down as well. The rampage from BDS continues here, as they're now at 5 rounds in a row here to close down the half.
I mean, BDS are making this map look like a fortress, man. Every single one of these rounds, it's just been Oxygen walking right into a mulcher, getting decimated. 5-1, only able to muster that very first round where, well, BDS were kind of going for something a little cheeky with their downstairs setup. A couple of ops that were a little, more fresh-faced for that kind of a setup. But when you go back to the tried and true, you keep pulsing there, you keep all that info game. Things are so very strong for a spot like that. Works out for them. So able to right the ship immediately, tag together 5 rounds.
See how they were working it as well here. It is way too complicated of a setup for the members of Oxygen to play around, especially considering the low timed executes that Oxygen was very often having to find themselves going for. So All too often we see them dropping those rounds. Oxygen now behind 1-5 here, and BDS looking to try and close things down relatively quickly with just 2 more rounds needed on this attacking side.
5 seconds to insertion. A little bit of an open area defense here for Oxygen. Obviously, the real story is what's going on down low. Newer's actually, speaking of stories, going to be on Doc, an op that we don't see too often, but one that can be quite potent in the proper hands. And as we know, Newer's can definitely be that set. Going to try and operate things over inside of open area. BDS more than likely going to assault this here sometime soon, but obviously they can just work things from the top floor, have a lot of soft destruction, especially in the likes of Sledge and Buck. So just make this thing a fish in a barrel situation.
Oxygen trying to position themselves out a little bit, somewhat similarly to how we were seeing BDS try to play things in the opening moments of their own first rounds as well here. Like a fact, though, sees a moment of opportunity, immediately pops the hatch, or at least that little bit of soft paneling there to try and spot the player down below. Unfortunately, not going to end up working out. We will see that player escape with minimal damage done to them in the process.
So far, so good for Oxygen. Haven't lost a body, but the positioning from BDS is pretty strong right now, especially for Shaiko. He can kind of just wait things out and see if any Oxygen member rolls in. Breed probably in a very similar situation as well, so he'll take down Foxe. Mid-floor completely in the hands of BDS. Alem's going to take down Newers as well. And Oxygen, where are we? What are we doing? Everyone's just walking into angles and dying.
Shaiko's
it's
just going
all
off.
down to Dream. He's 0-3, and I mean, he's got 3 friends with him in his backpack, but there's 5 on the other team, and they're pretty pissed.
Shaiko just going 1 for 1 for 1 there, it looks like, as he picks up kill after kill after kill. And like you said, the player's just walking into it, it seems, on the OXG side of things. Dream at least denies partially, but yeah, Renshiro just full swings it to end the round here and set up a 6th and potentially final penultimate round for the members of BDS. As like we said before, they're looking for a very quick closeout here on map number 1.
Yeah, Renshi hit him with the, how dare you use utility against me? That's crazy, man.
You've ruined our perfect round, how dare you.
BDS all over Oxygen. They're getting snuffed out right now. Need to find something to ignite themselves once again. Alems and BDS overall have just been so patient, not only on their defenses, but showing it off yet again on offense, where they're not really moving too much. They get the position that they need, and they're very patient about what they do with their timing, and I really, really appreciate that. That's something that is a hallmark of a fantastic team in Rainbow Six.
So once again, BDS looking as strong as ever here, and well on their way, trying to earn that 2nd trophy lift here at Gamers8. For the 2nd year in a row. Just 1 more round separates them from at least a definitive lead in this series. We'll have to see if they can find it. OXG not even going to change up the site here either. Just goes right back to the basement play. They're going to forget what happened in the last round here, try to refresh themselves, and hope things go better this time around as well. Quite obviously it has to, as they need 5 rounds in a row at this point, and that only guarantees overtime. No longer is going to guarantee a win for Oxygen as well here. Just gives them that extra 3-round bonus where they can finally then try to close out on the game itself.
They seriously need this leadoff pick. Whatever happens, Oxygen has to get away with something here, or this round is more than likely going to be all for naught. Even if it gets down to like a 2 versus 2, I'm still banking on the fact that BDS takes that right now, as they've just been so very strong. Look, in fact, he's bringing the shotgun with a suppressor on it, John. No one's going to hear him processing this top floor. They will hear the walls breaking, a couple of other things, maybe see the laser. But this thing is so deadly up close and personal. And just remember, she also has that SMG-11 secondary. Casuals alike, an amazing gun that everybody has always really loved, especially because of smoke. So we'll see if he's able to get anything done with that. So far, so good, though, for Oxygen. As things might quickly heat up, though, as Licky Fact walks his way in, sees one. There's no way that he just drops into this. He's just going to play things over the top of the hatch and wait. Anyone trying to rotate in towards open area, Oxygen instead going to fall back. You can't see that laser, though, and that is the little scary bit there, but he's quickly just going to pop the wall open, make a new angle for himself towards Garage, and then reset with the rest of the team.
Props to Oxygen for avoiding the very scary potential of an execute from Leica Fact right there. It seems like they just barely skirt away from that player to avoid what could have been a very bad chain of events. But still, a little over half the round still to be played out. BDS is already in prime position to execute on the site. At this point, they're just sitting here and using this extra time to reaffirm any drone intel they need to work on. CYCLOPS now finally getting the confidence to swing down main stairs. This may not be the best play when you look at the number of Oxygen players that sit on the other end of it. I think he's now realized that after some consideration from the initial peak, he'll back away from it and join his teammates here over by open area and square.
He has to stay here. The reason being is he has to be the distraction. He has to be the rub. Something to make Oxygen focus on him. And it's so very strong from him. Fish able to finally pick it back up. Using that hatch hop. Able to take down one. They'll equalize things here. A little hatch play upstairs as well as Oxygen has extended themselves and the cardiac sensor back in Fox's hand. He's always been so strong on this character and they're looking to get it done again as they have the hatch control. Something that's so pivotal to getting this plant down. Liquefact though, he ends up bursting through the back doors and now he has office control. The plant starts now.
I like the attempt from Oxygen to subvert the expectations and go upstairs, but the problem is BDS don't care. They're going directly for the site. Renshi with the cross as well to immediately cut down Newers from the hatch drop. Foxe, all that remains, and he's taking an 0-2 predictable path. Barbed Wire has already revealed his position as well. A wild spray and a wild headshot from Foxe to lock out Liquefact from this round. He may have gotten the plant, but he's not staying alive for the post-round screen here. It's still a dire situation, even after that kill for Foxe. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, quite literally here, as the elevator peak and the internal site peak, still yet to have been seen, finally shuts him down as BDS take a definitive map number 1 here at 7-1 over Oxygen on Bank.
I was hoping Davide Bucci had something there for us, John, but there's levels to this game, and BDS are definitely one step above what Oxygen are playing at right now. That was just such a strong showcase of how talented this roster is.
Some nice adjustments being made from time to time by Oxygen, but very rarely leading to actual success. More often than not, unfortunately, sealing their fate, it seems. So OXG need to take a step back here, quite quickly take a step back, rethink what has been going wrong, and get themselves ready for map number 2, as if not, we could be looking at a very quick 2-0 for the French roster as they try to push themselves one step closer, once again, that second victory here at Gamers8 for the second year in a row.
What a disgusting bank from BDS. Like, I cannot understate that, rather, as they have been so very strong throughout this entire map. And really, I mean, it was right from the jump. Yeah, they ran into a little problem with Oxygen in that first round, but they immediately recognized what it was. And Oxygen were never able to really recoup from that. They were, you know, they made a couple adjustments, but really it was all down to a very similar style that we saw throughout, where Oxygen was not really afraid to try and take these fights to BDS, but BDS in a lot of those moments was simply stronger, whether it be angle play or what have you. I mean, I think the perfect example, honestly, John, of their patience and just like their cadence throughout the map was the last round, and the fact that Renshi was still sitting all the way over in server, holding the cross angle. That is amazing. That is what you want out of your team.
One big theme I'm seeing here from the replays as well is BDS just absolutely no fear when it came to taking their gun duels at all. CYCLOPS constantly getting out into it. Some of the earlier clips as well. We were seeing Brede have some, I mean, look at Brede, like 10-1 here on round 7, doing some really impressive stuff with regards to just how well they were able to leverage that aggression and then not get caught by it. Always able to pull most of those players back. Minimal trades coming in from Oxygen. It was beautifully played. We're going to have to see more of that, hopefully, in the next few moments, ladies and gentlemen. Stick with us as map number 2 is coming up right after this break, once again, between Oxygen and BDS.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطوا الباكت حطوا الزنجر حطوا بمايتي حطوا تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
Welcome to the STC Takeover. I'm Ginny, your host, joined on the desk by Fresh as well as Jesse, and he's really sad because he thought that this game was going to be won by Oxygen, but unfortunately, NA lose 7-1 for BDS.
All right, we got a best of 3. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You lose your opponent map pick. Obviously, 7-1's not really what you wanted to see. 7 in a row as well there, Jack. Not ideal for Oxygen. But, you know, they're getting warmed up still, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's what I'm telling myself.
Clutching at that
That's what I'm telling myself. Listen.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I thought it was pretty clear cut, pretty decisive for BDS, to be honest.
Do you even need to warm up in this weather? Real
Maybe
question
not.
right there. Gotta think about it. Well, when we're looking at BDS, I mean, they were absolutely dominant, dropping a single round throughout the entirety of this game. We saw Nip do it earlier today against Falcons, and they won the series 2-0. So it's looking pretty good right now for BDS.
Yeah, I mean, you can't deny the fact that they did play extremely well this game. I thought we saw a lot of really good moves on the defense. Obviously, that was the majority of the game, those first 6 rounds. And I thought they were really taking things into their own hands. They were playing aggressive. They were really throwing off OXG. And then when we got to those late rounds, when Oxygen went for some of those pushes, I think some of their ideas just didn't really connect. They had that round 4 smoke push that they tried to go down inside the basement, and there was a Warden just chilling back there. He eventually found the frag. So I feel like a lot of these kind of ideas with the pushes just didn't really pan out for Oxygen.
I think, you know, within this current meta, I think especially on defense, you've got to try and be disruptive. You've got to play what you see. You've got to play quite, you know, fluent and just be able to pivot whenever you need to. And BDS have been guilty of not being able to do that, not being flexible, not being able to just play what they see. They played what they saw today. They had a lot of freedom. Each individual player had a lot of freedom. And I think we saw that come to fruition. It certainly looked like a different BDS than what we saw in stage 1 of EUL.
Yeah. Also brings the question in terms of Oxygen being the opponent that they're going up against. If how the roster changes, we haven't seen them play over the last 3 months.
Yeah.
This could maybe just be the start for them as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Oxygen obviously coming in their first game ever with Fish, you know, so this is going to be a bit of a warm-up for him with the team. And I thought that he did all right today. Certainly wasn't really there in the entry department, which is kind of what they brought him in to do. Newers was okay on the entry, right? He had that big 3K on the first round. Yaga was there sometimes, but really, I didn't think we really saw Fish's potential here. I'm hoping we get a little bit more from him in map 2.
I actually think we saw Oxygen try to use shields, right? We saw Fox on the Monty 2 or 3 times. We saw them obviously with the push plant with the blitz. I'm going to pass that one aside. I actually thought, considering they were trying to use the shield and then obviously drones, their information game was really poor. You know, there's certain times where they're jumping in windows or they're entering rooms where they don't know that there's a player there. There's one that I can think of Newers where he managed to walk into stock, didn't know Shaco was there, did get the kill because Newers is cracked, but they didn't know he was there. There's one where I think it was Fish was jumping in the lobby into loan office window, had no idea Leakfak was in lobby. And it's those kind of things that when you're on a big map like Bank, when you're on the attack, start snowballing once you've not got the basics on lock, the basics of that information, the basics that the Monty should provide that information as well.
Yeah, and one of the rounds that BDS lost was a round that we want to highlight specifically because it felt like at the beginning, Leakfak wasn't really, you know, up to speed, but once, you know, this round went the way it did.
Yeah, listen, I mean, this was a fun round. It was round number 1, and immediately you see Leakfak go down. And watch who he's spectating. This whole time, he's jumping around a little bit. Okay, he's looking at some cams here and there. He's taking a couple of peeks out here. But what we're going to see is a really individual play coming through from Dream. Not a player that we've often in the past seen play very solo. He's usually that hard support, but he's going to be coming in through the garage. And there is a bulletproof here placed by Lens at the start of it. You saw it just there. It's not been destroyed this whole time. But Leakfak, he's watching the POV of Shaco. He's not alerting his team. And then right when Shaco goes down, it's Dream coming in from the back. Now he gets on the cam. Leakfak drops the ball round number 1, loses this round for his team in part because of allowing that big flank from Dream to come in, disrupt that defense. And then after this happens, what does he do? I think somebody says something to him. He maybe shakes him up a little bit, says you gotta play a little bit smarter, immediately gets a big 2K entry on Smoke, roaming top floor, comes back later in this game on Solus, has some huge plays to come around. He picked it up massively. I think he was the MVP of this map in my mind, but he started off with a little bit of a goofy round that I did want to point that out. Always watch your cams when you die, please.
Could see that back check come in as you was going through there, Jesse.
Of course I had to.
Take note.
Because I was just about to say, I thought Leakfak was pretty much the MVP of that game for me. But
yeah,
no, it's a very clear and obvious one. You know, the one good round that Oxygen got, a successful backstep happened because a player wasn't on cams. That is very basic stuff that can cost you rounds, can cost you tournaments. So
absolutely.
As much as he did have a good game, will keep these standards high on this desk.
Yeah, and that's the only round that they dropped as well. So far, they're looking absolutely incredible. We're going to be getting onto Chalet as the second map, and that is a map that we want to see again. Both of these teams show up as much as we did. I'm really looking to see more of Oxygen because only getting one round on the board is not the greatest way to start off today.
Yeah, this is their map pick, obviously. They did play it once, lost 7-3 throughout stage 1, so it wasn't a great game. I think it was a Beast Coast too, not a top team really inside of North America. So hoping we see a little bit better of a showing coming in from them. As for BDS, we saw this in the Gamers Without Borders Grand Finals against Wild. That was a big map for Shaiko, 10 kills through the first half on defense. So I don't know, hoping to see a little bit more of that, but
I think for Chalet, if you look at the problems that Oxygen had on Bank, information, big map, we've got to clear every single room and adhere to the time. Chalet doesn't have that problem. It's a smaller map and you can get on positions that cut rotates immediately so that even if there's people that have room to rotate because rooms aren't clear or whatever, you can cut them off. And I think that's what will make it a better map for Oxygen to play off, is they're not going to feel under so much pressure in terms of clearing the map and skip the information, skip the droning. For BDS, they don't like the map strategically. I think it's a little bit small for them. They like very default maps. But one thing that Chalet does allow is it allows for player individually to pop off. Like you said, Shaiko in the Games Without Borders went massive. And that's why you will see BDS allow it through, because whilst they don't really like the strategy side of it, the fact they've got players that like just being able to shoot, Shaiko, Leaky Fact, Bree Day in that last series, they will play it.
Yeah, but it also kind of brings a question in terms of, are they going to be solely relying on these players? I hope that that's not going to be the case. We've seen both a lot from these teams coming out, but Oxygen really leaving a little bit more to be lustered. So, Oregon is going to be our third mapper. Jesse, I'm going to have to ask you again because you were an Oxygen believer. This is going to go to the third mapper.
Jenny, you know I gotta believe, even if it's Copium at this point, it was a tough first map, but yeah, you want to see it happen, you want a close game. Our first match of the day wasn't that close. Let's hope we get a bit closer this time.
I'm counting the list of excuses here.
No breakfast.
They lost
No
their luggage,
breakfast.
no
No
breakfast.
breakfast.
They had to walk into the venue with you, Jesse. They're warming up even though it's 40 plus degrees. The fact of the matter is they're going up against a better team in BDS right now, and I think it'll be a 2-0.
Okay, we got a 3-mapper prediction. We got a 2-0 prediction. BDS looking to start their flawless run, but Oxygen, they want to pull this back, get to the third mapper, give us a show us what they're capable of. Let's head into the second game. Chalet coming up next.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. Map number 2, as you can see, getting started here in just a second between BDS and Oxygen. Oxygen, unfortunately, not the greatest showing of things on map number 1 on Bank. We'll see if the second map yields better results for them. And if not, it'll be a quick 2-0 for BDS to push them forward to the next phase of the event instead here. Let's see what the bans are going to be. I would expect BDS's to be relatively similar. 0 being banned out again would not be completely out of the ordinary, seeing as we're going to Chalet as specialists. Let's see.
Oh,
no, the
like
Brava. But the Brava, again, another very powerful operator. We didn't actually see her played all that much in the previous map, but if you look back at like the most recent major, for instance, she was picked all over the place. It's still a very powerful proponent on maps like this. That is still going to leave operators like Flores in, which could very easily deal with that same utility and the same method. So there's other options available, but it is just going to subvert the expectations a little bit. Dokabi's ban will stay in place from the previous map, however.
Yeah, 2 very solid bans coming out of both respective teams. Solus also going to be removed from Oxygen, and that was a deadly one throughout the entirety of Bank. No matter who she was being operated by, it was constantly a thorn in the side of Oxygen that they could not dislodge. So gonna do it through other means this time around. Valkyrie's gonna get banned out as well, but that leaves up a whole treasure trove yet again of ops in the defensive end. Fenrir will be in, all of our usual cast of characters as well, such as Azami, other things, as well as Mira on top of that as well, which we actually do tend to see on this map a decent bit. So we'll see if they end up tossing that hat in the ring. But as of right now, it's gonna be a Wine Cellar's no-mobile defense downstairs. We will have Fenrir in the lineup as well as Azami.
All right, basement's going to be the opening site yet again as BDS also take on the defensive mantle here to start off map number 2. Let's see if they'll be able to continue their rampage from the previous map. Keep in mind, they're coming into this map on a 7-round winning streak. Oxygen only won the very first round of map number 1, and since then, it was all BDS all the time. So let's see if that is going to be a continuing trend here onto their second basement site of this series here. They're also bringing the Fenrir back too. Been kind of switched on and off a little bit depending on the site's been played out here, so they're going to feel he has some use, and generally I would tend to agree with it.
Man, what happened in 6 months? We're really about this roam strat now on Chalet, aren't we?
Yeah.
We extended, boy. Oh my. All right, well, I'm down with it. I always appreciate a good Chalet roam. Just not something we we're seeing in professional play there for a long time, just because it can be extremely volatile. But with the amount of just potent utility across the board that's available to the defense now, why not? That's what I say.
All right, well, like Stokes had mentioned, the roam game is certainly alive and well, and not just a singular player, as you will sometimes see in these situations as well. You've got Sheko getting aggressive by Library, and another one continuing to play things out downstairs. One of those Dread Mines going to get found out very early on. However, here by Fish, he'll get knocked out. It's in a pretty off-site position, obviously, so it's not really going to have any dramatic change-up on the scope of the round. Just means BDS have to cool their jets a bit when it comes to aggression on that part of the map. Although, as you can see, Oxygen already with a pretty dangerous amount of control down here on the inside of Laundry. They can't do much with it yet, unfortunately. It's going to be a very rough take if they try to really just force the issue from this point forward. But if they can get one or two more players in position by Snowmobile, this could turn into something dangerous very, very quickly.
Great spot to kind of put themselves into this map. Great find from Newers as well, as they know this roam is happening around the mid floor. Don't have a read on Liquefact just yet. There's potential here, but there's a drone quickly working its way towards him. Him having to work his way up the stairwell. A loser in Shiro in the process of that too, so BDS worse for wear in this one, 3 versus 5. Oxygen finally getting back to form. They're able to successfully get that first round on Bank, looking to do the same here on Chalet. Liquefact will make that a little bit more difficult though as he takes down Yogg.
Yeah, Liquefact, of course, coming into this one off of a Rampage on the previous map. You heard the announcement, basically giving him the credence for the MVP on that first map. Already striking true to pick up the first kill for his team on map number 2 as well here. What's else he can do? There's still a little bit of retake ability we need to see BDS work themselves into here, but at the same time, Oxygen is slowed down. They don't want to force the issue in through the back of line. Reasons for that are going to be quite obvious. You can see here, both of the walls have been double reinforced with electricity. They have been able to deal with the side wall, so Dream will pop that one open, and that should give them the second angle they need to start forcing the issue. Problem is, they've telegraphed it too much now. BDS has rotated into this to hard counter it out, so Oxygen need to be a little bit trickier with their timing, as well as, of course, their intel game to try and play this out. Oh, Shiko really trying to test the waters a little bit there for a second. Plays right up against that Kiba, realizes that may not be the best idea. A few seconds later, backs up into the blue hall.
Crazy amount of respect to give it out. Oh.
Hook, line, and sinker right there against Newers. As it takes him down, another member of this team eliminated, and now we are at even odds. 3v3 with just about 30 seconds to go on the clock as well. Oxygen at a loss for words and a loss for strat to some extent in terms of how they should be able to work themselves into wine here. 2 are going to try to push the sidewall from the looks of things, but even there, it's not secured. There we go. Patience works out, though. Leaves a window open for Fish to force the issue and force the rotate away, but Bride sends not just 1, but 2 away. Might make it 4 overall on the round here as well. No, Shiko does it instead, but that's all right. As BDS rebound to take control of the opening round of map number 2 and keep their streak for map 1 going.
I mean, all commiserations over to Liquefact, but there's another player that we have to talk about from that last game, and it's Bride. Bride, double-digit kills as support, always on top of his game when it comes to those fragging moments, and he's showing it off yet again. A single bullet out of that TCSG removes one of the players initially from Oxygen on the execute, and then they just cannot hold a candle to the talent in between Bride and Shiko. Amazing round from BDS, as this one was down to the wire, but constantly delivering when they needed it most.
Oxygen, a lack of either utility or just willingness to try and change up their own strategy there, as we see them struggle tremendously to try to work their way in through wine, whether it was the main door or the side opening here. And once again, we're getting that replay of Bride just popping off with those final 2 kills.
All right, well, I already got my first note here for Redeemer. Why does Fox have 3 arrows still? 2 smokes and a flame.
I mean, I'll tell you why, to an extent. They just weren't really set up for an execute until those final few seconds.
Yeah.
There was always something in their way, whether it was the wall itself, the electricity behind the wall.
They floated a little bit too much, you know? That's really where things started to, the wagon wheel started
There was
to
like that
fall off,
awkward
right?
Kiba barricade that came in once they opened the sidewall. So, I mean, credit to Foxy, like, there wasn't a great time to focus on those arrows and get them out. Nevertheless, like, actually getting, I think that's what that 2-player peek along the sidewall was attempting to do, if I was reading the situation correctly there. He was probably trying to line up for it, but then Fish got the entry, and then, you know, all heck broke loose past that point, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. But the key thing is that those 2 smokes break up the 2 angles for Bride.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, but you can't get away from that right there. He's too potent in that position, and the fact that you have utility to break up that line of sight and you didn't use it is just something that you're definitely going to want back. But Team BDS able to muster that round. Oxygen having a fantastic opener. Definitely cannot take that away from them, as they were able to process the majority of the map. It's just once they dawned the door, they rang the doorbell, and, well, they got a nitro cell in return. So it was not exactly the best thing for them once they were actually towards the site, but So a lot of opportunity here, especially in this round. They're able to eliminate Elems and deal so much damage to Shaiko to start off round 2.
Yeah, the early entry power and just overall map control that Oxygen have been able to get here so far in round 1 and 2 is certainly nothing to scoff at. As you're going to see here, though, Lycovac once again popping back out for a very much needed trade in this situation. This is so far, I think, the same exact kill spread we saw back on round number 1, where it was OXG getting 2 initial kills. Lycovac comes in to trade one of those back. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see how the rest of this round goes, but things are looking pretty similar right now. However, BDS won't have as much room to fall back upon, obviously, since the basement is now locked away. They're unable to play into that same site for a second round in a row. They are still going to be able to descend one floor, however, into hopefully what is going to become a little bit of a bunker down in bar there.
Oxygen so far so good, able to maintain man count and muster up a couple of these angles, helping them break down this top floor even further. BDS continuing to hold on to Library, and they're going to want to do this extensively. I'm sure I'll get rid of the hologram. Iana does end up barging her way to the Library, which is a confirmation here. See if there's anything at the end of this tunnel, any prize for Newers. He pushes himself forward, but Renshiro with the Kobe fade knocks out Newers, equalizes this man count, and once again, Oxygen, they're running into the same obstacle. Team BDS constantly having the motive, having the motion, the idea to get one over on Oxygen, and it's happening yet again.
It's that site or near site, in this case, clear that members of Oxygen are really struggling with to be able to get an extra kill or two needed to really burst themselves onto the site. Not enough confidence to move beyond that at this point here now, since they are down to even numbers. They can't afford to just throw a player at the problem and hope they can trade it out. Now it's going to be too risky being brought down with 3v3, but they don't have time to really go with any other option here. They are just going to have to brute force it. 15 seconds down, you heard our announcer give the warning out. Flashes into the connector here to hopefully blind out whoever's playing to the inside of that. I don't think it's going to work to the degree they would have wanted to. Dream with the wrong read as he tries to go for the pick, and there we go. Renshiro and I believe Brede picking up the final set of 3 kills there to lock out yet another round for BDS.
It's the exact same thing that we saw from the defenses from BDS on Bank, John. They are constantly able to keep Oxygen out of the site, and when they do eventually just get a little bit of that blade in there, they snap it off immediately. There's no real way for Oxygen to find that area to get that plant down, because BDS are obsessive with their positioning. Wherever Oxygen is, you can bet your bottom dollar that BDS is right on the other side and making sure that this is the most stagnant portion of that round possible. And it's something that Oxygen have not been able to deal with. And honestly, you can't knock them. It's so very difficult to try and get something over on BDS in these moments because, well, A, they're down on utility, and B, there's really no info for them to try and work into with these dying moments. Nobody can be on a drone. You got 5 seconds left on the clock.
Absolutely the case here. Oxygen struggling in that mid-round and late-round transition to try and work a takeable site for themselves. Leaves them down yet again. It's now a 9-round winning streak. If we consider the rounds from the previous map for BDS, no signs of it slowing down anytime soon either. And continuing to play just on these kind of descent strategies where they toy around with Oxygen on the upstairs clear for the first minute or two. That part of BDS's game that has been pretty much a complete failure so far. They've gone down 0-2 for the first 2 rounds, but even just that slight fallback after the fact is enough for them to be able to regain that control and refrag it, in Lycofac's case, be able to still win things out at a 2-0 lead here so far over Oxygen. Oxygen really need to try and capture that advantage they seem to be getting in the early round and not let go of it here, because they're having such a promising start, but just never able to carry it through so far.
Feels very similar to what we have been seeing. Nothing really too hot going on early on in this round. Fish with a solid position. He's really hoping that this first set of matches here for him will go a little bit better, but when you're going up against a team like BDS, it's kind of a tall ask, especially with such a fresh face. Even though Fish is a fantastic player, I've been watching him for years, so see if they can try and help themselves out in this round and find their second round of the entire series, which is definitely not what I thought I was going to be saying when I sat down here.
Certainly not the case, but it is what has unfolded so far here. As Oxygen slowing things down, at least on the round number 3 here, tremendously compared to the previous 2. In terms of how they've gone for a booming entry before, now it's all held back. Lycovac, though, still very much going to be the go-to player to potentially strike first here for BDS. He's got the wrap right around the corner from a big stack of OXG. 2 to 3 players sitting right within arm's reach, but obviously he needs to be careful about his own personal timing on this. And you can see those Fenrir barricades, or Fenrir mines, excuse me, are set up very well to allow him to frag out if the need should arise as well. But it's actually going to become a Lems that picks up the first real kill here. It's against Yaga as well. An important utility set piece is going to be lost. The nade goes in, but it's far too deep. And even worse, the cross that they try to establish from the outside of Ego there does not find Lycofax. Shaiko now takes that player down from downstairs, I believe, and scores yet again, working himself from the back of that bedroom area, all falling to Dream once again here in the 1v5. And it seems like, unfortunately, Oxygen have only taken a step back from the previous rounds. Will be nearsighted out here, unfortunately, by the Dread Mines. Shoot it, of course, not to walk into that again, but the intel has already gone out. They know that he's taken that extra step forward here into the office. And more than likely, it's just a matter of time before, like the factor in this case, when Shiro snaps the jaws shut on yet another BDS round.
Well, John, when you try your best and you don't succeed, it's probably because you're playing against BDS.
Give up.
Yeah, give up. Just stop. Simply quit.
Find a better use of your time.
It's like the competitive game tweets that we were talking about a little while ago. Oh no, everybody's better than me at a video game. Just quit, man. Just stop playing.
Maybe like get better at the video game, or like play another one.
Crazy. Just go play single player games, man. Stardew Valley's calling your name. I promise. Either way, though, Oxygen. Reloading. What's the best way I put this, John? They're putting their face in places where it doesn't belong, with no info really to do anything about it. It's not that they have a bad idea. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they are setting things up around the top floor, really the portions of the map that they need, but they don't have the info basis to go off of where these angles exist and where these players are. Key part being the second piece, because if you've noticed with the setups from BDS, this map is blown to hell. They open up every single damn angle because they want you to be confused. They want that. So it's really just biting at Oxygen, and it's been something that they have not been able to solve throughout this entire series.
Now, I can kind of forgive the lack of entry power from Oxygen here on this third round, just because of the fact that for previous 2 rounds, they did do a pretty good job there in terms of clearing things out. So that'll just be a little bump in the road, hopefully.
The setup from BDS there as well was just, oh man, how toxic.
That's going to be the problem here, is if Oxygen now continue to struggle in the early round as well, if they're not going to be able to find those openings that they were able to get in the first rounds, and we continue to see BDS dominate in the late round, as they've kind of been doing in every other situation, then this more than likely turns into a very, very quick series. Oxygen will not be left with a whole lot to play off of or even build off of long-term at that point. Keep in mind, of course, we've only got 3 rounds left in this half. A full reset comes up after that one, where most of the intel they've garnered in the first 6 rounds is going to be useless to them, and then right back to square one. So Oxygen need to turn up the heat right here, right now, and there's not a lot of credence being lent to that theory right now.
What else would you expect out of a championship roster either with BDS going back to a site they already played? Completely different strategy. We got Mira applied here. Some other tidbits of utility that we had from the previous rounds, but when they're the best ops in the game, then why wouldn't you play them? So
this is just adjusting based on what they saw from OXG in that very first round, giving them better options to kind of avoid some of the opening aggression if they want to do so. But given what happened on round 3, they might play back into it. We'll have to wait and see. Second floor looks pretty barren right now from BDS, so more than likely going to let them have that, with the exception of Library. It looks like currently being played by Shaiko. Noors as well, just
calm down.
Aim training here in the window or something.
Homie hit aim labs before this.
He's got his little like crosshair trainer there. And Nitro again, it's Lycofax as well, striking true in the early
Mira
round.
on a roam as well. He's on the mid floor. It's like Oxygen just, you know what the crazy thing is as well, because I'm about to talk about the info game. They also have access to Zero. They have no idea where anybody is. They have no clue. Even Mira, who sounds like an elephant going through, a China shop, it's ridiculous. So for Oxygen, it's really punishing right now, because like it's crappy, man. Like there's really no other way to put it. Like I really just want to see them find some success in this info game when it matters most. Their entry game has been pretty solid. It's just that
it's fading now. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's that BDS is constantly able to battle back. Yeah, it's so difficult.
That technically right there was Lycofax's first kill of the round, but he has been 3 out of 4 rounds the first kill for his team specifically. That was just the first time where he was actually first to get it. It wasn't Oxygen getting a kill against someone else on BDS first.
I mean, what do you do about this, John? They're walking right into this, too. They want this setup on the big garage side, but there's a mirror window here. Frag grenade in. I don't know if that'll actually pop that. I don't believe it does, so only deal any damage to anybody occupying the window. They'll get the ace charges down. Really no way for them to try and solve this one unless they had some impacts on that side, but they don't, so they'll just allow the mirror window to get opened up. So fortunately enough for Oxygen, they still had the utility in their pocket to be able to at least break up that portion of the site.
Light Claw again, so it does deny at least the initial attempt from Dream to pop the wall. You heard that Impact EMP go out. There was a second Claw in Breeday's hand, and oh, he timed it well enough too. The follow-up from the Impact EMP was too slow. To be fair, normally in this situation, they are not going to have a pocket impact right there, but that just unexpected play from Breeday catches Oxygen with their pants down and is going to cost them some critical time here. Still with 30 seconds to work it. Under normal situations, that would be doable, but they're losing player count again. CYCLOPS and Breeday both able to strike. Lycovac still with the flank from the top down as well. Dream does get the opening entry against Renshiro's hold in blue tunnel, but that's such a small gesture at this point. Dream as well loses like 99 out of 100 HP in the process, so he's basically a dead man walking right now. There you go. CYCLOPS completes that prophecy, and now it's just Foxy alone in the 1v4. Still watching for Lycovac's flank, by the way. At least they caught it, but still it pulled Foxy away from the fight. Even when push came to shove, could not win it. Not that it would have really changed things up anyway.
Somebody get Jesse another tank of copium. I think he's going to go into cardiac arrest here soon.
That 3-map prediction is not looking too good right now.
Buddy. It's a good thing you didn't bet anything on that one, my friend, because you definitely be feeling the hurt. This is just an outclass moment,
He walks in
guys.
with them one time, and
dude, it's rough. The crappiest part about situations like this is like, what do you do as a commentator? You're like, there's outclass, man. This is a different world that they're playing in right now, and that's no harm towards Oxygen. They're reworking things with Fish in here, trying to get some things figured out. BDS are really just that good, guys. They really are just that talented.
Once again, as has been the theme, even going back to map number 1 as well, denying most, if not all, opportunities just to set up the site for and execute on Oxygen, as you were seeing there with the Pocket Electric Claw, for instance, to bleed out another like 15, 20 seconds. You can see some real frustration here on the faces of Oxygen as well. This is getting dire and getting there very, very quickly. Past the 3-0 point now as well. BDS guaranteed a lead regardless of the outcome of these final 2 rounds, but even so, the next 2 rounds look very, very likely for at least one of them to go into the hands of BDS, which would leave us with another 5-1 half, just like we had on the previous map.
If they need a good mental reset after this, man, I know a pretty good shawarma spot, so.
There's a few of them, I think.
Yeah, dude, they're everywhere, but so far that has been definitely the food of my choice here. I'm a big shawarma guy in general, but I knew coming to Saudi it was going to be immense. It's going to be so tasty. And it was. It was so good, dude. It was so good. Did you enjoy your food last night?
Oh, yeah. It was good.
Well, we'll see if BDS continues to play with theirs. If they're going to nip this in the bud and potentially take this entire series 14-1, that would just, wow. Just wow.
Yogg at least has a very impactful Twitch turn right there. Works it in, knocks it a whole messy utility. Fish thankfully was on Repel right there and is able to avoid the killing amount of damage from that Nitro, although still seeing a lot of it hit him. Bit of a crazy sprint there from Lycovac. Just goes for the peak and Snowmobile. We're not even playing in the basement right now.
Nitro that open?
Just takes the duel. And finally, we do see Oxygen knocking him down, I believe for the first time with regards to his entry game. Newers as well has the intel on the peak from CYCLOPS. CYCLOPS smartly reads into that fact as he goes out. Quickly ducks and turns the other way.
All right, so Fish on low HP. Oxygen with a chance. This is going to be bar gaming. So this top floor of the utmost importance. You can see Newers working the mudroom as well, which is another piece to this puzzle that is indeed fantastic. Green has that broken up. Oh my, what a read from a Lems. Knowing somebody's probably going to occupy that area after they broke up the bar panel. Now, looks like Oxygen have to try and find their way into this site, try and find a spot to plant. They really need some verticality in this, John. Very horizontal right now. Oh, this might be it. Newers with a good read on a potentially read it, but no, they got the ADS there. It eats the nade. Only one smoke lies for Foxy now, and they're letting this timer do what it does best.
That just shows once again the utility setups right now for BDS are second to none.
Disgusting.
Even when you think Breeday's overextending his grasp a little bit there and creeping a bit too close, like there's no way he's got an ADS prime for that. No, he does, and it just snaps up that nade that otherwise would have certainly killed him in any other situation.
Yeah, you think it's just like a cheeky little spot, but no, it was planned the whole time. Yep. They had an idea for that, and that's the thing that really just boggles your mind, is that they thought that far ahead. Oh, Yogg, not really going to be able to take an angle around that space, but Newers with 2. This is what we expect out of this man. Pre-Day, he's gonna look for a little bit more, and Foxay wasn't ready. It's a 2 versus 2. Alems, it's all down to him. Can he keep perfection here on Chalet? Borndo has the opportunity. He'll knock Yogg's head off. He knows where Fish is. He's low HP too. A single bullet will take him down. Alems, can he keep this perfection?
No.
He gets Fish. Finally, for Oxygen, will get it done, and they'll find their second round. But my God, was it hard fought.
Tense battle there as Alems tries to go wild in the 1v2 to give himself the best chance at just getting a random bullet or two into both of his opponents. A nice clean kill on the first one, but could not find Fish, so it's the new pickup here for OXG that finally locks in their second round of the series, their first inside of this map. Still one more round to go inside of the half as well, so it could be the beginning of at least a little micro rebound here if they bring it back to 2-4. That is going to be workable, to say the least, in the second half. Still, the odds are very much not in their favor with the way we've played things out. A few mistakes being made here by BDS, like in fact with kind of a questionable duel there down below as well. Other than that, though, still a very clean hold, and it was Newers on this entry that even made that round possible to begin with, just like the other round that was also won back on Bank as well. He was very much kind of the gold star for me that allowed that one to come true.
Absolutely. I think the craziest thing about round 5 there, in between these two, is that BDS, for like the first half of that round, were definitely the world's silliest gooses. They were just doing really whatever the heck they wanted to do with the map, and it was working for the most part, but with some of those, more oddball plays, you also have those moments where things can, go awry, and that's what happened initially, as Oxygen was able to take a lot of headway, at least with the first portion of the round. But as we know, BDS constantly able to battle things back, but that does make you think, if that garage play doesn't happen, it's probably just another BDS round.
Yeah, very possible as well. And I mean, to be honest, if Brede had stayed alive for like one more kill there, then that might have sent it down the river also. Brede was going absolutely crazy by the billiards. Big window there, so it's a beautiful play from him. If he could just extend it a bit further, second guessing himself just for a microsecond there on the peak. Cost him the kill as he's not exposed enough for the bullet to land. Had the read, had the position and everything, but just not the right position to do it, unfortunately. So we will see Lycofac tuck away real quick from that position and hopefully avoid a premature death this time around.
We're really worried about somebody potentially playing back there. Something along those lines, end up blowing that up, where they have some vision. Also, I do think that if you end up blowing that up, you can actually use like the side of the window to see the stairwell.
Yeah.
So you can use that to cut off rotations as well. It's been a minute, guys. All right, so
couple months.
My angle work isn't nearly as good as it used to be.
By the way, we've got Oxygen with most of the second floor cleared out, at least enough to where they can transition down through blue here. Well, it's really just going to be Newers on a bit of a solo adventure. He's got some support, obviously, from the drone being placed in front of him. Like you said, good positioning being established here is going to allow him to breach into the other part of the second floor, but you'll note there's still quite a bit of presence there from BDS over by Office Piano and similar areas like Solarium on the other side, so not necessarily going to have a whole lot of time to brute force those players out. They are trying to find a secret little spot here where they can sneak off this breach, but not been able to find it. Dream's getting a little paranoid of a top-down coming out against him here too. Backs up for just a moment here as he's not able to find a workable position to play this wall out just yet.
And this is where we run into these problems with Oxygen. Yep. We have to be solving problems here. Somebody has to have the solution.
There's the Nitro he was worried about.
Nitro cell out. No damage, really. I mean, it tags up Fox a bit, but it doesn't hit its mark, and that's mostly because of the trajectory that he chose. But BDS, I mean, their trajectory is now looking towards victory.
Maybe you should let that wall closed, actually.
Lycofac? No, it's going to be Fish. Oh. Fish is going to round off, John. It's a huge moment here for him. If he can gather control of this top floor, that skeleton key could be that pivotal piece of utility to try and get yet another round over on BDS, and one that they desperately need here. But the case is now down on the ground, and Fish is a lone soul left alive, breathing air here.
Unfortunately, a complete lack of entry power there once again from Oxygen. And as we mentioned before, it's from the break. It's from this difficult entry point yet again because they were not able to get Fish into kind of a winnable top-down position there due to the extended presence that BDS had the whole time. It's pretty much seals the deal on this execute before they even get started with it. It's very one-dimensional. They really only have that one angle to play through. And as a result, it just becomes a shooting gallery very much into the favor of BDS, who shut it down yet again. A quick response. And so far, one lost round they've had on this map, locking in a 5-1 scoreline yet again at halftime.
I'm pretty scared for Oxygen coming into this defensive set. mostly because BDS were disgusting with how they were breaking down Bank, and Chalet for the offense has so many more abusable angles. So I really don't know how this is going to go for OXG as they attempt to hold things down, but yet again, BDS is showing off how talented this roster is. Again, Oxygen are no slouches. Even with Fish just working his way into the roster, this is a talented squad. They are just constantly getting outshined by BDS.
Yeah, unfortunately, yet again, just not able to work their players into a position where they can show that shine. Noors being the most obvious one. He finally gets himself into a good winnable position there on the Bar Games attack we had back on round 4 or so, and immediately excels upon it there. Just sings his way in with 2 winner entries that otherwise would have caused a lost round for Auction had he not picked those up. Also, of course, the great Overwatch back in round number 1, the previous map, but that's been the problem, is they're having some serious issues getting him into a position where he can play out like that just because of the lack of wall breach or some other issues that are showing up here from BDS over the course of the early to mid round there. That's pretty much preventing them from getting to a late round execution point. Now the good news is, of course, Auction going to the defense, so hopefully that should immediately solve some of those issues. You can put Noors on more aggressive positions and more aggressive operators here and kind of let him do his own thing right from the beginning of the round, and he's certainly going to do that as he's going for the Frost here in round number 1.
Wow. You're
Fish
a
was
better man than
actually
me,
there.
Fish.
Oh, yeah.
I had to try to shoot him through that barricade.
I thought he was on the other side of the wall, like by the stairs or something.
Dude, John, when I'm telling you I would have risked it for the biscuit in like 0.5, I swear to God, man. Like, I've been on him so quick. I probably would have died, but hey, that's what it is. Auction going to keep their man advantage. Fish with a very smart neutral play there inside of Mud just to make sure that he stays alive for the remainder of the round. You don't want to get down to the nitty-gritty too early on. Let's see if Oxygen can get off on the right foot here. Fox8 back to his tried and true. Be on pulse here inside of the kitchen. Trying to get some info game going for OXG. As BDS is already donned the building. Lem's in the basement right now, breaking up a little bit of the trophy floor.
Awkward angle for the Lems to play if he truly wants to try and look for something on the top end. Meanwhile, it's Renshiro just walking into Noors, who doesn't even seem to be aware of the fact that Renshi's taken this map control. A quick trade from Fish at least prevents it from going completely out of hand. We're back to an even 4v4 very quickly, and now Renshiro also double traded here now by Fish as he picks up a second on the overall round. Yogg's been activated. He knows they've swung in through Solarium and immediately shuts down Shaiko on the inside of that, still with 1 target to go out on the rappel for Solarium as well. Much better read of the scenario here from Oxygen and an immediate shutdown of any shenanigans from BDS. This is the OXG we were missing in previous rounds and even previous maps here. We need to see more of this here. This is looking like a potential quick shutdown for them to get round number 2 on the board. Well, we'll see, of course, if Bride and Lems have any real surprises for us. For Lems, no, as Yaga shuts down 1 more before the end of the round here. And Bride, he's not even in the building, so his odds pretty much bar none right now to clutch this one out.
Keep huffing, Jesse. We might just get through this. I don't know. Oxygen, at least with this round, unless Bride does the craziest thing I've ever seen or casted in Rainbow Six. But we'll have to see. BDS, though, I mean, they're only 2 rounds away from gathering victory here. And really what this is just a round to kind of understand how Oxygen want to do things around the map. And it's pretty clear cut. They really want to hold pressure around the entire map and force BDS to take it away from them. A lot of good angle work. A lot of, not similar strat, you know, not the exact same thing going on as what BDS was doing, but similar vein with the way that they're breaking up the map and making it to where there's a lot of different things you have to be worried about all at the same time. And it's practically overloading the offense. So, unlike Oxygen, where they were not able to really solve this puzzle, it's now BDS's turn. Let's see what they can do.
Auction taking no prisoners when it came to their positioning here. Renshiro, of course, getting away with that opener, but that's pretty much it. Trades across the board past that point. It's mainly Fish, too, that once again does that great work to retake the second floor control and prevent the overall map control that BDS was working towards from getting completely out of hand. Big stuff from Fish right there, and that's what we need to see, of course, with the new pickup on this roster. The immediate impact being made with his insertion. Certainly good news for his potential future on this lineup here, and seeing that impact show up right from game number 1.
It's a necessity, man. When you're in a game against BDS and you have the likes of, you know, like Noors and Yogg and Fox as well, I mean, he can always pop off too, even Dream sometimes. When you have, you know, talented people as your peers here, and you're the one that's positive as a rookie at your very first international event, I think you're doing something right.
Looking pretty good indeed here. This event, interestingly
Fish
enough,
is always looking good, man. Come on.
this event was used as like a test bed for a couple other NA teams last year as well. Obviously in more like official capacity, as Fish is just on the roster. He's not like a tryout right now. But
last year was crazy.
Yeah, for those who remember last year, TSM had like Snake and I think one other player.
Was it Gasher?
Something like that. Yeah, I think they had like 2 trials for this event last year, something like
Gasher
that.
at the time, I can't remember.
Yeah, it's a bit murky now. But either way,
Snake and Gash aren't even on pro rosters anymore. I think they're both on T2. I don't know if Gash still plays. I see Snake tweet every once in a while, but it is what it is, my guy. It is what it is. Look at these angles here from the Lems.
Took him on the last round, too. He's got some confidence to play in it. Here's the problem. When you're staring up like that, you can't very easily adjust to a sudden aggressive maneuver from the angle you're not playing into. Foxe, in the meanwhile, gets pegged with a flash in the face right there.
We got teleported to the center of the sun.
So he's not going to be looking at anything for a few moments. But all good, as thankfully he's in a pretty safe position, so his back's away from the hot seat. Dream, in the meanwhile.
The build-up.
This is just utility central right now, as everyone's getting hit with everything. Looking at it, it's actually not a whole lot of expenditure from BDS just yet. They've got plenty more sitting in their pocket. They brought 9 flashes into this round. Dream does get down, although not fully killed by the second frag from CYCLOPS. Oh no, this one, I can't even keep up. There's so much utility coming out. Fish claims one. Foxe gets out of there with the Nitro. CYCLOPS like, to heck with it, I'm just going in. Takes Solarium control, should have died right there, but no. Newers goes down instead. Dream still down on the ground as well. He'll more than likely be confirmed in a moment. CYCLOPS also getting dropped. The hop in directly through the Kiba and violating the player that throws it as well. Yaga goes down. Fish the next to fall. It's all on Foxe now, as Dream definitely not going to get revived at this point. Look at the silhouettes. You can tell why pretty quickly there. Foxe as well. I believe they've already known his position for quite some time, so they know he's going to try to play this from bottom to top. Unfortunately, not the most workable position for Foxe to play into here. We'll still see what he can cook up. As you can see, quite a few top-down angles where he might be able to get lucky.
Let him
use
cook.
out a player or two with that intel. There we go.
Oh no, he didn't find the planner, John.
2 of them, but like you said, yeah, no planner intel, so that goes down onto the ground. Time starts ticking in the other direction now against Foxe's favor here. 37 seconds to try and work himself up onto it. Realistically, just under 30 now for him to actually get onto the case. And as soon as he ascends to the top of Solarium, bye-bye goes his chances to win out this round. It's BDS up to 6. One more, and the series is theirs.
BDS processed the top floor in such a magical fashion. Although they do end up getting, taken out, at least initially, losing those 2 bodies, the team play with the drone game into the EE1D into the fragnades on Dream was so beautiful to watch. That was some money-making moments right there for BDS. And now they sit at the helm. They're 1 round away from closing this series out 14-3 on round count.
Impressive round count indeed if it does end up coming true, but Oxygen, like we saw before, a little bit of life coming into them as of round 1 of this half, so we'll see if they can show it to us one more time.
Oh,
as
the
they
gloves are off, 1.5 out on Thorn.
Yeah, true. Nors will go on to that, and we will overall move into the basement here. A little bit more mitigation coming out as well. Fish going to try to deny the walls on the Bandit. We'll have some mixed results come in from that more than likely, because BDS should be able to pretty directly counter that out.
Oh, I love this so much. BDS more than likely noticed that Fish was on Bandit, and they immediately switched over to Mav. It's like, try that one on for size.
We'll just hit the skip button on his part of the ground real quick here.
I'm so happy you brought Bandit, so he's useless.
Just going to be a minor annoyance basically at this point. Is like a fact, like Stokes was mentioning, is going to be able to work himself directly past any of those holds. And Newers, meanwhile, like Stokes said, the 1.5 is out in the Thorn, so that means Newers is going to get a little bit cheeky with the angle work here. Doesn't look like, all of my breath. There we go. No, the spray goes wild for Newers. Not a single bullet connecting, unfortunately, on the Shaiko. So he'll stay at full HP for that.
And that's not one that he usually misses either. And you saw how close he was as well. A hair follicle away from removing the dome of that player. We'll transition into the main portion of this garage, and Liquefact, like a glove when it comes to breaking this down, fits right in. Break up those bandit batteries, keep the left panel hard, and that is for some work potentially down the line. Really, it's just going to be this right-hand panel that they'll end up breaking open just for the rotation. What BDS is looking to do is they're looking to apply pressure around the entirety of this site. If you can get both panels open, not only inside of Lion, like those 2 panels, but also the garage panel as well, there's really no place as a defender to play in this map. You can really just play on the backside of the wine stock area on the pillar, or you can play inside a blue hallway. If you don't play any either one of those areas, you're you're either going to get A, utilitied out, or B, somebody's going to shoot you right in your face. So it's going to be really difficult here for Oxygen if they cannot get something going for themselves here soon, especially with this read on this drone. They know Fish is out and about. Hopefully nobody's on his trench already, but Breeda's just going to drone it instead. Not willing to flirt with that. And also Oxygen making sure that there was a smoke piece there just to make sure that he could get across if anybody did want to try and hold that down.
Oxygen constantly is trying to look for options to get aggressive, get into the face of the opening clear from BDS, but also being fully realized the fact that it's probably not going to be the best idea in the long term. So giving up those positions before they can ever really build up to anything, it would seem, just due to the masterclass of control we are once again seeing shown here by the BDS roster. Breeda realizing, of course, he's got an open wall on the side, just goes for that one. He's even going to allow the Mav, of course, to pop open some small holes into the one that's currently electrocuted. It's that main wall going into Wine as well here. Very surprised we saw him go for a full opening on that, but his name nicely played. Dream, that's 2 rounds in a row now where he's been powerless, really, to stop his own demise. Just getting decked by nades 2 rounds back-to-back. Thankfully, looks like he's retrievable from that position, so they are going to try to go for the revive onto him. That is going to prompt an entry, however, from Lycophac. Moves in, takes out Fish, who tries to rotate back to support his team from his more adventurous position he was playing into a few moments prior. Dream, behind the Kiva, has a little bit of coverage to play from, but at low HP, is not going to be able to get too adventurous on those swings himself. Has to sit back and wait for a moment of opportunity, and it's just not looking great. Breeda now knocking out Yogg. More and more players going down. Dream, that's the 4th nade he sustained just in the last 2 rounds, and it's a flawless from BDS as they shut it down yet again. 7-1, 7-2 for a 2-0 overall victory over Oxygen.
Tisk, 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 man. Tisk, tisk, tisk to Oxygen. A lot to learn from that. Just a lot of things that they could have changed up across the board, even in that last round. Operator selection, not exactly the best for a site that gets hit pretty hard with execution. No Jaeger, no Amai. Every stun and every grenade in the back pocket of BDS, John, landed. Every single one of them. And then they just walked on the site and killed everybody. A huge oversight from Oxygen. Like, I cannot understate that enough. You're going against one of the best teams in the absolute world, and then that's kind of the strategy that you go with. That's just not exactly boding well for you or the future of this success. You cannot just simply shoot BDS. That's not how things work, I'm sorry.
It's not a happy start to things here from Oxygen, but it is indeed just that first game. We'll have to see how Oxygen look to try and improve on their performance here, and hopefully rebound if given the chance, as BDS shows a massive amount of strength here in their own first game of the event. They're looking strong to boom forward, maybe even meet themselves in the finals yet again to try and lift the trophy here at Gamers8 for a second consecutive time, of course, claiming it last year as well. We'll take a look at the replays here real quick, where once again, it's very much going to be the BDS show here in these replays. Breeda as well, dominating inside of the early rounds, just like we had seen on map number 1 there too.
Highlight reel adorned by highlight-worthy players, and the majority of them being on BDS inside of this game. And I mean, what a fantastic showcase of what BDS are capable of. This is their very first set in this entire tournament, and they are already playing like this. They are looking to take Gamers8 yet again here in 2023. And honestly, John, if they're playing like this, I'm here for it.
Absolutely the case. Beam on the side of Oxygen, like we saw there in the replays, few moments of brightness from specifically Newers and Fish as well from time to time, but it was too far and too in between, unfortunately, to lead to any resounding impact on the scoreboard. Here we had that crazy round as well, where everybody was thrown every piece of utility they had, ultimately though still to fall into the hands of BDS in the long run of things here. And once more, it's due to that great utility work that they showed in map number 1 as well, carrying that forward onto their attack. BDS with some excellent work. That's going to do it here for us now. We're going to send it back down on the stage. We've got an interviewer waiting with our winners.
Big, almost, I'm not going to say easy win, but a very compelling, confident win from Team BDS over Oxygen there. We are joined by Elems. Last time we had a proper chat like this, I think it was just after you'd won the Jönköping Major, right? You're now back here looking to reclaim the title that is yours. We'll get to that in just a moment's time, but what did you make of your opposition here?
Can you repeat?
Sorry, what did you make of Oxygen? Did you make light work of them there? Do you think it was quite easy?
No, to be honest, I don't think it was an easy game. It's always a hard game against them. They are a very good team. We just had a very good work, I think, coming into the game. We had a good preparation for the match, a good plan ready, and it worked today.
معانا إلمز من فريق BDS بعد ما قدروا يفوزون على فريق أوكسجين بطريقة كانت جدا مبهرة صراحة. يعني أخص بالذكر إنه كنا في الميجر الماضي في ريمبو 6 سيج هم اللي فازوا فيه، ولا ننسى إنه السنة الماضية في جيمرز 8 برضه هم اللي فازوا فيه فريق BDS. لكن الآن مع تغير شخص واحد في الروستر قدروا انهم الان يورونا وش المستوى اللي يقدرون يقدمونه. سالنا سؤال على السريع انه كيف كان الجيم ضد فريق اوكسجين؟ يقول بكل بساطه كان الجيم يعني ما كان سهل بالنسبه لنا، بس قدرنا اننا نلعبه بثقه جدا كبيره ونفوز الجيم بالاخير.
Elims, do you think that it gives you an extra level of confidence coming into this tournament this year, knowing that you've won it already before? Like, you've been to the mountaintop already. Does that give you faith that you can do it again?
To be honest, we are not thinking about it. We are just playing the game. Obviously, the goal is to win, but when we play the game, we are focused. We are not focusing on the win, on the trophy. We just play until the end, until we tell us it's over.
سألنا إلمز إذا موضوع أنهم هم فازوا في جيمرز 8 السنة الماضية، هم حاملين اللقب، هل الشيء هذا ممكن يعطيهم ثقة أكبر في الفوز في هالبطولة؟ يقولون لا، احنا ما نحاول نفكر بالشيء هذا، نحاول نركز فقط على أننا نجيب الجيم ونحاول أننا نفوز فيه وما نحط الموضوع ببالنا أنه احنا فزنا السنة الماضية.
Last question before I let you go. Who is your biggest threat at this tournament?
To be honest, every team here is a threat. Every team here is a very good team. So we will respect everyone and try to beat them all.
إلمز قاعد يقول لنا انه كل الفرق اللي موجودين عندنا في البطوله هم يعتبرون تهديد الفريق BDS، انه ما يقدرون يفوزون عليهم بسهوله. احنا سالناه اذا هو في فريق معين ممكن يهددهم، يقول لا، الكل بالنسبه لنا يعتبر تهديد.
You're right, Elims. We've got some amazing teams part of this tournament, but one thing's for sure, our champions of last year made a tremendous statement right here on the stage. Congratulations. I'm sure you'll be getting set up for your next best of three very shortly. But for now, we'll throw it back to our desk to pick this one apart.
يروحون فريق BDS الآن يجهزون إلى مباراتهم القادمة اللي بتكون بست اوف 3 لتكملة الجروب الثاني معنا في البطولة. لكن على طول نروح لمستوديو تحليلي نتكلم عن المباراة.
Thank you, guys. We're live now from the studio. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Ginny. We're still on the desk with Fresh and Jesse. You guys are putting in the shift today. Sorry, that's a bit of a tongue twister. But LMS representing BDS in that interview. And yes, it was a compelling win. But regardless, they were very humble, very gracious in their win. I don't think Fresh is going to give you that same attitude, Jesse. I'm sorry, because he's got it out for you today.
Listen,
we can start with the excuses if you want.
Yeah, absolutely. They didn't have breakfast. Okay, then what's next?
No, I mean, listen, this was a tough game for Auction. BDS playing fantastically. I thought we really got to see a lot of their players start to step up and shine. You know, we worried, was Chalet going to be one where maybe they're a little bit too individualistic? Thought Shaiko had a great time, Lickyfac as well. Bride was 100% contributing, having an amazing stat line there towards that end of the game.
Impact.
Yeah, huge impact. So it's nice to see them playing so well together. Definitely deserve to go on throughout this tournament.
That's the positives, that's what we touched upon. But then Oxygen on the other side, however, these were two very, as much as they were compelling wins from the side of BDS, it does put a couple of question marks in the performance from Oxygen that we've seen today.
The biggest question mark for me is around whether Oxygen can play an international meta. I'm sure in North America, and the way they was playing today, is it felt like they were expecting BDS to play a North American style, which BDS were just never going to do. And I'm seeing Oxygen make decisions that on the international meta, on the meta that's been played at the majors and the SIs, didn't make sense. I'm seeing them try to full clear sites that, you know, on Bar and Gaming or Chalet, where every team now just does a direct take because it's so easy to do a direct take. And I'm seeing Oxygen full clear it, and then when they've done the full clear, not have vertical control, not have nades, not be able to move people out of the positions. And it feels like, I hate saying it, but they've been beat that decisively. It feels like they're 3 months, 6 months behind the meta currently.
Yeah, I was talking to Redeemer yesterday, and he was talking to me about the scrims that they were able to have throughout the tournament, or throughout the last couple of months. And, you know, he talked about how the fact that, like, in North America, not a lot of top teams are scrimming. So they've been mostly scrimming through, like, Challenger League teams and lower level teams that are going in through Element 1. And I think we kind of saw the result of that today. You know, when you don't have that practice, when you can't go against the best of the best, and even, like, the top of North America, it's not really at the same level as maybe Brazil and arguably Europe at this point in time. Going against that tier 2 inside of North America, it didn't really feel like that's been setting them up to have the best takes, the best setups, and I think that kind of lack of the meta is coming into what you were saying, Jack, there.
And that makes so much sense when you look at M80, for example, who spent the last 2 weeks in Poland scrimming European teams to try and prepare for this event. And I think, you know, it's clear to see that it's made a world of difference to them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, M80, they took the win against G2. That is something that if you haven't watched the B stream, you're now fully aware of. A little bit of a spoiler, sorry if you were going to watch that bot. But that is actually quite a good day today for Europe in general. I mean, BDS, this is potentially the start for them to get that undefeated run from what they did last year.
Well, see, I was going to get Jesse to hold up all of his fingers for the undefeated maps, and I was going to go, you know, BDS 2-0 against Falcons last year, 2-0 against TSM, 2-0 against Team Liquid, 3-0 against Falcons in the final last year, and that would have put him on 9 if he was holding up his fingers, and then we would have got to 11 because it was another 2-0.
Yeah.
They have never dropped a map at this tournament.
Absolutely incredible, to say the least. It feels like this is their home turf. Even though it's not, they're not on home turf, but they're very comfortable in this international competition, which is actually an interesting point because when we were looking at the major, they didn't even qualify.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, like, talking with kind of the team in the last couple of days here, I think they kind of took stage 1 on the chin, right? They knew that they had kind of one bad game earlier that didn't early in stage 1, didn't really help them out. Close games to try to qualify for the major. It didn't happen. Then they come in today, and of course they've got, you know, their brand new player, Likifac, the one guy who wasn't here last year when they came to G8.
MVP is Likifac.
Absolutely, he played so well, and you know, coming in with this team, I think they've got a really good mindset. I don't think that they've let the rest of stage 1 really get to them, and yeah, you're seeing their dominance as they come back in through G8, and as you said, still undefeated.
He has so much confidence, that kid.
Absolutely.
So much confidence in his own play, in his teammates, and he's very vocal, which normally when you pick up a young player, which is what BDS did, you know, this is only, it's not a year, not even a year ago they picked up Likifac. Obviously when they were here last year, Afal was playing on this roster. So when they've picked up a young gunner, it's like he's so vocal. He's a dominant figure in this team, and he's so confident in his own processes that he can step up. Sure, he's going to make mistakes. We highlighted a mistake of him on the replay, but he's also going to win your games and be the MVP whilst doing it.
Yeah, we've also said coming into this how BDS does kind of rely on certain of these individual players to be the ones stepping up. Shaiko, Likifac being really at the forefront of that. But it felt like today was much more of a collaborative effort between every single one of them rather than 2 star players really taking all the spotlight.
Certainly, and I think these like star players are still fulfilling their role. They're still getting in first. They're finding those entries. You know, Likifac, I think in map 1 particularly, really did kind of take over in the early round and kind of set his team up so that the rest of the players can come in and get their frags. But it is a team effort, 100%, right? And you're starting to see BDS kind of have more of those players contributing on the stat line. I really don't think it's a serious criticism that BDS, oh, they're going to fall apart because they have players that don't pop off the same level as Shaiko and Likifac, right? Like, it's fine. It's the way that they want to play. Sometimes you're going to have more kills on some players than others, and I don't think that's a downside for them.
I think the one thing that BDS did today is they played with that freedom. Talked about it in map 1. It was the same with map 2. What that allowed was actually a Lems to, you know, get his kills, Pre-Day to get his kills. Everyone kind of stepped up, and that's what you want from your team is you want everyone who can get kills, but also everyone does their job and maybe 10-20% more. That imbalance with BDS is like some players haven't quite been doing their job, and then Shaiko and Likifac are like 200%, right?
Yeah.
And they've kind of gone a little bit like that. Still got star players, but the rest of the players on there are pulling, you know, their weight and doing a little bit more. 7-1, 7-2, you cannot complain.
Absolutely not. That's their first day here as well, going completely undefeated. And as we said, because G2 and Falcons lost, they're going to have to play that elimination match, which is going to be a scary one. But the next match that we have coming up is M80 against NiP. Both of these teams won their respective games. I mean, NiP had an absolute game, to say the least. Like, I don't even know how to explain that in like proper terms, but they had such a good performance here on day 1. M80 up against G2. I mean, that game was going on for a very long time. That was really give and take. It was down to the wire for this one. So in terms of the upcoming game, what are we feeling?
I mean, I think NIP, in a lot of ways, you know, they weren't really expected to be here. Kind of, most people, they kind of see them as the 3rd or 4th team in Brazil. They barely beat Liquid. It was a great reverse sweep in the grand finals of Gamers Without Borders. So I think they're going to be coming in maybe as a little bit of the underdogs for this matchup.
Right.
M80, top 1 or 2 team probably inside of North America. They played very well throughout the last couple of months. So I think M80 would be the favorites, but you know, you've got this whole gap, right? That NIP have had since their last match to prep, and M80 on the other hand, they just came off such a fast game.
Yeah. I was just chuckling when you said M18 North America. Brazilian team, aren't they? This is a Brazilian showdown,
team, by the way. You
what
can't claim them all.
The one North American team here has just been beaten, Jesse. Yeah, I think genuinely it'll be a good game. I think NiP earlier obviously was setting utility problems. They were playing a big utility meta game against Falcons who couldn't deal with those problems. M80 will just ignore those problems and find gaps. So I think there's a real interesting dynamic coming between these two teams as to who will come out on top, because NIP might have to change the way they played from earlier on today.
Yeah, and they've, as Jesse mentioned himself, have kind of had the time to look at what M80 has been cooking up and what they've been doing, because they finished their game very early on. The M80 G2 game went on for quite a while, so they had that chance to kind of take a little bit of a sneak peek and see what they need to adapt. I think that is probably going to be a pretty big advantage coming into this.
Certainly, and I think even if it's not so much like you're studying them and you're trying to figure out like, okay, exactly what are M80 trying to bring, I think just having that time to chill, to relax, to get the blood pressure down a little bit more. M80 had such a stressful game against G2. You're tired after playing a long 3-game series. That went on for like 4 hours, right, Jack?
Yeah, obviously there was a couple of tech pauses that came in, and they actually went, quite long in the actual games. There was no landslide maps. It was an absolute slog for the team. I saw them, just as getting food right after the game as well. So they're coming out of it into food and then just straight into another best of three. The energy management there is going to be pretty difficult for M80.
Absolutely, because that game is going to be coming up in 1 hour. So we're going to be heading to a break. Make sure you get yourself some dinner, have a little bit of a rest, because we're going to come back with our final game of today, M80 up against Ninjas in Pyjamas.
In a world where tactical mastery reigns supreme, one name echoes through the hallowed halls of Rainbow Six Siege. Fabian, a legend in his own right, has left an indelible mark on the game and the hearts of millions. He is not wielding just one, not two, but 3 hammers, a true Viking of the scene. This man of many talents comes from the colder than cold Sweden, powered by meatballs and probably some rotten fish. His success speaks for itself, though this man does not stay silent much either.
But every team that's gone up against them have played literally fucking shit.
That's because he knows he's the best. He works hard to be the best. He has the trophies to show that he is the best. Now, what do the best of the best do in Rainbow Six Siege? They clash here, in Riyadh, for the Gamers8 2023 tournament. It is both Fabian's and G2's first time joining us. Do you think he will grab this trophy as well? Is the infamous 6 Invitational winner curse too strong to break? One could argue that if anyone, he's the one to break it. Fabian has the chance to lift a hammer, the Gamers8 trophy, and a major trophy all in the same year. A trinity that BDS came so close to last year. Regardless, Fabian makes sure we'll be in for an incredible show of talent, hot interview takes, and the best meme material there is.
I think Shaiko is one of the most prolific gunners in all of EU. Quick peek, move aggressively around the map, and he really took charge of how French gunners came into the European scene. How do I think he'll do at this event?
Yes, I'm ready to defend my title, and I'm more hungry than ever.
Last year we came to the Gamer8 and we won it without dropping any maps. To be honest, we just play like we feel it. We didn't put pressure on ourselves. With Shaiko in-game, I'm giving the info for him so he can make the entries like he does the best.
I think to get, 2 years in a row best play would be very difficult. No player's really been able to achieve it. So I'm hoping, at least for him, he's able to put it on show here in Riyadh.
The role of the support obviously changed. You cannot sit like in the year 1 or year 2 just waiting and hoping that there is some enemies popping in your sight. So now you have to be aggressive and go find the enemies. I would describe the team. It's like a dynamic. The toughest opponent that we can face in our groups would be W7M.
To get the revenge on CYCLOPS and W7M, we correct our mistake.
I was always happy being a content creator, but there's always something there to be better. I always find myself playing in these underage teams, trying to get the best competition possible. So I always had that kind of competitive mindset inside of me, for sure.
Sport is living proof that young players can step up to the mark if they're good enough, and that is exactly what he was. He was good enough to move into that Rogue roster, be able to win them a major championship. Rogue has shown everyone that rookies are just as good as some of the more veteran talent that we have.
Having Sport on my team is definitely the best feeling I've ever had, because at the end of the day, we play an FPS game. Something I always tell my teammates is, if you win your gunfight, you win the game. Having him entering for us and getting those opening picks is all we need. It makes a difference.
As of recently, it's been hard, being a pro and a content creator at the same time. Obviously, your content side takes a big hit once you go pro. You can't balance everything. 24 hours isn't enough. I'm taking a hit on the content side right now, but pursuing professional play.
What makes Spoit so successful is his desire to win. People may think mechanical skill, game sense, but no, it's the hunger, it's the passion that drives him. All this guy wants to do is win, and he's done that.
Picking his play wasn't an easy decision, mostly because I was very close with my last teammates, so it was a very tough choice on doing a roster move. And when it came to options, we didn't have many, and he wasn't even included in the options. I was like, well, why not try to get one of the best players in the world, if not the best?
I don't want to say too much about the Gamers8 tournament coming up, because I don't want to jinx myself or anything like that. But Berlin went great, first place. So I'm just trying to continue that road and, trying to build a little dynasty with the team. But it takes time.
The balance between us is probably just in roles, because I think I play as aggressive as he does on a supportive role. Every time we're together, we're doing everything perfect and everything works out. So it feels good. It feels good to have him by my side.
Dealing with all of the pressure, being a content creator, changing teams, winning, getting back to the high again. It's pressure for sure, but you gotta find that balance within your mind. And, personally, the gym has helped me a lot.
Sports expectations should definitely be trying to take home that MVP. I think he's good enough. I think he's probably top 5 players you would expect to be in that conversation. If he can play the way that we've seen him do in the past, then yeah, he can definitely go for it.
This North American organisation opened their eyes to international talent and is now being powered by 3 Brazilians, 1 Swede and 1 American, with all support staff being Brazilian as well. A combination of such has created this unstoppable force we know as M80. Their road to Riyadh began in the North American Gamers Without Borders, where they first faced West Garfield Park, a roster that showed great potential in the qualifiers. Those dreams of WGP were shattered by M80's strength, as they took the win with a confident 2-0.
It's going to be your last chance here. You've got to try and make something happen. Otherwise, it is going to be curtains. Isn't going to be able to get past Kino here on the shield, jiggling left and right. That is going to be GG's. M80. They finally lock away Bank. All it took was to get them back down to the basement. They will be going into our finals.
But now it was time for the final, and to meet a familiar face from the North America League, Dark Zero. DZ had won the group stage, but M80 climbed up the bracket in Phase 2 of the league, and eventually defeated DZ in the final.
Oh, Panda Zoo!
Time as well.
In the 1 versus 2, he can't get it done! M80 with the huge victory over Dark Zero. They close out this best of 5 in regulation. It just takes all the time.
The history was on M80's side as they headed to the best of 5 grand final of Gamers Without Borders. In an absolute heater of a match, M80 were victorious over DZ, securing first place in Gamers Without Borders, and therefore qualified to Gamers8 here in Riyadh. Struggles in the group stage at the CEST Invitational 23 put the fans of Oxygen Esports in a rough spot. Hopes were not as high as they could have been, however the smell of a comeback was in the air. Oxygen pulled a little speed run at the start of the playoffs, taking down both Heroic and M&M Gaming with impressive 2-0 victories, bringing themselves up to speed.
I think Heroic's a great matchup for us to get us into the bracket system. You know, we scrimmed against them while we were at the event. You know, they're good guys, they're great scrim partners, and I think we still have a good amount of tricks up our sleeve to pull out against them.
It's a 1 versus 3, Doom. He's just got to find these 1 kill at a time, but cannot even pick up the first Foxy. He's behind the desk, just dishing out the pain there to close out the round and the match for OXG, and that is going to be the NA side continuing in the upper bracket. Congratulations to them.
Wolves were not able to stand in the way of Oxygen either. Their run at the CEST Invitational was first threatened by W7M Esports, who dropped Oxygen in the lower bracket final. And it wasn't just any team that they had to face there. G2 Esports, who ended up lifting the hammer after the SI Grand Final, finalised the destiny of Oxygen. Their incredible performances throughout the playoffs were not enough, and G2 dropped them out with a confident 2-0.
The post plant and the rotate round. He's trying to isolate one of these engagements. Sees a sliver of health, sees a sliver of a body, but G2 have kept themselves cards close to the chest. They're on either side of the door in a line, but that is all! G2 will be moving on to our grand final!
However, finishing third in the most prestigious Rainbow Six Siege tournament of the year is not a small feat. That's why they earned their invitation to join us here in Riyadh for Gamers8 2023. W7M Esports do not need an introduction, but certainly deserve one. This team has absolutely dominated the game in most events for the past few years, with recent results being even more incredible. W7M experienced the same fate in the group stage of CEST Invitational as Oxygen, placing third and not bringing to the table what was expected of them. Though the Bulls saw red and red only in the playoffs, climbing through the upper bracket and defeating Team BDS, M80, Koi and Oxygen.
We can see hard pings going on to multiple players, but Vertical, no actionable intel. A little too high on that shot there. Doubles back down the steps for a reset. Well, he also waits for his teammate Foxy to get in position, attempting to work it from up on top. But you'll notice W7M, they even have presence up there. They're gonna find Foxy. He gets locked down, and so does the final member. It's W7M to be the first team in the grand finals of CEST Invitational 2023.
The upper bracket run looks so dominant for them, most considered W7M to lift the hammer over G2. Unfortunately, that dream is still yet to be achieved for W7M Esports.
Nitro Cell goes out, KZ rushing in, G2 looking to accomplish this, 1 kill away, and it's Volps to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.
Though being a grand finalist at the CEST Invitational 23 earned them this Gamers8 spot, we should not hide the fact that they just recently took home the trophy from the Copenhagen Major, making them our strongest competitor. we are excited to see them possibly clashing with the 6 Invitational winner, G2 Esports.
If I wasn't Rainbow Succeed professional player, I think I might be a doctor maybe. I would describe my team in one word. Maybe it would be spectacular. My favorite game outside of Rainbow Succeed, maybe FIFA, because my team has worst fashion sense. I think I'll hurt their feelings, but I don't know, maybe worst fashion sense. It's a hard question. Mad skills. Who's in my team will win the 1 versus 5 photos, I think. Q6Z. I think year 1, Jaeger ACOG with SMG ACOG. That's my earliest memory and going through my mind when I think of Rainbow Six Siege and the first years.
If I wasn't a pro player, I would be a doctor. My best friend in the game is Virtue. Every Rainbow Six moment, winning against CYCLOPS on a Mexico Major. Toughest opponent I ever played, probably BDS. Favorite game outside of Rainbow Six, Age of Empires. If I had to describe my team in one word, it would be funny. My worst dressed teammate is actually my analyst, it's Titan. The most likely to win a 1v5 is Virtue, definitely.
If I wasn't a Rainbow Six pro, I'd probably want to go through some sports, something like that. That was very interesting in such when I was young. Best friend inside of Siege, I actually don't know. I have a lot of friends, but I don't like to place a best friend kind of. My favorite Rainbow Six moment would probably be the Berlin Major, to be honest, with the crowd going crazy and having to see everyone for the first time. But I would describe my team with the word unbelievable. My earliest Rainbow Six memory would probably be first time getting to scrim against BDS as an underager. I think I was 15 at the time, so that was probably one of the memories. If there was a 1v5 left, and yeah, DS is the man to do it, the clutch god. So yeah, I'll pick DS. The toughest opponent I've ever played against was probably W7M in Invite, for sure. First time ever getting 7-0 like that. If I could pick one player to recruit to my team, it would probably be someone like Julio. The word I would use to describe myself would probably be passion.
If I want a Rainbow Six pro player, maybe I would make YouTube videos, I don't know, and I like content creation. You know. My favorite Rainbow Six moment is when I won the invitation. It could not be other. If I would describe my team in just one word, it would be passion. I think the best player that I've ever played is Julio. Outside Rainbow Six, my favorite game is Counter-Strike. If I would describe myself, I think in just one word would be determination. If I would recruit someone for my team, it maybe would be Dan from Virtus.pro. My favorite TV show is How I Met Your Mother. One fact that nobody knows is I am a very addicted fan of Star Wars. So my favorite destination for a vacation, it maybe some place with a beach, like Miami, I think.
If I wasn't a pro Rainbow Six player, I'd probably be acting right now. Right before playing Siege, I was kind of going through the steps of like doing that. I did like a commercial here and there, and it was something that I was really interested in. My best friend, like right now, is all of my teammates. Like I feel like that's so hard to like pick one. If anything, I would say like I've been the longest like with like Redeem. So I'm pretty close with him, you know, but I love all the guys on my team equally. I describe my team in one word, probably as ridiculous. Every moment that we're together, it's always something that like it just is unpredictable. Whether we're outside of the game or inside of the game, I think there's a lot of unpredictability to it. I guess the best player I'd ever play with, I'd have to say, is New. You know, I mean, just I've never played with like someone that's been so like mechanically gifted like that. That's so hard to answer. I feel like, you know, I like a lot of Diablo. I've been playing a lot of TFT. BattleBit's been pretty fun. I would say like maybe like Timothy Chalamet, or like someone that's like very like young looking that's popular right now.
The best friend in the team will be Shaiko or Likefrak, but everyone in the team are close friends. My favorite moments in Rainbow Six in my career will be the winning in Yuan Camping, but I have another one, the clutch in the Paris Major with Vitality. How I would describe the team, it's like a dynamic. If I can recruit one player in the world, it will be Hertz, for sure.
If I wasn't a professional Rainbow Six player, I'd probably be a psychologist. My best friend in the game are the MIBR X roster. My favorite Rainbow Six moment was the major Copenhagen win. I would describe my team as skilled. My earliest Rainbow Six memory is probably playing here for the base, like in 2016 with my friends in PS4. The toughest opponent I've ever played against is Team Liquid on BR6 because they're too good in regional championships. My favorite game outside of Rainbow Six is probably Counter-Strike. I would describe myself as dedicated. If I could recruit any player of any team, probably CYCLOPS. If there was a movie I played about me, Leonardo DiCaprio would be the actor for me. The worst dressed in my team is probably me. Yeah, my favorite superhero is Spider-Man. One fact about me that no one else knows is that I started College of Psychology for like 6 months and then I dropped off. 1 versus 5, one man standing, I would put Nate in that situation. He would win. I would pick to be my teammate Casey, and I would go against Alemão and Benja.
Welcome to Create Your Operator, where, well, you guessed it, we're going to create an operator. We've got the 2 G2 lads here with us today. We have Doki and we have Benja. Now, fellas, quite a simple game, isn't it? But I'm sure no one used to. There will be some disagreements because, of course, it is used to at the end of the day. So, here's what you need to do. I need from you guys the main weapon of this operator. I need the secondary weapon of this operator. I need what utility they have, so flashbangs, grenades, hard breach, whatever it is. I need the gadget that they have. And finally, I want you to name them. So a minute, let's go. Minute, go.
Nate's, for sure.
ARX for sure. The gadget should be Ayana's gadget, and it should just be called Ayana.
No. Let's go to Benja.
Nate's, and I don't know more about that. You only need Nate.
Well, right, so you've got ARX. We've got that. What secondary gun do they have? What's the sidearm?
SMG.
SMG what?
11.
11, okay. So we've got ARX, SMG 11. What utility do they have? Are they going to have nades? What are they going to have?
Okay, I had a... should I say it? Yeah. Okay, I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. It's going to be operator on defense. Okay. Okay, it's going to have what gun?
Bandit's gun. I don't know the name.
The MP7, come on, man. And the SMG11 as the secondary, okay, for sure. We're going to have barbed wire and a shield. Barbed wire and a shield.
3 barbed wires.
3 barbed wires and a shield, okay? And the gadget, okay, the gadget is going to be able to cut the reinforcements in half. So you have like half reinforcements. Okay. And you can position the reinforcements differently. I know. It's going to be really great for some situations. And it's going to be called Bob.
This is Bob?
Bob the Builder.
So...
It's Bob.
Bob he just puts up half a reinforced wall and that's it.
Oh, jeez. No, he can cut the reinforcements.
He can cut it?
He can cut them.
So what purpose...
He's like Maverick on defense.
Maverick on defense?
Kinda.
Isn't that kind of going against defense? Or?
No, like, imagine you have like a little half reinforcement. Right. You're hiding behind it.
Didn't you give him a shield?
Yeah.
Something's not adding up. And he's called Bob?
Yeah, Bob.
You happy with that, Benja?
Yeah, it sounds good.
Okay. That's what G2 think their new operator should be. Do you think Bob should be an inclusion in the game? Let us know. We'll be back again with another episode.
Why is he saying like this the whole time?
Welcome to What's That Sound, where we pitch the best players in all the land, and all they have to do is tell us what they hear. It's really quite simple, but we know it's not that easy to find out what you're listening to. In this episode, we are going to have Elems up against Spoits, so 2 Europeans take on one another. Here you go. Are you ready for your first sound?
It's a reload or something, no? Can you do it again?
You want me to do it again for you?
Yeah. I think it looks like a reload, but it's not.
Observation blocker.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, it's my guess, yeah. Final answer.
And that would be a good guess. That is correct. It was an observation blocker being deployed.
Yeah, but I'm not used to it.
So now we know BDS
okay.
don't use observation blockers.
No, we don't use that.
We know that.
Don't use that.
Are you ready for your next sound? Let's go for your second one. Now, let's amp it up a notch. See if we can get this one.
It was a sound.
It was a sound.
This was a sound.
Yes, this was a sound.
It's not a sound. Huh?
It is a sound.
For me, it's just wind.
No, it's a sound. It is a sound.
Okay, one more time, please.
That's pulling out like the Grim bee stunner, like
So-
the gun for the bees.
I would say when you pick up Rook armor, I don't know.
You pick up Rook armor?
Yeah.
Final answer?
Yeah, but I'm not sure.
You think it's the gun
Yeah.
for Grimm's launcher? Is that your final answer?
Yes.
That would be incorrect. It's Glaz changing his scope.
Ah, yeah.
See, once I tell you what it is, now you
Okay,
understand.
Okay, now I won't miss. It's okay.
So
I
you're
know.
0 for 2,
Yeah.
which isn't good. Let's go for your next one.
Oh, it's hard.
It is hard. Here you go. Here's your next one.
Dude, what is that sound?
The sound of the bomb. When you are
Final answer?
When you are next to the bomb. Can you do it one
I'll
more
do
time?
it one more time.
I have no idea. to
No
be honest.
idea.
No idea.
It's-
Is it a map
I'll
sound?
give you a
Like-
hint. It's one you play a lot. I've seen you on this operator many a times.
For me, the first thing that comes to mind is the sound of the bomb when you are close to the bomb.
It's a
But-
gadget. I'll give you that much.
Okay,
It's a gadget.
so
Okay.
so it's a gadget. So what gadget does?
Oh, he's leaned up. He's getting serious.
I don't know. Lion scan. I don't know.
I actually don't know. That's my final answer. I
It
don't know.
was Ying's Candelas.
Oh yes.
Ying Candela.
I know. I know.
Okay. Let's go for one more.
Kali.
That's a Kali.
100% Kali.
It is Cali.
Yeah.
So at least you finished on a high.
Whoa! I didn't expect that.
So that is our episode done between Alems and Spoit. And we'll be back again with another episode of What's That Sound?
We've got to talk to the hometown heroes. Hometown, I mean, home country heroes, whatever you want to call it. It's Team Falcons. Hey, where are you going? Where are you going? Q60, where are you going? Come over here. Come talk to the boys. How are you doing?
Fine.
Are you confident?
Yeah, of course.
How does it feel to be, once again, in front of a home crowd here in Saudi Arabia, ready to do your thing?
Exciting.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You think it's going to get loud?
It can be.
You don't want to talk to me, do you?
Yeah.
Let's keep... Should we go around? All right. Hey, guys, how you doing?
Fine.
So, Team Falcons,
Yes.
do you think you've got home advantage here?
I think so. We hope so. We'll do great in this tournament, especially in Saudi or Riyadh. So we're looking forward for this tournament, of course.
Second place, last year, so close. This team came so close to winning. And Siege seems to be have gotten better, and the teams around you are even improving over the last year. Yeah. What do you think your chances are this time around?
We hope, of course, we will win this tournament. This is our hope and our goal. So we will see throughout.
Anything you want to say to your home fans in your native tongue who are watching this right now?
In my native tongue, شكرا على الدعم وعلى الوقفة يا جماعة الخير وأهلا وسهلا.
Best of luck, guys. Cheers. Thank you. All right, we've got another Falcons player over here, Val. Val's getting his makeup done. Hey, Val, how are you doing?
Hello.
You're looking very pretty.
I'm doing all right, actually.
You look good.
Yeah, I'm feeling sleepy, by the way. It feels like a face massage, to be honest.
The thing is, when you get your makeup, I always find that, right? It's super relaxing. You could fall asleep, right?
Yeah,
You
easily.
You shouldn't get your makeup done before a game. You don't want to fall asleep on the server.
I mean, let's try that, actually. Maybe we'll play better.
What, with you asleep?
Yeah.
How are you guys feeling coming into this? Obviously, it's a huge tournament for all of the teams here, but for Falcons particularly, it's got to mean a lot, right?
I mean, it means a lot because we came second place last year.
Yeah.
So we got to do better now and get first place.
What do you use that feeling of coming second? Obviously, that disappointment is still a great achievement to come second with some of the teams that were part of the tournament last year. But that feeling of almost being there, being the almost guys, that silver medal, does that drive you to want more?
I mean, being second place is harder than being 8th place.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels way worse. But like at the end of the day, no one expected us to come second place. We tried our best. We came second place, and we are heading for the first one this time. Hopefully.
Does that feel nice on the nose right now? That's a.
I mean, I'm getting more sleepy, man.
Yeah. Shall I let you fall asleep here?
I need a pillow. Do you have one?
Just rest on my shoulder, bro. You can rest on my shoulder. All right. Best of luck, man.
Thank you.
And
man.
you look good. All right.
Thank you.
Hey, have you had a fresh fade? Is that a fresh cut?
You making fun of my hair?
No, I like it.
I like your hair.
Yours is blonder than. Listen, one thing me and Durkee always do is we flirt a little bit. We just go way back with the UK scene. You're not.
Can't say that, man.
Hey, How are you feeling coming into Gamers8?
I'm good. I'm feeling good. Yeah, confident. Yeah, new guy in the team and all that stuff. So
Yeah, I've just been chatting with him. How's Gemini going to fit in, do you think?
I think he's going to fit in well. Yeah, he's doing well.
Yeah?
Just waiting to see for the game. So just excited.
Listen, you know when you've been to the mountaintop like you have, I was stood right beside you in Montreal. SI, you lift that hammer in the air, and you've like, you know, you could argue that you've peaked. You know what I mean? Like, where do you even go from there when you've conquered the mountain, and then you're still out here looking for those big dubs? What is it about an event like Gamers8? Is it the pride? Is it the proving ground, or is it the moolah?
Ooh, it's not the moolah. I don't play for the moolah. But I think this is the best event I've ever been to ever.
Serious?
Ever. It's so good.
Tell me why.
I mean,
hospitality is unreal.
They gave me a free haircut for one of the things. That's
Yeah.
just something small, but it's like everything. Just do everything for you. It's like everything's so organized. So it's just, I don't know, it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's really
And I
nice.
saw a picture of you in the pool as well.
I was in the pool.
You look good, bro.
Thanks, man. Yes.
He's got cool tattoos, hasn't he, Doki? Yeah.
Tattoos.
What's when you think about your opposition out here, the other teams involved, who are you most threatened by? You know, I was just talking to M80 just in the players' lounge there. You know, we talk about high expectations around those guys. They've got some big players on that roster that need to step up here and get the job done. Are there someone you got your eyes on? Is there anybody else in particular?
No, I think the good teams here are W7M and then BDS. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Reigning champs.
Yeah, I think BDS and W7M are the two ones that we need to worry about. Every other team should be not a walk in the park, but we should be able to deal with them.
Yeah, when you reflect just briefly on the rearview mirror and you look back on the Copenhagen Major, it didn't exactly go to plan. You know, you guys came into that with so much momentum coming off the back of SI. Is this a chance to bounce back, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think Copenhagen went quite well. It was just like 2 rounds different and we would have probably won the thing. So it's like, I don't know, like we lost to Team Liquid. They came in the finals. The last game was like 8-6 or something like that against them. Like it could have went either way in my opinion. Like we didn't really play bad. They just played a bit better than us. So if a couple other things change and go away, it could be a different story, you know. So we're not really looking at it as a loss. It's just on to the next tournament, pretty much.
One thing I know that you enjoy feeding off a live crowd. Now here in Riyadh, you're going to go up against Falcons at some point, maybe. Well, you are actually. You're kicking off against Falcons. No. Yeah, well, if you do come up against Falcons, right? That crowd.
Yeah.
How's that going to feel, do you think? Because they're going to be well and truly behind that team.
I think it's fine. We're used to being the dark horses and stuff. And SI, the crowd is on our side and stuff, but I don't really bother. Even negative energy from the crowd is still.
You enjoy that, I think.
It's still energy, isn't it?
You enjoy that.
Yeah, I'm a bit sick. Yeah, I'm a bit. Yeah, just a bit.
Sick in a good way, though. Okay, so any of you fans watching at home first, just first things first, I want to give you a chance to give a shout out to the G2 Army.
Hello, G2 Army.
That's that. And to and any of the opposition, of course, who are going to check this out. I know that you're a modest, humble man, but sometimes you can give it that if you need to. What do you want to say?
No, just good luck. Good luck to everybody. Isn't he lovely? You're gonna need it.
There you go. That's the Doki I was looking for. Best of luck, man. It's always a pleasure to see you. You know that.
Yeah, I'll see you soon.
See you soon.
Hello.
Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
How does it feel to be part of G2?
Good.
Yeah?
Yeah. Feels great. Yeah.
A lot of expectations. This is obviously big, and you've got to be careful what you say here, right? This is obviously big team, invitational winners, a huge team with the best champions. That's it. Hammer lifters, hammer time.
Yeah.
Are you here to help this team go on to win Gamers8?
I'm not here to help them to win. I'm just here to win. I mean, I think that I'm a really good addition to the team, and I can't wait to show it to everyone. So it's really nice to be here. Yeah.
I agree, and I think that it's a nice team to be a part of, right? What's it like behind the scenes? Are you all friends? Are you getting on really well? Are you fitting into the roster really nicely?
Yes, I am. Everyone is so nice to me. Everyone is so funny. We have a good relationship, and it keeps getting better, day by day. So yeah, it's very good.
How cool would it be, a part of your first tournament, part of this roster, to win it as well? Like that would be a really big statement to kick off your career here at G2.
Yeah, it would be insane. It would be really great. Yeah, I don't have words to explain how good can it be. So.
Well, I can tell already that you're a lovely guy as well. So best of luck out there. All right.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. I need to find G2. I have no idea where the invitational champions are, brother. Where's the rest of the team?
Jake's inside.
Jake's in here? Yeah. Ah, Jake. Oh, man, he's getting a full-on shape up here. Jake, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. And how are you?
I'm good. I mean, have you ever had a barber cut during an event?
Never.
This is the first time, right?
First time.
And you've been, I think the rest of your guys are in the pool.
I think most of them are, yeah.
Have you been to the pool? Is it good?
Yeah, it's very nice. You should try it.
Are you finding it hard to like train in these like warm conditions? Does that play any part in it, or are you all good because the aircon's tight out here?
Aircon is very tight out here. Yeah.
Like, not as tight as your fade, because that fade's going to be good.
I hope so. I have trust.
So obviously, invitational champions, the last major didn't go exactly to plan. Are you seeing this as proving ground, or is it just another day in the office for you guys?
I think we have something to prove again. Yeah.
You've always got something to prove, right?
I think so. Yeah.
And the money's good too, right?
I mean, that's always good. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Let's let this man get his haircut. In fact, can you just take it all off? Zero everywhere. Is that what you want? Right? No. Are you sure? All right. I'll leave you to it. Cheers, guys. One thing I know you love is to get around, going worldwide, doing what you love. This is another example of it. Iconic. First things first. How was the journey?
It was good, It wasn't too long. We were boot camping in Poland, so it was like a 5-hour flight to Dubai and then a 1-hour flight from there to Saudi. But it's nice,
How's hospitality been so far? All good?
Man, it's been amazing, honestly, Haven't had too many gift packages at the events I've been to, but, this one was very nice. The food's great. The hotel's great. Everything you need is really here. So it's a really nice event Gamers8's putting on.
Yeah, I saw you get a pair of sunglasses, and, I think you've got enough pairs, so I think you could give those to me. That's what I'm thinking.
I already gave them to my assistant coach.
Oh, what? I was just too late. I was a little bit too late.
A little bit too late.
Nah, I'm playing. Listen, Iconic, there's so much hype around M80 as a team. You've got such a phenomenal roster. You haven't lived up to your true expectations just yet, but it's still early doors, right? Is this another opportunity to say, look, guys, we're M80, we're here, we're going to do it big?
I mean, every step in the journey, is a chance for us to, just chase what we want. And, I feel like the first time we were a fresh team, a lot of different ideas, so it didn't really come to light in Copenhagen. But I feel like this boot camp, we kind of ironed out what we wanted to be as a team and where we wanted to go in that direction. And we've kind of been chasing that all together, full focus. So, we're just going to go out here, play hard, and keep going to get better. So, we're looking forward to it.
If I run it back to like my first personal ever real true Siege experience was the major in Charlotte. And that's when me and you first sort of came together, right? And I've been loving watching your journey. I love watching you play. I love everything you do, on camera as well, like behind the scenes, on the stage. Like you're built for this sort of grandeur, if you will. What would it mean to you to get that first huge dub under your belt, and obviously a couple of bags to go with it?
I mean, it would mean a lot, but I'm not really too focused on the destination. It's more about the journey, just staying in the moment with the team. If we end up lifting the trophy, then we do. So, I'm just ready here to just play every game as hard as I can.
It's me, Iconic. I'm going to ask the question. If your opponents are looking down the lens right now, you're looking at you. What do you want to say?
I mean, I wouldn't be too excited to play us, so, I'll see you guys in the lobby.
Guys, what would happen if I knocked this over? Would I be in trouble?
Yeah, you might be in trouble.
Spite, how are you doing? I'm going to call you, I don't even want to call you the Wonder Kid because you're a fully grown man out here. But how are you feeling ahead of this event?
I'm feeling great. I mean, the scrims have been well. The team chemistry's up there. And yeah, just hyped to play it, First time in the Middle East, so I'm happy.
You enjoying it so far?
Yeah, it's amazing. This whole event so far has been amazing.
You mentioned hype there, and I was just talking to Iconic about the same thing. There's a lot of hype around you guys. There's a lot of hype around you as an individual as well. Do you find that overall, overwhelming, or is it just something you take in your stride?
I mean, I always try and do my best, on an individual level. I hope everyone else does the same. And at the end of the game, at the end of the day, it's just a team game. So yeah.
What do you make of your team as a roster right now? Do you look around? Are you all just like proper good friends as well as colleagues here?
It's both, I would say. It's important to have that friendship, also like that kind of. It's a business as well. And yeah, I think we found a team with 5 insane individuals.
Yeah.
And we just can make that mash up well, and then yeah, that's it. It's over for everyone else.
So you're obviously amazing at Siege. You're going to be amazing in that lobby, and when you get into the server as well. Like, how good are you at Jenga?
Well, so far. It's good. I mean, we just started, so we'll see in a second.
Can I just see one of you guys pull one out here? I just want to see what happens.
It's your turn. It's my
turn.
Come
on, bro.
Yeah, let's go. Oh, all right.
Cool as ice. There you go. Cheers, guys. Best of luck with Jenga and with the tournament as well.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys. Good luck.
All right, so whilst we're here in the lobby, I see someone very important over here. Come with me, because this man right here knows what it's like to taste victory at the highest level. He's the manager. He's the big boss man from the side of NIP. You've tasted victory before. You're now in Riyadh. Is it time to get some more?
Yeah, I guess we bounced it back and we came for a win.
He said he came for a win. I think everyone came for a win. What makes
No,
you
but-
better than everyone else?
We step it up in the last months, and I guess being far from the big tournaments for a couple months or maybe a year made us tough. Yeah.
Ooh, is that a little bit of revenge? I'm hearing you're like, we haven't done big events for a while. We want another taste of victory.
Yeah, for sure. We miss traveling.
I missed traveling as well, so the fact that I finally get to see this man again has been excellent. Any words to your opponents here? Because there's some big prize money on the board. I know you boys want to walk away with that and be champions. You got to give me some trash talk for the other teams. What do you got to say to them?
Where is Liquid?
Welcome back to Gamers8 featuring Siege live in Riyadh. We have the first day ready to wrap up as we're going to be heading into our final best of 3 match. We have M80 up against Ninjas in Pyjamas. Both of these teams have won their respective games earlier today. I'm Ginny, joined on the desk by... I was gonna say Fresh. No, this is Anne, by the way, and that is Jesse. It's becoming a habit. Yeah. Fresh and whoever was in the middle. But welcome back. You set it out for the final game. So for second game. So how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I mean, I was able to watch those 2 games evolve in the meantime. So, you know, it was wild how the game on the B stream was still going on whilst the A stream had already started a second game.
Yeah.
It was all over the place, but it was nice and enjoyable to watch for those both 2 games, really.
Absolutely. I mean, that also is something that we highlight from M80, with just the fact that we were already into our second game and they were still battling it out on the server against G2. They now have to replicate that against Ninjas in Pyjamas, so it's still a tough feat for them because both of these teams are currently in that upper bracket. They have won. So in regards to expectations, we've set the tone already with Fresh Around last time around. But Jesse, you particularly, how are you expecting this to play out?
Yeah, I think M80 should be coming into this as the favorites. You know, I think that they put on a strong performance throughout the last stage. Obviously, NIP at the major, they didn't make it a little bit, farther. They got into the top 8. They made it to the playoffs. But I think especially like within their region, we do see NIP struggling at times. They kind of had a massive comeback to get here. It did feel like they were going to lose to Team Liquid. Reverse swept them in the grand finals, best of 5 to be here in Riyadh today. But I think it'll be a close game. I don't think there's a clear favorite. I would probably favor M80, but this could definitely go either way.
I feel like for NIP especially, right, they have been mentioning, oh, we're not really a best of 1 team, hence why the result in their respective league maybe wasn't as what we were hoping for. They're really a best of 3 team. We were mentioning like, oh, sometimes they have like a slower start of a tournament. That's what we were like looking out for today, whether that was going to happen or not. Luckily, they had a much better start of the tournament. But my main question for them will be is like, they have talked about, oh, we like this Virtus Pro playstyle. We like these trap operators, there's like delay operators in their defensive lineups, for example. And Falcons kind of fell for that today. They really went into the difficult way of getting rid of all the utility, eventually running out of time, running out of utility. But will that work against a team like M80 is my main question.
Yeah, I mean, we said that first map is, especially for Ninjas in Pyjamas, is always going to be a little bit of a rougher one, but this time you can't really ask for a better start than a 7-1. And last time around on the series, Muzi was the MVP. He did really pull the weight, but it felt like every single member of the roster was like ready to go, locked in onto that server. So that's a whole different spectacle that M80 is going to be having to deal with.
Yeah, I think for NIP, you know, you've got this kind of core of like Muzi and Pino who have really been established for so long, the top gunners right on that squad. And you talk about Muzi having a good game earlier today. I'm a big fan of Pino, the way he plays this game. Nades are out of the world, the way that he tosses them sometimes. Really loves chucking those around, finding some big frag kills. So I'm hoping we see some more of those today for sure.
All right, M80 up next, because that's obviously the opponents for them. And we already said it, they played against G2. Not the easiest opponents to be going up against, because it is G2 at the end of the day. But they still managed to come out on top, which brings a lot of questions in terms of what their performance had looked like.
Exactly, and you have these star players on this roster, players that should definitely be capable of winning majors, winning S3 events like this one, for example. They had a really difficult game earlier, which kind of went the distance, for example, on that final map on Clubhouse as well. Believe it didn't start all that good out for them. One player to mention out, for example, Spoit, I think he started out with an 0-4 and then eventually went 12-8. So in that regard, it's a really good comeback from that specific player on the roster. It was a long game though, so to think that they may have only had 1 or 2 hours of a break. Also couldn't watch the opponent's game, NIP's game, because it was going on at the exact same time. That might add some difficulties to this roster because a long game, couldn't watch the opponent's team stream, and only had like an hour or 2 hours to prepare for this game coming up.
Yeah, certainly. I think M80, you know, they do have that disadvantage of maybe having a longer first matchup, a tougher first opponent, I think we can safely say.
All right.
But they did kind of bounce back throughout those matches, right? A lot of those maps they started, they did go down. Map number 1, even on Villa, they didn't have the hottest of starts, kind of threw away round number 1, big tech pause, couldn't find round 2, but they bounced back. And I think that really speaks to the mental of this team who have been together for so long, playing as a team with their 3 core of Gomez, Kino, and DS working together, and then bringing in Iconic and Spoit now. It feels like they're clicking. It doesn't feel like they're having too many of those mental problems, getting over those hurdles. So I'm excited for M80. I really do think that despite this long break, mentally they can get back in it and definitely put up a good show.
Yeah, that's definitely, I mean, you gotta have a team to vote for, because unfortunately for your game earlier, it didn't really go as planned for Oxygen, but that's okay. Another thing that we need to highlight is the fact that Ninjas in Pyjamas, they have already played upon that stage earlier today. Yeah. They went up against Falcons, they felt the crowd, they felt the energy, they felt the vibes, they know what that's like. Whereas M80, because they're playing on the B stream against G2, that being able to go onto that stage, being able to be in front of that crowd, is not really a factor that they've been taking into consideration yet.
No, but I feel like the majority of these players would be really good in front of a crowd. For example, Iconic, right? He thrives off of like crowd energy, and he is a player that you really want to have on such a main stage. I believe I saw a few tweets from the players themselves as well that they're looking forward to playing on that main stage. So I feel like there's probably a little bit less like fright or like scary feelings from those players about going on to this stage.
It's more like being in awe of what that stage looks like, because my goodness, is it pretty. I remember like yesterday we walked onto that stage and we were like, wow. This is real. Like, this is actually happening. So I'm assuming they're probably going to have a similar reaction, because this is also going to be their first time being onto that stage. The experience coming into play as well, but it is different turf than what they're used to.
Certainly, yeah, but I think that for M80, you know, they've got the experience to back that up. They've got the skilled players. It's not going to be a problem. I think what we saw towards the start of that game against G2, we saw Spoit and Diaz really carrying the team. Spoit always going to be a big star fragger, right? Europeans like to hold that over the NA analysts' heads. But
I mean, are we wrong?
No, I mean, he's that entry player that really does get the job done for them. He opens up the round, and I thought Diaz as well earlier today, doing an amazing job on the flank watch, shutting down those aggressive plays that G2 were trying to make earlier on or kind of late into the round to stop them from coming up the stairs and trying to go for these flanks. I also saw Diaz hitting some good nades, which I don't really associate Diaz with. Historically, he's not been playing a lot of that, but he played some sledge on Villa, was landing them. So I talked about Pino's nades earlier. Maybe we could see Diaz go in and contest a little bit with there.
You talked about the entries of the M80 players. That was actually a really good positive thing from the NIP players earlier today as well. They were winning out the majority of their entry fights, and I feel like these players, because we spoke to the coach afterwards, the interviews being held, he said, oh, we were kind of expecting a different playstyle coming out from Falcons, that they would be way more aggressive, that they would be way more in our faces, and the fact that that didn't happen, and that NIP was able to adapt to that and choose the easiest route without the least resistance coming out from these NIP players, that's really good. If you can adapt to that whilst you were expecting something else going into the matchup, I hope they can do that today in case M80 shows something completely different than that they were expecting.
Yeah, M80, I mean, they've had that opportunity to watch their game up against G2, so in terms of how they're going to be playing, NIP is going to be expecting it. Resilience as well is something that we've associated with NIP, the way for them to actually qualify here, having to go through that reverse sweep, it was not the easiest road to be taken. But one thing that I do want to take into consideration is that when M80 goes up against G2, that is not the easiest game to be starting off the day with. So that also means that it's going to be a test of their resilience, their adversity to some of these challenges, and how they're going to be able to just reset after maybe a shorter, maybe a longer break, and what they're going to be able to bring the energy onto the stage today.
You can also take it as a positive, right? You're warmed up.
Absolutely.
Whereas NIP had a way longer break, and M80 just came off a victory but a really difficult opponent, because don't get me wrong, G2, the recent SI winners, like, they're not just a team that you easily take down, so this must have been a really good buff for their mental, and the fact that they are warmed up and ready to go on that main stage, I feel like if you think about it, you could also turn it into a really big positive that might be helping these M80
Yeah,
players.
absolutely. You got the momentum going as well in your favor. You have the energy. You have that adrenaline from the fact that you just went and you won that 4-hour stretch of a game. That was not an easy one. The series is tied up, so you're like, okay, what's next? We're going to be going up against NIP. We've seen how they've played. I mean, I would assume that they had a glimpse here and there. Maybe just really quickly run through some of the things. But one thing that we mentioned as well earlier is the fact that NIP really like that slower play style. So the question remains, is M80 going to allow them, give them the opportunity to do that?
That's the thing we were discussing earlier, right? Because you have that really slow down play style from NIP where they bring out an Aruni, they bring out Wamai, they bring out Castle. It requires a lot of utility and a lot of time to clear through all those things. And as we mentioned, Falcons kind of fell for that trap, literally and theoretically, like falling into the boss, but also for clearing out all that utility. But we estimated that a team like M80 might be a bit better at opportunity spotting in this case. Like, oh, hey, if they got such a big roam going on, if they got all that utility on this side, let's just hit the side, ignore this whole setup that's going on around us, hit the side, spot the opportunity, take it into like their own benefit. And well, that's why I'm wondering if the same kind of playstyle from NIP is going to work against an opponent like M80 today.
Yeah, I think especially on the attack too, right? You can really hone in and maybe criticize the Ninjas of Pyjamas for just how slow they can be sometimes. I think we saw this at the major. We saw it throughout Gamers Without Borders. I expect we're going to see it a lot throughout this event as well. They really do like to take their time with their pushes. They're often going for very, very late pushes, and sometimes when you see them fall, you're like, well, the clock really made this an impossible tack. They just couldn't stand up to it. They couldn't find these frags, so they didn't have time on the clock. I think M80 are going to be able to exploit that. I think you look at guys like Spoid, Iconic, and Gomez as well, really likes to get in, find those picks early, and punish you for standing around, maybe not necessarily taking all the ground that you could be taking. So I'm a little bit worried for NIP in that sense. I think if NIP do fall in this game, you're probably going to be looking at that clock and looking at their pacing and saying that was a big reason why.
And that was a really big struggle for them in the first few rounds of the Cafe game that they played against Falcons earlier today, because they came into that game expecting, whoa, Falcons going to run out on us, they're going to be super aggressive, they're going to be in our faces. And you could see that when they were taking top floor, they were scared, they were sitting on the bar, waiting for C4s to come out, waiting for people to run out on them, getting the top floor control, but with very little time left on the clock. Yes, they can be really good with those late round composures where they float the side, but they have to be thinking about their time management, especially against a team like M80.
Yeah, another thing to be really taking into consideration, not just the time management, is also going to be the map picks. What these teams feel comfortable and uncomfortable on, because at the end of the day, winning your own map pick, as we've seen in the last two series, is such a crucial thing, but winning your opponent map pick, I mean, that's a quick 2-0. So, in terms of the maps that we're going to be going to today with NIP up against M80, I mean, we're going to be starting off with a ban. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not wearing my glasses, but even if I was wearing my glasses, I probably could not see that far ahead. So we have the first band coming through, but I'm just gonna give a little bit of a spoiler, and it's gonna be Border, Villa, and Chalet.
Spoiler.
No, Ginny, get off the desk. Sorry about that. It has to be a spoiler because I want to start off specifically with Border being the first map that we're going to be heading into. How are we specifically feeling about that? Because we didn't get to see NIP on it.
No, it was a bit of a discussion point earlier today because we talked about about Falcons being super aggressive on border, and then NIP ended up banning that map. So they pick it this time around. Actually, if you look, for example, at M80 stats, they beat W7M at SI 8-7 on this map, which is a pretty good result if you ask me. I think NIP are probably not looking forward to playing border against a team like Falcons, but maybe feel more comfortable playing it against M80.
Yeah, I think the big thing for border too is there's a lot of footage. Both these teams played it a ton. For NIP, they played it in every single match in the major LCQ. A little bit of ways now, and maybe you can't really draw as much into that, but still they beat Black Dragons, lost MIBR, and then lost 8-7 from map 3 of the grand finals for that one. So that one was a little bit tough for them. And then border for M80 as well, 4 contests this year, 2-2 record overall, mostly up against North American opponents since the 6th Invitational, not including. So I think you look at this map and you're going to have a lot of VODs to go back and look at. Obviously, there's been meta changes. There's been a lot of time since those events have happened. But still, I think you can get those tendencies, and maybe we'll see what the support staff, both squads, can do in a match like this.
All right. Chalet is also going to be the decider, so are we expecting a Chalet? Are we thinking that this is going to be a...
Well, coincidental that the last time that these two teams played against each other was also on Chalet, and that was actually NIP to come out victorious in a 7-3 fashion because M80 managed to not win a single defense at all.
Ooh.
So if we get to that, I'm looking forward to seeing better defenses coming out from M80, being able to win more rounds on the defense there. I think it would look pretty good for NIP if we get there, because they have been winning 8 out of their 10 recent matches on Chalet. So the decider, I guess, could lean towards the favor of NIP.
Certainly, NIP did beat M80, but that's M80's only loss on Chalet since the season started. They played it 3 other times against such great opponents, including West Garfield Park, Dark Zero and the Sonics, top NA teams, and lower NA teams here. For sure. Sure, you could say that. But it's a comfort map for M80 as well. You know, I don't think that there's going to be a map in this pool that M80 are scared to go on, a map that they're worried about. But certainly that doesn't mean they're going to be easy.
All right, Border Villa Chalet. I mean, we've done predictions so far in terms of how far you think this guy is going to be going, what team you think is having the best luck here. So you're going to go for M80, obviously, because you're Jesse.
Yeah, I think I will.
You think? No, you have to be you have to be convinced.
I mean, I really like NIP. Pino and Muzi, they're a good team. But yeah, I mean, M80, Spoit, iconic. How do you not?
Are you an artist?
Am I an artist?
Yeah, have you seen Fresh's card that he drew for Falcons?
I have the worst drawing and handwriting of any person I know.
Okay, I was gonna ask you to draw something for M80, but do you want to draw something for NIP or M80, whoever you're gonna be?
I can try. I mean, I'm not an artist either, but I can sure try.
All right, we're gonna be trying to create some art, and the teams will be doing the exact same thing on the server. NIP, they're gonna be going up against M80. This is a matchup of both winners of their first respective games. There is so much on the line, being able to go into tomorrow undefeated. Who will win? Who is going to be victorious? Find out as we're going to be heading into our first map, Border, with NIP up against M80.
Welcome back to our amazing esports arena in Riyadh. This is Gamers8, of course, featuring Rainbow Six. My name's Ian Chambers. This is Fancy, and we've already had 2 best-of-3 series here on the stage, not to mention everything that's been going on the B stream. And this is only day 1. We've still got 3 days more of action to come after this. Do you think you could teach me Arabic in 3 days?
It's not gonna be easy, but I'll try my best. That's what I can promise. أعزائي المشاهدين رجعنا لكم من جديد في المسرح. الآن جاهزين أن نقدم لكم ثالث مباراة بس 3 اليوم. المباراة هذه بيكون عندنا فرصة نشوف مين الفائز الأول اللي بيتوجه معنا إلى البلاي أوفز، لأنه خلاص انتهينا من مرحلة الجروب الأول، والفائز الحين على طول بيكون عنده فرصة يضمن المركز الرابع معنا في البطولة من أصل 8 فرق.
Fancy, this is where it gets serious. This next best of 3 is for a spot in the playoffs. Let's introduce our first team. The hype train rolls into Riyadh. It's a chance to show why everyone is talking about them. Ladies and gentlemen, it's M80! This team believes in themselves just as much as their supporters do.
as they make their way down the stage. Fronted by the man that many call the Wonder Kid of Siege, Spoit, but he's got a very strong roster behind him.
من البرازيل إلى الرياض عاصمة المملكة العربية السعودية متواجدين الآن فريق M80 للمنافسة على أول مقعد معنا في البلاي أوفs. سواء بتواجد الفريق هذا تعرف أن الجيم بيكون من أحمس ما يكون. أي لاعب من الريجن هذا بيكون لاعب جدا متميز، لكن بتواجد سبويت معنا في المسرح الحين تعرف أنه الجيم بيكون من مستوى ثاني.
Their opponents aren't going to make this easy for them.
It's not going to be easy for them. أعزائنا المشاهدين جاء الوقت أننا نقدم الفريق الثاني معنا. خلونا نشوف مين بيكون الفريق. ما هو غريب على المسرح، شفناهم اليوم، بس خلونا نشوفهم مرة ثانية. أبطال العالم السابقين أعزائنا المشاهدين فريق NIP.
They're getting a nice crowd reaction here, NIP, despite defeating Falcons on their home turf a little bit earlier on here today, and they were looking very strong. A nice 2-0 clean victory leaded them into this position here on the stage once again in a spotted for a chance to make it into the playoffs.
2-0 كانت نتيجة المباراة لصالحهم في أول مباراة معنا في هذا الحدث ضد فريق فالكونز، الفريق الحاصل على المركز الثاني في السنة الماضية والفريق اللي هزم أبطال العالم في السنة الماضية. إذا يقدرون يخلصون المباراة وانسايدد لهالدرجة مرة واحدة يقدرون يسوونها مرة ثانية، بس هالمرة خصمهم M80 اللي توه هازم فريق G2 اللي بيكون عنده فرصة عالية إنه يفوز المباراة بالكامل.
So NIP, of course, beat Falcons earlier on. M80 over here beat the world champions in G2, and they got loud afterwards. I heard it all happen. Guys, you can go and take your seats and get ready for this one. Best of luck, M80. Best of luck to NIP. I'm going to throw over to the casters, and I know you're going to do the same.
That's exactly what I'm going to do. يا أعزائنا المشاهدين الآن راح نتوجه عند المعلقين نتكلم عن المباراة هذه. حطوا بالكم الفائز يبي يكون ضامن المركز الرابع ويبي يكون أول مقعد للبلاي أوفs معنا في هذه البطولة. توفيق لهم على طول مع المعلقين.
Ian, Fancy, thank you very much indeed. It is once again XR Troika joined here on the cast with none other than Demo. And we are going to be running through this upper bracket final here and now for Group A. What a day it has been already, Demo. And we've still got another best of three.
Been a quick day. Well, on A stream it has been. B stream not as much. As we know, Kaik W7M still currently being played, and then we still have G2 and Falcons over in the B stream still to go through today as well. So still plenty more Siege to go, but here in the A stream it's our final game of the day, and it's a good one. It is a very good one. Obviously a rematch from what we've seen at Copenhagen. Both of these teams did square up against each other, but it was NIP who came out on top. M80, we know it was a disappointing major for M80, considering that they did place first in North America. And for them, that team who we thought, yeah, they're going to make a real dent in this competition, and they didn't make it to the main stage. Really, really under-hitting, you know, where they should be as a team with the quality that they have.
Underperformed for sure, and this is a chance at redemption. Speaking of performance, I think for me personally, Demo, NIP, did they overperform at Jönköping?
I want to say no, because they've always had a good LAN record, haven't they? It's qualifying to LANs in the regular stage. That's where NIP
This is the thing, if you're an NIP fan, you'll be very used to the roller coaster journey that is being a fan of theirs, is that you go down during the regular stage, best of ones, you get a little bit low, it happens. It's when the tournament kicks in, it's when the best of threes kick in that you really ride that high. NIP, they showed us that this morning. They had a fantastic showing against Falcons. M80 versus G2, a very long drawn out affair. I think over 4 hours for a single best of three demo.
Yeah.
It's got to be mentally draining, that.
It is, and obviously we know NIP, they got the game done pretty quick today.
Well, 30 minutes?
Yeah, you know,
not quite. It was an hour or so. You know, maybe an hour and 20, but
there's levels.
It was rapid. 7-1, 7-2.
So I mean, they've been waiting for a good while now, haven't they? You know, NIP to really get into it again.
Maybe back to the hotel. Quick swim.
Quick dip in the pool.
I'm not sure.
Hey,
You guys have had plenty of time on the
There's plenty of
hands.
stuff to get up to around this area that we're at, Ollie, isn't there? There's
Absolutely.
everything.
Take a walk down the boulevard. There's plenty of things to do.
Want to go and win something at the fairground? We've got it.
You were buzzing over the little fairground, weren't you, with all the fluffy
Great,
toys?
back home.
Yeah, you back on the market stand.
Back to the roots.
Absolutely. G2 on the flip side, they played M80 earlier on. They were unsuccessful. M80, a 2-1 result there in that game. 7-4 Villa. And then they lost the Cafe 7-4, and it was a 7-5 Clubhouse for M80 to seal the deal. So M80 have already been through the ringer. They're not the longest games demo, they're not the longest map, 7-4, 7-5. It's a fairly concise map. I think that the last map was definitely one of the more telling ones. It was really going down to the wire. It looked like it could have gone either way. That had the most potential for overtime. But I think it was just the long, drawn-out nature of that is going to be quite tiring. And M80, of course, have to combat that and come into an NIP that, for all intents and purposes, what did they play, 7-1 or 7-2?
Well,
they barely played this morning.
This is the thing. We kind of have this debate now. M80 had a massive win against G2, and you think of the boost of confidence that that's going to do for them?
Oh, you could see, we could hear Iconic from where we were sat.
Yeah.
In the back room, we could hear the B stream kicking off, and we were like, we know who's won, because that isn't Alamar screaming, that isn't Doki screaming, that's Iconic going mental.
Yeah, so it's a tricky one, because obviously they're going to have a lot of momentum because they've got that first win over a massive team. NIP, we kind of mentioned earlier, yes, they beat Falcons, but Falcons is not on the same caliber as some of the other teams at this event. Yeah, that's not me bashing on Falcons, but I'm just going to sit here and say that, yeah, Falcons may have the home advantage, but there's teams here who, they've earned that respect from me. You know, you look
You've got some of the biggest hitters here right now.
You've got W7, you've got BDS, you've got G2. Of course, probably you would say Liquid NIP. Obviously, we've seen how that
You've
went.
got to give it to NIP,
People
yeah.
would have said Liquid, obviously going into the qualifiers, but NIP are the team that ended up here, rightfully so. We cast that game.
Yeah.
We gave full credit to NIP. You know, we have been very critical of this side in the past.
Yeah.
Because they haven't hit that expectations. Ever since SI21, we've seen that degrade.
Well, I mean, you're a Nest fanboy, so...
We've seen that degrade of NIP, but they
to that.
played great Siege against Nest. They played great Siege against them. And rightfully so, they get their ticket here. And this, for me, this is to see if NIP are actually gonna do something. This is it.
I think for me that's a really important point to get onto now, is you can look at some of the games that we've had on the A stream so far today, and we haven't seen M80 on the A stream. They played their first game on the B stream. You look at the Oxygen BDS game.
Do we dare say BDS got pushed today? Did BDS still have to go through the ringer?
Well, there's an argument here to say that Oxygen didn't put the best performance up today, and that BDS maybe didn't get pushed and tested. NIP certainly didn't get pushed and tested. They never had to fire from behind. There was only a handful of rounds where they didn't hold a man advantage, and one of them was the final round that they won. So there is that sort of question mark over NIP, at least for this moment, of what have you got? You know, we know that you've got a good game of Siege in you, we know that you can play, but what happens when something goes wrong?
You beat the kids.
Yeah, what happens when something goes wrong,
beat
and what happens when you've got to really start to adapt on the fly when you're going up against an aggressive, opportunistic team like M80?
NIP and their playstyle has been obviously a hot topic, and I think Jesse kind of mentioned it a little bit where, you know, even Jesse talked about how slow they can be at times, you know, that old NIP. We didn't really see that today. NIP today were so clean today in how they were setting things up. You know, we've seen a lot of the calm before the storm moments where they can be sat there in these positions. Sure, not a lot's happening, but we know the inner workings and how that team sets up. But they're against a team like M80. They've got some clever people on that side. Obviously, you're going to look at your Sploit and Iconic, because those are the two ones that they brought in. Yeah, you're making a big statement. You're picking up Iconic after the year that he had last year. Sploit speaks for himself, naturally. But you've still got that core of the Brazilians. You know, Kino, in terms of support players in NA, he's up there. You know, finding a good support player these days is...
Did you just say NA? I thought this was Brazil versus Brazil.
It's a grey area. Grey area in what we have in NAL.
You did a little interview, actually. You did a little bit of content for anyone that's been watching all day and had us on in the background. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. But you may or may not have seen a little bit of content the demo was doing. You got to ask a lot of the players questions, didn't you, yesterday?
They gave me a sofa.
You got to spend a good bit of time. You got a sofa, a microphone, some headphones. You played some fun games right up your street with the game shows. You're in your element. You had a little bit of an interview with Kino, didn't you?
No, well, actually, this is where I'm going to give credit because you don't see him. So you'll see the interviews of just the player by himself, and he'll sat in like the nice chair. Fresh did all those.
Oh, okay.
So you don't see Fresh, but Fresh is behind the camera doing all those questions. So we kind of took half and half. I said to them, okay, what's going to happen today is you're going to go with Fresh and do something boring and come with me and do something fun.
So you were playing it off like, I'm the cool guy. Like, you got to get through the work with Fresh and then we can come and have some fun.
He's like the English teacher and I'm the science teacher. We're going to blow stuff up. You know, that's the levels that we're at. But you have to give credit to Fresh. People don't know that. Fresh took his first time doing a bit of media. Good on him.
We love Fresh.
And we were doing that and you were in your bed.
Resting up.
You were resting up.
Yeah, resting up. Then we're just waiting for a couple of the players to get themselves into the lobby.
Should we talk about the first map? Bit of Border?
I wasn't expecting to see Border.
I love Border.
I like Border. I like Border as much as the next guy.
This is a great map, I think, for M80. This is right up their street. That kind of fast and aggressive play style, which Border is, it's going to be great for them. I think Ying will be abused massively. You'll start seeing, you know, smokes come in, Monties could come in. NIP, because it is so fast, you would say that NIP will need to play that way, so it's a little bit out of their comfort zone. There's no, you can't go slow and methodical on Border. It's not going to work like that. But one thing that I do worry for NIP in a map like Border, this is all about holding your position and winning the first engagement.
Yeah.
On defense, if you lose the first man, the whole thing topples over because there's so many power positions you need to hold to take away from the attackers. NIP were very good earlier today in the opening engagement. They won 15 out of 16 opening engagements. What a stat line.
That's fantastic.
What a stat line. However, there's a big difference between going against Joker and Spoit.
Yes.
That's what we have to keep them back to. It's way too early to grasp how good NIP are.
You've seriously leveled up the entry game here when you look toward a team like M80, because not only have you got Spoit, but you've got players around him enabling him, and that is where things start to become deadly. You can be the best aimer in the world, but if you haven't got a teammate with you that's feeding you that information, whether it's on a drone or attack, or working with you on the defense, it's going to come unstuck quite quickly.
Yeah.
And that's where Border really, for me, is going to be a good leveling ground for both these two teams as to, one, how are NIP going to keep up with that, because they did fantastically this morning. There's no reason why that should slow down, but they're going to be going up against much stiffer competition
Great
here.
ban.
It's in a Ying ban demo.
Great ban. M80 will abuse that. NIP taking it off the table immediately. Rightly so, because they are defense first. So it makes sense that they're going to make sure that Ying's going to be disabled. Sure, you may say, oh, but then we'll get the Ying. You want to try and pull back 6 rounds, 5 rounds after being rinsed by said Ying? No, you don't.
It could be too late at that point. M80 are going to go with the Monty ban.
Again, makes sense.
A great ban. We saw a little bit of Monty earlier this morning from NIP. We know them of old to be a very good shield team. I feel like Julio sort of planted that seed and has watched it grow into a beautiful oak tree now.
Not seeing many Monties from M&M though, are we? It hasn't carried over.
No, he's not going to get used on a Monty, are you? Let's be honest. But Mirror coming in as the second ban. And Azami to round things out. So we are left with the Solace. Can be devastating on this map.
We're at the stage where there's so many good defenders.
There's too many.
More bans, please.
Valkyrie just gets let through now, and it's just like, yeah, whatever. Like, you've got Valkyrie.
I mean, I don't think Valkyrie. I must be the only one who thinks Valkyrie. She's okay. I wouldn't say she's like massive. I think she's like A tier. She's not S tier.
I think it's in the bracket of needing looking at.
Well, the thing is with Valkyrie is teams have just been bringing bulletproofs to fill in for that.
Yeah,
I don't think you really get the full value out of free cameras. As long as you have one that you know it's going to be a blind spot in your setup, that's really all you need. So that's what teams bring. Look, Benria, what does he have? The old bulletproof.
And we speak about all these new and fancy operators with the great gadgets on the defense, and Psycho still rocks back to the Doc. But do you know what? All I want, I just want a stim pistol.
Doc's very good for the way that I assume M80 will attack this. If they play Psycho in a kind of position where he will be very prone to nades, for example, in the Brazil position, as you can see right beside the hatch, M80 will try and go below and nade him from below. Doc can stim himself over that. So if he knows there's going to be a nade incoming, stim up, doesn't get killed. Even playing right here where he is by the desk by Banana, you can stim yourself up. So I do like the fact that they're kind of counter-playing what M80 will do, and that is go below.
Yeah, they know there's going to be a big focus on those nades. It's not always viable to have a Wamai or an ADS in that position, and Doc can be often the best way of dealing with that, especially when you have the Azami removed. You then left with a much more limited option of how you can hold on to CCTV. You need to keep a body in there.
Yeah, pretty good setup from NIP. I like the extension across, making sure that you have pretty much the control of every position in top floor. You're extending right towards office. You're going to open up that triple wall. Don't give them that freedom of being able to set up and push. Just try and keep them at the building for as long as you can. Yeah, there's the dock in the position I expected to see. You also note that NIP, they've reinforced the hatch. Ollie, that's very, very important if you're playing that position. If you leave it soft, all it takes is, you know, Spoit to go below, ash it, and then that's a line of sight that you can play against the defender in that position, looking right onto the rotate hole. So, little tip for everyone, make sure that hatch is reinforced if you do intend to play there. And as expected, M80 downstairs they go, Ollie, with those nades.
Straight downstairs to try and get something working. We see Gomez just trying his hand at one there at the top of those stairs.
Haven't used him for the dock, Ollie. That's both nades wasted and they've done nothing.
It's kind of surprising, really, isn't it? Kino, he's looking to try and make some sort of an entry in here through break, just holding the cross for the meantime, but the defenders, they're not being given too much of a reason to move right now. Kino's got himself in quite a nice little spot here. He has the potential to jump out on Diaz, and I'm not entirely sure if Diaz is aware of that. Spoit has got a great line from the top of East, just cutting right down one corridor. Going to open himself up a little bit of a line of sight to work with as well.
Oh, the trigger of the Fenrir gadget as Gomez tries to make a dash towards East, but there, Kino jumps straight in the window. We catch him trying to go for the stim mid-gunfight. Kino finds another, and there's Gomez who slipped right free. Break finds two. No, never mind. Cons is there to shut him down, but there's still going to be a player on the ground. Cons has to try and dip in here and get another kill back for his team, as Iconic does finish off the down player, but no, Wizard gets eliminated, and down goes Cons. M80 in a flurry. Just kill everything that moves.
Fast and fierce, that's what we were expecting here from M80. Spoit straight into the top of those East stairs, moving his way through, devastating inside of Fountain. Dare I say that NIP looked a little bit flat-footed there, Demo?
They didn't really move their positions, did they? They all just stayed still, and M80, I think they realized, right, there's one guy by himself, let's just send 3 people at him. He can't kill us all, and, you know, Doc, very fortunate, I think, to catch the Doc mid-stim, which always is going to help them. But like I said, as soon as one player dies, you lose so much map control. Look, you lose control of security, and then there's a direct line of sight right into Fountain to get a guy killed. That's what I'm talking about. It's the layers. We've seen them playing Jenga earlier with Chambers behind the scenes. That's what it's like. You take the wrong piece out, and it's gone. It's done.
The best thing about that is that I don't think that M80 did anything to the map. We saw a Selma charge get thrown right at the end.
Some very limp grenades being tossed around that nobody...
In terms of destruction,
yeah.
It wasn't like they had a book that was going to make it. They were just utilising these lines of sight that NIP have left open.
Kills and teamwork.
Yeah.
That was it. Friendship. The power of friendship, which we know that's what NA at the moment is powered on, is friendship.
NIP, they're going to have to go for a slightly different approach here. Going to be going downstairs. As a first port of call.
Your favourites on the board?
Capcan. There's some cracking Capcans on board. There are some real.
Because there's doors that you don't believe are doors, but they are doors.
They don't look like doors.
Talking about that upstairs corridor, aren't we? Towards East.
A little double.
There's double doors there, which are indeed doors. It doesn't look like it because they are massive doors, but door's a door. No matter how big, how small.
I've got a Brava though. Ooh, Gomez. You're going to do your homework. You almost can't believe his luck there. He's only spotted one Fenrir. Spoit, he's going to find the opener onto Pino. Better hope that all those Capcans have been placed, because that's the only value you're going to get from him now, especially given that C4 goes with him, Demo.
Psycho trying to get a kill back, goes the run out towards East, but nobody's there. I think M80 have got that pretty locked down well, you know, using the Dokkaebi, making sure that they can play slow. And that's the way I think M80 like to play, is they will have that good, you know, backline. Usually Diaz and Kino will play the more supportive operators, such as Lions, such as Dokkaebi, who are there to enable the likes of Gomez, the likes of Iconic, the likes of Spoit. Very passive. The supports will wait until their fraggers are ready to go. Then they'll move in together with them.
Iconic's in the site with the diffuser here. This is a little bit worrying, especially if you're an IP. We're going to see a Lion scan come out. Spoit finds himself onto Wizard. A triple down, making it 3 as the kills continue to flood in. The plant's gone down. NIP, where were you? The site was occupied fully there by M80 for a good portion of time, and NIP didn't seem to have a clue. Now, is that going to be an exit frag, Muzi, or are you going to try and do a little bit more with it? You've got 30 seconds and 4 kills to find. Full white flashed at the top of East stairs. Hits the prone, the Lion scan roots him in place. Every second that ticks by, this is looking more and more unachievable. Takes an engagement on the stairs, picks himself up another. At this point, he's padding his stats. He's going for kill records because that's all it is ever going to be. With 10 seconds on the clock, long angles being held. It's Diaz to pick him up as he makes his way down those east stairs. That is a worrying sign from NIP.
They don't move. They're not active. They're just... here's the thing. I credit NIP earlier whenever they played against Falcons, where they were playing, everyone played their positions really well. Everyone was able to say, okay, I'll play this position, I'll hold this, I'll hold that. That works really well if you get your kills. If you don't get your kills and you start losing the opening engagement, which they've done twice now, then that's where issues start to happen. NIP need to realize that if things are not working and you lose a player, you need to go and get that kill back, especially against M80.
Spoy got 3 kills walking in main door. Something that I've noticed about the way that M80 are playing at the moment, we saw it in round of 1 with Ephemeria, we saw it then with Spoit. Something like a proximity alarm, a whoop whoop, or Ephemeria gadget. These guys just don't care. They just move through it.
Look, Spoit is a player.
It doesn't matter.
The way Spoit plays the game is Spoit will go off and do something and he'll say, guys, could I do this? His team will then do everything they can to see if he can, and then they'll let him go and do it. That's the way they operate. Spoit, look, he sat outside main door, he waited to ask, guys, could I just walk in main door here? And they're like, hold on, someone drone for him, Dugby call goes in, Lion call goes in, he's straight in and he kills him. That's the way they operate. They enable Spoit. They allow him to do what he does best, and that is just kill everything. That's it.
Iconic this time getting a good amount of value out of the Brava. Couple of gadgets rendered useless for the time being. Diaz this time.
Another opening
Seems
kill.
to be just take your pick. Who wants to get the opening kill, because it's going to be on to Pino. Pino currently sitting 0 and 3. Gomez gets himself into a skirmish, dips himself out of back room there. As M80, they're not seeing too bad success here just from outside to in. They haven't really committed to the map yet. 50 seconds. They've still chipped down a good number of hit points and taken Pino out in the process.
Just look as if M8 are just probing where they want to attack. You know, they're kind of just running around the building. I'll check this window, I'll check this window. We'll see if we can find a pit. They're not really committing to any one direction, which is probably the way you want to play Border. You know, you want to try and give yourself as many options as you can. There's a lot of different doorways, there's a lot of angles you can get, and obviously I think with Buck being open, you know, we just seen there, Gomez jumping in bathroom can open up that wall into bathroom, has a long angle, stuff like that. That's going to help you a lot.
And M80 don't need to commit to that because they know they can come back to it later when it's maybe a little bit of a better time for them. Cons hasn't done a terrible job of keeping himself alive here. He's still operating in and around the site. Which, you know, sounds like a crazy thing to say that he's kept himself alive in the site for a couple of minutes, but with the way that M80 have been playing, that hasn't always been too easy. He's seen quite a bit of pressure in down there. We've now got Kino and Gomez looking to make their way into Armory potentially. Psycho still trying to hold down onto this top floor, but he seems to be lacking a little bit of information here. Certainly isn't aware that Spoit's going to be swinging the corner. A couple of shots traded between them both, and this is when Gomez can come in for the pinch.
Psycho has to win this engagement to try and keep his team in it now. Ollie make himself aware, and it's not a favourable engagement as the rest of his team starts going down. And look, the diffuser's getting planted. M80 they've slipped in these plants, Ollie, and NIP are not ready for it.
The plant is successful there. Wizard might get the kill, but it isn't really going to matter. Gomez from above, along with Spoit, has great access onto the plant here.
Yep.
Good visibility as well. Spoit just holding the play at the top of those main stairs right now. It's going to get peeked and taken out there, but Gomez, he's on a tear. He's picked up 3.
Shotgun.
Wizard. Sorry, Muzi, he's now going to have to go for that retake, just avoids the flash for the time being, but there isn't going to be enough time left for him really to affect onto anything here. Gomez might find his 4th, drops prone, and will do just exactly that. It wouldn't have mattered too much if he'd have found the kill either way there. The clock was ticking. M80, another round where they just get themselves into sight, find all the space in the world, get that plant down.
It's too easy. This, I'm getting deja vu, but it's like it was NIP did this to Falcons earlier.
Yeah.
Now we've got the reverse flip. M80, all credit to them. The way they're seeing the game. They're just waiting for the opportune moment, aren't they? And this is what we worry about NIP. NIP are a team which have not adapted to the new meta. The way M8 are playing, this is the way you'll see G2 play. This is the way W7M will play. This is the way BDS, I think, earlier, this is the way they were playing. They were seeing moments where they could just walk in and do things. Exact exactly the same. This is the way you need to play Siege. This is it, everyone.
You got to forget the rules of need to take top floor, need to clear everyone out.
It's
if
done.
there's a
That
gap,
doesn't
if
exist.
there's a space in the site and there's no one occupying that space, get in and get the diffuser down.
You have to seize the moment. Carpe diem.
Don't even start. NIP, they are going to seize this moment for a timeout. Probably not a bad time. 3 rounds down. You've seen half of the defense. You can't really afford to go 6-0 down here on border. You're going to want to get a couple of attacks under your belt. So they used that time for a little bit of a chat. Try and steady the ship. Try and bring a little bit of confidence back from this morning, because they were exuding confidence this morning, Demo. They couldn't put a foot wrong, and now it feels like they have entirely shifted onto that other side, whereas before we were saying NIP, they can't lose a gunfight. It now looks like they can't win a gunfight.
Whenever we highlight players such as Pino, who are always going to be in for a look at having a good game just because he's a great player. He's a 1-3 only. Not good to see. I mean, obviously M80. I mean, Iconic hasn't got a kill yet, but he hasn't really had to do much all day.
I think he's had 2 plants, hasn't he?
Yeah. Well, he jumped in just in the site, and I think Kino planted last round, if I'm not mistaken. He was on the Dokkaebi, which Dokkaebi and Lion, great combination for Border. You know, we've mentioned before, Border it's an opportunistic map where you have to play fast. You don't need no hard reach, you need no firming, no faction, none of that. Bring the things which are going to get you kills.
It's a great combination anywhere, isn't it? Look toward that Lion Dokkaebi combination, especially with the secondary utility that they can bring now as well.
Yeah.
You're not necessarily looking to get walls open here, but the secondary EMPs can be really nice for even just mute jammers.
Even a Gone 6 as well, which they get, which is great to have. Both of them, 2 Gone 6s for if there is the odd shield, which as we know, there hasn't been a lot of smoke. That we've
Smoke's
seen.
no shield.
Yeah, no shield.
Yeah.
It's hit him quite hard, hasn't it?
I think we saw him a little bit on Cafe from NIP. And a little bit on Chalet as well.
Yeah,
I do remember
but
a little
not
bit of Chalet,
the same caliber that we're
considering
used to
you've gone from seeing Smoke as like an 80% picked operator to now we can barely remember a couple of rounds where he was.
Look, having the hatch reinforced, he's safe, he's not going to get naded. This is exactly what they wanted, but once again, Spoit.
Watch out for the wall.
He's revived until Spoit. Pistol!
Oh, Spoit's been caught there.
He's panicked. There's
He's
about
been
3 players.
baited in. Moosey's done a great job there of actually getting some value out of that, because Psycho was probably dead either way, but the fact that Moosey's actually gone in and challenged that, it means that it's just been neutralized a little bit. Gomez taken out elsewhere as first blood as well. First time NIP have that man count advantage. We've got half the round left to try and cling on though, and M80, we know that they aren't done yet. They're still looking for those outside to in angles.
Still got Dokkaebi call, still got a Lion charge they can use. A nade. Maybe Iconic to try and get one nestled in. Diaz towards east now. Maybe they're thinking of going for an east side attack. Kino's also with him, looking to push in towards office. Oh no, Pino just gives himself up, Ollie. Needless, I would describe that as.
It's a little bit soft, isn't it? Kino going to find
dear.
himself one onto Cons as well, and all of a sudden the tables have turned. Moosey, he's going to be able to rotate there out of CCTV and think about moving through, but Kino catches him at the right time. It's a bit of unfortunate timing there from Moosey. He looked a little bit stuck as to whether he was going to go into office and fountain, or whether he was going to commit a little bit further to the attack. M80, they have pulled around out of nowhere.
How? How? 3 versus 4. I mean, I think Pino started that. That was where the floodgates opened. You don't need to do that. You know, I think Psycho being able to get the kill, and I would give him like the kill assist for this. He didn't shoot Spoit at all, but we'll give him the kill assist just because he was a pain. But moments like that, it's just, yeah, it's... I don't know. What was he... I don't know.
Especially on the rewatch there, that was very needless. And especially, you know, you think about Moosey maybe getting caught out there. He suffered some real bad timing, but the damage was already done. You know, you've got Diaz pushing through that quad wall as well. It would have been nice to see NIP just back themselves off to site a little bit, but I think with the pressure that M80 are applying to all areas of the map, it can be very difficult to do that, and especially if crosses are being held. If you know, right, we're at a deficit, they have an advantage, they should be rotating back to site now. Let's hold a couple of rotates for a few seconds. Bish bash bosh, you've got yourself a couple of kills.
Diaz hasn't died yet. This is an Iron Man match from him. Could be. See if he can do it. But boy, M80. I mean, I see Border. I just think, yeah, it's going to favour them. This is right up their street. I think NIP thought, right, if we get the Ying, we could maybe get some rounds here. But nope. Nope. Still, they can adapt to. And again, M80, just that Lion and Dokkaebi combo has been deadly, hasn't it? It's been really, really strong for them. And again, Spoit has just been getting stuck in, looking for those opportune moments. Spoit's almost, on border especially, he's almost just adapted, I'm going to go do my own thing role, hasn't he?
Not a bad role to get yourself into. You've got to work quite hard to get there, and the team has got to give you that space to do it and pick up the slack from where you sort of let it off, because if you're not working as the team, there are going to be a couple of areas that are missed.
We look at that major win that Rogue had. What was the big thing that Rogue did well? They enabled Spoit.
Yeah.
What are M80 doing?
Exactly
there you
the
go.
same.
They're playing to the strength. You build around this kid because
I don't know if Spoit's having the best game on the side at the minute. No one's having a bad game.
I know.
You look at Kino,
6-2,
Diaz 4-0. Like, there's got to be a time where you wonder as NIP, like, are we trying a little bit too much here? Are we trying to hold a little bit too much of the map? You've not really got much choice on this map. We see a great kill come through as a trade there. Muzi picking up first onto Kino, but Spoit there to collect. We've got Cons hiding inside a break. This double castle barricade strategy is quite a common one, but
it's good. Yeah.
It's very easily dealt with, especially when you bring in an Ashe.
It just gives yourself just another layer that you can hide behind border. It's a map that we know is very open, trying to disable some of the angles. I mean, even Psycho casting that double door, it means that nobody towards the east windows are able to kill him, for example. So it's very, very strong to have. And Iconic, oh, just another freebie it seems to be. NIP giving these stupid kills away, Ollie, that they just shouldn't be happening. Spoit finds Psycho and Pino in a 1v4, just in a flash. He's probably thinking, why did I end up here?
Unless his entry denials go crazy here, it's going to be very difficult. We see Spoit jumping over the top.
1 man and 5 EDDs. Can he do it?
Can he pull it off? Bodega, he's looking over for a reaction. I'm not sure if he's going to get one.
He's back standing behind them, of course.
Of course, yeah. It's been a while since Bodega stood behind the team.
Get the back rubs in.
Oh dear, NIP. I was expecting a lot more out of this fixture. There's still time yet, of course. It's map 1. It's very early on. It is border. It can flip and flop a little bit. But stuff like this is, I mean, it doesn't matter when you are in the tournament. That shouldn't be happening. You shouldn't be going
lack of
looking.
refrags. Yeah. Massive lack of refrags on NIP's part.
You really don't need to be looking too hard for those kills as the defenders. They are going to come to you.
Oh dear. Really was left hanging there. Nobody high-fived them.
That's diabolical. Who's sat next to Spoit? We need to get an action replay on that. Are you a high five guy or a fist bump guy?
I mean, I don't play.
No, but if you played, what would you prefer?
If I did play.
Would you prefer like a high five or like a fist bump?
No, whoever I was sat beside would have like a little handshake.
What, an actual like a little five bump?
Shuffle, stuff like that. No, if I do, I'd just do a you can't see me kind of vibe.
Round number 6. Last round of the current half. Are NIP going to be able to pick up a round? I honestly hope so. I don't want this to be a blowout fixture.
Hate to break it to you.
I mean, it's looking like a blowout fixture on border.
Didn't want you to find out like this.
Yeah.
Finally, NA pulling out some big wins. Jesse Chick, he is currently backflipping in the talent room is what we're told. Can't believe it. Little does he know that there's only one American in this team. Little does he know.
The stack up here looks a little bit dangerous from M80. They could be looking to go fairly direct here. We've got a lot of players stacking up outside of detention. Threat from a nade from below as well, as a little bit of drone work is performed. Cons going to rotate himself back into the side as he feels that pinch.
Obviously it is customs. M80 I think are going for a much more direct approach. You can see the double hard breach. They're bringing in the Thermite because there is a little bit extra that you have to do. Obviously you've got the 2 walls towards Passport. You've got that main jail wall also that you need to get opened up. So having the 2 ain't a bad thing to have, of course. Gomez looking to see if he can maybe just eliminate the players above without having to go above. Oh no, Kino has jumped the gun. He's tried to walk in by himself. Nobody with him. Loses out. Spoit will get the refrag. But Cons, he's in the hot seat. Ollie, he is in the midst of it. He needs to make sure that they do not enter through that window and into B bomb site.
Cons can call out a great amount of information here off the Fenrir gadget as well, but he's got the window to worry about. And even though no one's actively there at the moment, he knows that it's going to be a big problem for later. Is able to catch a good portion of damage over onto Spoit and eventually finish him off with his own nade.
Brilliant
Goes
from
for the
Cons.
aggressive swing, takes Gomez down as well. Surely this is NIP's time for a round. He's getting pretty confident here, even going for a little bit of a peek outside. Iconic, maybe just coming in to try and steady the ship. Don't forget, the diffuser is on the ground cold inside of detention. That was in the hands of Kino as that opening pick, so certainly not ideal. NIP They just need to hold their nerve here. They don't need to go looking for these kills.
Yeah, but I think Cons is going to be the decider, Ollie. He's in a great position. Diaz is proxied there. I don't know where he is. The HP he has, Ollie, I think it's only a matter of time. So NIP have held it well. M80 just really struggling. I think Keno just walked in. He walked in too quick, didn't he? Jumped the gun. Cons obviously got unchecked. Did they not know he was there?
I'm not sure. We thought there might be some sort of a...
Because they had 2 sets of nades. They could have used the nades on the window, but they never went for that. So I don't know if they knew he was there.
Yeah, we kind of got the feeling that there was going to be some sort of a rush around there just due to the stack up outside of detention when the wall got breached. Not sure if it was a misdraw, not sure if it was miscommunication. Maybe M80 just taking their foot off the gas a little bit, seeing as they've seen so much success so far. But it wasn't a terrible attempt. I think Spoit got pretty unlucky because he did get wall banged there as he was going in with the nade, but no one really dealt with Cons effectively, and you could maybe credit that to Gomez. He knew that there was a player there inside of supply, so maybe could have done a little bit more to try and work that. There was no intention of going upstairs either. Obviously, one of the easiest ways to clear out supply is to get yourself upstairs. You get a great line of sight in onto the window. You can really flush the players out of there. Not the easiest site to attack, but certainly not up to the standard that we've seen so far from M80 in this matchup. That said, the sides have now switched. NIP, they get the attack.
Yeah, I mean, 5-1, but they'll be more than happy with that one. Then they get to go on the defense.
Oh, and look at what they get to play with, Demo. They get a Valkyrie, they get a Solace.
I mean, like, come on. 4 of those operators, probably excluding Mute, are so strong.
It's ridiculous.
They really are. Warden is, you know, so unique in what he can do. Whenever a lot of teams are always going to be running flashbangs, it's going to help you out a bunch. Fenrir, I've said before, just he fills the roles of so many, stops rushes, really good against aggression. Obviously, as an indicator if someone's pushing a doorway, for example, and just that general fear. I think. I mean, that's what it produces fear. Toxins, doesn't that? That's what it does. Very smart. That fear produces fear.
Music could be rocking the IQ. We saw him play this morning quite a bit, especially seeing as Falcons were very fond of the Solace as well. They weren't really able to make it work, though, against NIP.
No.
NIP were very good at dealing with things like the Solace, things like the Fenrir, due to the fact that Muzi was doing such a good job on the IQ.
Of course. This is a bit of an oldie but goldie. We're seeing the old Ossa Shield set up outside of East, ready to see if they can maybe sneak a plant in. But if you want to go for a plant, you need to take below. That's the main thing that needs to happen. There is 3 C4, so triple set to denial that they're going to have to go through. No impacts, though. Spoit issues both as impacts, like that may cause issues with trying to eliminate the Ossa Shield from upstairs.
Pino getting himself into an engagement there with Mute as they were just getting a little bit too close for each other's comfort. Muzi going to find the opening pick onto Solace. Not sure if that was off the back of the information from IQ Scanner or not, but it's an opening pick nonetheless. Wizard will fall as well. Kino, he hasn't got a great amount of health here. It's going to be full white flash, so he tries to navigate himself through the office. Iconic, he's there ready and waiting, but Diaz.
It's all about Diaz.
He's in the prime position.
Look, Iconic just moves up. Do they know he's there, though? Because if they don't, I mean, would you believe someone would be there? Would you believe that someone has rotated over to that position? I'm not sure, actually. Maybe Cos does have an idea. Sprays through. No, does not win it against Iconic. He was aiming low. Iconic was aiming high. And, well, I've got news for you. Headshots. All it takes is 1 bullet for them.
I think Kino did a fantastic job there inside of Office. He was still able to win that engagement despite being 1 HP.
Just you look at NIP. Look how outdated that was.
Very old style push, wasn't it? Real old school.
That was a year ago.
Yeah.
People were doing that a year ago.
But they were doing it a year ago with things like a Claws or things like a Ying and a little bit more disruption. With the Warden available, that's not always such a viable option. We didn't have anybody on Sandwich Repel. We didn't have anybody even pressuring into Armory. Just open the wall.
Look,
you don't have to do too much.
If you're going for that push, you need someone on Sandwich Window. You need someone ready to maybe go below. You need someone on Vents Window. 1 guy outside, he's ready to plant. And honestly, you need 1 guy backstabbing Armory door.
Yeah.
That's the setup that you need.
You could maybe go main stairs.
And the reason why that Armory backstab is so important is to stop players such as that Warden sitting by the half wall, which we knew about with the C4. Last thing he's going to be worried about, if he knows that he has to deny the plant, and there's also a guy on Sandwich Window, last thing he's going to be worried about is a guy walking in Armory, because he's got too many things to think about.
Yeah, the Sandwich Window guy can't do anything about the guy that's playing ready for the plant denial.
You need to put as much pressure on teams as possible.
You're there in case you need it.
You know, you said about NIP earlier. NIP just were flat-footed. They didn't know what to do. because there is so much being thrown at them. NIP need to do the same. That's how you play Border. Just keep on piling on the pressure to the defenders because they eventually will crack. Probably one of the only maps where there's moments where, yeah, there's literally nothing you can do. It's one of those maps.
Oh, on Border, you can very quickly find yourself in a position where there's nowhere safe. And you're just running around like a headless chicken as a defender because you just can't find that pocket of safety.
Got so many unwinnable positions.
That's what it felt like when NIP were on the defense. When M80 are on the defense, they're finding these pockets because they're seeing the gaps. They're seeing, oh, there's no one else I'm doing, there's no one coming through arm. They're like, oh, we can just chill. Like, we don't have to worry about anything.
Because whenever M8 are a great team at playing Border, you know, if you're not against a team who is equally as good, you will exploit them because you'll know things that they won't.
Potential match point here for M80.
It is match point. Potential map win.
Potential map win.
There you go.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Of course, we do have another map coming at least, potentially two. Depending, of course, on how everything pans out. Spoit playing inside of office. You know that Cons is crouch walking in. It doesn't look like it. Cons takes advantage there. Is going to lock his sights onto the player on Fountain, but just swings a little bit too deep. Diaz, he's widened his stance so far.
He done so well to get that first pick, and then he does it too much. A great swing from Wizard with that SMG to eliminate Diaz. Oh, what a great shot! Kino ahead, clean off the shoulders. M80 have lost the man advantage. 2 players left, Iconic and Gomez.
It hasn't gone to plan. No. The opening portion of the round, it wasn't looking too bad, but didn't account for was Wizard.
Look where both of them are, Ollie. They're not even in sight. One in vents, one towards customs. What are they thinking here? Maybe a double retake? Is that potential for them?
I mean, the diffuser's in Narnia right now. It needs to be recovered. I think it's outside of CCTV.
Double retake.
They're going to have to try and get some control over that diffuser before they start thinking about the next steps. You might have the man advantage, but you don't always want to risk it just coming down to the trades. If you can get the plant down, it's going to help to try and guarantee that a little bit. Looks in the meantime, though, that NIP, they're just trying to find these kills vertically, but instead they're taking a good chunk of damage, and Iconic gets an opportunity he cannot pass up on. An easy free one over onto Pino, and just like that, everything's level. Iconic finds himself down. Gomez is going to be prone, just watching through the drone hole, seeing if he can find anything. The plant is going to start to go down now. He's got a lot of work to do. He's going to get flashed out. There's no rotation for him. It's unforgivable. Full white flashed. He can't challenge off that. Needs to wait for that to dissipate. Hits the pre-fire, but isn't successful. Wizard, 4 kills on the round.
No rotates, let him down there. I understand what you're looking very confused. I know why they've not put a rotate. And the reason why is I actually feel as though more attackers actually get value out of that rotate than what defenders do. Because where does that rotate lead into? Right beside a window. A window outside. I can't tell you how many times I've just jumped into sight straight in the bathroom because that rotates there. But without that rotate, you're jumping into a window which is kind of trapped in like a bit of a corridor.
Yeah, I get it.
So, but
it would have been nice to have for him at that point, though.
Obviously, but I think they plan that they, you know, things do go planned upstairs, as you said they didn't.
That's wrong.
Why.
Yeah.
It's all good in theory.
We need a plan B.
Oh, excuse me? See that?
Diffuser.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's a legal Iconic.
He was very good there, wasn't he? Just dancing around the floorboards.
I think Wizard's done a great job there.
Yeah, he just said, you know what, someone has to get some kills.
Yeah.
Here.
Give me the SMG and
Great
we
shot.
go.
And that second kill he got with the SMG was brilliant.
Much better round there from NIP. Problem is, M80, they're still on match point. So they've got to try and chain those together, Demo. They need 4 of those in a row if they're going to be successful here on Border.
5 seconds remaining.
Need a lot more of them. Need a lot more. It will be the ventilation room and workshop for MA. They brought the bandit in. Is that the potential bandit trick upstairs? Maybe it could be, but I think bandit tricking in this day and age, Ollie's a bit of a tricky one, obviously with the nades that we have kicking around. Okay, just going to be used just to be a bit of an annoyance more than anything. Very rare you would see EMP grades, you know, on a map like Border. You know, Thatcher is a little bit too slow almost for this map. I almost feel as though like picking a 1-speed in Border, you're asking for pain.
Yeah,
you're asking for it.
You'd see secondary MPs when you put 2 to C. I Thatcher's...
But those are limited with some of the more niche operators,
yes,
aren't they?
you'd look at maybe a Lion or a Dokkaebi for that. Dokkaebi's probably going to bring the stuns. He's probably going to get a bit more value out of that. Yeah. Good speed from the Lion, but...
I mean, even he has flashes then as well, so it's like...
I think the thing about Thatcher that makes me laugh is he's still got an incredible BAM rate. But actually, Thatcher is terrible.
Yeah. I still don't know why people are banning that.
It's just awful.
I don't get it.
It really
you're not
makes me
banning
laugh.
Ashe and Ward in your ranked games, you're doing it all wrong, by the way.
Spoke with the opener onto Wizard, the star of the show from the previous round, taking out his first blood here. Doesn't bode well for NIP.
Uzi looking for the backstab. Nobody's home at the moment. This is what you want to see though from NIP. You need someone lurking around that side of the map. And oh, sees the Panda, he shoots a shot, gives himself away. Oh, if he didn't shoot, he could have just waited there for Spoit to run back again.
A little bit of trigger discipline would have gone a long way there. As it stands, bodies continue to fall for NIP. Cons picks himself up 1-3, but he knows that there's a player inside of CCTV.
There's two.
He's just patiently
He's
waiting
up
for the
for his
rotate.
teammate.
Pino's actually rotated in there as well. The hatch might be open, but it might not be an option here. Muzi, you've got to move quickly here, my friend. Your teammate is about to get caught in a 2 versus 1. Muzi swings through, picks up damage onto the first. Can Cons find the second with the pistol? It's a scrappy fight, but he comes out on top. The diffuser in the hands of Pino. He's upstairs looking to try and rip open a little bit of that floor in an equal 2 versus 2. Still 40 seconds left.
Diaz is just on the floor while all that's happening. His teammates are in Armageddon. He's just chilling in blue. But, I mean, to be honest, though, that's just what he needs to do. It's NIP who are up against the clock. They're up against the 6th man, as we like to call it, the time. Iconic, that's a good rotate into the corner. Does Cons know about that? He did pull out the gadget there. Cons looking for the swing, will find Iconic. Now it's down to Diaz. It's a good gun to have though, like a 9mm hits like a truck.
Finds himself one as Pino does get caught looking the wrong way. You'd hope to see him getting the plant down there. It's going to be Cons trying to do the same instead. The time's likely going to run out for him here. Actually gets off it. He's got 2 seconds to find this kill. Diaz, you got to keep yourself alive or get it. He gets it. Locks it in for M80. A nail biter of a final round.
Scrappy upstairs, scrappy downstairs, Ollie. It wasn't really a scrappy map, M80. Pretty composed for the most part. I mean, they did all the heavy lifting, didn't they, in the attacks? We know that. It was a great showing from the attacks. NIP, I think they need to step up the game. They really need to redefine themselves, because I just think that was Border from a year ago. That's what it felt like. And you're not going to win championships like that. You're not going to. You need to play like the best of them.
I think it also felt like NIP had just come off the boil a little bit. They've definitely slowed down since this morning. It was a long time ago. They weren't really in the server the same way. They weren't as deadly in the gunfight. We saw a couple of questionable decisions being made as well. Never easy to really go up against that. Hopefully, that map 1 serves as a good warm-up for them to get themselves into the rest of this series, because it really isn't all said and done just yet.
But equally, you know, M80 now, they're going to be flying.
Yes.
Getting the first map, good win. I think they'll be very happy with that. I think the coaching staff as well will be very happy with that, because as we know, they put in a lot of work, don't they? You know, Bodega, Pedro in the background. You know, they have their strat book. It's in a box. It's in a box that they carry around. It's like this full thing I've ever seen.
Is that legit?
It's literally have like a box, and inside it's a strat book.
Wow. An actual book?
Yeah.
Not like a digital...
No, like proper paper.
Real old
actual
school.
paper. They use paper.
Maybe that's the secret sauce. Maybe we're going to get our stats written down on paper again. We're going to see a couple of replays of the game we have just watched. Good little highlight reel. Should be a good few clips from Wizard in here, although he wasn't on the winning side. He certainly had his moments demo. Oh, this one was disgusting.
Best shot of the match.
That was a horrible. We've got to have some sort of clip for that, because that was absolutely disgusting.
Great round from
Great
Wizard.
plays all around here. NIP taking a little bit of time to warm up into this, but M80 coming out on top in the end.
Where's the scrappy fight? Here it comes. I mean, Spoy, I'll be honest, he's sold Gomez down the river there, has he not? He has completely sold his teammate. But yeah, scrappy one, and then obviously a 1v2 clutch.
We're going to go to a quick break. After that, we will be back with the desk.
Welcome to What's That Sound, where we pitch the best players in all the land, and all they have to do is tell us what they hear. It's really quite simple, but we know it's not that easy to find out what you're listening to. In this episode, we are going to have Elims up against Spoits. The two Europeans take on one another. Here you go. Are you ready for your first sound?
It's a reload or something, no? Can you do it
You want
again?
me to do it again for you?
Yeah. I think it looks like a reload, but it's not.
Observation blocker?
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, it's my guess, yeah. Final answer.
And that would be a good guess. That is correct. It was an observation blocker being
Oh,
deployed.
yeah, but I'm not used
So
to it.
now we know BDS
Okay.
don't use
No,
observation blockers.
no, we don't use that.
We know
don't
that.
use that.
Are you
No.
ready for your next sound? Let's go for your second one. Now, let's see. Let's amp it up a notch. See if we can get this one.
It was a sound.
It was a
This
sound.
was a sound.
Yes, this was a sound.
It's not a sound. Huh?
It is a
For
sound.
me, it's just wind.
No, it's a sound. It is a sound.
Okay, one more time, please.
That's pulling out like the Grim bee stunner. Like the gun for the bees.
I would say when you pick up rook armor, I don't know.
You pick up rook armor?
Yeah.
Final answer?
Yeah, but I'm not sure.
You think it's the gun
Yeah.
for Grimm's launcher? Is that your final answer?
Yes.
That would be incorrect. It's Glaz changing his scope.
Ah, yeah.
See, once I tell you what it is, now you understand.
Okay, now I won't miss. It's okay.
So
I
you're
know.
0 for 2,
Yeah.
which isn't good. Let's go for your next one.
Oh, it's hard.
It is
Okay.
hard. Here you go. Here's your next one.
Dude, what is that sound?
The sound of the bomb. When you are
Final answer?
When you are next to the bomb. Can you do it one
I'll
more
do
time?
it one more time.
I have no idea.
No idea.
No idea.
It's-
Is it a map
I'll
sound?
give you a
Like-
hint. It's one you play a lot. I've seen you on this operator many a times.
For me, the first thing that comes to mind is the sound of the bomb when you are close to the bomb.
It's a
But-
gadget. I'll give you that much.
Okay,
It's a gadget.
so
Okay.
so it's a gadget. So what gadget does?
Oh, he's leaned up. He's getting serious.
I don't know. Lion scan. I don't know.
I actually don't know. That's my final answer.
It was Ying's Candela's.
Oh yes.
Ying Candela.
I know. I know.
Okay.
I know.
Let's go for one more.
Kali.
That's a Kali.
100% Kali.
It is Kali. So at least you finished on a high.
Wow! I didn't expect that.
So that is our episode done between Elims and Spoit. And we'll be back again with another episode of What's That Sound?
Welcome to the STC Takeover at Gamers8 featuring Siege with our final mashup of day one. I'm Gina, your host, joined on the desk by Anne and Jesse. And that game was very convincing from M80. Coming into this, we said it was going to be a 50-50, and they've proven to us with the 7-2 win that it was theirs.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, it's the fact that they were probably warmed up, they were hyped up going into this game. And if you look at it, for example, as well, this was NIP's map pick. So we've been talking about teams winning their own map picks today. This kind of went against that as M80, well, came out guns blazing on this map. We talked, for example, about how their entries were in that previous game and how their entries are in this game. So looking kind of similar. They're really strong on that. And then at the times when NIP gets an entry, for example, it's almost immediately traded out by an M80 player to equal out that difference and to make sure, especially when you're attacking, that you still get that ground and that control that you want on border.
Yeah, very worrying to be losing your map pick, especially so dominantly there on border. I think, as you mentioned, the entries really were impactful there. Spoit did a great job, as he always does, coming in for M80, having a huge impact for them, making sure to find a lot of those frags earlier on in the rounds. Thought we also saw some good plays coming in from DS later in the round there. That final 1v2, obviously a big play coming out from him. And then I think Iconic at one point, like 6 rounds in, was 1-1 or something. I don't know exactly what he ended up at. Almost non-existent in the server, but he didn't need to be. His teammates were dominating.
Yeah, absolutely. M80 had such a great performance, but it also brings a question in terms of NIP, right? Moving forward, what can they change? We said earlier on today, they lacked that versus pro playstyle, being a little bit more passive, trying to, you know, get information and just wait it out, whereas when you're going up against someone like M80, that's not going to work for you. It worked against Falcons, but you cannot do the same trick against M80. So that means that going on to Villa, or just in general, the border performance, what would we have wanted to see from them?
Yeah, we questioned the operator picks on the side of NIP, like these trap operators, these slowdown operators into that Virtus Pro playstyle, whether it was going to work against a team like M80. And to me, it kind of felt like NIP did a bit of a copy and paste regarding their operators from earlier today and now. Again, a lot of castle, a lot of trap operators just trying to slow down a lot of time. And I feel like M80 was a lot smarter with that. They were able to take map control faster and able to avoid like unfortunate side setups for them a little bit better than Falcons were able to do so this morning. And then on the side of M80, on their own defenses, they were playing like these really strong operators in the current meta. You got Fenrir, Solis, Velk, Azami was banned out, but then those other 3 operators that are really strong were appearing in this lineup quite often. And despite, for example, this whole setup being around archives and making sure they have a Solis from underneath to potentially get rid of Implanter, having lots of C4s, having the Fenrir, NIP still went for that standard archive stake outside the balcony where you set yourself with an Oster shield, you take that control, you try and get a plant off, even though there were so many things working against him and they could not adapt around that.
Yeah, you talk about the operators that we saw a lot here. You mentioned the castle, and that was often played by Wizard. I really did feel like he had a pretty rough start, and this is kind of a player who sometimes we see that from him. You go back even to the Gamers Without Borders finals, and the first couple of maps, you know, when they go down 2-0 to Liquid, Wizard not really there, he popped off on map 3. He really helped them carry through that game, turn the tides, and we kind of started to see that as well. Wizard in round number 8 having a massive 4K upstairs in the roam. I don't know if it was just switching from defense to attack, and maybe that helped him out to be in a better kind of situation, right? Doesn't have to play with UMP, always nice, or what it was, but I think we saw a definite shift from Wizard from that first half to the second half. I'm glad we saw that, but now it needs to carry on to map number 2, because just like when they were going into map 3 against Liquid in the grand finals of GWB, it's do or die.
Yeah, and also when we're looking at M80, one of the things that we really spoke about was the fact that they didn't really have that much time in between the game that they've just played and this game coming into it. Whereas NIP, we were like, okay, they've had a chance to sit down, they've had a chance to look at how M80 plays. Most likely it's something that they're going to be able to bring into this game. But adaptability at the end of the day went more in favor of M80, who had no idea what was going to be thrown at them, rather than NIP, who potentially had had that chance to sit down and have a look.
Yeah, I mean, they even mentioned it themselves this morning, NIP, right? Oh, hey, we were expecting a completely different play style from Falcons to come out. We were expecting way more aggression from them, and still they were able to adapt. But it feels like that in this game just wasn't there as much as it was there this morning. And indeed from M80, you know, not being able to see what was going on with their opponents, feeling like the playstyle of NIP stayed kind of the same over the past little while, where they have this like slow down kind of playstyle. That must have been easier for M80 to read into that.
Yeah, I think, you know, you win a game like they did against G2, I think gives you a ton of confidence. You know you beat G2, the reigning world champs still. Whether they are the best team in the world or not, you can make that debate. But undeniably a top team, right? And for M80 to come out here, get a win over them, hard-fought win, prove to yourselves that you are capable of beating any of these top teams in the tournament, that's going to obviously affect your mental. And then coming here against NIP, who'd been chilling, you know, who had to play against Falcons and had a relatively easy time, you know, that's going to affect your mental, and I think that's going to affect your, you know, game plan coming into a game like this.
Yeah, some very serious words being thrown around here.
Is that live?
Yeah, I do assume that as live. They're having that meeting at the moment. I mean, you're coming into this next game, Villa. You said it yourself, and this is do or die. All these players, they need to get their head back into the game. They need to figure out how they could come back from this, because at the end of the day, the game that was lost was 7-2. It wasn't just like, it wasn't a close map. It was very much like all you get is 2 rounds.
Yes, I mean, if we think about positives for NIP, they themselves, they like to say, oh, we're more of a best-of-3 team than we are a best-of-1 team, right? Consider this was, for example, a best-of-1 situation, they would have lost the game, but the fact that it's a best-of-3 allows the opportunity for them to come back on a potential map like Villa. Yes, it was M80's pick. Yes, they beat G2 on it earlier today, but that, for example, was a map that NIP could watch and see what there might be coming out today for M80. It's not that bad of a map for NIP.
All right.
They also get to choose the site, obviously, considering it's M80's map pick. I hope they pick defense, because their attack and win rate is one of the worst ones that they have over all of their map statistics wise. So I hope they get a good few rounds on the board on defense, because they need that kind of buffer if they don't want to lose this O2.
Yeah, a little huddle coming in from M80 as well. They got to just keep that momentum going. But it also brings the question in, how is their performance going to be on Villa? Already mentioned it, they played it against G2. But still, you're going up against NIP. They have a pretty good win rate on it. What can we expect?
I mean, I think for NIP and for M80 on Villa, it's interesting that M80 would even pick a map like this because it is so well played and so popular for NIP. You know, they're on a 3-game win streak here, including only Tier 1 official competition, right? So they beat Elevate in Copenhagen, then they beat Los 1 and Liquid in Gamers Without Borders. So those are pretty tough opponents and pretty high-stake competitions, right? And overall, they're at about 60% win rate on the year. So they're feeling pretty confident on this map themselves. I think, you know, coming back into this, being able to choose the side that you start on, as well as Anne said, they certainly have a good shot. And I think the team choosing the specific map is not going to be as impactful in this series as we've seen in a lot of other series.
All right, so this is because both of these teams are comfortable playing all of these maps. It can go either way, but we said that starting off, and the fact that M80 showed such dominance, I'm also a little worried about the mental state of NIP.
Yes, but NIP needs to think about themselves well. If they look back at their previous results, like you mentioned, they're not just 7-5, 7-4. They're a 7-1 over Los 1 and a 7-2 over Liquid. Liquid, who's had a really good recent performance with the majors and everything. So they're not just good at the map, they're pretty dominant. As long as they get their buffer on defense, they should have a bit of confidence going for them.
Yeah, and this was the map where Wizard turned it around and had that massive takeover in the grand finals against Team Liquid. They were down 2-0, and then they had the comeback on this map to start it off to get here to Riyadh. So Wizard, now's the time.
Now is the time indeed. It is do or die for Ninjas and Pyjamas if they want to stick out to the competition. M80, they are looking playoffs dead in the eye. Can NIP rise to the occasion and push this to Chalet? Let's find out how Villa goes.
Ginny, thank you very much indeed. We are back here on the caster desk, ready to get stuck into map number 2 here. We've got M80, we've got Ninjas in Pyjamas. I always call him Nip. I've never gone for the full name, but I full named him today because I want them to perform demo.
Any Mickeys?
I do not want to see a repeat of map number 1.
It's Villa, which it's not the strongest map for M80. It's one that they don't play all too often. I think the last time they played it, they lost it. I think at Wolves against, I think it was in overtime, and they lost it. So it was close, but still lost. And then I think the last time they won it, it was back in NAL stage. And I think they beat Sonics on it in a best of 3. So yeah, I mean, we're going all the way back there. That's a long time ago. We didn't see them play it during the qualifiers, for example. They didn't play it in any of their best of 3 games. At the major, it was the best of 1 that Wolves beat them in. So I'm excited to see what M80 brings to the table. NIP, this has been a map which has always been a good one for them. It's always struck me as, yeah, this is always going to be a favorable map for NIP. It's certainly one of their stronger maps.
If you want to throw it back even further, back in the day when we casted LATAM, NIP had something like a 13-month win streak on Villa, and it wasn't through lack of playing it. They were good at it, and they would play it whenever they wanted to, or whenever their opponent wanted to. Obviously, one of the things that's been both difficult and exciting for this event is because we're in a bit of an off stage for Siege, and this has been the first event since Copenhagen Major, we haven't seen a regular stage play. So it's very difficult to know where to drag the data from.
Where everyone's at, really, isn't it?
Where's everybody at? Because the game's changed so much. We've got the introduction of new operators, things have changed, sites have been reworked, gadgets rebalanced. So it makes a lot of small micro changes that really add up to, you know, they might have liked this map back then, but a lot's changed between now and then. So let's throw in and see where we end up here. NIP starting things off on the defense. M80, they're going to be starting things off on the attack. They were blazing earlier over on border. Let's see if they can continue that here and now.
Look at the bans. Pretty tame for the most part. Strong operator still available. I mean, Mira's up, for example, Ollie, which is pretty good for this bomb site specifically. Over towards Aviator and Games. I'm in a bit of a Mira rut at the moment, aren't I? I'm hard on about Mira quite a lot, but I think she's just, on certain sites and certain bomb sites, it's just a no-brainer.
Hyper-focused on the Mira, aren't you?
Honestly, I really am.
Room free. Do you want to talk about it?
I think it's just because I just enjoy playing Mira, because it's just a freebie kill most of the time. You know, you're sat by the Mira window, it's quite easy, isn't it?
We're not here for the freebie kills, then we're here for the win.
Well, I mean, some of these players might be here for the freebie kills to get some money.
Some of them might be here for the freebie kills.
Get the extra.
Very true. Earlier in the day, M80 played G2 on this very map. It was the first map in their best-of-3 series. They won 7-4. They were good for 3 attacking rounds and 4 defending rounds here. So I'm expecting to see them do well on the attack here. An equal split of the attack would be very nice for them if they could achieve that. What a shot! Excuse me, Gomez! Pino's just been rinsed. Dare I say it? You hit him with a turn and burn.
Turn and burn. It's a classic from you. Let me get the checklist, see how many you've been for it. I don't use any of my old sayings anymore. You know, I've evolved past that.
A bit closer.
Observation blockers. Note on that, Ollie. That top red stairs area. A lot of drones pass through that. Being able to block off lines of sight is going to be really helpful. And oh, look at the refrag. Just keep coming in. Psycho, 2 of them. The Warden. I'm shocked Warden is allowed to be played. I don't know why teams are not banning him. I don't get it. I really don't.
Well, you look what we've removed here. We've removed a Cade and an Azami.
I just think Warden's better than both of them.
Azami seems to be the hot pick at the minute. Everyone's banning the Azami.
I think Azami's annoying more than anything. Warden's just like... It's just the gun. It's the gun. It's literally it's the new 1.5x crutch. Same way we looked at Alibi, same way we looked at Oryx. That's now who Warden is. All the 1.5x players have just flocked to it like a moth.
Yeah, NIP have really flocked to those 1.5s as well. Seen a lot of Thorn play, and it's literally just for the scope.
Of course it is.
It really is not for the gadget.
Some people show their true colors. Who are the weak? Who are the strong? Honestly, I would love to see what happened if the 1.5x got taken off the G36Cs. So many players would be out of the job potentially, Ollie. Who knows?
Down to the job centre.
Tell you, a lot of people will be playing Ace all of a sudden. We've got a flurry of support players all of a sudden all around the place.
M80 don't really have too much to go on here. They've got a lot of utility, but are they going to get into position to use it? The mute jammers are causing them a little bit of a problem. The proximity alarms as well, giving further information away. Diaz and Iconic, they're fairly split up. They don't really have a plan. The diffuser cold on the ground, NIP know this. All they're trying to do now is just try and keep a hold of it. Seeing a little bit of a peek there from Cons. Really should double dip onto that as Iconic makes his way up the red stairs. Potentially look to hop himself into sight, but without the kit, it's going to be very difficult to do anything. Gets a great shot there over onto Cons. The diffuser can now be collected. With 6 seconds left, are you going to get it down? The answer is looking like a no. 3 kills for Psycho. Wizard mopping things up. Looks like that little team talk outside from Chubbs did the business, at least for round 1.
Has indeed. NIP leading for the first time in this series. And Psycho, all credit to him. A very opportunistic double kill. Wait to see, you know, the information come in from the team. Obviously his team dying around him, but he just says, you know what, I need to get some kills back here. And he finds 2 of them just lining up towards that red stairs. That's really all of the action went down, only was that one specific area on the map. This right here, Muzi fighting everyone. And obviously Psycho trying to support him, moves in, finds 2. That moment right there for me is kind of where they won the round, isn't it?
It's great being able to go back and see these replays as well for the kills that we missed in the fray of things, because obviously when there's multiple kills going down, it's difficult to catch a ball. We get to go back and see it. Now, do we want to credit that to the observation blockers demo? Do we want to say that the observation blockers removed any ability to drone there, and that then made it a little bit difficult? There was some mute jammers thrown into that mixture too. So it did become a point in a position where you've kind of just got to face check it or deal with those observation blockers and waste utility on them.
I think observation blocker plus mute jammer is really the combination that works well. Observation blockers on their own aren't that great. I really don't see the benefit of bringing them. We haven't really seen it to the extent of what we see other gadgets like, for example.
True.
We've seen more barbed wires today than what we've seen observation.
The thing is with the observation, it isn't meant to be so oppressive. It's a secondary gadget. You know, it's got to fit into that secondary gadget mold of, is it, is it useful? Does it provide a little bit of information that's fairly limited? Boy.
That's a classic. That always works. Repel up Astro and just spray for it. There's always someone. That always works.
You got to make your own look in this game. If you don't fire the shot, you're never going to know.
You got to make the play, because if you don't make the play,
the play will make you. There we go. We're getting into the swing of things now. Unfortunate timing for Cons, really. You can't do too much to battle back and effect onto that. You just really look at the draw.
This setup we've seen a few times as well. Oh, Muzi finds a shot and kill into Gomez. Downstairs he was lurking around, but this setup with the 2 castle barricades and then having the reinforced walls, I don't see the need of the castle barricades if you've got the mirror. I don't really think the castle brings all too much.
Hang on a minute, you were calling for the mirror earlier.
I was, but you don't need the castle on top of the castle. The mirror's pretty decent, it is good, but because they brought the castle, you're just wasting, you know, more utility where you could have brought like a bandit, for example, to start bandit trick in that mirror window. That's one thing that works really well on that mirror, especially. It's just the old bandit. It's great because then you have the C4 to C4 someone as he jump in walk-in closet.
Bruzy got himself into a pretty sticky spot as Diaz could find one on the hop-in and Spoit. Well, it could have been any number of the M80 players there. The Tracers were coming in thick and fast for that final player rotating into the closet. Psycho, we'll just roll back a little bit to where he's on the concrete shield. He's playing Warden. A couple of stuns come in. He runs away. You didn't activate the glasses. You're on the Warden.
You sound like me. Hang on a minute, that's my job.
It hurt me a little bit. Honestly, it hurt me because he activates the glasses.
Well, anyway, NIP can still pull it back. They can still do this. I'll be Mr. Positive. You be me.
It just hurt me a little bit. That was off the back of Intel as well. That
what happened down here? What's Muzi doing down there as a mute?
I would say that Gomez is probably asking the same question.
Yeah.
Oh, Diaz, hello?
See you on the other side.
Look at this.
This is
just
wonderful. We're getting all the little bits we usually miss.
It's like a statue.
Yeah, Muzi was a little bit lost there. We didn't miss that one. There's another clip.
There you go, Salty. There you go.
So many good stills of Spoit's face.
Yeah, Salty will be loving that one. That'll be used.
Very expressive.
But that'll be up on Twitter within, give him, what, 2 minutes?
5 seconds.
3 minutes. It's been a long day. It's 25 to 10
that'll
local
be instantly. What do you say? M80 going with a different approach on the Capital comes in to the fray of things. This is, of course, the kitchen bomb site. I wonder what idea they've got, because I'm trying to think. Capital ain't that good on really any of these bomb sites, in my opinion. I don't really know where he fits in, like, oh, that's really strong if you can do that. So I am curious to see what they've got planned.
I'm sure we're going to find out that Iconic really doesn't care for your opinion in a minute when he comes out with some beautiful Capital play.
He hasn't really done much in this series. I mean, he didn't really have to do much in Border. It's quite a quiet game from him.
Got a couple of plans now, didn't he? I think he was part of the final round as well, which is a big clutch up, obviously.
If Iconic's plan, what does that say?
It says that Kino and Diaz are getting the kills, which they've been doing so far quite well, to be honest.
I mean, we kind of thought Iconic coming into this roster would kind of be like the backup support for Spoit, but he's actually developed more into a flex role, hasn't he? It's been mostly Gomez who's fed it into kind of behind Spoit for the most part.
Con's gathering a good bit of info here, but doesn't know that there is a player on the upside down rappel. Iconic, he's going to fire him off for the time being. Allows Spoit to now move through, can start to work with
I like that.
Potential of a player behind the bulletproof shield, but look at the drone working at his feet.
Once again, M80 enabling Spoit. They're bringing Capital Hours to support him. What team does that? Capital Hours to support your entries.
Just goes to show how much value the place into Spoit. Muzi could be about to play spoiler here. Gets the trigger shot onto Gomez. Great little one-tap through the wall, but eventually will be shut down on the reverse of it. Cons, he drops himself off. Playing on the Solace, he can gather a lot of information. He can still affect for his teammates below and call out those all-important positions and locations. For the time being, M80, they've got this top floor control and they're going to keep hold.
I think Spoit's probably eyeing up a proposition of just dropping the hatch and straight into site, straight into China. That could be an option for him, so he will drone out himself. He will see what he can do. Spot's one inside a living room, but if he sees that no one's tucked in towards that kitchen corner, Ollie, he might just go for this. He'll probably ask Gomez to sit in the cam and walk into site.
Especially with Kino's position now, he could do a lot to try and back him up as well.
Con's just ripped down the barricade.
Beside him. Maybe just waiting for his time to strike here. He's still got a little bit of that he
Yellow
can do vertically. That breaching charge, going to give him another line of sight to work with. Just take a good couple of points of damage. It's going to be Pino that finds one onto Kino. But the diffuser is attempted to be recovered, but no, another down in the process. Diaz, now what do? You've got to try and pick up the diffuser, pick up Iconic. He's no longer for this world as Pino sees to it that he is fallen. Diaz now, you've got a lot of work to do through that laundry wall. NIP, they really choked M80 out there.
M80 just kind of bunched up towards Laundry, didn't they? A little bit slow. I think that's what hit them, the realization that, hang on a minute, we've actually taken too long here to get things going. Spoit, obviously we've seen the idea he was going for, but then he a tricky Solace that he just couldn't snag, couldn't get him. And then you lose Spoit, you lose that pressure of taking control of kitchen, then everyone else floods in towards Laundry. you know, that knock-on effect again, it happened for M80. Great shot from Kino. He's had some good shots today, hasn't he?
He really has. I think it was NIP's focus here onto Iconic and Diaz trying to push through that was real good pulling factor. It's part of the problem with the Capital, honestly. You do enable that lack of vision. But sometimes if it goes too close, there's only one place you're going to be, and that's in the smoke. Just pre-fire the smoke, and usually you're going to see a little bit of success. You need to be putting off those lines of sight a little bit further away.
Oh, M80. This is what I like to see. This is it. This is how you play Siege, Ollie. Are you ready? Ying and Glaz!
5 seconds to
But
go.
do you know what the issue is with bringing this? You've decided to ban the Dokkaebi and the Kide.
And defuse a bomb.
So that means Warden's up.
Gomez is going to think twice about the Glaz and instead going to go on to the Flores. Wizard. He's obviously feeling himself. Maybe lands one bullet onto Diaz.
One bullet, that's it, yeah.
Especially at that range with the suppressor. Kino does still have the Ying though.
Yeah.
And, you know, whilst there is a Warden up, that's only one pair of glasses. Do you know how many eyes there are on the defenders? 10. And only 2 of them are being assisted by the glasses.
Lucky there's like a Capital on the other team. You had to count 9 for that, wouldn't you? Missing the old eye.
I mean, to be fair, we can't see under Jaeger or Newt's.
Actually,
so
there's a fair few operators that are actually missing parts of bodies, aren't there? They actually are.
Yeah.
Missing arms and fingers and all
Bionic
sorts.
arms, we've got, yeah. Oh, please tell me we've drawn the frost map. That would be a horrible way to go. Of course he has.
We have.
Straight into the bathroom. Muzi.
A little bit more aggressive from NIP compared to what they were doing on Border. Oh, Spoit and Kino both picking up the 2 opening picks, Ollie. What's happened there? NIP, talk about how aggressive they can be, but didn't work. But there's Goggle Boy, here he is, being able to just counter those Candelas. Cons goes down as well, and 8 finishes him off, and NIP. I mean, M8 haven't really done much, Ollie, but they're 5-2 up.
Feels like they've just walked into Master side, you know. Psycho's had the good fortune there to be in the right place when the Candela went off, but realistically, without taking a single kill back as a trade, this really could be a flawless. You might have the goggles, Psycho, but it's just not going to be enough, I'm afraid. Picks himself a 1 onto Kino, immediately swings round knowing he's about to get pinched. But it isn't enough.
Weird round, that. Not a lot really happened at M80 side. Nothing they did, you know, broke the internet.
Especially when we think back to the way that round played out in round number 1. We had the observation blockers. There was a big traffic jam at the top of Red Stairs. Yeah. Psycho got a couple of kills as trades, and he swung off the back of Intel really well.
It was
none of that.
It was almost as if, you know, last time they allowed M80 to have control of, you know, this side of the map, bedroom, all that. And then they put a lot of their focus in, right, we'll do the choke point in Red Stairs.
Yeah.
This time they thought, all right, let's do a choke point in bedroom.
Yeah.
Much more difficult to do because you don't have then the support of the players in sight. You're close to the site. You know, we've seen players like Cypher being able to swing out, safety, you know, all that stuff. That was the issue. They played a little bit too much. They spread themselves too thin. Because if you spread yourself too thin, you won't be able to taste the butter. You won't. It's a waste. What's the point?
I thought you were going to throw out the Bilbo quote.
10 seconds remaining.
What's that?
I feel old, Gandalf.
5 seconds left.
Like butter.
No, that's in Chambers, I think. Is that not in Chambers he said that? No? I thought that was in Chambers who said, I feel old. No?
You'll have him tracking us down. He'll be coming into the casting room.
He's far away from us. He has to walk through heat. He doesn't do well in heat.
It's a long way, actually. Long way down the boulevard.
It is, yeah.
Main stage. Let's see what round number 5 has in store. We've gone back and forth.
All over the place.
There hasn't really been... I mean, that last round was very convincing. That last round was a little bit scary for me.
There hasn't been much of a flow, has it? It's been a bit of a weird one, back and forth. Yeah. You know, disjointed sometimes, some weird rounds, some close rounds. It's just, yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how to describe it.
But we're waiting for one team to really take the initiative and take that lead. At the moment, it's nice because neither one is really getting one over on the other. There's been some fairly convincing rounds. But they've been convincing for either side.
Yeah, I think whoever loses this, they'll probably say we just couldn't get into our rhythm, isn't that? That's the kind of vibe you feel whoever does, you know, end up losing this map. M80, almost going for an NIP-like approach, Ollie, probing, seeing what they can find out, opening everything. haven't really done much, but it's all about setting up the positions. We know how crucial that can be for going for the executes. They've opened up quite a few castle barricades there, Ollie, haven't they? They were over towards Wolf Window. There they are in Astro, now shifting over towards Bedroom. Just eyeing up their options. It's the mirror windows that they need to get through. They have the EMP grenades. Will open up. Again, this is where a Bandit, again, would have been great, Ollie, to stop that from happening. Sadly, NIP have valued, again, that castle, for example.
Psycho gets a good little shot there on Takino. It isn't enough to deliver the finishing blow, but with it also holding one of those skinny angles on the doorways. Not sure if he's aware that Spoit has just made himself into the bathroom.
Iconic.
Horrible position for Wizard to be in now. He's got a player on the window, a player inside a bathroom, and he knows about both of them. Spoit going to get the better of him there as he does take the initiative and hits the peak. Going to disable the laser gate for the time being. M80, the two-man advantage here before strikes back. Making that DMR sing at range. The wall getting open right next to him means that his moments surely are numbered. And Spoit's going to see to it that he too will fall. Both remaining players from NIP are out of the site, but that isn't going to stop him. Pino gets a great shot over onto Diaz. Now's left with Muzi to try and retake this site.
M80. I mean, Spoit is up, and Spoit's already killed a fair few players in this so far. I think all three, isn't it? Two more to get the ace potentially for him. Iconic will move in, and he's going to try and go for the plant. Great shot from Iconic, Ollie. Look at the reactions on him. But can he get the diffuser down? More importantly, can Spoit actually get the cover on it? Pino has no denial. He's only got the UMP. Iconic just waiting for the right moment, shifts himself in deep, so now Pino will have to look away to try and kill the diffuser. And if he looks away to try and kill the diffuser, then he's not looking at Spoit, who he needs to worry about. Does swing him, but Iconic is there. Oh, that was a great little clutch from those two. That's why they picked him up, Ollie. Who would have thought?
Great little bait there from Spoit. I think you might look at that and go, oh, Spoit should have done more to hold that. He just needed to waste the time.
As long as you guarantee
the time for Iconic. Even if Iconic gets the plant down and dies instantly, Spoit's there.
He's there.
And he hasn't exposed himself too much to any sort of vulnerability. Great round there from M80. Real bold play from Iconic as well to push through quite deep there with the diffuser. He wasn't exactly with Spoit when he was pushing in through Statuary. Could have gone either way. It was a good attempt from NIP at the retake as well. This is the more dangerous play there. I think Muzi's maybe got a little bit unlucky on the timing. Tucked right in behind the wardrobe.
Yeah.
NIP, they don't look too disheartened just yet. Still early days.
Yeah. That was a good round to get. Takes him into the lead now, Ollie, more importantly, for M80. Final attack.
Will they hold the lead at the half?
Will they hold the lead at the half? They've got the Ying again, which did work out. Well, I would say it worked out well. It didn't. Did it really work out well? I mean,
didn't work out badly, and this time there's no warden.
Yeah. So you would hope so.
You would hope it would work out either equally or better.
Yeah. Only thing is, you got Fenrir against. You know, sure, Ying is good at being able to move in. Nobody can see her, but she's Fenrir. She can't see anyone actually follow up on that. That's the thing with Fenrir. He's very good against the fast operator. So you're looking at your Ying, looking at your Glaz as well. Your Blitz, massive counter to Blitz. Massive counter, because Blitz, as a Blitz, you always need to make sure that you are facing the right way to who you're against.
It sounds like basics. Tell me something I don't know about Blitz.
What do you not know about Blitz? Is that there's a spot in Chalet where you can actually Ash blow and you can insta-jump through a window with Blitz.
Wow.
It's a very good rush. Did you know that?
Didn't know that.
There you go, you know now.
Pino, just going to reposition himself for the time being. M80 again going for this kind of slow and steady approach. They're really not committing too hard to anything. They've got Spoit in below. Looks like there's a good bit of information here for him, and there's a yellow ping onto Psycho's position. Spoit, all you got to do now is land the shots. You know he's behind the desk. You get caught inside of the gunfight, but Psycho, he finds the opening pick. Drone or not, it isn't going to matter.
Massive kill. Massive kill for Psycho. Takes down Spoit. So now M80 will need to try and find their own way into the building without using Spoit to almost blaze a trail for them. Kino and Gomez both stacking up, only walking through the corridors. Are they maybe just going to look just to walk in to Memo? They could. Nobody's really in a good position to stop that from happening as well. What are they thinking now? They're going downstairs. Maybe to bring them a case of wine, perhaps? Who knows?
it doesn't really fit the play style of the operators that they've got. They've got like chalk and cheese right there. We've got a Nook who's expected to be the backstab, and then you've got Kino who's expected to kick the front door down. And yet he's creeping and crawling through the basement at the moment. He's still got a kill. Gomez has been taken out in the meantime. Diaz now going to hit the nade and throw on into sight. Just get caught in the Fenrir. This is the value of that Fenrir gadget. It's just going to slow him down and stop any initial push that we've been going for. Fenrir now can move into position, knows it went off, knows there's someone likely going to be there. And it's not quite a freebie, but it's as close as you will get. Now we're starting to see the Candelas come through from Kino, but no one's really there to back them up. He feels like he wants a bit more surety. He wants one maybe to go in a little bit deeper here. Iconic going to try and work with him in through laundry. It didn't work too well last time. The Fenrir gadget's right there. But Kino doesn't want to reposition to try and take it out. He's waiting for Iconic to get into spot now. Got a good bit of information here as Kino is successful onto the first. Iconic onto the second. But Wizard and Pino line him up and knock him down. Nobody is ahead at the half because it's an equal 3-3.
It is, and the power of Fenrir. So, I mean, Ollie, he's so good against the fast operators. You can't go for the quick plays. We've seen the Candela go in, but he couldn't go for it because he can't see anything. That's just the way it is. A very, very strong operator, very potent, you know, very flexible. The fact that you get 5 and then you can just activate them at a distance, you know, because generally, I would find it very difficult to see a team try and, you know, manage to push in 5 different doorways at the same time. Again, there's going to be, max 3 doors maybe that you're going to have at one time. As soon as you know what push a team's going for, just activate the ones that are going to be valuable to you.
Fresh said something really telling the other day. Fenrir makes average players good. And I play quite a lot of Fenrir. What does that tell you?
You're a great player.
I'm actually a great player because I play Fenrir, because I use my brain. I know that I don't need to outskill my opponent, I just need to cheese it a little bit.
Just cheese it? Yeah. Play a bit of blitz.
I've tried that, it's not for me.
Mate, he is the most broken operator in a 1v1. I'm telling you now.
But I don't get to the 1v1.
Blitz plus Dokumi Call equals Heat Seeker.
I don't get to the 1 versus 1.
You should have a go. No, like not like a 1 versus 1, not get to it, but just in 1v1 engagements.
Oh, right,
That's what I mean.
Yeah, okay.
It's just, you know, I've received just, there's a lot more messages being sent to me now since I started playing Blitz. I've seen the correlation all of a sudden.
Equal half. Very different to the way that Border played out. And I think he's good. I did not want to see NIP go out like that.
We expected it more because this is a more comfort map for NIP.
Better map for NIP.
This is where they'll ease into it. And again, I think the play style of Villa, where, you know, we've seen M80 trying to attempt the fast play style. It can go wrong very, very quickly. Because you almost, it's very linear Villa where you have to kind of push from one side, isn't it? You don't really have the same flexibility as what you had with Border, where you look at M80, they were pushing, you know, that's where they were pushing 5 different doorways at a time. This will suit NIP more. They can play the slow play style. They can really adjust the speed to them, but not too slow. We don't want to see them fall back into that trap where NIP, you know, that 6-man is actually the biggest enemy to them. You know, if we do a little head-to-head between NIP and Time, a landslide for Time.
Time's the winner there.
Never seen a record before.
Time will always be the winner. Seeing Gomez just reposition a few of those Fenrir gadgets, this is a much slower approach than we've been used to seeing so far. So it makes sense to get that utility in the right position. And as you've said already, Demo, the flexibility on Fenrir as an operator is fantastic. You can throw those gadgets out, you can pick them up, you can activate them, you can deactivate them all at range. You don't want to lose those activated charges if one gets destroyed.
Very tame approach from M80. They're not really sitting outside the site. They're very relaxed in the site. Only the one roamer in the form of Iconic, I believe. Everyone else just sat around just waiting for things to happen. NIP have wasted 3 nades, Ollie, trying to nade these almost like exterior positions towards 90 and things like that. No one's home. You know, they've read into that very well. They're not going to give NIP the luxury of having almost like their safety nades where they know, oh, if we nade this, we always get a kill. They've played against that. That's all 4 nades, not a single kill.
And we've still not gotten rid of the shield on the top of maps table, even though we've got nades and self.
Well, you can't nade it from below because it's actually a solid. It's on the map.
No, but they tried.
Yeah, they tried. Yeah.
That was the problem. Psycho, gets a glimpse there. Iconic. He's going to just back away for the meantime. Doing a great job at wasting time here. It doesn't really matter what happens to Iconic. If he makes his way back up the stairs, great. If not, it doesn't really matter. Look at Spoit's position as well. Here inside a study. Draws from the sidearm, knows that he's getting pressured on the window, eventually will be taken out. NIP, they do have the advantage. We speak all the time about how this team comes alive in the final 15. They're going to have to do that exactly now. Cons takes the engagement there from behind the player on the bar. Can he start to try and get this diffuser down? Yes, Iconic. He's on the Solace. He knows he's below. He has one impact to his name and a chance, but he's too late. The hesitation caused him just to miss out by a fraction. Now made his way up these main stairs. He's got a long line to challenge onto the bottom of 90. He can get quick eyes onto the diffuser and immediately hops onto it. This is going to force a reaction here from NIP. They need to play this smart. They need to play this safe. Wizard, he's going to find that final kill. Close stuff.
Oh, Iconic.
At the point where Iconic screeched to a halt, did a 180 turn and starts running to where the plant was going down, I thought, we're going to see it.
No.
We're going to see the Solace from below.
He was too late.
Fractions of a second too late.
I just think if it's a 50-50. It's either he goes up and he maybe catches them planting on the map table, which would have been the correct play, but obviously he was planting in the place where he could have impacted below. It's one of them. It's one of them. It's unlucky for Iconic. The real engagement that really, you know, hinged on was this one right here on Pino. Pino had the lockdown study and he got 2 kills from all. It was incredible. Diaz tried his best to fight his way back in, and he probably thought, I think I've done enough for him, but nope, not enough. Good from NIP. Again, Pino saved that round. 100% on Pino.
I love how Pino's watching his teammates scream there, just like biting his nails, like, I want to get this done.
10 seconds to go.
Oh, close one. NIP back in the lead. First attack goes their way. M8, you're not messing around, going straight for a different bomb site. Weren't too happy with how things went the last time. Now they go in towards Kitchen. Pulse. Haven't seen Pulse today, have we? Have we seen Pulse today?
We saw a little bit of Pulse, I think.
I think we've seen. I think from the it was the Oxygen BDS game, because if Fox is there, Pulse is being played. That's a signature of his. But we haven't seen it on our games today, Ollie. So a bit of Pulse on Villa. It's great for Kitchen. It's really good because you can tell immediately if teams are going to go above. If you see 4 bodies stacked up outside bedroom balcony, you know it's going to be a vertical take. And then you can start calling teams over for the C4s and trying to eliminate the attackers as they move in. If you don't see anyone there, then you know it's going to be much more of a sideways approach, coming in towards living room, for example. And even seeing if anyone's on pantry stairs, which is very strong. How many times do we see like a nuke come downstairs in through like the lower garage, up the pantry stairs and trying to get in a position where they get a freebie in kitchen? Having the Pulse there will let you know straight away, look, Kino's checking it. Just that's where Pulse is really helpful, because there is a really strong position. He can just find this information.
You're relatively safe, right? You know that people are going to be upstairs.
There's no windows in that bomb site, so you're not going to get shot from a window.
You can find those dark spots where you can just sit and gather that information. Especially when Pino himself was one of the players that was crouch walking through the basement. You know, it's on your mind as something that you need to keep a lookout on. The basement in Villa is still one of the most underutilized areas of the map, even though vast
I think it's
getting a
rising.
little bit more prominent.
I mean,
but
I think for what it is, it's quite good.
Yeah.
C4 misses. Tried to go for the up and over. Moving in towards that walk-in, but nobody's there. Cons will then find said Pulse, and 2 players gone already. M80, not a good start for them. They've lost the information from the Pulse. They've lost the information from the Solace. NIP now, this is where they're in their element only. They have that opening pick. They will just tear this bomb site limb from limb. They will. They'll be like a pack of sharks, just waiting.
Gomez could be about to play spoiler, though. I don't think anyone is watching the flank, and Wizard at least will suffer for it. Is taken out there on the trade by Pino. Still, it's one body that he didn't need to lose, but the advantage still remains. Diaz just trying to shotgun himself a little passage back to the site, see if he can try and assist Iconic a little bit, because, to be honest, Iconic isn't in the greatest spot right now. He's tucked into the pantry. Diaz just going to be watching the 90 downstairs. Clock is ticking, so for all that vertical control is going to gain you good lines of sight, if no one's there, you can't really do too much with it. You're going to have to get into the site, you're going to have to get the diffuser down or find all those kills. Cons is doing just exactly that right now. Iconic playing this patient game as the plant does start to go down. A little bit of information is exchanged, but Pino is there with the cover. Diaz, the plant's now been confirmed. You've got to try and retake this. Sees one player cross, holds his nerve for a time, but doesn't really want to jiggle too hard onto China. He knows there's very likely going to be a player there, and it feels as though the game is up. Maybe playing for clips now as he's trying to get himself a fancy one-tap. Cons is actually going to fly around the corner with the knife. I wasn't expecting that.
Try your chance, you never know, might get lucky. But NIP, again, that's clinical, isn't it? That's what we expect to see. This map just suits them down a lot more than what obviously Border did. They can just get stuck in, control the game at their own pace. There's not too many angles that they need to worry about. They can go very direct if they need to. M80 just struggling to get the flow. It feels as though they're kind of losing now. And then, Spoit and Kino, they're trying really hard to get a kill back, but it's backfiring. It's one of those where they're trying almost too hard. Even you have to admit, like, Gomez, for example, going for that play. Why not bring someone with you? For example, would that not, if you're going to retake, don't do it by yourself. It's all good getting a kill back, but go maybe with someone else. Maybe get 2 kills back.
Full commit to it.
Yeah.
Not seeing that level of commitment just yet. There is time, though. 5-3. NIP. Really, and with the chance of taking this to 3 maps, which I think if you were to ask anyone on Border, is that going to happen? It would have looked very, very unlikely, Demo. However, since getting onto Villa, map favours them a little bit more. Things have started to go their way.
What do you think of the trophy this year? Like it?
Yeah, I like it. It was good.
I think Bolo liked it.
It fits the sort of AR view of the stage,
Yeah,
right?
we're very, very techno, aren't we?
Yeah.
Do you think Bolo liked it? Do you think he maybe would have liked to have lifted that?
I think
instead of placing it
down
down
with him. Yeah.
I was speaking to him earlier about it and saying, does he miss? And he thinks, well, there's always that part of it.
Yeah, I bet.
But Bolo fans, he's said that he's happy where he is. So he's not coming back, guys. Let it go.
I can't believe you've dropped that spoiler.
Let it go. It's not coming back. Give it up. Give it up. You seen him win it all. He's done. He's done and dusted.
Not the one-on-one though.
No, he's not the one-on-one. One-on-one. I don't know if the one-on-one has arrived, guys. Do we know that? Did anyone know that King George is arriving as well? He'll be here.
Demo loves spouting the fact that King George is one of the very few players that's played one invite and one invite.
Can you tell me what invite that was, Ollie?
Was it the first one?
It was.
Yeah.
It was the first one.
Cons getting a good bit of value here out of the Bravo drone. He's almost spoiled for choice. Look at him go. Is he going to get the fourth?
Has been located.
There was another Fenrir knocking about, but I'm not sure if it was activated or not. Lion Scan comes in to root these defenders in place. They do have a bit of an offside hold. Spoit tries his hand there at a peek onto Wizard. Demo, we're talking about trying too hard to make things happen. That's an occasion of it. That's a good example.
Yeah, he start getting in his own head, doesn't he? That's the issue with Spoit is...
I think any player can.
Yeah, he has, a lot of pressure on him, and... Yeah, I mean, he kind of has to earn his price tag, doesn't he, as well? That's one thing. That's one thing we have to talk about as well. Spoit coming over to NA, it's a massive move for him. We know that anyone who moves region, there's just that immediate pressure to do well. It happened to Alama whenever he came over to EU. Obviously, Citizen felt that as well, didn't he, with the Sonics move? Just the way things are. You need to perform. If you're moving region, that really makes a statement. Then you really are good. You have to show it.
Another kill to go unanswered here as Kino going to be the next player to fall. I've been ripping things up with the nades from below. It isn't the nades, it's the guns that are doing the damage. Cons, back on his thing with the Bravo drone. Now he's hacked all the gadgets in the world. He can just use it for a little bit of info. That info is going to be very kindly received. Droning himself a kill there. Gomez, got a minute and 5 kills to find. You can see the Fenrir gadgets lit up red, but it isn't going to matter. Flawless round for NIP there. They are really ramping up the heat.
The NIP can turn it on in a second. This is where, in a LAN environment, if they just have just 1 or 2 rounds only, that's snowball effect, isn't it? It's scary how good they can be.
Devastating.
M80 just looked just flat.
Well, this is where we start to think and talk about the fact that M80 played a best of 3 that lasted over 4 hours, and fatigue starts to come into this.
I get that, but they've probably played it in worse. You know, playing best of fives. They went a full 5 map series against Dark Zero, for example, to get into this tournament. It's part of the job description. You have to get used to it.
It's true.
You know,
it's playing under a very different environmental factor, though. You're either at home or in a boot camp. You're in a much more familiar environment. You're not swapping between, you know, a B stream stage and an A stream stage. You haven't got all of the lights, the glitz and the glam. There's a lot more pressure on you when you're in the moment, in the venue, in the location. And you've got to think to yourself, is that what's slowing M80 down a little bit now? Are they really starting to feel the effects of a long drawn-out series versus G2? Some quick success on border and thinking, oh, we could maybe get this done here, get this done in 2.
Well, they have to understand that their playstyle suits the faster maps a lot more. Look at the border. Villa, and I would say probably Bank are the kind of 2, maybe Club, but then I think Club's like kind of like on its own. Club and Fame are probably on their own. Then you have like Villa and Bank, where they're the big maps. You can't really do the flashy plays as well as what you'd want to. You almost do have to kind of take it slow, eye up your options, good utility usage. Whereas maps like, you know, your border and your cafe and your chalets, where you can play fast, you can play aggressive, that's where M80 will excel. Of course, we have Chalet after this, Ollie. Keep that in mind, which is that not the map that NIP beat them on at the Major, if I'm not mistaken, was Chalet? So a bit of revenge, perhaps, could happen for M80, or the same old for NIP. That is, of course, if we get to it, which is looking increasingly favorable as time marches on.
Oh, it's looking more and more like we're going to see that Chalet. We saw an NIP on Chalet earlier today as well. They gave us a very good display over on that map. We'll be certainly thinking about it in the coming rounds. Not for the end of this one. Match point currently for NIP. They have a chance to take us there right here and now. They've been devastating on their attack so far. They haven't skipped a beat after trading rounds back and forth on their own defense. Since getting onto the attack, they have been flawless. Much slower start to the round. M80, they're not vying for as much control as they have been doing in the early stages. Approaching the minute mark, and we've still got everybody alive, Demo. That's not the usual sight to be seen here on Villa.
Look at that. Just so many angles being opened up, Ollie. Oh, look at this from Psycho. He's just tiptoed into living room, but Kino, he's the doorman, he's the bouncer. He said, you're not getting in tonight, fellas. Not with them shoes on. Kino has the shotgun. He gets shut down by Pino. He's in the sight, but Ollie, look, the upstairs angles are there. NIP, they've tried to pull a fast one, Ollie, but it hasn't worked.
Not sure if it's a little bit lazy from NIP, if they didn't want to go for that top floor clear for whatever reason, but looking back on it, I bet I wish they have done it. The diffuser is now cold on the site, and Gomez knows that. Muzi is now making his way upstairs to see if he can try and make something happen with the players inside of that vault. Got quite a bit to wade through, though. Ephemery Gadget will activate the goo mine as well. It's a bad day when you get caught in Ephemery. It's worse when you get then caught into a goo mine. Iconic is going to see him prone on the floor there. Doing his best snake impression, trying to sneak around that map's table. Wizard, he's going to die to the same angle everyone else has. Well, yeah, pretty much. Gomez from above inside of the vault. You've got to clear the vault, Demo. It's step 1.
It was Kino, I'll be honest, who kind of ruined the party there for them. Sitting in sight, holding the angle out of suspicion, and it was the correct one. Detective Kino on the case. Another crime solved. What do you think about his hair color change? Haven't even mentioned that yet. So he's done with it.
It's pretty bold, isn't it?
It is. He's went for the blonde.
He's almost gone for the Doki.
Yeah, a little bit more curly.
Yeah.
I mean, Doki's almost going white now as well. The way his hair's going.
Is it white or is it grey?
You've played with Alamo for long enough. I'm sure we'd all turn grey, wouldn't we?
Yeah, it looked like it. I don't want to use the word lazy, but it just felt like NIP didn't do what they needed to do there. The default take for that is you know you need to take that top floor. You can't continually challenge that vertical angle. It's a horrible angle to try and contest. And then when you've still got players occupying in the site, it just gets a little bit too much. Still, they are on match point. We can certainly let one round slip here. Going to be attacking into the kitchen this time. But that could be the all-important success that M80 needed to taste to keep them in this one. It's not over yet.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Not over yet. 2 rounds, that's all we need. went for this kitchen ollie and they got absolutely derailed with the style of play they went for, a little bit too aggressive for M8, and they tried to get kills back, but they weren't doing it together. And then the numbers game just went against them in NIP. Whenever they have the numbers favorable to them, they will just devastate you. M8, they looked as if they've dragged more players maybe towards the top floor, have tried to lock it down a lot more heavy. Sport maybe going for the run out, using Gomez almost as live bait, and he will go for the jump out. Sport finds Wizard! That's all he finds, that was the only one out there. Iconic picked up Cons, and that's more like it from M80. Great play, has to be said, from him and Gomez. Being able to say, right, Gomez, as soon as you start getting shot, I will jump out and kill this guy.
You can see it coming a mile off as well. Sport's pressing the window. He's got the solace. He knows he can find someone out on the drone if they're on the drone. He can easily jump out and pick that kill up. No Claymore, because you can see that as well. You know, that's exactly how Solace is intended to be used. That little bit of aggression, little bit of get yourself out, get yourself straight back in, and it's done the business. A couple of opening picks here is exactly what M80 needed. We talk about NIP being on a match point, but M80, if they secure this round, which realistically 5 versus 3 they should,
against NIP as
they're
well.
Only 1 round away.
NIP trying to come back from behind, it doesn't really happen, Ollie. It doesn't exist. Say that though. They've pulled 1 kill back, but still 4 more bodies to find. 2 of them actually playing towards 90, another one in towards Vault, and another one inside of map. Solly, 3 of them, a trifecta towards the side of the map that has nothing to do. 3 of them in 90 only. What are they doing? They're escaping down the hatch. 1 by 1 they go, the great escape. Play the music.
Well, they're going to scurry their way back, and Muzi almost misses out on his opportunity there, but he didn't want to overextend. He doesn't have the fortune of cover, and instead just has to dip himself back, get down those red stairs, and see if he can try and find anything. To me, it looks at this point as though NIP are pretty starved of information. They have got a couple of drones knocking about. Whether they're set up as flank cams or they're in pocket ready to be used is another story entirely. Muzi going to wait for the flash and then push himself in, but he only gets flashed himself. Pino does have the kit in hand and can maybe look to start trying to get this down. CYCLOPS just going to give him a little bit of smoke cover. Worried about that pressure from above. The C4 comes through and will be successful onto both of them. They were holding hands there. It only takes 1 to plant the diffuser. Muzi, he's got himself back upstairs, can find 1. 19 seconds left to go. He needs to find the rest. Puts good damage in onto Spoit. But knows there's likely going to be another backing him up. Spoit just got to try and keep himself alive here. Bait out for his teammate. And Iconic seals the deal.
Much better from M80. You look at the difference between that kitchen defense and the previous one. The difference is an opening kill. Against a team like NIP, you need to hit them with a rolling thunder from the get-go. You need to disrupt them, you need to kill key operators, you need to throw them off the stride. If you give NIP the time to set up, you give them a chance, they will floor you. That is how it works.
Well, a game that was looking fairly decisive for NIP.
NIP and the attack just started sweeping.
A couple of rounds ago. Yeah. It's now looking a lot less so.
Oh, you don't look too happy with that one.
Yes, you've won the round.
What's wrong?
Is he still on the Brazilian side? Double agent?
Do you know what percentage of Brazilians are here at this event? The players?
Hit me with it.
35.
35%. Very good representation.
Indeed, as always. That's what you expect. Whenever we've got, Brazilians in EU now, Brazilians in NA.
Yeah. It just reminds me of the meme every time. You know, the guy in the spacesuit?
Oh, it was always Brazil.
It was always Brazil. Yeah. Just reminds me of that. A chance here for M80 to close it out in 2. I don't think we'd be saying that when we're sat at 6-3 up for NIP.
And NIP, the rounds they won, it was so clean.
NIP looked fantastic in those opening 3 attacking rounds. And now we've almost gone straight back to we're just going to trade a few rounds back and forward, probably go to an overtime, probably NIP win it, and then we'll be ended up on a 3rd map anyway.
Our old friend, the Panic Monty, has made the appearance.
Well, the Monty was banned last map, wasn't it? Yeah. That just goes to show how much NIP like to use this operator. It can be very effective in the right hands. Think of Pino at the top of the day, on Cafe, played a lot of Shield, played a bit of Monty, played a bit of Clash. Did fantastically on both of those operators. It's going to be Cons this time on the Monty, but it doesn't really matter who it is. It's more the effect that that can have.
Yeah, I think they can all play it, can't they? But at the moment, Pino, you don't take him off. He's got 12 kills. Kill leader by quite a substantial amount. 4, look at this from Spoy. What's he doing? He's running all the way around the car. He thought he was going to try and go for the kill on the player on the phone. Oh my goodness, Spoy was just a big, nope, I'm not going there. I'm going the other way. He gets himself back into the site. He scares me, so he does.
Just a little bit too far that time.
To be fair, he probably could have won that because that was a Monty.
Yeah.
The guy really without a gun.
Huge.
You know, so...
It would have been huge.
Obviously, he doesn't know who he's looking at. Wonder if they're maybe going to try and use the Soulless Valkyrie combo, yeah, to prep the C4s and then see if they can maybe get a kill with it. Phonic is ready below. So that's going to be positioned just on the bathroom door as you head yourself in towards Solar. They have spotted out the Soulless below. Cons is going to push up now, and he actually goes by the C4. Iconic. Just sitting below, and he's going to send the shield just to make sure they can deter that Soulless away. And as you can see, Spoy, he's got out there, although he's not sticking around for long.
It's a cagey round from both sides, isn't it? I think NIP know just what the weight is that is on this round. It avoids going into an overtime. It cleans the game up somewhat, and they can just start to focus on that next map. And for M80, it's everything. It's getting it done in 2. It's getting that, slightly earlier finish. Diaz, looks like he's going for a bit of a lineup there. He keeps looking down at the pool table, getting the C4 out, maybe just trying to figure out which way that C4 wants to go. But Cons is able to gather this information and can start to bully Spoy back a little bit. Gathers a good bit of info there as well. You now know that there's a Fenrir on the door. You can assume that anyway, but now it's guaranteed, so you're more likely to spend a nade on it or something of that nature, and he gets a bit more info. The roam clear has been fairly successful. Yeah, you've not got a kill, but you've been able to flush a lot of these defenders back to site.
Attackers have dropped bomb diffuser.
The nade's below. He needs to try and find... Nope. Doesn't find a kill. Maybe Psycho could go below and try and see if he can find a kill, because they need a number here. With the Monty, sure, it's fine having him, but that's one less gun that you're against. Cons just walked through the site. Doesn't have diffuser or Wally. It's going to be in the hands of Psycho, the player with said nades, and will now give it to Cons. What plant position is he thinking about going for? He can't really plant in the doorway, because if they don't have Vault covered, he's going to get picked off, Ollie. There we go. They don't have Vault covered.
Down there.
Hello?
That seems really risky to play Monty in that sort of a position. And now look at where the diffuser is. 11 seconds left on the clock. Boozy finally going to come in through that 90, but he too will fall. It's going to be a flawless round for M80.
Don't tell me
There's questions to be asked there.
Did they think Vault was clear? Because Monty... Right, here's the two scenarios. One, we did see Nook nade Vault, and maybe they thought the Vault was clear because they naded it, which, how can you stop anyone repositioning the Vault to begin with, right? Or two, Monty's walked right through the bomb site, hasn't seen anyone in Vault, and thought, I didn't get shot at, or I didn't see anyone as I've walked through. Maybe no one is in Vault. Let's try it again. And he went for the planter's gamble.
You would at least open Vault wall.
Just
bring something. Get a Hibana pellet on it, get an ace charge on it, something from that 90 window to give you that Vault control.
What I'm trying to think about is, where was the fifth player? We had one guy in study, one guy behind the Monty, obviously the Monty, one guy 90. Where was the fifth man? Who was the guy that wasn't doing anything? Because I counted 4 players there who were actually doing something. Where was the fifth? Where's he hiding?
You're like the manager that's come onto the shift. You're like, where's the fifth man?
We're missing someone here.
M80 have done a fantastic job to bring this one back into an overtime.
5 seconds.
Not only that demo, but they get the defense.
I mean, it's even halves.
It's even halves, but those last couple of rounds from NIP have been very bad.
I think they're a little bit shaky now.
Yeah. The realization's hitting. It's like, we've had the success. Oh no, we still can't be beaten.
We've scuffed this.
Yeah, we've scuffed this a little bit, and now we need to try and pick it up.
Let's see if they can do it. Look at the site choice, just straight back into it. Straight back into it. They will go for the living room. Now, this worked out pretty well for them last time, mostly because NIP just tried to, just creep their way in as if they were all playing Nook almost the way they tried to walk into the site, but it doesn't work like that. So I would say they'll take a different approach, and the main approach should be like you pointed towards the last time they went for this attack. They didn't go towards Vault. They didn't eliminate the players above using the verticality. That's a must for us, isn't it? You have to clear above.
You kind of look at what they're bringing and you think, have they got the tools to do that? Monty would be really good here because you could start to clear out that vault a little bit. You could have players in position to back you up a little bit more. You brought the Ossa. It's not the end of the world, it's just a little bit choice for this bomb site. You know, you think about the Ossa as usually setting up a bit of a power position, maybe looking to try and get a plant behind it, maybe looking to try and play behind it a little bit. That doesn't really speak to clearing out vault too much for me.
Wonder what they're going to try and rely on to really give them that pushing power. Maybe the Lion would be it, but that's, you know, relying on a Lion charge to be your main way of getting kills. It's a bit tricky. Only the one set of nades as well. I mean, we talked about the Ossa, but look where Cons is going. Towards the kitchen side. If they're just going to try and just plant on the door, or should I say the wall, it's not really going to work if Gomez still has an impact nade to stop that from happening. Because all it takes is, okay, he's trying to plant behind the Ossa shield. Have you got your impact? Yes, I do. Tosses the impact, everyone else swings. That's as easy as it is. But he doesn't have his impact grenade now, Ollie. All they have is smokes to deny this. Oh dear!
That Cons have been allowed into position to place that Ossa shield is a big, big problem. He got away with it a little bit there. He did dodge a couple of bullets that were being fired from above, and it now comes down to this vertical control, which NIP have got a great handle on. Their players lined up and ready to take these guys out as they start to make that rotation back. The Lion scan really assisting in that fact as well.
No smokes,
the Ossa shield is still up. The smokes have been spent. There isn't a goo mine available, and Cons, well, he's getting that plant down. A bit of a swing here from Kino. He's going to change target, finds one onto Wizard, but the plant is successful. Kino with a great rotation here, though. He needs to land his shot.
Oh,
leaving the shot. Kino! Look at him go. Picks up 3. What a rotation. Muzi and Psycho, now they need to get themselves into position. And don't forget, there's an Ossa shield assisting the disable here.
Kino!
He's found himself one.
Kino!
Muzi picks another. What a round from M80.
What around from Kino? Not M80. What around from Kino, you mean? Wow.
Bodega's loving it.
And you think about some of the awards that Bodega's had with NIP. Obviously used to coach MIBR, didn't he, back in the day? Wow. That's a play of the day. That's a save of the day.
Kino's done fantastically well here.
1, 2, 3, 4!
It took 4 shots for Cons to turn around. There's a huge shotgun going off just over your right ear, and it takes 4 shots for him to turn around.
And give credit to Diaz. He done his job just to delay it.
He was in the hot seat.
He sacrificed himself for the greater good. Wow. Love it.
I was nearly a bit worried then when the plant went down and we were kind of critical of that Ossa shield. I was like, maybe it's the big brain play that needed.
I'll be honest,
Turned out not to be.
He shouldn't have won that.
No.
He shouldn't have won that because they should never have got to that stage. NIP just went open wall, Ossa shield plant. They had 4 impact grenades. All of them got used. I don't know where. Smokes didn't do anything. Shouldn't get to that stage. You mentioned before, Ossa shouldn't even be getting the plant down. Especially when, if I'm not mistaken, the wall, you have to vault through the wall.
Yeah, they had to vault through.
Get the vault through it.
Well, they had the Ossa shield out as they vaulted through. But they still took a couple of shots, but one of them could have easily been a headshot.
Oh, tricky, tricky, tricky. But NIP, they've paid the cost for it. 7-6 M80, what's happened, Ollie? NIP were cruising, and all of a sudden we've hit an iceberg.
Oh, hey, to start things off there, Cons, he is going to suffer.
He can't make it up.
Not the start that you want.
He's just trying to get his utility placed in just a nade.
Especially when it's overtime match point in favor of M80. In a great position now to take this upper bracket final. Send NIP into that lower bracket. Great shot there from Wizard on the response, though. Feels cagey. Feels a little bit slow. I think Wizard's done a good job there to just play it a little bit aggressively, play a little bit, you know, risky if you want to. Get himself one back. Still a lot of util available here for M80 to work with, though.
Yeah, certainly. Flores, an operator they haven't really mentioned really at all today. Only a strong operator, obviously has a flashbangs, which we know is been a great selection of choice, but equally as we talk about the droning, you know, the Rotera drones, they can't see past the blockers either, so he doesn't really know what he's going into. Could it be the Mute Jammer, which we know is the biggest counter to Flores, for example? Muzi, he's got a Candela coming his way. He's full blind Ollie. Is there any follow-up? Is there any protection from Psycho? That's the real question. No, he doesn't even need it. He's outlasted the flash. Spoit is there with the refrag. Warden was not needed in the end of that. The fact that Muzi's got away with a kill, Ollie, is massive for his side.
Just a little bit too long between the flash and actually going to push that, but Kino wanted to flash the 90 as well. Diaz with the TK. No, you can't just stand still after doing that. You've got to react. That could be crucial here, as it does put M80 at a man disadvantage. 35 seconds left to go. Diaz.
Where's Gomez?
Going to be feeling that pressure now to try and back up his team. Gomez is going to make his way up those main stairs. Is it going to be that easy, though? Especially with Wizard at the top. Wizard, one of his Wamai discs has been eaten up there. Is he going to get a chance to replace the second? Gomez allowed that access up onto those main stairs. The diffuser, not in the hands of anyone. 15 seconds left to go, and a great swing from Pino. Sees them both cut down. Every round available is going to be required here on Villa.
We're going all the way. Daz, all 15.
Deary me. Real unfortunate TK there. Was that Spoit repelling in and Diaz was just behind him as that happened?
Just one of those.
Felt like he got placed quite deep into the corridor there for that repelling. If that was the case. Look at that nade. Great little bit of parkour.
The lineups.
This was fantastic from Muzi.
Honestly, getting that kill. I'm on the Ying as well.
Honestly, he probably would have got the second if he hadn't moved as well. I think he was trying to reposition himself.
Yep.
Oh, unfortunate. Yeah, it was Diaz that was coming in.
Just sends you through just a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Great distance. Just a head scratcher. That's a good summary. Kino, a head scratcher around there with a TK. He's doing our job for us, Ollie.
Final round of Villa. Could be the final round of the night here on the A stream.
Defense back for M80.
It's been good to them so far. You know, we talk about this being a fairly equal match, and yeah, it has been. But I just feel like M80 are a little bit better on the defense.
Yeah, well, they go for the kitchen, which was a much better site that they had last time, being able to play aggressive. We've seen the jump back down from Spoit, iconic over towards study window, being able to also pick off players on said bedroom balcony. So it was a much better, compelling argument for it. So this is the third time we're seeing it. I wonder what NIP are going to do, because obviously NIP are trying to go into bedroom, verticality, very slow, that's the way they do. Worked the first time, didn't work the second time. So now they're at a dilemma. Do we chance it again, or do we do something different?
I think the difference this time is you've not got Spoit looking to play aggressively out of closet. And this was the round where Spoit jumped himself out, got the kills, the guy on the drone, and there was a little bit of team play there between him and Gomez. That isn't happening this time.
He's got the pulse more, haven't they?
So there is still potential to get yourself into Master and to try and affect a little bit more that way. The direct side pushes this time, for this map at least, haven't really worked well for either side. Yeah, sure, we might have seen a plant down here and there, but that's very quickly been thwarted.
Yeah, not too many plants that we've seen really work. It has been just about the kills, hasn't it, today? Look at the Mute Jammer getting a lot of value there. Only 2 drones. It's picked up towards the red corridor just beside the grandfather clock. NIP, what are they thinking of going for? Because they haven't put any pressure above. They're just looking maybe for a laundry plant. Whenever you're looking at seeing where teams are going to go for, as we're now, oh, we're black and white back again. Always look see his diffuser. Whoever's diffuser, that'll give you a good indication of what teams are thinking.
The thing that I like about this is that we've got the Muzi on the IQ with the diffuser. So things like the Fenrir gadget are very quickly dealt with. It isn't a surprise. You know it's going to be there. And that is just going to allow you a little bit more time to act in the moment appropriately, as opposed to getting caught out with things. So maybe they are just going to go for a little bit more of a direct approach here. Con's going to look to try and get that wall open. Still more progress, and they're not committing too hard to it.
Yeah, now they're shifting towards Pantry. There's 3 of them out there. Cons will take the diffuser. They're playing hot diffuser here. It seems to be back and forth amongst them. They're not really sure who wants to take it. M80 haven't really had to do much. Most of them just sat still the majority of the round. Wizard is downstairs knocking on the garage door, and look who's ready to answer it. Spoit, he's downstairs. Oh, the P90 does rip into one, but Cons is there with the refrag. But even still, that's good information. Now they know there's still one more player below downstairs in the basement, who then gets eliminated by Gomez. Diffuser called downstairs in the basement. M80 are in a great position now, Ollie, because NIP, they're going to need to move men now downstairs.
And Gomez can just try and play this as well. He doesn't need to move from the basement, regardless of what happens anywhere else. As long as he's able to keep himself alive, he's done his job here. Psycho, he moves through, takes out Kino. Diaz, he's still inside of Laundry there, but Gomez, he doesn't need to move. The diffuser's cold on the ground. This is a stalemate. It is a waiting game.
Got diffuser.
Been able to pick it up. Gomez finds himself one onto Muzi. Now the pressure
Facing
comes
Diaz.
in onto Diaz. Diaz, you've got to try and keep yourself alive here. Finds himself a bit of a spray, but the plant starts to go down. The shotgun is drawn for Diaz. He's got a sliver of HP. Gomez, you've got to try and get in onto the action here, my friend. Psycho finds the final two. NIP. They didn't make it easy to get here to Gamers8, and they are not making it easy here in this upper bracket final. They've taken Villa against all odds. Every single round was played, and it came right down to the wire.
This team, 15 seconds, and they've just all jabbed themselves with adrenaline. That's what it's like. They've just finger stemmed them all, and finger's not even there. That's what it's like. Oh, I don't even know.
There's a tilter if you are M80 or an M80 fan out there.
Diaz moved. Diaz should not have moved. Where he was in Laundry, nobody knew. But then he moved at the wrong time, and then they seen him. If he wasn't there, they probably would have planted in the open right beside him as well. What do you see? What do you see the replay? Hopefully the replay might come up. But that was it. It was the fact that Diaz moved.
We've got a lot of replays to get through before we get to that final round.
What a map.
Again, some great shots in this one. Some good stuff that we get caught here on the replay. We saw a little bit of Lady Luck present for both sides. But equally, some fantastic siege.
That was a great round.
This is a great round from Iconic. And he played that fantastically well, backed up by Sploit. Psycho, he had his moment in the sun as well a couple of times. Played a lot on the Warden. This was the round that just wasn't to be.
That was where Iconic would he'll be kicking himself.
Yeah. I think the M8 will be kicking themselves on the hole. They had a good chance to try and take this as a clip 2-0. And they've let NIP back into things.
Double
fantastic C4 there as well. The smoke really not just working out.
M8, they really pulled it back, and then NIP hit them with 2 rounds in a row. Wow. Keno will be coming up here. What a play. This was the play of the game by far. Honestly, play of the day. Incredible. Just the footwork moving around. 4 shotgun shells into the heart of NIP. There's an 8. It's probably the most unluckiest kill of the day there, Ollie, as well.
That's what I was saying. Lady Luck was on the side of both teams here today, and sometimes you need that, especially when you are going to use every single available round. This was, of course, that final round downstairs in the basement. Gomez drops the diffuser, but isn't able to seal the deal. NIP clutch up when it matters the most. You know what that means? It means that we are going to be going to yet another map inside of this series. We aren't done yet. We're going to hit a short break. We'll be back with the desk, and they're going to set us up for our final map.
Welcome to Create Your Operator, where, well, you guessed it, we're going to create an operator. We've got the 2 G2 lads here with us. Today we have Doki and we have Benja. Now, fellas, quite a simple game, isn't it? But I'm sure no one used to. There will be some disagreements because, of course, it is used to at the end of the day. So, here's what you need to do. I need from you guys the main weapon of this operator. I need the secondary weapon of this operator. I need what utility they have, so flashbangs, grenades, hard breach, whatever it is. I need the gadget that they have. And finally, I want you to name them. So a minute, let's go. Minute, go.
Nate's, for sure.
ARX, for sure. The gadget should be Ayana's gadget, and it should just be called Ayana.
No. Let's go to Benja.
Nate's, and I don't know more about that. You only need Nate. Only Nate.
Well, right, so you've got ARX. We've got that. What secondary gun do they have? What's the sidearm?
SMG.
SMG what?
11.
11, okay. So we've got ARX, SMG 11. What utility do they have? Are they going to have nades? What are they going to have?
Okay, I had a... Should I say it?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. It's going to be an operator on defense.
Okay.
Okay, it's going to have what gun?
Bandit's gun. I don't know the name.
The MP7, come on, man. And the SMG 11 as the secondary, okay, for sure. We're going to have barbed wire, and a shield. Barbed wire and
Three
a shield.
barbed wires.
3 barbed wires and a shield, okay? And the gadget, okay, the gadget is going to be able to cut the reinforcements in half. So you have like half reinforcements.
Okay.
And you can position the reinforcements differently. I know. It's going to be really great for some situations. And it's going to be called Bob.
Bob?
Bob the Builder.
So...
It's Bob.
Bob he just puts up half a reinforced wall
No.
and that's it.
Oh, jeez. No, he can cut the reinforcements.
He can cut it?
He can cut them.
So what purpose?
He's like Maverick on defense.
Maverick on defense?
Kinda.
Isn't that kind
But
of
you
going
can cut
against
them.
defense? Or?
No, like, imagine you have like a little half reinforcement.
Right.
You're hiding behind it.
Didn't you give him a shield?
Yeah.
Something's not adding up. And he's called Bob?
Yeah, Bob.
You happy with that, Benja?
Yeah, it sounds good.
Okay, that's what G2 think their new operator should be. Do you think Bob should be an inclusion in the game? Let us know. We'll be back again with another episode.
Why is he saying like this the whole time?
The best friend in the team will be Shaiko or Likefak, but everyone in the team are close friends. My favorite moments in Rainbow Six in my career will be the winning in Yuan Camping. But I have another one, it's the clutch in the Paris Major with Vitality. How I would describe the team, it's like a dynamic. If I can recruit one player in the world, it will be Hertz, for sure.
Welcome back to the STC Takeover Gamers8 featuring Siege. I'm Ginny, your host, and still on the desk with Anne and Jesse. I want to talk about the emotions that all of us got through in that final round before we even get started, because we were standing right in front of this monitor, all 4 of us, because Fresh was here as well, because he was like, I don't want to miss out. And he goes, M80 is not going to lose this. And I'm like, say psych. He didn't. They lost it. So thanks, Fresh, for that one.
Yeah, that round was wild.
Who's writing the script in this place?
Yeah, can we just have a conversation?
This is too unrealistic. You can't be having an insane clutch from Kino on the brink, down 6-3, pushing it back to max overtime, and then losing like that in a round that should have been unlosable. Absurdity here at Gamers8.
Yeah. How are you guys feeling after that?
I'm just trying to decipher it. Like, they had the diffuser.
Yeah.
They had the initial opening kill, got traded immediately, but the diffuser was down in the basement. There was very little time to even pick up that diffuser, go to side, and initiate plans. And there were still people on side holding that down possibly as well. It's just crazy how that slipped through the fingers of M80, and they'll be kicking themselves for that as well.
Don't peek. That's what I'm gonna just don't do it. But they did it. But they did it. So we're actually gonna be going to our final map, which is going to be the Decider Chalet. But before we head into that, I think Villa is quite an interesting map, probably the closest map we've seen in the series, but in the series overall today, because it started off actually going in favor of NIP. Then M80 managed to bring it back, they get it to OT, do a little bit of an oopsie, but it happens. So that means that right now, not only are M80 probably kicking themselves about it and kind of in their own heads, NIP, they're in the lead, they got the momentum, they're ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, it was 6-3, right? We had a really dominant start, on, especially that second half, right? We had those Aviator Games attacks coming in from NIP. You know, they really tried to hold that down on the side of M80. We saw a lot of early deaths from Kino on the smoke, not really getting value to those toxic babes. So we kind of started to see things fall apart from M80 early on in that second half. And then with some ridiculous plays, we have to talk about that Kino clip, coming back on the smoke, totally redeeming the fact that he had a couple of early, not great deaths from players down below on AVG. Fantastic little play for him to come back through and win that out. This is the clip. This is just bonkers.
Yeah, we were talking about it like, oh, they don't have any impacts to get rid of the Asha shield. Other plants are going to go down. There was some control upstairs even from the NIP players because that's where Iconic died earlier on. So this was looking like there wasn't that much that they could do to stop this. But then Kino goes well. He peeks the player behind the shield, then turns around all the way. That person in 90 not aware of this move happening from Kino. The shotgun not really connecting, but eventually getting the kill. The fact that he's made his way around there, got that control back over 90, which was a pivotal point for these attackers. And then to go for the counter defuse while there was a barricade on that door, stalling out NIP, wild.
That shotgun only does that for Kino. This has happened in many events. I don't know what he does. I don't know how he uses that thing, but any other player in that same position, exact same mouse movements, exact same clicks, they don't get those kills. The guy way off in 90 who like is getting all of those shots thrown his direction, nobody else gets that secure on the kill, but for some reason, Kino has a special relationship with that shotgun, and he will always find the frags.
He just built it. Shotgun's made for him.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, it does look like that. I mean, talking about Kino even more, like he got active in a bit of the entry engagements as well on that map. I feel like entry engagements in general of like round wins were really important as well because NIP started to get better on these opening kills. They were defending a bit more aggressive, what we'd like to see from them, what they did on Villa before, contesting map control, being a little bit more aggressive on that. Getting those opening kills obviously helped in their favor too. The comeback from M80, they were getting some opening kills for themselves too. And just another thing that we have to keep in mind now is M80 have been playing this game for at least 5-6 hours today already. That's a best of 5 and an extra map. That's a lot of C2 you have already played, and then to play this final map still at the top notch of your concentration, it's gonna require a lot from their staff.
I mean, that's like Fresh's average Ranky time, right? Every day. That's how much he plays it. But Kino and Pino, and yes, those are actually different players on 2 different rosters, and they've both had a great performance.
Certainly. I mean, we talked about Pino, you know, being that player. I talked about his nades earlier on the desk, and I do stand by that he usually has good nades. For some reason, on all of NIP, including Pino, their vertical nades from below on this AVG attack, I don't think one of them landed, right? They weren't finding utility. The shield on maps was a complete disaster for them trying to clear it. They really struggled in that respect. They still won that bomb site every time they came for the attack. So it didn't end up being the end of the world for them. I guess, you know, round 12, they did lose it. But all in all, it did feel like that was a bit of a slip up on the nade department. Still, we did see some great picks coming in. He was like the top player, I believe, stats-wise on his team. Always going to be that guy that you see showing up.
He's that guy.
Yeah, he's that guy. Unfortunate that he didn't have the best clip in that Kino moment, right? But all in all, still very good performance from him.
Yeah, so it's those individual performances as well that help both of these teams push through. But as you said it, you know, 5 hours of siege for M80. You're heading into this final map. I mean, I think even specifically that final round highlights perfectly the type of kind of headspace that they are currently in. Hopefully this break between the games helps them push the reset button onto that, because of course it is very important, because losing that round specifically, and it's not something we would have expected.
No. I mean, we're going back all the way to the beginning of this game. I feel like in the first few rounds, some of the NIP players were maybe over-peaking a little bit. Like, they were playing aggressive, but then M80 obviously learned into that, and they were like, oh, well, if you want to play aggressive, that's fine. I'm just going to hold my angles and be passive. And on numerous occasions, we saw NIP players walking into the line of sight that the M80 players were holding on to them. That looked like it was going to stall out a little bit for NIP. Still, they had match point for a long time. M80 came back. Eventually, the map goes to NIP. That's how it will be in the history books, fact-wise. Going on to Chalet as well, NIP having won 8 out of their 10 most recent matchups on that map. That's looking pretty promising for them. They like to pick that map as well, whereas M80 don't really pick it, but they only get it played against them or like in deciders.
So it's like a good day to be an NIP fan, but also not that good of a day to be an M80 fan. So you got to choose your camp. You were an M80 fan. So we're going to head into Chalet, and I need you to hype them up here. I need you to give us the info, give us the deets. What can we be expected? Can they close it out? Because Villa, I don't want to talk about it.
Ginny, I am worried. I know you told me to hype this up.
You gotta hype it up. That's not what I asked for.
Listen, the M80 fans have had a long and tiring day, and I don't think it's going to get better for them. As Anne said, you know, they've played on this map before already. They played on Chalet. It was close, it was 7-5, right? I mean, it was definitely a map that could have gone either way when they came against NIP. But still, I mean, this is a really strong map for Ninjas in Pyjamas. For M80, still good, 75% win rate on the year.
That's
but
good.
Lower quality opponents across the board, and when they went in that head-to-head, obviously we saw which way that ended the first time. So combine that with the way the momentum has shifted after map number 2, it's gonna need something real special from M80.
Jesse, you clearly never heard of a cheerleader, have you? No, he hasn't. Anne, would you like to do the honors?
There's gonna be one thing I'm looking forward for M80. Like the last time they played against NIP on Chalet, M80 won no defense at all. So if they win 1, it's progress.
Amazing.
Yeah, I would be looking forward to that. I feel like both teams are better on the attack than they are on the defense, stats-wise, on this map. It should be favoring NIP, though they played this map earlier today, so they also have showed a little bit on what they like to do on this map.
Yeah, but realistically as well, they played it earlier today whilst M80 was also playing. So the realistic approach of them having that opportunity to see this game probably hasn't happened. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it did, but I also would be if it didn't. So I think in general, M80 are currently maybe not in the most favorable spot. It's really just about hitting that reset button and coming into this and looking at it as a best of one, because you're back to square one. Both of these teams have won a map.
Yeah, they're really going to need to buckle down and get that momentum behind them. But I do think they've got a strong coaching staff who are really good at getting them in that mental state. You know, you talk about guys like Budega who really are like dedicated mental coaches to get the team, you know, in the right headspace, hyped up, make sure that they are fully focused on the game ahead of them. So, you know, M80, they have that structure behind them. We've seen them come back from tough spots before. This is a tough one for sure, but it's doable, of course. They're a good team.
It definitely is. I mean, they're looking pretty relaxed right now. I was really curious if we're going to see similar type of footage of them standing outside, talking to Bodega, for example. But they look pretty relaxed going into this. I hope that their stamina is going to be good enough to keep up with another potential full map of Siege coming in. The concentration needs to be there. I see a little bit of a yawn from one of the NIP players, so it is getting late. But I hope they both have enough stamina, so it can be a good match, a good final match.
Okay, do we want to throw predictions into this before the last 10 seconds hit?
And go first.
I mean, stats-wise, you gotta back up NIP for this one.
All right. Okay.
Feeling-wise?
Jesse?
I was ride or die NA earlier today with Oxygen. I don't think I can do it again after how that one went. I'm going NIP as well.
All right, NIP up against M80. It's do or die for both of these teams, so let's get it started.
Ginny, Anne, Jesse, thank you all very much indeed for the wonderful work that you guys do on the desk. Now, Demo, we have seen a resounding yes for NIP there. What are your thoughts moving into this final map?
M80.
See, I think M80 as well. I'm kind of surprised about Jesse, honestly. You know Jesse a little bit better than me. You've worked with him quite a few times. Can be a bit of an NA shield. He's turned tail here.
Don't worry, me, the Auction boys, the M80 boys, will take them side later on. We'll tell them what's up, all right? And you'll see him come in tomorrow. And he'll be Auction going to win the whole thing.
Yep.
M8 are going to win the whole thing.
That's what we want to see.
Do not worry.
From our NA analyst there. Moving into the final map of the day, it is going to be Chalet. We've been blessed with a 3-mapper for our final map here. Or our final series here, should I say. The upper bracket final of Group A. Dokeby, Monty, Jaeger, all to be removed. The Monty being removed there by M80. It didn't really provide as much effect as we've seen it do previously from NIP when they brought it on Villa, but it still warrants a ban here nonetheless. Asami, the final defender, to be removed. Let's hope we have a fantastic final map.
There's the bans. Ying up. Blaz is up.
Just quickly, I absolutely love the background that M80 are rocking at the minute.
Yeah,
it's in the Battle Pass. Yeah. I got trolled for using that background.
Look at Pino.
Because apparently it's cheesy.
Look at Pino, the only one with the NIP. The rest of them not interested in repping the brand. Pino's a real one.
We, of course, have already seen NIP play this map today, Demo.
Yep.
Played it earlier on against Falcons.
Look good.
By the way, spoiler alert for anyone that's waiting to watch the G2 Falcons game. Falcons are doing quite well at the minute.
Don't talk.
It's looking a little bit scary for G2. Demo is in a little bit of a grump here, so we're going to have to drag him out of it. But jokes aside, NIP played this map earlier today against Falcons, where they won 7 rounds to 3. Very successful Chalet they did have. They picked up 5 rounds on the defense, 2 rounds on the attack. Starting off on the defense here, we're expecting more of the same, let's be honest.
I will say that NIP, this is going to be like the kind of culture shock that they're going to have to deal with. Sure, it's all good playing against Falcons, as we've seen earlier, but Falcons didn't really have a chance against them. This is M8. This is a team which knows this map really, really well. This is a strong map for them. It's a map where you can play very fast. You can play with the Ying, and a lot more of positions that are just going to be so strong for not only yourself as the Ying pushing in, but for your team to also execute. You think about Candelas being popped up in towards office, in towards bedroom. Then the guy like Double Window, for example, gets free range because of that. There's so many positions that Ying is so good on Chalet, and they'll take advantage of that. No Warden, which is going to cause big issues. I'm expecting to see a lot of value out of Kino.
And there's no real reason why you wouldn't bring the Warden, right? You've probably got room for it in the lineup. You could maybe sacrifice
They love Castle NIP today, don't they? They love the Castle.
They do like the Castle. And M80 have read quite well into that because they've just gone, great, we'll bring the Zephyr.
We'll bring Flores.
We'll bring the Zephyr, we'll bring Flores, we'll bring Ash. We can deal with all of those Castle barricades at range. We don't need to get anywhere near them. And guess what? We can deal with the deployable shields as well, provided we jump onto the piano demo. That's the key step that was seemingly missed out there.
Let's see, take 2.
We'll just forget that we saw the first attempt.
Here we go, here's the first Flores drone moving in.
And there it is.
Hold your breath. Hey!
Congratulations, step 1 complete.
M80 looking to almost play a little bit more of an aggressive standpoint, of course, trying to maybe move in and actually get some kills. Some teams will just stand back, Ollie, and just try and work their way in towards the bomb site, but no, they're going aggressive. Wizard, this is a position we've seen him play a few times earlier, Ollie, and he will get a down, but everyone else around him has fallen, Ollie. It's only Wizard now on a 1 versus 3, essentially. Kino will have to go and be revived. He's not on the site, he's towards the half wall. The breach isn't even open, it's only just a head hole height for him, and Wizard will creep in towards blue. Fine Spoit though. Kino's still downed. Will get finished off, but as you can see, 2 players have now rotated, but he had the diffuser! He had the diffuser!
That's the all-important information right there. That's why Wizard is choosing not to move at all. This all hinges on how much information he's got. Now, there was a bulletproof inside of the site that could provide him a little bit of something, likely only going to be sound unless Iconic does push through. But Wizard isn't in a terrible spot here.
It's a good eye.
It'd be an ace if he clutches it out. Iconic going to approach the window, see if there's anything that he can find. Wizard has already repositioned, but Iconic is a little bit better, a little bit quicker to the draw there, and is able to shut any hopes of a quick clutch out. M80 successful in round number 1.
Closer, Wizard. Give it a good shot there, didn't he, Ollie?
What a pickup he's been for NIP as well. I know it's a pickup that's quite old now at this point. We haven't really got to cast NIP all too many times. So it's great to sort of just highlight that and say, fantastic addition to the squad.
It's cons as well. I love, we loved him back in the day, and here he is in NIP as well, along with the old guard, obviously. Not too long. I mean, again, is this where we're getting old, Ollie? I still remember whenever Pino and Muzi got picked up. They got announced as a kind of 2 new wonder duo, didn't they? And they've been around for quite a while now.
A good attempt, but it was only ever an attempt. Iconic there. Great little heads-up play. Look at Spoit, he's handed his pocket.
He's so memeable today, isn't he? We obviously
so
cracking,
chilled out.
Cracking pick off him now that can be circulated throughout the timeline.
He got 2 assists in that round, and he's just sat, one hand on the keyboard. Yeah, he might be flicking a cam or something. He's just resting his mouse.
He doesn't watch cams, don't be silly.
No, there'll be someone else dead for that. That's someone else's job.
He's there for the ride.
A little bit of a site change. We're going to go downstairs this time. I wouldn't have been too mad if NIP had tried again upstairs, because it didn't go terribly for them.
I mean, it was a 1v4 there at that stage.
They could have brought the Warden this time. They could have played the Warden again.
I mean, the Ying itself didn't really do much, but actually the Candelas were good again for helping the rest of the team swing double window. I mentioned
Diaz
before.
did a lot.
He swings off the double window. You have the guys in the bathroom window, for example. That's where Ying, it's good just for a team environment. It helps everyone. It's going to help your team push. It's going to put, obviously the defense under a lot of pressure. That's the main thing that Ying happens, because as soon as you hear a Candela go off, you just know, well, had a good run.
Something's going to happen, yeah.
No contact with RC.
Minute gone. Not much happening at the moment from A. Just doing the groundwork, getting the droning done. And M80, this is what they'll do. Sometimes they'll eye up every option they have. They've done this in Border quite a few times, didn't they? They were able to see, okay, he's here, he's there. There's a barbed wire there. There's a bit of utility here. Oh, there's nothing there. Let's go for that. That's how they'll play Siege. That's the way the best teams do it.
Well, that is the fundamental of the split theory, isn't it? It's finding that gap, finding that weakness, and then looking to try and exploit it. We can see at the moment, there's a big pressure up on those solar stairs. We've got Kino on the rappel. He's going to stun in, and that's going to allow a little bit of free reign of passage. You've got pre-fire shots to enable all of that as well. And all of a sudden, we've got a bit of control inside of Solar. Now where can we look to push with that? We've got Muzi hiding out in bathroom. Unsure if he's known or not. I will guess by that he isn't. What a headshot onto Gomez. Maybe finds another here onto Spoit. The chip damage coming through the wall. The Candela won't be effective. Spoit laid prone. Can't land the shot though. Will be taken out by Kino.
Kino finds 2. Diaz on the bathroom window, still trying to clear some of that utility off with the Flores drones. Sees upstairs that there's no one here, so M80, they do have their top floor control. 2 players stuck in connector, 1 player in the bottom of blue. So M80 should be able to move in, and we don't really have too much verticality. 2 breaching charges. No way of getting open the hatches. Both hatches reinforced, but only one of them, Ollie, was actually electrified by the Kite. Maybe a misplay there from Wizard. You would have expected if you're going to reinforce the hatches, also go for the Electro Claw. But no, just in the bar they've done. Instead, they used 1 on connector wall.
Yeah, connector, it's actually achieved 2 uses there as well, because you've got the mirror window that is going to be played by Cons. It is good, but it does leave you with a bit of a stack up inside of that small closet, and that's maybe something that M8 can look now to start to exploit. Diaz, he's going to move his way through, pick one up onto Pino, but the hard work isn't done yet. You've got to make your way into sight, and Cons is going to be there to say, no, thank you, not today. Psycho, he gets the headshot onto the final player, body shot at least, as Diaz will fall as he makes his way through that rotation. Much better there from NIP. They really took the time on that. Like, they weren't trying to force a single kill. They were really happy to dig into that power position.
And that's because Muzi did the majority of work, wasted a lot of time, took kills, took a bit of damage off players, and whenever it got to that minute mark, they were like, okay, we're happy with what we've achieved. We've wasted 2 minutes. We've burned a lot of the utility. We've got some kills. Now let's just go sit behind our indestructible windows.
And if you look at the take that M80 went for, it's not unusual to go through solar. No. But it isn't always the norm when you're attacking into that side for 3 people to go through solar. Now, if there's a problem over there that you feel like they need to deal with,
obviously.
Deal with it. Yeah. But typically you're going to be looking more toward library. You're maybe going to be looking toward getting that stock wall open. Obviously, in this instance, it was electrified, so that was a little bit more difficult to do. But it was still never dealt with. You can't just see it's electrified and go, oh, we can't go that way, we'll have to go the other way. Because that ultimately comes back to bite you right at the end of the round. It's like, where did the final kill come from? It came from stock. Why did it come from stock? Because the wall was electrified.
Attackers must locate 2 rounds done and dusted. NIP, they make the appearance. There's Pino in the clash again, Ollie. We had a great time watching him display this operator whenever they against Falcons earlier on, and we seen, you know, jump out. Pino was by trench at one stage, jumped off the balcony by bedroom. Down into trench they went. Oh, look at this. Gomez on the window, got it popped open for him, but nobody's home. No one's there, but they have eliminated that castle barricade. Again, these castles keep coming in for NIP. They really enjoy it. I'm surprised teams haven't made before. You know, let's actually ban it. We see there's a lot of castle, a lot of strats for this team.
It's a great utility soak, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously it's forced, you know, Sophia coming in, Flores as well. I'm not saying these are like bad operators, but you know,
Sophia is nowhere near what they were, though.
No, again, slowness is a big one. Yeah. Being a 1-speed, it's just not favorable. I know that well, I don't do 1-speeds. I don't do them.
No, I think, you know, you don't look at M80 and think that any of them want to play 1-speed, because you imagine them all as this very quick to act unit, and you've not got that if you're on a 1-speed. No. Oh, Sploit there, just jiggle peeking with Psycho.
Gomez makes up for it though, Ollie. It's the refrag with the other G460 and Kino. Did he even mean to get that kill? I don't know.
Of course he did. He pressed mouse 1. If you fire the bullet, you mean to get the kill.
He spread, he fought. Just 2 more to be sure.
Headshot through the wall, why not?
It's extra credit right there. Speaking of Kino, he has a diffuser, Ollie. Could maybe look for a plant using the Candelas, of course. 3 of them still in the pocket. Diaz, this is such a strong position on the window. Do not get killed though, Diaz. Because if they lose him, then anyone can swing from bedroom. Wizard has that shield still. I'm surprised that's still up whenever there is a Sophia who may need to rotate. Even Gomez with a nade. Use a nade, Gomez. It will work. How is that Selma charge being able to just hit the bottom off there? Do you see that?
The M80 done a great job of not rushing things here. They know that they've got the advantage. They know they don't need to do anything too fancy. Gather a bit of information. Take your foot off the gas momentarily. That's exactly what they did. Great opening picks as well. You really can't doubt that.
See the replays. I see some of those kills. I think Gomez's kill just before Kino's came in was quite an important one as well. Sploit 0-3. Hasn't really hit the ground running on Chalet. Oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear. See, this is what I was saying earlier in the first game demo, where that just doesn't happen to me. That's what happens to me if I play Clash and try and do that. Whereas Pino against Falcons, he was outside for 30, 40 seconds at a time. You can't get away with those sort of plays.
Yeah, when you play Clash versus someone else plays Clash.
Exactly. Pino's giving himself away very, very softly there.
I memean, for NIP, doing the same things again, surely you're just asking for trouble. Because I would say we were both very surprised with some of the stuff NIP were able to get over Falcons.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we said that. We knew that Falcons weren't going to be the big test. You know, the long jump, we'll say.
Keep picking them up, because they're doing well against G2.
They are? No. I'm not, hey, look, we said, you know, Falcons, they have a chance to bounce back. You know, we said that the playstyle, again, it was the playstyle more than anything for NIP, which Falcons didn't really do well against, because it is more of a slower, methodical playstyle. Against a team like G2, where you will have time, you know, chances for individual gunfights, for example, that's where Falcons will take advantage. And, well, what have Falcons done against G2?
Same old from NIP here with the castle barricade. Not been going too badly for them, so why change it? Wizard has changed his hot seat this time. He's instead opted to control that deployable shield a little bit more, which is a great play. We saw a little bit of trouble previously from NIP trying to deal with that shield on top of Piano. And instead of playing back and maybe a little bit more passively, he's gone, yeah, you know what? I'm going to try and deal with it before it becomes too much of a problem. Deployable shield on the half wall will fall, but the all-important one on the Piano will remain. Just gives the defenders something else to peek from that area.
Wizard pulls it back as Gomez got the opening pick. It's better from NIP. Sure, give away the opening kill, which we know they do a few times, but at least get the kill back. That's important. We don't really look at the opening stats as much if there's like a kill immediately after a second. That's the main thing. Getting the opening kill and then maintaining that lead. That's the issue. Wizards on for a second there. The one-man charge will eat up the flashbang. Drops down into Solar. I always feel that's a risky jump to go for, because if someone's in that window, you're done.
You're waiting to land in someone's lap, aren't you?
Yeah.
Just say thank you very much. You're hitting the cameras before your body's even touched the ground.
There goes Kino. Trapping the Candelas, in it goes.
It's a good chunk of damage, though.
I mean, there is really nothing, you know, to play against these Candelas essentially around. They're just a spray of bullets. He tries to jump in, but no. The Candelas, it can only reach so far, only it doesn't look towards the solar stairs. Above, there seems to be a pick as well. Pino, who went unchecked. M80 in dire straits. Spoit will find Pino, but they've lost a lot of men. They've lost the Candela diffuser cold as well, Ollie on the ground. At 2v2.
Just goes to show how punishing it can be when you don't clear that top floor sufficiently. Spoit cleared it, but it was too late, and I don't know that they put enough focus in that area of the map at the start. Muzi's still going to be upstairs, maybe looking to play a little bit of spoiler here. Surely the call-out will now come, and Muzi can collect. Locks us into a 1 versus 1. Can he breathe right through the wall? No, Gomez makes it happen! M80, how have you done that one then?
Wow, 2v2. Spoit almost like full sprinting at the player bottom solar stairs and then wins that engagement. Gomez, all they had to do was just wait. He knew who the guy was because he just killed Spoit. It's just an outright gunfight, and they are 33. It wins.
That feels like a round that M80 shouldn't have gotten away with. They didn't clear the top floor. Nope. They cleared it late.
Didn't clear solar. Didn't really put enough pressure on solar stairs because, you know, you have the Candelas with that long angle all the way back, Ollie. It's
the diffuser got cold on the ground. I don't know. I feel like Gomez has done a fantastic job to pick up that final kill. Spoit did what he could. Creeped through that top floor.
Did well.
Was successful.
Killing that guy bottom solar stairs was massive for Spoit.
I think the M80 themselves maybe feel as though that maybe wasn't a round that they should have won.
Yeah.
Because they've called a timeout.
So
they know that things aren't going exactly to plan.
That's a really weird one. They're 3-1 up, early call out, which sometimes we even say if teams are 3-1 down and they use a call out, it's a little bit, you know, hit or miss. But it's M80, you know, who are winning have called the timeout. It's the first time I've seen that happen before. Maybe Bodega's thought, we could be on for a 5-1 half here. You get the 5-1 half, you've done most of the work. And then NIP are under pressure. And then they know NIP and the attacks, that's where they can exploit them.
And let's be honest, that's what the best teams do. The best teams aren't happy with just winning a round. They want to go through and they want to say, right, we won the round, but this could have been a lot better.
Because it's giving them a chance, especially Bodega watching, to see how NIP have been playing.
Yeah.
It gives them a chance to see, right, they went for this approach, now we're going to flip it, we're going to change something a little bit different. One thing there hasn't really been today is any rushes. You know, sometimes we see a diffuser get planted at like 2 minutes 20, for example. With none of that. Both teams have been very content in trying to get map control first before they even think about getting a plant down.
A little bit of a change up here from M8. Seeing that timeout obviously affecting the operator picks as well.
More flank protection, it seems to be, might be.
See the Nomad.
Yeah, the thing that they thought, yeah, we need to get this sorted. Which, in fairness, there's been a few times NIP have been kind of, you know, let loose, and Nomad could be there just to control them a bit more. Kino on Solar Window will use the Candela. This is what I mean. It'll create space for Diaz to swing off the window if someone is in bedroom.
Psycho gets a good bit of info there. He now knows that there is going to be a Candela in hand. We're seeing an Ace charge used to open up the window. That's not exactly typical. Psycho makes good on that info on Kino, and the kills continue here for NIP. Diaz on the upside down repel, not able to do too much with it. Gomez looking for a collection downstairs, but Pino, he hits him with the alternate angle.
Wow.
It's going to be a flawless here for NIP. You might be regretting that timeout in a few seconds, as Diaz is going to be the final player to fall to Wizard. NIP. Something you forget. If you take a timeout, it also gives the opposing team time to talk as well.
What a timeout.
And guess what? NIP have still got their own in their back pocket.
They do indeed.
Always risky to take the timeout, especially when you are above. And a team like NIP, they love a timeout demo. They're a very effective team after that tactical timeout. A little bit of a pause in play, a little bit of a break, they take full advantage of it.
Here's the swing. Just caught him just before the Candela.
Full flash kill, why not?
Just before they got him. Everyone else was pretty easy to take care of. Oh, Boozy. He's played well today. He's had some really good performances. I mean, NIP overall, you know, both teams. It's been a great series, great day for both these teams. I can keep in mind, whoever loses this, they're not out. They're not out.
They're not out.
Still have tomorrow. Also, we have the conclusion of how our B group will be sorted out tomorrow in the afternoon, our first set of games. That will be to see who actually gets eliminated first from Group B. And then we will have, of course, our decider matches, see who goes in to the playoffs also.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
And this will be where we find our first team only to go into the playoffs. If I'm not mistaken, whoever wins this game, they have a day off tomorrow. Because they go straight into the semis, which is our...
yeah, they go straight through to qualify.
Yeah, which is our Saturday and Sunday. Day off, did they like that?
That's a good opportunity to rest and recuperate, isn't it?
They do have a day off tomorrow, don't they? I think, potentially. A few days off? A week off?
I think either team here is deserving of a day off tomorrow. You think about the day that M8 have had leading themselves up to this point. They've played 2 best-of-3s that have gone all the way. NIP played a little bit less Siege, but it's probably been equally as stressful for them. Especially given that they were able to come back on that previous map of Chalet.
So we have the Jackal, which is obviously going to help them clear out some roamers, but NIP, they've certainly, you know, approached the roam game a little bit more this this match. They also have the Fuse. They might have the Fuse. I wonder if they're going to go for the Fuse trick where you fuse the top fireplace right beside the double window. The cluster charges will then travel down onto the secondary flooring, which will then open that up. So it's a very safe way of opening vertical angles on Wine Cellar via the Fuse. And you see Gomez is up in that position. Just waiting for him to place it down. He's not going for it at the moment. All 5 players of NIP Ollie have went back to bomb site. It feels though they may wish they did whenever that floor starts to get opened up above them.
Yeah. Go back to the side, but you've now got no ceiling.
Look at this. This is classic Siege. This snowmobile open with the verticality and lobby. We don't see these all too often.
This is a great utilization of the Fuse as well. Look at that. There's no operator in the game that can do that effectively. You know, you think that Fuse is all for, you know, going into that earlier side. Get some lines of sight, rip open that floor. You couldn't do that with a book in 5 minutes. Look at it. 2 canisters, bish bash bosh.
Brilliant. Who actually invented this? Who came up with this first? What psychopath thought, yeah, I'm going to do this?
Certainly works. Now the site isn't a favorable place to be.
They need to get Wizard though, because he has a C4 Prime. Not only does he have a C4 Prime, he's the Warden who can see through these smokes.
Psycho's just got a really important kill there over on Topino. Spoit will respond. He's in the hot seat with the diffuser outside of the breach. Right about now that you wish you had a glass or something like that. If you're going to throw that much smoke, you need to be able to see through it. Gomez with the drop takes down Wizard. With it goes the glasses and a C4. Kills continue now to be threatened as Muzi is able to take Diaz down. The plant is now going to be attempted.
Where's that going?
Full collapse. Where is the control? Where is the cover? Well, it's in the hands of Iconic, of course. Muzi, he's here hiding out inside of the smoke. How did he survive for so long?
Did you see that C4? Where was it? Was it going to the moon? What was that C4? Easily, just so far, it's just hit the ceiling immediately. Oh dear, NIP. That Warden pick, huge from Gomez.
He just didn't play it like a Warden, though. You can't play in a corner like that as a Warden. That's a mute's position.
I get that, but there wasn't really a like, the breach wasn't smoked. If the breach is smoked, that's where he swings. He can't exactly like swing from that position, or else he'll get clipped by Spoit.
Smokes were much better.
I want to see the C4 again. Do we even get the catch it again? Where's that going?
Oh, I think you got to give him the pass. Tino's in the middle of the smoke there. He's just going for the best
Go
he
for
can.
anything. Doesn't he just have to do something?
It's not even like it's on Villa where you can use the excuse of the beams that come out of the ceiling about 4 feet.
Guessing that's from experience. You've mentioned that. Has that hit a nerve?
No.
Hit a memory, a flashback, perhaps.
You can't do that and then detonate it while you're underneath it because you'll die.
So downstairs from M80, you'll see one thing that they've done, which is a bit more of a common strat. That wine cellar wall looks straight down into the big garage. Right side wall is going to be open. The reason why they do that, Ollie, is so they can impact trick that reinforced wall. The left side is very specific to have, because that's the side that will open up that connector door. You don't really get the same angle. You can forfeit the left side. It's all about having that right side shot.
Especially when you bring in something like a Thermite, that can be a little bit difficult. Of course, in this case, Thermite is going to be used for that main breach, the snowmobile.
Pop the Goyo, just in case there was a rush, just in case.
You never know. Place the Goyo there, why not?
They have a bulletproof anyway to keep tabs on that side of the map. But yeah, very run-of-the-mill. You'll see this from sides where, yes, it will probably be a trench push in the end, but you just open snowmobile just to keep the defenders on their toes. And you never know, you might rotate someone there late, which happens sometimes, and you'll find 1 or 2 kills.
It's always handy to have. Gomez has got a little handy-dandy cam of his own, though, inside those trash bins.
A lot of roamers.
That's going to give him an option to have a good idea as to who is coming through that breach and when. Great little bit of intel there.
One guy on the cams in sight. He's feeding all that information over to the roamers, and there is 4 of them at the moment only. Probably why they bring the Goyo, in case he does start to feel a bit pressured. He can't give himself more control to allow his teammates to get back downstairs if needed. Is the hatch open for M80 inside dining? It is, yeah. So that will give them, of course, the option of denying anyone trying to plant in towards trench, towards the barrels. But NIP, again, this is where it feels as though they haven't really done much. But we know this is where it starts to brew.
Yeah, this is all in the setup. You've got to really take stock of what is available to you here, and you can't just get hasty at the fact that there's a load of roamers. You also can't just run at windows.
Great reflag.
He's going to be traded back there by Iconic. We're going to see some toxic waves now to stop the flow of attackers come through. We talk about impact tricks. It doesn't look like it was successful there. No one in position to do so.
I'll tell you why, because the guys with impacts were the ones roaming upstairs.
Kino to find one before he too gets taken out. Control of blue now is in the hands of Cons. He could quite easily go for a plant here. This isn't something that the hatch can really affect. You would have to drop really to be able to do anything with that. He's got a player outside of the snowmobile as well. This could be devastating. You might be able to cut these roamers back as they try and re-enter the site. We've got Diaz. He's dropped down. Muzi, does he know? Looks as though he's kind of aware here. He's certainly going to be aware now. Kills continue to come in. We're seeing him go for both sides. The diffuser hasn't been planted here. That is the all-important piece of information. Psycho, he's going to try and smoke off and just go for this plan. Still, Spoit and Diaz both up and ready. They maybe just need to wait for each other to buddy up to guarantee this one. Psycho, he's going to get a quick line of sight there, but it isn't going to be enough. The Goyo was popped. Didn't really matter. think, Diaz, that kill might be confirmed.
I think he's dead.
I think he might be confirmed. Plenty of time for Spoit to disable that diffuser. Not enough time to write easy on the wall, though. Unfortunately for you, you're going to run out of bullets.
How do you know that's what he was doing, by the
time.
way? How did you know from that?
What else are you going to be writing?
You've showed your toxic side there, haven't you?
Mine's the smiley face.
Your smiley face?
Yeah.
No, I have to test my CQ number. Things like that. Yeah, Gomez, I don't think he knew someone was on the window. But this from Iconic, great little refrag that just to get it there immediately. Kino in the thick of it again, wasn't he? That shotgun. Fresh has made a statement. He's the best shotgun player in the world.
It's bold, but I don't think it's wrong.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
M80, 5-2 up, Ollie.
Looking good so far.
It's running away from NIP.
We've all seen what a lead can do, though. A lead can change quite quickly.
It certainly can.
NIP, they still have a tactical timeout as well. Now, of course, it's the switch. We're going to see NIP hit the attack up now. With the second round of that happening. So it's in and around now where you start thinking about that tactical timeout. The defense is well and truly in the rearview mirror. Now you just need to focus on your tracks. I would guess that if NIP lose here, obviously it's going to be match point to M80. You've got to start thinking about that timeout.
Yeah. Iconic 11-4, Ollie. I haven't mentioned that. Great performance from him. He said he was a little bit quiet during the first map. Didn't really have to do much in border, albeit.
He's had some heavy lifting to pick up here, though. There's been a little bit of a lack from some of the other players on the team. Oh, you got a cough?
No,
right?
just water. No. Just the hatred for a certain squad.
Oh, you look at someone like Kino who had a standout game over on Villa as well.
Yeah, of course.
So I think that's one of the strengths of this M80 side is that it really doesn't matter who gets the kills. There's a lot of people that can pick up slack everywhere.
Honestly, they're really growing into a team, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's one thing. Whenever they were in the circuit last year for the first time, they were just, there's these Brazilians who are playing in the American League. And you think, oh, well, that's not going to last very long, is it? But hey, credit to that little trio. They've kept on moving. They've brought in the right players, with the right caliber of players that they've needed. I don't think there's been two better, you know, like a transfer window. Could you get better than pick up those two?
Moosey. Quite interested in mud window. It's not all the time you see someone upside down rappel on that window. Not a great deal to look at, but sometimes there may be a defender hanging around, and that's exactly what he found. NIP. Going to be trying to take control of these solar stairs. They've got cons on the Ying to help assist that. I'm not sure if they've got anyone out on the rappel, though. Candela is going to go up. We do have an upside-down rappel over on that bathroom, and that's going to assist taking Spoit down. But the Fenrir gadget just slows things down a little bit.
Yeah, very good against the Ying. We've seen that a few times. Iconic, what a run out! A long one eliminates the player in double window and still gets away from it. Also, he's downstairs. Psycho. He's almost pretty much in the site. Ollie is inside trophy. Moosey moves in towards West Main, will find Iconic, and they're also inside of sight. Kino pulls one back, both of them upstairs. Gomez, he has to win this engagement against the Ace to pull it back, but no, he doesn't. Kino has to clutch now 1 versus 3. Will drop down, has the SMG in hand. Eliminates the drone, there's a player right beside him, they have no idea to drop now, they do, the shotgun comes in, that's a solar shotgun! But that doesn't quite hit the same as the smoke Ollie for Kino. NIP. That was a fast round from NIP. That's unlike them, but it's worked really well.
Lightning quick for NIP standards. I think they did a great job of funneling those players on the top floor. Villa's one of those maps where you really can start to affect outside to in. This is something that I'll talk about quite a bit when we see this map come up. So many great angles, so many great crossfires, solar rappel, bathroom balcony and the bathroom window, you've got the piano window. There's so many different options for getting those kills outside to in. And I think that with the addition of the Ying, they did a fantastic job with that. Look at this for an outside to in. Moosey's on the roof.
There's
you can't even see him. You can see his feet at that point.
There's 10 outside windows for that top floor.
It's ridiculous. And if you've got that coordination, you've got that info on the drones, and then you can use your utility to funnel those players, you will be rewarded. And that's exactly what NIP just did.
Psycho just kept shooting. He felt, you know, eventually I'll get.
It wasn't a good engagement for either of them, really, was it?
Just keep going.
Psycho's been favouring those DMRs.
Yeah, a few people have.
Yeah.
I always think that I always think he uses.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't. You know, he's the one that really. Him and Solotov, they love those guys, don't they?
Attackers are moving to
I've just not got the trigger finger for it.
Old man trigger finger.
It's like I'm firing a break barrel shotgun. I get a quick 2-tap and then I've got to re-aim from. I've got to drag my mouse down from
Like
the
your
ceiling.
clay pigeons shooting the things went all the way up.
Honestly.
Anywho, over to bar now is where we head to. M80 again favoring this solos very heavily, isn't it? But it's worked really well for Iconic being able to spot out who's there, what gadgets they have. NIP had a fair share of it as well. It worked really well for them. NIP on the other hand, you know, a Thatcher comes in. What purpose does the Thatcher serve?
We were talking about this earlier, weren't we?
The only thing I'm thinking of is literally there's 2 things, right? Oh, okay, 3 things, but 2 of them are a massive stretch. One is disable the WMI charges from using the rooftop. The EMP will catch it, and then you can nade. And then the other 2, which is such a stretch, disable the goggles and then disable the Souls gadget.
Yeah, I mean, disabling the goggles isn't, you know, I don't think that's the biggest stretch in the world, but it's not like you're bringing the Ying.
You're not, like, you don't know where Warden is, you know, it's...
Yeah, it's a difficult one to try
I
and
don't know why
nail
they
down,
dropped
is
it,
it?
makes no sense for me.
But the flip side, look at what they really struggled with when... Look what M80 really struggled with when they attacked this side. They struggled with that reinforced wall that was electrified in stock.
Yeah, well,
so
mirror window on it as well.
It does give an option to try and deal with that.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
First pick does go in favor of NIP. Speaking of the Thatcher.
The goggle man.
Or not the Thatcher, that's actually a sledge you got that one, the L8. And yeah, like you said, down goes the Warden, so maybe some value from the flashbangs and the smokes might come in. Another nade from Pino. Misses though, doesn't go through the holes.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Pino, he's as safe as anything right now inside a connector. No nades to worry about.
Wizard, he's going to find one over onto Gomez. Slowly but surely, NIP are whittling these defenders down. And there's no option for a trade here. M80 are playing quite separated. They're not giving themselves that chance of hitting that immediate trade back. There's a bit of information here available for Spoit. Cont has been downed.
Frosty.
Frostman. Unforgivable. It isn't going to slow NIP down too much, though. Iconic, he'll be the next player to fall to the hands of Muzi. It's now all down to Spoit and Kino.
Spoit is in a good position. Now, it locks down lobby. It means that no one can really go near bar door, fire some bullets in. Even above will start to be opened up against him. Spoit now has to relocate. Oh, almost his knees get shot. Wizard, he's been down. What's happened over there with him?
Well, Spoit downed him through the sock, didn't he? Wizard should be able to get picked up now.
15 seconds remaining.
Danger is, where's the kit? Kit isn't in the hands of any of these attackers, and you're going to have to find that final kill over onto Spoit, because he might just keep himself alive here. Picks himself up one. Can he find the second? The kit hasn't been recovered here. It's a 1 versus 1. Spoit's going to find it. The time would have done the rest anyway, but he still comes up with the kills. He's been on a marathon that round.
2 versus 4. NIP. You need to be closing them out.
Why wasn't the diffuser planted? Where was the kit? Spoit's literally got a down from inside of dining. He's then gone down west main stairs, up main stairs.
Spoit's done nothing this game as well. Very little. He's
done quite a bit there.
He's just gained back positivity. Look, he was 3 and 6. Yeah. Now he's 6 and 6.
Let's keep an eye on this diffuser. We can't even see it there.
These replays are great. Like, I'll be honest, we are mortals. We do miss things.
The diffuser's inside a stock?
That's Kano. Kano's done that. Yeah, dropped it in connector.
Dear me. Why is someone taking the diffuser into connector?
Because they thought, oh, I'll kill this guy after I just killed my teammate. But he got both of them. That was the issue. Kano not just got 1, he got 2.
Hang on a minute. I've seen the castle. I thought M8 were on the defense.
Your eyes do not deceive you.
It is proving ever popular.
W7M strat. That's why. That's what both teams have been doing. They've been both doing the W7M strat. That's why. W7M earlier, of course, we've seen them win against Kamek. Against Cyclops. It was it's a good win. It's expected for W7M, aren't they? They're hot favourites going into this competition.
I've seen one of your favourites here, Demo.
Blitz.
On a very important round.
So, I did remember I told you about the little blitz trick?
Yep.
So what you can do, Ash can go into West Main, and you can actually shoot an Ash charge below the bathroom window. Well, it's already open, but if that window's fully shut, it will break the barricade, but not break the glass. So it's actually a silent break, and then Blitz just hot drops in, just jumps in.
which is what he's doing.
He's going to go
this is
straight in now. Anyway, Psycho
this is
finds
me.
himself the first. Hello, you're going to get him.
Yes.
Picks himself up the second. This is success.
This is
Never
it.
have seen it on the Blitz. Psycho's gained a ton of ground, but eventually gets DK'd by Muzi. That's not in the script. Kills flying in here for NIP, and boy, do they need them. This is match and series point potentially for M80. Everything slows down for a time, and it looks as though M80 are given an opportunity to try and stabilize here. Gomez finds one onto Muzi. This isn't how you want to be using that early wave of momentum that you've gained. Cons, he's going to go for a dive in, but he's not looking the right direction. He gets taken out by Iconic. It's now all down to Wizard.
They know where
he's
he
going
is.
to try and keep his team in this one.
They know he's outside because he just shot at Iconic. I wonder if there's any fear gadget set up, Ollie, because if there is, Wizards not only against 2 players but 1, but it doesn't even matter. Doesn't get that stage. Gomez catches him, he jumps in, and I thought that was brilliant from Psycho. That is a play out of my own heart. And then he gets TK'd.
It wasn't enough.
TK'd.
We saw a TK on Villa. Wasn't ideal for M80. Here we see a TK on Chalet.
Both teams losing maps to a TK.
Not
That's
ideal
incredible.
for NIP. I'm not sure if we can attest the whole map to that, but it certainly was a big factor there in that last round. M80, they're going to be successful here in the upper bracket final of Group A.
That's them in the semis. We'll see them on Saturday. They get the day off tomorrow. Credit to them. 2 tough teams. They beat G2. They beat NIP, Ollie. They come top of the group. All credit to them. This young side who are still growing in. I always say give a roster 6 months once they make changes. We're only about 3 months in, and look at the results that we're having, obviously, with Sport and Iconic coming in.
Big result there against NIP. I think NIP are going to feel pretty unlucky, pretty hard done to by that. There were a lot of opportunities for them there in that, and they played some good Siege.
Yeah, but they're not out. They're not out. We will have a rematch, Ollie. NIP versus Falcons is destined for tomorrow. And I would say it's going to be different than what happened today, especially what Falcons have done against G2.
Certainly looks as though Falcons have got a little bit more confidence under their belts. It's not really a spoiler anymore, but they were successful against G2.
Not watching
Anyone
both
that was
streams,
missing out on that game, but I'm sure everyone's got both streams open anyway. So it will be Falcons versus NIP tomorrow. M80, of course, they do get the bye. They are straight into the semis now. See them shaking hands here with NIP. A lot of history between these two teams, a lot of friendship as well.
Where's Bodega in there? Is he getting handshakes in?
I'm sure he is. I think he led the way. There he is. We can see him at the back there.
There he is. But yeah, good game, good series. Again, I think Villa was, well, in my opinion, the best map of the day. Great Villa, great showing from both sides. And then Chalet, again, it's just the preference. The first map and the third map, it suits M80's playstyle. You know, if we were throwing like a theme park in there, again, then you'd favor NIP. It's just you can see the clash of playstyles again. And NIP still just a little bit too old-fashioned for my liking.
I think you've got that fluid, that ability to play quite fluid on this map as well. You can play it slowly or you can play it quite quickly. Yeah. And we sort of saw the two sides of that coin. Don't forget, we just saw a flawless round in there for NIP. They had some fantastic rounds. Iconic was so confused about that C4. It's still going to be funny no matter how many times I watch it.
He done really well. Really well.
Jumping in onto the cons round as well. Here we saw the run out that was
he really was everywhere, wasn't he, Iconic?
He played like a midfielder.
A kill from every position.
He did fantastically.
My goodness. And then obviously this, Spoit.
Yeah, Spoit, I mean, you said it yourself. At the start of that round, he was 3-6. He ended that round 6-6.
This, I was loving it. Like, my face dropped. As soon as he got TK'd, my face just, it was a brilliant push from the Blitz. Oh, hate it.
There was the unfortunate team kill. Not quite the undoing of it all, but not far off. That's going to do it for our games here today. We still have a little bit in store for you, though, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be throwing over to our...
M80 booked the first spot in our playoffs, and for a neutral watching, what a banger that was. The funny thing is, me and Fancy were stood waiting to interview this man, Iconic, at the back end of map 2. It didn't happen. It went all the way. 3-map series. Are you exhausted? How is that from your perspective right now?
I mean, we prepared last night, that we could be possibly playing this late. So, mentally, I felt like we were ready. On Villa, we let a few things slip. Like in the early round, we tried to bring it back, but, Nips is an incredible team, World Championship caliber. So we knew they had the composure to stay in it. And it was about us kind of bouncing back, working on the game plan, and just reacting to the game plan and just playing together.
زي ما شاهدنا اعزائنا المشاهدين ايكونيك معنا في المسرح، كنا جاهزين ان نسوي معه مقابله بعد ما خلص الماب الثاني، لكن باخر لحظه قدروا يقلبونها NIP، اخذوها مره ثانيه M80 في الماب الاخير. كانت مباراه من اجمل ما يكون. سالنا ايكونيك انه هل الشيء هذا كان موتركم؟ لكن قالوا لا بالعكس، احنا واثقين متدربين من امس وجاهزين احنا لكل الفرق، خصوصا انه البلانز حقتنا يعني جاهزه لاي سيناريو ممكن يطلع من الفريق الثاني. بالاخير قدرنا نجيب الفوز، وكان شيء مره قريب انهم ما يسوونه.
Iconic, I always admire that, that mental strength that it takes when you go all the way to an overtime map and then you've got to reset and get yourself back in the zone to go on to complete and finish the job. What was the team talk like at the back end of map 2?
Well, at the back end of map 2, we know it took major heroics for them to pull out our map. So, we felt comfortable with that map and we just knew that we trust our game plan on Chalet and we just went out there and played.
كان نسألهم عن الكوميونيكيشن اللي صار ما بين M80 بالكامل بعد ما انتهى الماب الثاني، خصوصا انه الوضع كان مره متوتر. كان الجواب حقهم انه ايكونيك يقول بالعكس، احنا الكوميونيكيشن احنا كنا عارفين وش اللي قاعدين نسويه، وبنفس الوقت احنا كان احساسنا اننا مرتاحين للماب اللي احنا جالسين نلعب فيه، بغض النظر ان خسرنا الماب الثاني ولا لا، احنا نقدر ان نجيب الماب الثالث.
Iconic, let me just draw your attention to something real quick. And I'm sorry, I never like to turn my back on a camera, but you see this right here? Right there. 2 series away from lifting that in the air and getting your hands on the lion's share of $2 million. You are literally in touching distance. Is that distracting, being that close, or are you still as laser focused as ever?
I'm laser focused as ever. So, it's just, the closer we get, I feel like the farther we get. It's about staying in it mentally and not thinking we have what we don't have. So, it's just about us going through each game and just game planning it and playing in each game and staying in the moment. So that's what we're going to do.
سألنا ايكونيك انه فقط عندهم جيمين يقدرون انهم ياخذون التروفي هذا اللي ورانا الان ويكونون هم ابطال جيمرز 8 في هذا الموسم، هل الشيء هذا ممكن ياثر على ادائهم؟ لكن كان جوابه انه لا بالعكس، احنا نحاول اننا ما نفكر بالشيء هذا ابدا، ونحاول ان نكون ليزر فوكست على اننا فقط بنركز اننا نفوز المباراه حقتنا، ولا نسوي اي شيء ثاني الا اننا نفوز الجيم، ولا نحاول اننا نخلي الموضوع هذا يجي على بالنا اصلا.
All right, well, listen, congratulations. You are in the playoffs. You and your amazing team, M80, so far are massively living up to the hype, and what an iconic scene it would be to see you lift that trophy here in Saudi Arabia. Congratulations once again, and we're going to throw it back to the desk to pick this one apart.
يكفي العافيه اعزائنا المشاهدين، زي ما احنا عارفين M80 قدامهم جيمين فقط ويقدرون انهم يوصلون لما الجراند فاينل وياخذون الكاس ويكونوا لصالحهم، لكن هل يقدرون يسوونها بعد ما ضمنوا مكانهم في التوب 4؟ هذا الشيء اللي راح نعرفه غدا ان شاء الله. لكن هنا انتهى الفقره اللي معنا في المسرح، اللي بيروح على طول الان نتوجه للاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم اكثر عن المباراه.
Thank you, Ian and El Fancy. Welcome back, guys, to the desk with the STC Play post-match. Now, we have a lot to unpack for this one specifically because, again, it went the distance, but with that, M80 do qualify themselves into those playoffs. And we're looking at NIP. They're going to have to play Falcons tomorrow. Again.
Yes.
After Falcons won against G2, I don't want to go up against them. What?
That looked like a whole different mindset. I mean, that's a whole different game to be talking about, but yeah. This game in specific, I feel like this was the decider map that we deserved for this matchup. The way it was so close, the way it was really tense between these two teams, the fact that M80 obviously came out victorious, but they weren't allowed to get away with a bigger lead than just 2 rounds versus them winning 2 rounds, and NIP came back with 1 round, M80 winning 2 rounds, and NIP coming back once again. Some really huge moments from individual players. We mentioned this, or we talked about the iconic run out, we talked about the clutch from Spoit. Sometimes there were moments where NIP even utilized these huge moments coming from M80 players. For example, that run out with Iconic, he was outside, and then NIP was like, well, if you're outside, we're just gonna go flood this side, and then they took that control. Watching back these highlights as well, it feels like this was like hours ago. It was hours ago, but it feels like it was really long ago.
Yeah, I mean,
hours ago is really long ago.
Yeah. It's been a long night, listen, and especially for M80, who not only had to play this one, but also a grueling best-of-3 earlier today.
Yeah.
They certainly are going to be feeling good about their win this one. I do want to talk more about Iconic, too, because throughout the series, we're getting highlights from maps 1 and 2. It didn't really feel like we were seeing Iconic be that kind of huge impact player that he has been in the past of this team. Not that that's a bad thing, right? Like, Spoit's kind of filled that role in a lot of ways. Kino had some big moments here on the second map of Villa, so it wasn't a bad thing. But then this map on Chalet, Iconic really came alive. He was making absurd plays, loved the way he was roaming around on the Solus, managing to find a lot of good intel for his team. act on that intel, get the trades in. Thought he was having a massive impact, especially on that defensive half to end out this series. So really, really nice from him. But yeah, it really felt like a game today here on M80 where everybody had a chance to shine throughout different points in the series.
Yeah, and that's also what we were looking for, because coming into this we said, okay, M80, they've had those grueling games, they've really played against G2. I mean, that is a whole different beast that they were able to deal with. They could then come into this. On Villa, they're so close to closing it out. A little mistake here happens, and we have to go all the way to the third map. So that's a lot of Siege that they've played today, and so much respect to them and the entirety of the roster for being able to pull through. But also Nip, when we're looking at how they've played, that is another team that we really need to highlight here, because they've gone this far.
They have, really, yeah. And I mean, obviously they got to go get a rematch against Falcons tomorrow. They'll have to look back at the game of Falcons today, because that obviously felt a little bit more like how, you know, Falcons would be. But obviously deserved for M80 as well, right? They played 2 really grueling matches, and now they got a day off. They can enjoy. Iconic can go celebrate his MVP, for example.
Absolutely. Kitty MVP goes to Iconic, and you've already highlighted him yourself, Jesse. You already said that this is one of the players that really pulled his weight this time around, so no surprises there.
Certainly not, and it's nice that they get a day off considering the day that they've had for so long. It would have been so sad if they had to show up and play early again tomorrow, but yeah, very much deserved day off and very much deserved MVP from Iconic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this whole team really pulled through today, and that has shown. I believe the G2 match also went all the way to 3 maps, so it's like you played 6 maps in Siege today in one day. I don't think Fresh can beat that with his ranking, but still, the amount of resilience that you need to have, the adaptability, the fact that even after this, and you know, Ian asking that question themselves, like, how are you feeling? They're still laser focused. They are not dwelling on what happened today.
Yeah, no, I was really inspired by the mindset from Iconic as well. Like, oh, the further we get to it, the closer we get to it, the further it feels away. Like, you really shouldn't be accepting like, oh, hey, well, we're nice in top 4 and everything, but you can't be like resting back or taking it easy from that point. Yeah, they had some more difficult matches, as we could say, but it's really good for them that they now finally qualify. They can take that rest day. Can obviously watch the games tomorrow as well, because that will be their opponents that might be facing during those playoffs too.
Yeah, and the Colono's choice today in terms of some of the best plays that we've seen. I mean, of course, they're going to have to include Falcons in there, NIP, we're going to include M80. So all of these teams really today did show up and give their best.
Certainly, and I really did think that this was a match full of impressive plays, a match full of really sick stuff going on. You know, we've got the replays playing for you now, and you know, this third map this game here, Oxygen
BDS. Yeah, I mean, these are from the whole day, so these are the choices every single game that we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fantastic day coming through here. That one maybe less close than we would have wanted.
Yeah, especially you would have wanted. Yeah, you would have wanted.
But we got to see the power of BDS. You know, reigning champs. We want to see them coming out, having a strong showing. We did get to see that coming in from them. So I think still looking like one of the potential favorites to go all the way, win this tournament. BDS, they'll be playing tomorrow, try to secure that spot in the finals. So they're definitely looking very good here as well. And then M80, of course, being there in the grand finals, in the playoffs already.
Yeah.
Top 4 now for the event. They've got to be very happy.
Yeah, they got to secure, they got it locked and loaded. And even when we looked at the prize pool earlier today, like, yes, it's $2 million on the line, and 750 of that goes to that first place. But even the fact that you've made it to that 4th place, and as well mentioning earlier with the conversion in terms of the currency and everything, like, this still means a lot. And they have achieved so much already in just day 1.
Yeah, but like, we also know how much this means to the players, right? And how high they value this tournament, how much they want to win it. Some crazy things happen. I mean, the growth that Falcons has shown just for today. If you haven't watched that game, for example, they said afterwards, like, oh, we were playing like our own game now. We were actually playing like how we were supposed to be playing, how we want to be playing. That felt a lot better. And then also, if you think about G2, the current reigning world champions, the first team to be sent home, that's, I think...
Yeah, where are you now, Fresh? Where's the smack talk now?
I remember this really great tweet that I read earlier from this like kind of analyst guy called Jesse. I don't know if you've ever heard about the guy. Have you heard about Jesse Chick? He tweeted, Gamers8, first team to go home with Gamers8. I thought that was pretty funny. I'll give you that one. But we also have El Habib, the save of today, because some of these matches were absolutely grueling and they had to go down to the wire. So let's have a look at what that has for us in store, because we did pick the M80 up against Nipclip.
Yeah, this is going to be back on border, map number 1. You know, this was kind of coming at a point in time in the game where it really felt like NIP were starting to steal back momentum. Obviously, very dominant game to come through, favoring M80 throughout the majority of this match. But this goes down to a 1v1. We really start to see things fall apart for M80. They do not have the dominant position for the majority of this round, but as you see, he gets down to the 2v2, we're gonna get the position in, and I really love the way that we see DS position himself when he gets to the 1v2 now. His teammate falls, that's gonna be a bit of a problem for him, but he sneaks around, they have no idea where he's at, looking for that player with the fuse kit. He's gonna find it, and then he backs off, runs to the other side of the map, make sure he gets out of there, and then this post plant coming in from Cons, you'll see it. I think he plays it poorly, but the reason why, it's not even a post plant, the reason why he's gonna go for this and he's so worried, because he just doesn't know where this guy is. He's gotta sprint and race for that kill, but the positioning is so good from DS, he just doesn't have the intel.
Yeah, it's a really good save, and obviously a 101 on how to win your clutches is if you can constantly reposition yourself, if you allow yourself to take those 1v1s, exactly what Diaz did, and you don't really give away your position in that case, that's how you're going to win your 1vx situations, and that's exactly what Diaz did there. Textbook.
Yeah, everybody take notes. Make sure you apply them to your ranked games because maybe you can win some as well. But we also have the ALG play of the day just to highlight how some of these players have really shown up in those moments when it mattered the most.
And how could it be anything else? Right? This is...
oh, goodness.
We're only day one. I feel pretty confident saying this will be the play of the tournament.
All right.
Wow.
Making big statements.
That'd be really good for Kino, though. I mean,
yeah,
considering the awards and everything.
Yeah,
but
the MVP award coming in clutch as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, that first shot on the Wizard, very tough to hit with the SMG-11, and then brings out the shotgun. That Pino should be looking for it, probably. Second guy doesn't have a shot at all from that range with a shotgun, finds the headshot, and then even once we get down to the 1v1, you know, it's not an easy decision to just like go in, stick that defuse kit, you know, there's a lot of pressure. He could get off it, he has the time, he sticks it, confident in himself, and he wins the round.
It comes down to so many little things working in the favor of M80 as well. That single barricade on the living door, for example, if that was open, maybe you would have had time to sprint in, get the secondary out, shoot the person behind the shield, for example. All these small things really working in their favor. Obviously, that huge play from Kino as well, but definitely deserved. And that was momentum shifting as well, you could say.
Oh, yeah.
Momentum shifting and it very clearly went in their favor because they do win that matchup of today, and they are the first team to be heading straight into the playoffs. So to get a day off, as you said as well earlier, Jesse, which is going to be very important because tomorrow we're going to see a lot of interesting games, and they kind of can literally just sit by the pool in the hotel and take notes. I would do that if I was them.
Last night, I know Dave was taking a bit of a dip, okay? So they brought their swim trunks, okay? They're well prepared.
They're ready. They're here for the long run. Going to go to
Indeed.
those finals. But so does BDS, because BDS today we've seen them play against Oxygen, and it was a very one-sided affair. So they are yet to drop a map. M80, they have dropped 2 maps already, one to G2, one to Ninjas and Pyjamas. So maybe not the undefeated streak that they can repeat from BDS last year. But all in all, it's already so clear that from day one, the competition here is so fierce and every single team is giving their absolute all to be able to go all the distance.
Except for G2. Womp womp.
Yeah, G2. Why are you
rubbing that in? After the BDS Oxygen game, I deserve it. All right,
yeah,
I
but you're
deserve
also rubbing it into G2, and they've tried really hard.
Well, yeah, it is tough for G2. You know what? But they're world champions. They'll get over it.
You're literally like Turkey's twin. So like, how can you do that to your twin?
Canadian Doki. He shoots better than me. Slightly.
Yeah, but NA didn't really do that well today, so. Oh, it's like you gotta weigh it up, right? You want to dash it out to G2? Do you want to take the heat on NA? Like, which one are you preferring?
Why not both?
But all in all, tomorrow we have some great matchups. So is there anything in particular that you're looking forward to? Personally, for me, the elimination match is kind of where I would have my eyes upon because it would be really interesting to see the rematch between Ninjas in Pyjamas and Falcons, considering the interview that we had as well earlier today, where Ninjas in Pyjamas said, well, that's not what we expected.
Yeah, we have a lot of different things coming up tomorrow. Obviously, the rematch between Ninjas in Pyjamas and Team Falcons, where Falcons say like, oh, we were now finally playing how we were wanting to play. And then in Group B, we have the upper bracket final between BDS and W7M, who are both yet to drop a map in this tournament. So that will happen for the first time. One team will drop a map in that case. And then on the other side, Oxygen versus CYCLOPS, who were yet to win a map in this tournament. That will obviously change for them too. So I feel like 2 other sides of the spectrum that we have tomorrow for those 2 matches.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things to be looking forward to, and I am really excited to see the amount of Siege that we're going to be looking at today because it will be the same schedule as today, where we have 3 best of 3s across both streams, so you can tune in and make sure you have 2 monitors because I'm sure you needed that today. Thank you guys for tuning in for today. We're going to be back tomorrow, so have a lovely evening, and we'll see you guys.
Us down, face on the ground, still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, make it. but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us. Storm, a beautiful catastrophe.